What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Job change wood element daddy 1 We chapter 1 There are always bad people who want to drink my milk. In summer, Luocheng in the south of the Yangtze River in the Yan Kingdom. Around the magnificent awakening square, there is already a crowd of people. Today is the second annual career awakening ceremony in Los Angeles. All the students were eagerly looking forward to it, with excitement and anticipation in their eyes. This world, the will of heaven manifests and the game merges with reality. Everyone can try to awaken their own, professional, at the age of 18. There are brave and invincible fighters, there are mages who stand in output, and there are fancy assassins and so on. More powerful hidden occupations belong to those of destiny. And outside the country and city where human beings live. It is a wild mountain range that cannot be reclaimed. There are various copies of the secret realm in it. Opportunities and crises coexist. Professionals are the mainstream of the current world. For a powerful professional, opening mountains and seas is not a lie, and longevity is the norm. People divide the professional level into 9 levels from low to high. Qingbai Wang, Shizong Wang, Shi Chuanshan. They're bronze, silver, gold, master, grandmaster, Uranus, epic, legendary and god. Each level is divided into 1 to 10 levels. When he awakened his professional, at the age of 18, he was a professional who belonged to the first rank of bronze. Warrior. Please, I must awaken to a warrior-like profession. Fighting is a man's romance. It would be better if the profession was hidden. With such a big step, it's hard to say whether you can become a professional, and it's not that you can't fail. 18 years of salted fish, just wait until today to turn over. I must be a martial artist. I started learning martial arts with my old man when I was 10 years old. Don't give me a whole trash career. I heard that a hidden profession was awakened in Jiangnan City yesterday. The Dragon Knight. Nima is outrageous, and it even comes with a dragon egg. I also heard that person is called Wang Jingyu. Before his awakening, he had been mediocre, and his family background was also very average. But after the awakening ceremony, he suddenly became a hot figure in the entire Yan Kingdom, not to mention the Yan Kingdom. His top universities, even those well-known professional guilds, are all vying to invite him. The city owner is here, it's about to start. The boys and girls who were waiting in line for awakening suddenly stopped whispering at a certain moment. I saw Nanu Oda's awakening stage. A tall, middle-aged and dignified man walked slowly. The city lord of Luocheng, Zhangnan, Sha Nan, the master of the Ninth Order Master. His profession is a swordsman. That makes countless young people fascinated, and he has already stepped into the master level, and he has the name of Sword Sect. This awakening ceremony officially begins now. After City Lord Shia took the stage, he did not say anything, but directly announced the beginning of the awakening ceremony. When he announced, the person in charge of the awakening ceremony just picked up a tablet and began to sign up. Advertisement, Luocheng No. 1 Middle School, Wang Jin. The voice just fell, a boy with a rough expression came out of the crowd, and he strode onto the stage. The awakening platform instantly radiated brilliance. Moments later, a fist pattern appeared on the boy's head. It's a martial artist, good guy. Among the warrior professions, the martial artist can definitely rank in the top 5. Look, Wang Jin's face has turned green. He and I are young. He has practiced swordsmanship for 10 years, but his professional skills are fists and feet, and he can't use swords, haha. This is also a laugh. Give me this career, can I any laugh for a lifetime? It has the potential of being a master. This year is off to a good start, and the first one didn't wake up to a career last year. After the awakening result came out, there was a sudden uproar. The person in charge motioned for silence on the field and then continued. No career awakening. The profession is a treasure hunter. It sounds like it's useless, but it's really not. The profession is a mage, not bad. I haven't awakened to a career. This classmate asks you to step down and then become depressed. Don't affect the students behind you. As the results come out one by one, finally, a young man stepped onto the awakening platform. The young man had a sullen face and clenched his fists. His name is Su Shin, and he's from Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School. Yes, Su Shin is a transmigrator. I just traveled to this wonderful world a week ago, and found that I don't seem to have any specialties except for some local specialties. Low emotional intelligence. I'm a bit unremarkable. High EQ. I am good at the golden mean. Inexplicable time travel. My parents are gone. I have no choice but to hide my career. Su Shin took a deep breath and stepped onto the awakening platform. After a while, a soft green light slowly rose from the awakening stage, and a red cross pattern appeared on Su Shin's head. Auxiliary occupation, medical practitioner and also a wood medical practitioner. F*K. Male big T*S. Advertisement, cut, as a man, what kind of assistant should you do? That's a girl's job, it's a shame. If you want to talk about auxiliary occupations, you have to be priests and paladins. You can add various buffs. Healers are really not very useful, and some consumables can be replaced. It's okay. No matter what kind of auxiliary occupation, there is no shortage of people to support it. Be content, someone hasn't awakened to a career yet. Young people in the audience, young people do not know how good big T*S are. Their words made the already ugly Su Shin even worse. Broken. How did I become an assistant? Healers may sound noble, but they are actually not as good as those auxiliary professions with buffs. Su Xin stepped off the stage. He glanced at his personal panel. Professor. Su Xin. Occupation. Medic. Grade. Bronze first rank. Auxiliary skills. Life recovery. Medicine appraisal. Wood skills. Life storage. Vine entanglement. Control. Attack skills. None at the moment. Close black lens bracket. I don't want to play spicy. Ping A doesn't hurt. Look out for that medic named Su Xin. At this time, around the square, a professional said something to the people next to him. Attention. People just robbed it. The healer's life recovery skill level has grown, but it is equivalent to the second blood bar. The companion snorted, as predicted. When Su Xin walked out of the square a few steps, he was surrounded by a group of people. Classmate, it's up to you. You are the milk of destiny we are looking for. Join our Wild Blade Guild. Our guild has many girls. All of them are watery, sweet and sweet. Why don't you come? Little brother, sign the contract now. Do nothing every month. Give you 10,000 salary. As long as you join our guild, the treatment will continue to improve in the future. Student, we are the admissions office of Zhongnan Vocational College. At your current age, it is too early to say that you want to join the guild. You can come to participate in the entrance examination of our university. Because you are an auxiliary occupation, the rigid requirements are much lower. Looking at these people who surrounded themselves and invited them warmly, Su Xin was a little stunned for a while. It seems that he still underestimated the popularity of auxiliary occupations. As for what Zhongnan Vocational College is, it sounds like it is a junior college, but in fact, there are only 7 Zhongnan Vocational Colleges at this level in the entire Yan Kingdom, which are called the 7 Sons of the Empire. To be invited by such a university, explanation. I am a wooden dad, a bit of a mess. Chapter 2 10,000 times the reward, upgrade the wood style, come on. Su Xin did not lose herself in the touts of others. He declined everyone on the grounds that he needed time to plan his future well. There is really no need to rush a decision, because the auxiliary profession of medical doctor is not to say that it is extremely good, but there is no shortage of people. Since there is no heaven-defying luck to awaken a hidden profession. Of course, Su Xin had to plan better. The awakening ceremony was still going on. Su Xin watched it with no intention, otherwise others would suddenly awaken to a hidden profession, but he would be envious and jealous. Among many professions, no matter what the hidden profession is, it is enough to be worthy of the word, powerful. There are no rules for awakening hidden occupations. Even if both parents are the bosses of hidden occupations, the probability of awakening hidden occupations in future generations is the same as that of others. After leaving the awakening square, Su Xin then returned to her current residence. However, just when he was about to surf the internet and search for specific career information about medical practitioner, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming a professional, meeting the binding conditions of the gift package system. Is it bound now? Do you want to bind now? After hearing the voice, Su Xin couldn't help but froze. Is mine in the account? He suppressed the excitement in his heart, and immediately replied in his mind. Start binding. Ding, the binding is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a binding gift package. After each upgrade, you will get a gift package. Open the spree. Ding, congratulations to host for opening the 10,000 talent upgrade. Reward from the spree. Ding, congratulations on the upgrade of host's wood talent to the limit of blood, wood style. Wood style. Su Xin almost blurted out, exclaiming. At the same time as he heard the system prompt, all the information and moves about wood style were imprinted in his heart. If I don't have any strength foundation now, I'm afraid I'm not going to show you a hand to become a Buddha directly. Immediately after, Su Xin checked her personal panel again. Professor. Su Xin. Occupation. Medic. Advertisement. Grade. Bronze first rank. Auxiliary skills. Life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood skills. Life storage, vine entanglement, wood style, life drain, strange power, close black lens bracket. That, wood style, is equivalent to countless wood style moves, and life absorption. As the name suggests, Su Xin can absorb life force for self-recovery or rapid growth. Compared with wood style, Su Xin is more concerned about life sucking. He immediately looked at the potted plants on the balcony. Then cast this ability on it. I saw Su Xin's index finger suddenly turned into a vine tentacle, inserted into the potted plant. The poor cactus was shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning from green to gray. And after Su Xin absorbed it, she really felt that there was an extra life force in her body. Not much, but there are. Plants are not enough. Su Xin then set his sights on flesh creatures. Well, go find a coon. Ah no, find a chicken to try. If not, just give yourself a meal, both are correct. After more than an hour, Su Xin returned home again, carrying a few chickens in her hands. Brother chicken, sorry. Su Xin took a moment of silence in his heart, and then began to draw life on the chickens. The result? It works, but the chickens seem to have some self-awareness, making Su Xin's life absorption not so smooth, and there are obvious obstacles. In contrast, it is very smooth to absorb the vitality of plants. But it is undeniable that Su Xin did feel stronger after absorbing a chicken. At least physically and mentally, there is a clear sense of abundance. After a few hours, Su Xin didn't toss the chicken anymore, but came to a park somewhere. He wants to try to absorb the power of the earth. Anyway, life absorption is definitely a super skill, and it must be developed as soon as possible. In the uninhabited park, two vines slowly grew under Su Shin's feet, like tree roots. They took root in the ground and began to absorb nutrients from the earth. No, no, I can absorb the nutrients of the earth, but the key is that the current physical strength cannot support it at all. Advertisement. He himself is like a container. The container has an upper limit, and the current upper limit of the body is obviously not enough. After all, it is only a bronze rank, and it only takes a few seconds. Su Shin immediately stops drawing life, otherwise he will be blown up. This means that Su Shin can improve his occupation level through life leeching. But you can use this skill to refill your own health bars and blue bars infinitely. And this effect already belongs to the ranks of extremely pervert. Your own system is to upgrade to get gift pack rewards. So the goal is clear, upgrade. It is not difficult to upgrade the bronze rank. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can go straight to the bronze 10th rank without having to download a dungeon. The next day, early in the morning. LA bombed yesterday, Nima, someone has really awakened to a hidden profession, and it is still the hidden profession among assassins, the shadow assassin. The awakened person is our classmate from Luocheng No. 1 Middle School, Shi Luwu from Class 3. I have had a fight with him before, and now it's over. People have directly become the hottest talent in the country, and I'm just a humble or appraiser. Don't worry, if there is no accident, we will never see him again in this life, and we are no longer from the same world. Came to Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School. Su Shin found that the classmates she met along the way were all discussing the Chi Luwu, classmates from the 3rd class. Because of that classmate, the hidden profession was awakened. What does hidden occupation mean? You must know that 70% of the global Uranus rankings are hidden occupations. Su Shin came to the school today because she wanted to apply for some bursaries from the same school. She wanted to quickly upgrade to the bronze rank and then get a gift bag reward. And that Chi Luwu, it is estimated that all kinds of big forces are now rushing to give him money, and maybe even a girl. But Su Shin didn't feel much. After all, he also has a top-notch basic game now, so there is no need to envy others. Office of the Dean of Education, Director Luo, I want to apply for a bursary. I woke up to the profession of medical doctor yesterday. After Su Shin entered the door, he first respectfully saluted a junior student, and then said straight to the point. After Director Luo heard the words, he smiled and said, "Of course you can." Hearing this, Su Shin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fine, it's good to have money for free. Chapter 3. Teammates of the big beautiful girl, Xia Yingui. Director Luo obviously had a good life when he was young, and his belly was full of wealth as if he was pregnant. Student sus medical doctor is very good. This year in our first middle school, you are the only one who awakened to the auxiliary profession. Hearing this, Su Shin felt a little inexplicable. Medical practitioners are not a rare auxiliary occupation with a national perspective. Like the hidden profession, Holy Apocalypse, that is the current auxiliary sealing profession in the world. That's right, the school can help Su to upgrade from bronze rank 1 to bronze rank 10 within a week. No matter what, it's definitely a student's duty. Before Director Luo could finish speaking, Su Shin answered directly. Haha, classmate Su is really smart. Seeing this, Director Luo nodded with satisfaction. He then continued. Senior Xia Nan, the city lord of Los Angeles, should be familiar with Su. He has a daughter who is also a student of our No. 1 middle school, but he rarely comes to class, so Su may not have any impression. Student Xia, just like Senior Xia, has awakened to the swordsman profession. She is about to participate in the unified entrance examination of Jiangnan Vocational College. It is a sure thing to pass with her strength, but Xia has high ambitions and wants to fight for the first place in admissions. Su Shin still didn't quite understand, what does the eldest have to do with him? He was not surprised that Director Luo had a classic appearance when he talked about the Xianan City Lord. After all, in this world, being strong means everything. It is normal for the strong and the sons of the strong to be sought after and privileged. This year, the entrance assessment mode of Jiangnan Vocational College has been rotated to the team mode. It is stipulated that a group of 3 is required. Teams can be formed in advance or randomly. I understand, Director Luo. Su Shin immediately followed the words and replied. It seems that the other party has taken a fancy to his career as a medical doctor, so he can give the eldest lady a mouthful of milk, so that the eldest lady can concentrate more on fighting for the first place. Hey, the reward for the first freshman at Jiangnan Vocational University. Hidden professionals do not need to participate in any assessments, and there is no shortage of rewards, but for others, the first reward for the new students of the 7 Sons of the Empire is simply too generous. Student Xia really went for this reward. Director Luo smiled and nodded. Have ambition, so be it. Advertisement. Su Shin gave a thumbs up. Don't think too much about yourself. This is a deal between myself and the school, and it will cost me at least 5 million to quickly upgrade from bronze tier 1 to bronze tier 1 within a week. The bursary that Su Shin applied for today is between 50,000 and 200,000. After this finalization, Su Shin and the dean both laughed happily. Both sides won. Under the arrangement of the teaching director. Soon, a car stopped at the school gate. Xia's special car came. Xia Tianan is in Luocheng, basically equivalent to the Emperor of the Earth, and has the administrative jurisdiction of the city. His daughter, indeed, can be called Miss Qinjin in 5 words. After dozens of minutes, the car slowly stopped in front of the Shafu gate. The luxury and grandeur of the Xia family's mansion simply surprised Su Shin. The whole is a huge manor, and both the decoration and the architectural layout are magnificent. Under the leadership of the housekeeper, it would take more than 10 minutes to get on the small scooter from the front gate to the back garden. At this time, in the courtyard of the mansion, there is a training field. Inside, there is a tall girl who is wielding a long sword, with a heroic spirit. The blade is empty, and a crisp sound is heard from time to time. "Miss, Sue is here," the butler called out softly. Xia Yingui heard the sound, put down her sword practice, and turned around. She was born with a natural beauty, but beautiful women are not uncommon, but she has a unique temperament. "Hello, classmate Sue, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have heard from Director Luo about the specific matters. I will ask you for the entrance examination in a week's time." Xia Yingyue smiled at Su Xin Yingying, showing no pretense. "It's my honor to team up with Xia." Su Xin shook hands with her opponent. This week, advertisement not surprisingly, he was going to live in Xia Mansion. He doesn't have any background in this world, but he must have been turned over by the Xia family beforehand. Then it's not too late, time is running out. What kind of improvement method does Su want? I can provide two kinds here. One is the experience potion, produced from the Secret Realm dungeon, which can make Su classmate quickly rise to the 10th rank of bronze in a few days, and the rest of the time is to slowly get familiar with the improvement brought by the upgrade. The second type is that I send someone to take Su to some low-level Secret Realm dungeons. In this case, you can also get a level upgrade from the customs clearance rewards. Although it is more cumbersome, it is better than step-by-step stability, which is different from experience potions. There are many drawbacks to Sus Foundation, a very honest girl. Taking the experience potion will indeed bring disadvantages to the professional's foundation, which is not conducive to hitting the high rank in the future. But if you start slowly from the next dungeon, that is one step at a time, and it is a normal professional upgrade mode. Which one does Su Xin choose? Xia Yingyue looked at Su Xin with a normal expression and tone. The first. With the skill of life absorption, it would be too funny to say that you are afraid of hurting your basic foundation. All you need now is to get through the early stages quickly. Rise from the bronze first order to the 10th order first, and then take 9 gift pack rewards in one go. When Xia Yingyue heard this, she took a deep look at Su Xin. She didn't speak for a while, but after a while, she still couldn't bear to remind. I personally suggest that Su is better to choose the second one. Although there may be some unexpected dangers in the Secret Realm dungeon, it is better than the first one. Still much better. Student Xia said so. I don't want to choose the second one. Su Xin smiled Kaido. Xia Yingyue shook her head and laughed, and said no more. Su Xin then left. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, he chose a guest room, and then began to wait for his experience potion. The Xia family is very efficient. In the evening, along with the rich dinner, the maid also brought the experience potion, needed to level up. This experience potion has almost no improvement for high-level professionals. For Su Xin at the stage of new professional, it is precisely the heaven and earth treasure that he lacks the most to rapidly improve his strength. Chapter 4. The gift package is opened in a row, and the strange force island 50,000 kilograms. Professional is about the word practice. After awakening to the profession, the physique is already different from ordinary people, and the so-called cultivation can be carried out. Professionals upgrade, not only rely on upgrade rewards, but also rely on their own cultivation. At the same time, there is also a huge gap between the same professionals due to the level of talent. For example, they are all swordsmen professions. Some can open the gate of heaven with one sword, and some can only stab the sword flower or something. In addition, the acquisition of professional skills, in addition to the inherent skills acquired at the time of awakening, either rely on the skill book, or rely on their own skills to create. Similarly, between the same profession, you can learn from each other's skills, provided that the other party is willing to teach you. Of course, Su Xin doesn't lack any skills. His only priority now is to improve his foundation. Dinner is a meal of the beasts. Alien beasts come from the wilderness outside the city, and also from the dungeon of the Secret Realm. It is a great tonic for chi and blood. Before wealthy people awakened to their careers, they took such expensive meals since childhood, and their physical fitness began to run ahead of time. Su Xin first feasted on this expensive meal, then, take the experience potion. It tastes like purified water with a little sweetness. After taking it, Su Xin always pays attention to her personal panel. For the rank, the first rank bronze quickly became the second rank, then the third rank and the fourth rank. With the continuous use of the experience potion, this upgrade speed becomes as if you are actually playing a game. After taking the experience potion, Su Xin's level has also risen from the first rank of bronze to the 10th rank of bronze. After the upgrade, Su Xin's personal panel has 2 more messages. Strength and physique, Professor, Su Xin. Occupation, medic. Grade, bronze 10th grade. Strength, 150, 10 for the average adult. Constitution, 260, 10 for the average adult. Auxiliary skills, life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood skills, life storage, vine entanglement, wood style, life drain, strange power, close black lens bracket. Such a panel surprised Su Xin. The power panel usually only appears on the warrior panel. Advertisement. Just like a mage, there will be more mana panels. In addition, this panel of yourself does not display your true power panel. Because he has the weird power skill, as long as the body's life energy is abundant, the real power is 10 times the value on the panel. Besides, Su Xin even felt a little empty. Right. I feel that my body is very weak now, and it is not at its peak. He quickly thought of the aspect of blood follower limit, wood style. This ability will never make his physique equal to that of ordinary people. Think of this, just got 9 gift packs, Su Shin is not in a hurry to open it. Instead, he found a reason to go back to his home first. Then draw the power of the earth on the spot, as predicted. When Su Shin felt that he could no longer absorb it, the physique part on his personal panel changed from 260 to 760. The less 500 neutral gear should be the drawback of the experience potion. Looking at it this way, the disadvantages of the experience potion are not that big. He has the blood following limit, grows normally, and the real growth value of his physique is far higher than that of ordinary people. But it's not a big problem, life drain can eliminate this drawback. Open the gift bag. After eliminating the drawbacks, Su Shin began to open 9 consecutive gift packages full of expectations. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting strength plus 50, constitution plus 100 feet from the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting strength plus 50, constitution plus 120 feet. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting bronze equipment from the gift bag, bronze breastplate. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the wood-based skill, blue-silver coiling from the gift package. Seeing the contents of the last gift package, Su Shin was speechless. He has wood style, and the general wood skills are not even icing on the cake. It is purely superfluous and useless. The rewards of the gift pack and the novice gift pack are simply the difference between clouds and mud. But it is also within Su Shin's acceptance range, after all, he is only leveling up at the bronze stage. Let's see what the reward is when you cross from the bronze rank to the silver rank. Su Shin then counted the rewards of the 9 gift packs. Among them, strength plus 350, constitution plus 850, 2 pieces of equipment, both bronze level, are bronze breastplate armor, which looks like a hard guard. The other is the blue jade pendant, which is also at the bronze level, which can increase the mage's mana recovery speed by 5%. The rest is the blue-silver winding skill, advertisement. Take another look at the panel, Professor, Su Shin. Occupation, medic. Grade, bronze 10th grade. Strength, 500, 10 for the average adult. Constitution, 1600, 10 for the average adult. Auxiliary skills, life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood skills, life storage, vines coil, wood style, life drain, magic power, blue-silver coil. Close black lens bracket. A little force is equivalent to lifting a 10 kilograms weight. Counting the blessing of strange power skills, Su Shin's current real strength level can reach 50,000 kilograms, which is 50 tons. Su Shin was really taken aback by the calculated value. So outrageous? He is now punching out with all his strength, which is equivalent to a heavy truck colliding with death? No, what's outrageous is the weird power skill that comes with wood style. Otherwise, the normal level is 5 tons. There is no gift package reward, only about 1 or 2 tons. And some warrior professions can achieve this level of 5 tons at the stage of bronze 10th rank. After all, professionals are not ordinary people. A high-ranking professional can even be said to have stepped into the fantasy level in the novel. Su Shin's improvement is not only in terms of strength and physique. It's all-encompassing. Before, Su Shin's life storage skills were equivalent to giving himself an extra tube of blood. But now, he can store 3 tubes of blood in one go. That is to say, even without using the life-draining skill in battle, Su Shin can fight 4 full-status battles. And most importantly, that is the self-healing ability of injury. Su Shin used a knife to cut a huge wound on his arm. Before he could bleed, the powerful wood-style self-healing cells healed the wound in an instant. As long as the life energy is sufficient, Su Shin even thinks that even at the current 10th rank of bronze, he can achieve the level of being reborn from a severed limb. But there's no need to try it now, after finishing everything. Su Shin was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, his eyes were full of fiery heat. One day, just one day, his strength can have such a huge improvement. Chapter 5 Assess the Secret Realm. Water Mage Xiao Shangning. Days passed by in a flash. He stayed in the Xia family mansion, eating and drinking while watching Xia Yingyu's daily practice. Cubs with a family background are blessed. This Xia Yingui has a special swordsmanship teacher, and the other party is also a master-level swordsman, professional. In addition, Xia Yingui also showed impressive talent in swordsmanship. It is not difficult to guess that she now has a lot of sword skills as a master. Upgrading from the bronze rank to the silver rank is not as simple as one might imagine. After Su Shin opened 9 consecutive gift packs, I have been trying to hit the silver rank, but it has not been successful. However, his personal panel data has improved somewhat in the past few days. Strength has increased by 30 points, and physique has increased by 80 points. This means that Su Shin's occupation level cannot be upgraded with life drawn. But it can subtly increase his various upper limits. Best of all, it grows automatically. Su Shin hasn't started any decent cultivation practice at all in the past few days. Student Su, we can go to Jiangnan City today. On this day, Xia Yingyue finished her daily practice with the swordsman teacher and said something to Su Shin. The latter nodded. Tomorrow will be the entrance examination of Jiangnan Vocational University. The location of the entrance examination is a secret realm on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. It is said that this secret realm was moved here by a powerful professional senior and was rented by Jiangnan Professional University as a venue for the entrance examination. After awakening to a career, the future way out is not the way to go to university. In fact, except for the 7 sons of the empire, the rest of the professional universities have little to say. It is even better to directly join some large-scale professional guilds that are famous all over the world. But the 7 sons of the empire are different. That is equivalent to the sectarian nature in fantasy novels. There are countless powerful professionals from the 7 sons of the empire. It is really good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. In case of being accepted as a disciple by a big boss professional, then at least the road to growth will be much smoother in the future. Therefore, there are quite a lot of people who take part in the entrance examination of the 7 sons of the empire every year. In the Jiangnan region of the Yan Kingdom, there are at least 30,000 people who want to enter the Jiangnan Vocational College. 30,000 people are professionals, not ordinary people. Advertisement Su Xin has some thoughts in her heart. At night, a private plane slowly landed at Jiangnan Airport. Su Xin and Xia Yingui got off the private plane together. Welcome to the moon. There was someone who took the opportunity. Before Su Xin could see clearly, she took the initiative to hug Xia Yingui when she saw that person. After they separated, only then did I see what this man looked like. It is a young girl, with curved eyebrows, a small nose slightly upturned, her face like white jade, her face is like a chow hua, and her cheeks have a faint blush, which makes her more like a pink carving. Su Xin looked at each other a few more times. Compared with Xia Yingyu's heroic royal sister temperament, she is more like a young girl next door. You are the assistant that Yingui is looking for. My name is Xiao Shangning, and I am a water mage. After the two girlfriends talked about the old days, Xiao Shangning looked at Su Xin and said hello. Hello. Su Xin replied politely. Xia Yingui and this Xiao Shangning should both have prominent families. But the two of them didn't seem to have any heirs. Of course, this does not mean that Su Xin will have any thoughts. He lives in Xia Mansion during this period of time. Although he observes Xia Yingyu's daily practice every day, the number of times he talks to the other party is pitiful. This girl Xia Yingyue, if you don't talk to her, she won't chat with you, she is completely engrossed in her own cultivation. In contrast, Xiao Shangning is a little talkative girl. Get in a stretched limousine. From the conversation, Su Xin learned that Xiao Shangning's father was a high-ranking member of Jiangnan Vocational University, and he also had the 10th rank of Grandmaster. Xiao Shangning, who kept her mouth shut, continued. Yingui is very competitive. In this entrance examination, she said that I can't take action, and our 3-person team depends entirely on her. Su Xin is not surprised. He had already noticed that with Xia Yingyu's family, he could obviously find better support. But she should not want the kind of support that can temporarily increase her combat power with buffs, but a healer like herself who can restore her state. Anyway, I don't lose Su Xin. The bronze rank 1 to the bronze rank 10 given by Bai quickly upgrades. Advertisement and getting to know these 2 rich second generations can be regarded as being able to accumulate some contacts. You talk too much. Xia Yingyue rolled her eyes at Xiao Shangning, and then the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Xiao Shangning skillfully changed the topic and said, Chi Luwu from Los Angeles #1 high school who awakened to his hidden profession, the Shadow Assassin, was poached by Yan Jing Professional University. My old man has been talking about this for the past few days. When it comes to hidden occupations, Xia Yingyue obviously has some interest. Although the hidden profession is powerful, any profession has unlimited growth possibilities. To deny one's own profession is to deny oneself. Good point. Su Xin interrupted. Xiao Shangning blinked and then said, Let's not talk about hidden occupations, let's just say people who will take the entrance examination tomorrow. Yingyue, you have a lot of competitors. Xiao Shangning is like a little smart. The basic information of this year's Jiangnan area entrance examination seed players was given out to 1510. And Xia Yingyu's competitive spirit is beyond words, not hidden at all. After Xiao Shangning finished speaking, her eyes were full of fiery colors, and she said softly, I will defeat them. Talking here, Su Xin's side is wandering in the world. It's good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. There are many restrictions on joining a professional guild, especially the auxiliary occupation. Although it is popular, it must be a model worker. But in the professional university, it is relatively free. Soon, the car stopped. Xiao Shangning made the best of her landlord's friendship and entertained Su Xin and Xia Yingyue well. After dinner, Su Xin lay in the luxurious room that was arranged. He suddenly felt a little excited, looking forward to tomorrow's entrance examination. This is not an ordinary world, the world is wonderful. Full of enchanting charm. How could I Su Xin not want to stand on the peak of this world and overlook everything? Chapter 6 Xia Yingyue. Your milk is toxic? The next day, around 6 in the morning, outside the entrance examination base on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, it was already crowded with people. The entrance to the assessment secret realm is in this base, and there are 4 entrances in total. The pre-procedures were naturally done long ago. However, before entering the base, the staff of Jiangnan Vocational University, who held the entrance examination, need to confirm one more thing. That is, a disclaimer. There is a risk of death in the entrance examination. If you die during the examination, Jiangnan Vocational College will not be held responsible. Su Xin easily signed his name on the disclaimer. At the same time, show your own personal panel to the staff. Of course, you can choose to hide information while displaying your personal panel. This is the case for everyone. No fool will show all his personal panels to others. Whether Su Xin or other participants, they are just showing their occupation and level. The difficulty of the entrance examination is limited to the bronze rank. Therefore, professionals in the silver rank will not be allowed to participate. It is worth mentioning that becoming a professional is not the only way to awaken. Job transfer letter. This is an extremely rare and precious consumable that enables non-professionals to become professionals directly. And after using the job transfer book, you can no longer awaken your profession. Su Xin is also making up for the knowledge about professionals these days. There are so-called dual professionals, but there are very few, and the conditions for achievement are very strict. The entire Yan Kingdom is only a handful, after signing the waiver. The staff took participants such as Su Xin to one of the entrances to the secret realm. This year's entrance examination mode is team. If anyone in a team voluntarily gives up, it means that the other two will also give up. As for the rules, it's not much different from the past. No equipment or weapons with bonus effects can be used, no intentional killing, and no alliance with other teams. The assessment lasts for 3 days, and each team will be issued a seal. After the assessment, the ranking will be determined according to the number of seals. Of course, being robbed of the seal does not mean that you have no chance with Zhongnan Professional University. There are alien creatures in the secret realm. Kill alien animals, collect alien tails, and rank them according to the number. The top 1800 teams are ranked. If you pass the entrance examination, you can successfully enter Zhongnan Vocational University. Remember, don't snatch the tail of the alien beast, otherwise, once you find it, you will be disqualified immediately. With the words of the staff, Su Xin figured out the entrance examination rules. There are 2 rankings. The first ranking was set up for seeded players, like Yingui, allowing talents to compete with each other for rankings. Advertisement. The second ranking is the main body of the entrance examination. After all, most people don't have the family background and talent of a genius like Yingui, and they are still just awakening to their profession, so they are definitely not suitable for an overly drastic elimination system. But without a doubt, as long as the strength meets the standard, it is very possible to enter Zhongnan Vocational University. The top 1,800 means that Zhongnan Vocational College only admits about 5,000 freshmen. If there is no doubt, you can enter the assessment secret realm now. When the time ends, someone will naturally notify you. After the staff explained it, they indicated that Su Xin and others could enter the secret realm of assessment. Let's go in. Yingui nodded, a little impatient. Su Xin looked forward at this time. I saw a door of light curtains come into view, as if it was a door of space connected to another world. He was a little lost for a while. What are you doing? Don't worry, Yingui is very strong. Xiao Shangning patted the dazed Su Xin. Su Xin smiled and said nothing. Immediately afterwards, the 3 stepped into the door of the light curtain. Suddenly, a whirling feeling came to my mind, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. When you come back to your senses again, there is a whole new scene in front of you. As far as the eye can see, there are verdant forests, row upon row of small mountains crisscrossing, and the whole environment of a wild mountain forest. At the same time, come in, City Lord Sha's daughter. This girl's reputation is not small in Zhongnan City, but she has always been simple, and now I can see her true level. The version I heard is that this girl was born with a sword heart. Before she became a professional, her swordsmanship level in light theory was already comparable to that of a silver-level swordsman. Now that she has the swordsman profession, I am afraid it will become even more terrifying. And the trick of City Lord Sha, I wonder if this girl has learned a little bit. Haha, it's too early for her. In an underground base in the secret territory, there are hundreds of huge screens in the hall, showing various monitoring perspectives. A group of people are sitting around in the hall, watching one of the screens, laughing and talking. There is naturally an examiner in the entrance examination. It's just that there is no need to let the participants know that the examiners will show up once there is a violator. Even in danger, these examiners will turn a blind eye. Advertisement. Because compared to the real dungeon, the difficulty of this artificial assessment of the crypt is simply mentally handicapped. The examiners talked about Yingui for a while, then turned to look at other screens, talking about another, seated, contestant. But only 10 minutes. Su Xin is here. Around the 3 of them, there were more than a dozen corpses of alien beasts lying around. These alien beasts look like tigers and leopards, are extremely fast, and live in groups. These are just appetizers. Seeing Su Xin staring at the corpse of the alien beast in a daze, Xiao Shangning couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. Su Xin never had the chance to come into contact with any strange beast before. But for the 2 of them, the family had already made arrangements for this in advance. Don't look at a royal sister, a girl next door, but she has seen much more of the world than Su Xin. At this time, Yingui, who was in front, put the long sword in her scabbard. It is forbidden to use weapons with bonus effects, but she is holding a fine iron long sword, an ordinary cold weapon, which is not within the scope of restrictions. Student Su, you can cast life recovery on me. Yingui turned around and informed Su Xin. She was not injured, but she had to keep her physical strength at all times so as not to encounter a strong competitor. Okay. Su Xin nodded, and then used the life recovery skill on Yingui. Suddenly, a cluster of green light enveloped Yingui, and the latter's pretty face was slightly startled. Such a strong breath of life, however, a sudden change occurred. I saw Yingyu's eyes widen suddenly, and her delicate face became extremely red at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was even more blood from the nose and mouth, and it couldn't be stopped at all. Welcome to the moon. Xiao Shangning, who had reacted, was so frightened that her face turned pale. You? Xia Yingui widened her eyes and looked at Su Shin in shock. Before she could finish speaking, she thumped, he fell directly to the ground. Chapter 7 What? Because the amount of milk is too much, so he passed out the milk. What? This scene happened unexpectedly to everyone. Su Shin looked at Xia Yingui who was falling down, completely stunned. What happened? Xia classmate suddenly fell ill, and when Xia Yingui was bleeding from her nose and mouth and fell unconscious, there was a movement in the hall of the underground base. Who is this kid who sneaked up on his teammates? Who gave him the courage to do such a thing under our noses? He doesn't know that Xia Yingyu's Laozi is Xia Nan? The examiners were shocked and angry, because everything just happened too fast, and from their perspective, Xia Yingui was clearly attacked by Su Shin. I'll take a look. If this girl is really poisoned, the city lord Xia will also blame us for the lack of protection. An examiner left a sentence and quickly left the base hall. The 10th level master is already a figure standing at the top of the professional pyramid. Not to mention that Xian Xia Nan is also a top sword sect in the 10th order grandmaster. Back to Su Shin. Su Shin came to Xia Yingui, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and held her wrist. Her heart was beating so fast, as if she was dancing. And just touch each other a little bit, Su Shin figured out why the other party did this. In conclusion, it can be summed up as, the void is not compensated. Su Shin's head has grown bigger, he never thought that his life recovery skill was to directly give a tube of blood he stored to others. Qualitative changes have occurred due to quantitative changes, and big milk has become poisonous milk. A tube of his blood. People of the same level can't bear it at all. If she is left alone, Xia Yingui will kill her if she has more life energy within her body. At the moment, Su Shin had a sullen face, and slowly stretched his right hand to Xia Yingyu's back, and cast life on it. Fortunately, Xia Yingui is currently unconscious, unable to resist his life absorption. This also allowed Su Shin to recover the excess life energy in Xia Yingyu's body smoothly, allowing her to gradually return to normal. Su Shin, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. At this time, a stern voice came from behind. Su Shin looked back. It was Xiao Shangning glaring at Su Shin with a pretty face. While angry, Xiao Shangning has obvious water waves around her. As a water mage, she is brewing skill moves. Advertisement obviously, Xiao Shangning thought that Su Shin had attacked Xia Yingui. Although this is incredible, Xia Nan is not without enemies, she can only think in this direction. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. Su Shin was speechless. What is this? He can only appease Xiao Shangning first. Student Xia is fine. Su Shin explained patiently. Xiao Shangning's reaction is normal, and it can even be said that she has restrained herself. If his friend suddenly becomes like this, he is afraid that he will shoot directly. You leave Yingui first. Don't touch her, Xiao Shangning reprimanded severely. Su Shin had no choice but to do as Xia Yingyu's situation had stabilized anyway. Su Shin, do you know that Yingui is the daughter of your Los Angeles city lord? After Su Shin was far away from Xia Yingui, the latter immediately leaned over and questioned Su Shin vigilantly while checking Xia Yingyu's vital signs. Su Shin brewed words in her heart, and when she was about to use appropriate words to convince the other party that she was not malicious. The examiner who had left earlier appeared. I am one of the examiners in this entrance examination. You can call me Examiner Zhang. Zhang Yu said something to the two of them, then came to Xia Yingyu's side and began to check his injury. What? She checked and found that apart from being unconscious, Xia Yingyui did not have any signs of internal or traumatic injuries, nor was there any so-called signs of poisoning. It was as if he had fallen asleep. But the more this is the case, in Zhang Yu's opinion, the more abnormal things happen, there must be demons. She repeatedly checked, but still could not come up with any harmful results. Student Xia, it should be fine. In the end, Zhang Tong said something like this. Then what happened just now? Xiao Shangning asked quickly. Zhang Yu couldn't help but look at Su Shin, with a trace of strangeness and suspicion in his eyes. If my guess is correct, Xia fell into a coma just because she had endured too much life energy for a while, and her consciousness was overloaded and it was overwhelmed. Zhang Yu said, proactively display a portion of your personal panel. Occupation. Pastor. Grade. Gold 10th grade. Close black lens bracket. It's a paraprofessional pastor. Her occupation and her judgment made Xiao Shangning feel a little relieved. But, not right. Advertisement. What does it mean to endure too much life energy? Xiao Shangning turned her head to look at Su Shin, who had an innocent face, and said, Inspector Zhang means that Yingui can't bear Su Shin's life recovery? After she said it, she felt that this kind of thing was outrageous. What heaven-defying event is this? Because the amount of milk is too much, so the human milk faints. Student Su, I need to see your personal panel. Zhang Yu then walked up to Su Shin and asked sternly. She suspects that Su Shin is not a bronze 10th rank at all. Xia Yingui is not an ordinary 10th rank bronze, but she is the arrogant girl in Jiangnan City. This kind of genius, who was not defeated by a rival of the same level, was directly stunned by someone. This is going to be big news. Su Shin shrugged, showing her personal panel. Personal panels can only be hidden and cannot be modified. So whether it's a professional or a bronze 10th rank, Su Shin has no problem. It seems that Su is also a genius. Zhang Yu glanced at Su Shin meaningfully. Confirmed eyes, is an excellent assistant. Then what will you do next? I can't tell when Shia will regain consciousness, but from my professional experience, Shia is not in any danger to her life. If you choose to send Shia to see a doctor now, it means that you will voluntarily give up your qualifications in this entrance examination. Zhang Yu then asked as an examiner. Even if they give up their qualifications, they can still attend Jiangnan Vocational College as Xiao Shangning and Xia Yingui. No, Yingui has been waiting for this day for a long time. She must strive for the first place in the school. Xiao Shangning categorically refused. The first place in admission seems to be very important to Xia Yingui. Su Xin guesses that the reason behind it may be heartwarming. It's all your fault. Xiao Shangning glared at Su Xin again. Mine. Su Xin nodded. It's really his fault. He thought about a big scene all day, and then turned into a Buddha himself, which shocked the whole world. I didn't think so. The skill that comes with the profession, life recovery, has also become outrageous under the influence of the blood follower limit. So be it. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he handed Su Xin a business card and said, Student Su can contact me after the entrance examination. Chapter 8. You're just an assistant, how can you support it? Came back. What happened? It doesn't seem to be the kid's problem. Ayu. Why do you think you look happy? After the examiner Zhang Yu left, he quickly returned to the hall of the underground base, and a group of colleagues immediately asked. Although there is a surveillance screen, but what is said specifically, but cannot hear. Facing the inquiries from his colleagues, Zhang Yu laughed softly. It's the medic named Su Xin. He's a little special. His life recovery skill obviously surpasses the bronze rank, so that the girl Xia Yingui can't bear the sudden extra life energy, and she suddenly fainted. Passed. I checked carefully, and Xia Yingui is fine. When the other examiners heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. No, Xia Yingui is a recognized genius. She is not an ordinary bronze rank. How could she not be able to withstand life energy? Is there a possibility that Xia Yingui isn't really that good, but she's just boasting too much? Probably not. City Lord Xia wouldn't do such a ridiculous thing. Seeing colleagues do not believe all of them, they look suspicious. Zhang Yu snorted and said, Don't think that only other professions have talents. Our auxiliary professions will also have good seedlings with extraordinary talents. We're not taking support careers lightly. Seeing that she was angry, the other examiners hurriedly followed the tone with good words. Wait, I'm looking forward to this kid's next performance. Zhang Yu then looked at Su Xin, who was on the monitor screen in front of him, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. She could see that Su Xin's life recovery skills were not proficient, otherwise Xia Yingui would not be stunned. However, this just proves the great potential of Su Xin as a medical practitioner. He can show so much milk volume at the bronze rank, so what if the rank goes up later? I am afraid that in the near future, this kid is sure to become a hot favorite. A good support can play a decisive role in team battles. The voices of the examiners talking were much quieter, but they still mostly revolved around Xia Yingyu's topic. It's not the same, after all. Xia Yingui was indeed a strong contender for the #1 admission this time. Unexpectedly, as soon as the assessment started, he was put into a coma by his own people, and he didn't dare to write funny novels like this. On Su Xin's side, Xiao Shangning was surprised by what Zhang Yu told her, but she was still angry with Su Xin for making Xia Yingui faint. Why does Xia want to enter the first place so much? Seeing her sullen look on her face, Su Xin couldn't help but ask curiously. Advertisement, Yingui is very stubborn. When she was a child, Uncle Xia's unintentional words have always been in her heart. Uncle Xia said that a woman can become a powerful swordsman, but she cannot become a top swordsman. This sentence was always remembered by Yingui, that's why she wants to prove herself by taking the first place in Jiangnan Vocational College. After Xiao Shangning finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Su Xin. It's alright now, if Yingui doesn't get the first place in the school because of being comatose by you, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Ha ha. Su Xin smiled awkwardly and politely. What is this Shimotsuki Koshiro's father-daughter relationship with Kuina? Hey, isn't this Xia Yingui and Xiao Shangning? What happened to Xia Yingui? It's been spread in the circle that Xia Yingui will definitely take the first place in the school this year, and Ling Feng, Yan Jing and others are not taken seriously at all. While speaking, someone suddenly interrupted, following the sound. Su Xin turned around and saw a group of 3 people approaching curiously. Hearing their words, Xiao Shangning blushed a little. Because she was the talkative little girl who said that Xia Yingui would take the first place. And obviously, the 3 people who appeared were the children of the powerful circles in the Jiangnan area. Zhao Shu, Qi Teng, Wu Mingxia. Something happened to Yingui, can you all leave first? Xiao Shangning clearly knew the 3 of them and said so. Wait until Yingui wakes up. Give us the seal, and we'll leave naturally. Among the 3, Zhao Shu laughed and stretched out his hand towards Xiao Shangning. Xiao Shangning hesitated for a while, but in the end, the seal issued by the staff was taken out of his arms. Seeing this, Su Xin was a little upset. He didn't know if this was a wise choice. After all, the Lord Si Xia Yingui was in a coma. But this weak attitude made him extremely unhappy. If it is said that it is in the wild, it is understandable to endure it for a while, but this is the entrance examination. I disagree. When Xiao Shangning was about to hand over the seal, Su Xin suddenly said. What? Xiao Shangning looked at Su Xin unexpectedly. Ha ha ha, I heard that Xia Yingui found a medical doctor to assist her, but she has a lot of backbone. Brothers, they will brighten their careers. Zhao Shu burst into laughter when he heard it, although the three directly showed their occupations. Advertisement it turned out to be a fighting profession. Zhao Shu is a spearman. Shi Teng is a martial artist, and the last Wu Mingxia is a shield warrior with both offense and defense. Xiao Shangning took a peek at Su Xin, but saw that he didn't react much at this time. There is indeed a very high possibility of playfulness among the children of the big family, because there is capital to support their playfulness. But it does not mean that the children in the elite circle are all wine bags and rice bags. In this circle, the possibility of geniuses is also very great. We are here to save Xia Yingyu's face. We only need the seal, otherwise we will hurt her a little bit. Let's see how she can compete with others for the first place. Boy, do you still need to hand in the seal? Zhao Shu looked at Su Xin playfully. If other teams, the three of them had already forcibly robbed them, where would they give face? Su Xin clenched his fists. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with him. It's a chance. If you don't fight, how can you accurately determine your own strength? It's a rare opportunity. He really wanted to play against professionals in the combat profession to see how strong he was. So Su Xin then Kaido. It doesn't matter whether you hand in the seal or not, the main thing is to fight with you. As soon as this is said, the air seemed to condense. After a while, the three of them couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. You kid, funny guy, right? He won't think that the joke is our weakness, and poking our joke will reduce our combat power? Mingxia, keep an eye on Xiao Shangning to prevent her from sneaking up. Xiao Shangning was even more anxious. Su Xin, what are you doing? With 3 combat professions, how do the 2 of us fight? It's okay, I can stand it, you can just hold on to one. You're just an assistant, how can you do it? Hearing this, Xiao Shangning became even more angry. Su Xin stopped talking, and the other party seems to be very disciplined, not 2 people besieging him. I saw that Zhao Shu took a step forward with a smile, and suddenly a fine iron spear appeared in his hand. It is a long spear taken out from the prop storage bag, which is very valuable, but it is not unusual for the children of the big family. I like people with backbone. Come, I'll play with you for a while. Chapter 9 Xiao Shangning. I admit, I was the one who spoke a little louder just now. There's something wrong with Xia Yingui. It's this trio. The assessment started a few hours ago. I paid attention to it. I have already won the seal of several teams. That kid named Zhao Shu is not ordinary. The profession of spearman is not weak in the combat profession. But what does he mean by bullying a paraprofessional? At the same time, in the hall of the underground base, the examiners looked at the monitoring screen and were somewhat confused. Examiner Zhang Yu looked at Zhao Shu, who was shooting at Su Xin, with a little shame in his eyes. What kind of skill is it to use a knife and a gun against an auxiliary profession? However, she would not regret that Su Xin met Zhao Shu and the 3 of them. After all, in her eyes, Su Xin is already a good seedling with extraordinary talent in the auxiliary profession. Even if such a good seedling fails the entrance examination, he can work behind the scenes and let him successfully enter Jiangnan Vocational University. Rules are rules, but as long as you are good enough, you will naturally be given exceptions. The other side, Xiao Shangning scolded. Zhao Shu, are you really here? It's none of your business. Zhao Shu sneered, showing no sympathy at all. After he finished speaking, he reminded Su Xin, start, sweep. I saw Zhao Shu bully him with a stride. Just now, there was still a dozen steps away from Su Xin, and in an instant, he was in front of Su Xin. The fine iron spear in his hand was buzzing loudly. Su Xin only felt a flash in front of her eyes. A beam of arc light quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. But, so slow. Inexplicably, he felt that the opponent's shot was so slow. Su Xin, who was going to use some wood-style methods, subconsciously took a step back and escaped Zhao Shu's shot. There are 2 times. Zhao Shu was surprised. The reaction of this assistant boy is not bad. Dang. But the next second, Zhao Shu stomped on his feet and jumped straight into the sky. With the spear in his hand, he slashed towards Su Xin diagonally. Falling Phoenix Spear. Base. A burst of fire suddenly erupted from the tip of the fine iron spear, shining his sight. Advertisement. What is Zhao Shu doing? Directly using the spearman skills. He has this temperament. No matter who the opponent is, he will take it seriously. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shu's other 2 teammates mourned for Su Xin for a few seconds. Zhao Shu's offensive was on Su Xin's left shoulder. After all, killing is prohibited in the entrance examination. Look at Su Xin again. He suddenly realized, he seemed to have subtly believed that combat professionals were powerful from the very beginning. But now that he is facing the truth, he finds out that it is not as good as it is. When Zhao Shu's flaming spear tip was about to stab Su Xin's shoulder, Su Xin suddenly grabbed with his right hand, directly grabbing the tip of Zhao Shu's spear. Certainly, this was Su Xin's first fight, he didn't care much, and his right arm was covered with a layer of wood skin, to increase defense. But when she grabbed the right spear, Su Xin realized there was no need to do so. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Zhao Shu stared sharply. When Su Xin grabbed the tip of his spear, he instantly felt a surging force rushing from the tip of the spear. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw the spear. Zhao Shu looked at Su Xin in surprise. What's up with this guy's power? Not good. When he was distracted, Su Xin pulled hard towards him, and the powerful force made Zhao Shu lose his balance. As if he was attracted by gravity, he quickly flew towards Su Xin. Boom. Before the two could make contact, Su Xin kicked directly over and hit Zhao Shu's abdomen. Caw caw caw. Zhao Shu could clearly hear the sound of his ribs breaking in an instant, followed by a wow sound, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Dong dong dong. Zhao Shu flew back upside down and rolled back and forth on the ground for more than a dozen times. When he stopped, his face was full of astonishment. He has been seriously injured and cannot return to fighting state in a short time. And what caused all this was just a seemingly light kick from the other side. He's very wrong. Zhao Shu shouted at the other two companions, the shouting affected the injury, and a few mouthfuls of blood spurted out. Whirlwind legs. Qi Teng, a martial artist, was not slow to react. It is agile and as strong as a rabbit, and when it is time to display professional skills, it has come behind Su Xin. But as soon as his right foot was raised, Su Xin turned around, grabbed the ankle with lightning speed, and then threw it hard towards the ground. Advertisement. The toss was loud. It actually smashed a big hole directly on the ground, and Qi Teng's whole body was severely injured, and he was directly smashed into a coma. Your mother. This scene made Wuming Xia, the remaining shield warrior, afraid and angry. He roared angrily, blood surged to his head, and he didn't even judge the fighting power Su Xin showed at this time, he rushed straight towards Su Xin angrily. Shield strike. When Wuming Xia came to Su Xin with a half-length heavy shield, he smashed it hard. Su Xin put his arms together, and his left and right hands were holding the two corners of the shield. How is this possible? Wuming Xia exclaimed in surprise. With this smash, with the bonus of his professional skills, he would have more than 10 tons of strength to say the least. But when he was caught by the opponent's hands, it seemed as if he had smashed into an iron wall, and he couldn't shake it at all. It's like smashing the opponent with a piece of cotton, but he looks soft. Boom. Su Xin punched again with a straight punch. The fist went around the shield and hit Wu Mingxia's abdomen, ejecting the latter like a cannonball, and slammed into a nearby tree trunk. After 3 fists and 2 feet to deal with the 3 Zhao Shu, Su Xin suddenly had some self-doubt. Am I too strong, or is the opponent too weak? He's even just flat. When Su Xin stopped, the scene became very quiet for a while, and the quiet was somewhat depressing. Zhao Shu stared, looking at a seriously injured and comatose two companions. At this moment, his brain was a little down, and he even lost his ability to think. He just stared at Su Xin's figure in a daze. Su Xin turned around at this time. Xiao Shongning's mouth is so open that she can put an egg. She stared at her cute big eyes, showing a shocked expression comparable to an emoji. When she found out that Su Xin was looking at her, she recovered a little. Xiao Shongning looked at Zhao Shu and the others, and then looked at Su Xin. I admit, I was the one who spoke a little louder just now. She said in a daze. Then he suddenly woke up and shouted with a ridiculous expression. But you are too strange, you are a medical doctor. An assistant. Defeat the 3 combat occupations in seconds with an absolutely crushing attitude. This. Who will believe it? Chapter 10 Uranus had to silently put a question mark after watching the surveillance video. Xiao Shongning looked at Su Xin with a mean face. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. And in the hall of the underground base, all examiners were immediately banned. They looked at the surveillance screen and witnessed the whole thing, but at this time, all of them were silent. Because something happened that they couldn't understand. Zhang Yu, you checked this kid's occupation before, right? Is he really a medical doctor? Finally, an examiner broke the silence and asked Zhang Yu, who was also dumbfounded. I can confirm that he is a medic. The personal panel can only be hidden and cannot be modified, and he does not have a hidden occupation, which means that he cannot be a dual professional, but a medic. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and his tone was decisive. It's weird, it's too weird, this kid is so weird all over, it's outrageous to put Xia Yingyu directly on the breast, and now Zhao Shu and the 3 of them are completely crushed by physical fitness. The examiners have good combat experience. From their perspective, Su Xin defeated Zhao Shu in seconds, not because of superb fighting skills or skilled professional skills, but purely physical fitness. His fighting style can't even be called fighting, it can only be called fighting, and he can't even match the level of military boxing. But that's it. A simple flat attack with 1 punch and 1 kick caused Zhao Shu and the 3 to be seriously injured and lose their combat effectiveness in an instant. These performances all show that Su Xin's physical fitness is very strong and different from ordinary people. Among the examiners, one person silently copied a surveillance video. Back to Su Xin. Seeing that Xiao Shongning couldn't wait to know the truth about her power, he could only say, I have been stronger than others since I was a child. You call this a little bigger? Before Xiao Shongning could answer, Zhao Shu, who was sitting on the ground and clutching his stomach, scolded angrily. Hearing him speak, Su Xin remembered the 3 of them. I saw Su Xin carrying the seriously injured 3 people together, and then used the life recovery skill. The previous use of life recovery on Xia Yingyu was a complete mistake. Advertisement. But this time, Su Xin was consciously controlling the amount of life energy. In addition, the 3 of them were injured and needed a lot of life energy, so there was no oolong incident in which the 3 were directly stunned. In an instant, the 3 were shrouded in green light, and their already iron-green complexion became even greener. Qi Teng, who was finally injured, quickly regained consciousness. After he woke up, he looked at Su Xin with horrified eyes, and saw that he was helping him heal, so he put away his timid expression. Being hit with a psychological shadow belongs to yes. After Zhao Shu received Su Shin's treatment, not only did his injury heal immediately, but he also improved a lot. So did the other two. This is why the auxiliary profession is so popular. It can give teammates a second blood bar. Give you. Zhao Shu took 10 seals from his storage bag and handed them to Su Shin, 9 of which were snatched from other teams. Su Shin took it with a smile. Looking at Zhao Shu's appearance, he didn't seem to hate him because of this, but he had some genuine temperament. Dude, what's your name? Su Shin, a letter that keeps the word. You're amazing, my brothers admit it. Zhao Shu gave Su Shin a thumbs up, and left with his 2 companions. Zhao Shu, what's going on? I seem to have forgotten what happened just now. After the 3 left, martial artist Qi Teng asked with a look of fear. I've encountered a monster. Hey, my old man is right, no profession can be underestimated, even a generally weak profession can have some extremely good individuals. This Su Shin will soon become completely famous. Zhao Shu bared his teeth and said with a smile. Zhao Shu is right, this is a monster that ordinary people can't understand and cannot understand. We are so unlucky. Fortunately, he is kind enough to treat us. Hey, wait, he treated us, this does not mean that he is that a medical doctor. The shield warrior Wu Mingxia was very emotional. What's wrong with the medic? They all said that he is an outlier and can't be treated with common sense. And you said that luck is too bad, they are all of the same age, and they fight against such monsters, but it's a blessing. If you want me to say, it's my luck. Zhao Shu, the spearman, said. That's right, I'm afraid this experience will be remembered for a lifetime. Qi Teng recalled the scene when he was caught by his ankle and fell to the ground. Then should we tell others about Su Shin? Why tell other people that Laozi is shriveled, and others will too? It's better to be that Ling Feng, who looks down on people all day long. Ling Feng is not weak. Advertisement. The 3 people's mood gradually calmed down, and they said a word without a word. And at this time, Zhongnan Vocational University, in the president's office, when the vice president Guo Zhen heard the knock on the door, he opened his mouth and said, come in. A woman in the uniform of a college tutor walked in. Principal Guo, your apprentice sent you a video. The content of the video is what happened during the entrance examination just now. After the woman finished speaking, she took out a tablet and handed it to Guo Zhen. Guo Zhen is 83 this year, but his appearance is a mighty middle-aged man, with a restrained and powerful aura on his body. His profession is a fighter. But the world prefers to call him Wu Wang. Yes, Guo Zhen is a Uranus-level professional, or Uranus 7th level. Oh, entrance assessment. Guo Zhen took a hint of interest. He picked up the tablet and clicked the video to play. On the video screen, there is a picture of Su Shin's simple fists defeating Zhao Shu and others in an instant. Not long, only 10 seconds. But after waiting for a few minutes, Guo Zhen raised his head and asked the person in front of him. Have you watched the video? What do you think? Like you, silent for a few minutes. Hey, Guo Zhen shook his head and laughed. The woman was his apprentice, so he naturally wouldn't care about the other person's ridicule, and then continued, this kid is also a martial artist, right? But his physical quality is different from ordinary people, just in terms of strength, at least it has reached the level of silver tier 3, and it does not rule out the possibility that he is not full. That boy Ansui recommended him to me, it seems that he wants me to accept this boy as a disciple. Well, to be honest, I am indeed a little moved by the old man, this boy must have an extraordinary physique, otherwise it is impossible to be in bronze. The 10th order shows such supernatural power. Having said this, a slight smile appeared on Guo Zhen's face. Absolutely genius. This is what he said about Su Shin in his heart. The woman quietly listened to his analysis. Then he said, his occupation is a medic, bronze 10th rank, this has been verified, there is nothing wrong, and there is no dual occupation. Guo Zhen heard the words, his smile slowly disappeared, his head was slowly crooked, and there seemed to be a no. You are joking. No, he is indeed a medical doctor. Junior brother Ansui passed his video to you, not because he is a martial artist, but because he is a medical doctor. Guo Zhen. He was silent again. Chapter 11. With a powerful perception range, not a single fish in the fish pond can escape. Su Shin doesn't know what's going on outside. He saw that after treating Qi Teng, he could wake him up from a coma, so he tried to treat Xia Yingyu again. Unfortunately, however, his life recovery did not include restoring his mental power. Xia Yingyu was mentally injured and was still in a coma, like a sleeping beauty. On the side, Xiao Shongming, a small talker, kept talking on the side. Zhao Shu and the others are not weak, especially Zhao Shu. Although the skills of the spearmen have not yet grown, they are extremely aggressive. You can directly grab other people's weapons and use the skills of the opponent's spearmen. Do you have an expert teacher from outside the world? You're actually dual professional, right? You're pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. You didn't make Yingyu faint on purpose, did you? Quote. She cracked a lot of questions. When I first met this girl, although she talked a little more, Su Shin didn't feel too irritable. After all, Xiao Shongming's voice was very nice, like a yellow warbler singing, like a pearl falling on a plate. She was chatting beside her like a bird, but she didn't have any experience. But now, Su Shin only hates that the other party is not dumb. After a while, Xiao Shongming didn't stop. Su Shin resisted the urge to put something in her mouth, got up and said. I'll take a look around. You are optimistic about Xia classmate. Do you think I'm annoying? Xiao Shongming blinked, realizing Su Shin's impatience, and said a little embarrassedly. Such is her character. Once you open the chat box, you can't stop. My evaluation is that Xiao is so cute. Su Xin replied with a smile. Then he walked away, leaving the words, I'll be back soon. Su Xin didn't go very far. After all, Xia Yingyu's current state is indeed thanks to her, and she must bear some responsibilities. At least she will always observe her vital signs during the 3 days of the entrance examination. He wanted to try something. That is the perception ability of wood style. Because of the different power systems in the world, Su Xin has no so-called chakra. But in fact, the essence of power is not much different. Just like in this world, some warriors have Do Qi, mages have mana and other mixed power systems. So without chakra, Su Xin's wood style ability will not be affected. Maybe even raise the upper limit of wood style. And what Su Xin cares most about is Sage Mode. Without the wood style of Sage Mode, it must be a lot worse. Advertisement. It's just that he can't reach that level yet, but the attempt to connect with the world must continue. Immediately, Su Xin pressed both hands on the ground, and the tree roots extended from the palms and spread rapidly under the ground. Under the surveillance screen, others could not see the slightest clue, but felt that the boy's posture was a bit handsome. Sure enough, within a certain range, I can clearly perceive the existence of living beings, and flesh and blood creatures are obviously different from plant creatures. These should be alien beasts in the secret territory. There are 16. No, there are 3 obvious life characteristics that are different from the others, they should be human. They are about 1,000 meters away from me. Hiss. Su Xin sucked in a sharp breath, her current sensing range is as much as 1,000 meters in diameter. How long will it take me to run 1,000 meters? Su Xin suddenly became interested. At the beginning of the entrance examination, Su Xin took this examination as her own experience, and did not have much competition for it. However, after comparing the combat power of Zhao Shu and the 3, Su Xin found that he had invisibly overestimated his peers. He realized, for him, the so-called entrance examination may be a match for fish ponds. After an idea comes to mind, Su Xin immediately stepped on both feet and ran towards the distance of 1,000 meters. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su Xin counted silently in her heart. Until he saw that the 3 were hunting alien beasts, the number he counted silently in his heart stayed at 28 seconds. This means that Su Xin can run 100 meters in less than 3 seconds, at a constant speed all the time, and there is no gradual deceleration. And as long as he steps on the earth and can always absorb the power of the earth, then Su Xin can always maintain his peak state, there is no consumption at all, this is where he really perverts. The small team of 3 who were fighting the beast suddenly looked at Su Xin in astonishment. At the level of bronze, the professional skill level of professionals has not yet grown, so the strength has an absolute advantage, and it can easily crush the existence of the same level. At least Su Xin saw this fact from the 3 Zhao Shu. He still did not use wood style. His own melee combat skills are already amazing, and he certainly can't let go of the opportunity to practice it in actual combat. As for wood style, you don't need to be proficient in actual combat at all. This thing is directly upgraded 10,000 times, as long as he has enough background, even if it is the first time to use wood style, Senju Hashirama should call him an expert. I want your seal. Advertisement. Su Xin said lightly. Afterwards, he enthusiastically helped them get rid of the remaining alien beasts, and then launched an offensive against the 3. After 10 seconds, the 3 people turned blue and red, swollen everywhere, and then obediently handed over their team's seal. Soon, a day later. What kind of pervert is this kid? How many hours has he been running in such a high-intensity burst to find other teams? Is the physique of a medical doctor really different from ordinary people? This is the first unlucky team that this kid has found. I didn't count them carefully, but there should be dozens. In the hall of the underground base, Su Xin's figure is constantly appearing on multiple surveillance screens, which means that he is moving in a large area. The expressions on the faces of the instructors were simply wonderful. Different from the amazing feeling of such peerless geniuses. Su Xin's directness gives people a sense of horror. It makes people wonder if he is a human, or a humanoid beast. It's been 10 hours. They didn't even see the picture of Su Xin stopping to rest. Freaks, pervert, evildoer. Various adjectives that were different from ordinary people kept appearing in the examiners' mouths. Zhang Yu looked at the phone absent-mindedly. She has informed her teacher of Su Xin's existence. Her teacher is a Grandmaster-level cleric who is also an auxiliary occupation. You can doubt the frontal power of supporting professions, but don't challenge other people's connections. Bullying high-level assistants. If you are a distant person, the person who comes to do you may be one or even multiple Uranus-level powerhouses. There are different professions, so naturally there is a so-called professional circle. In Zhang Yu's heart, Su Xin is already an out-and-out genius physician and a bright rising star in the auxiliary world. Of course she doesn't want to let it go. Combat support. It sounds exciting. Chapter 12. A strong opponent, a genius. Thunder Mage and Berserker. Zhang Yu didn't wait for a response from his teacher, but he did wait for King Guo Wu. I have seen Senior King Wu. Senior King Wu, why are you here? In the underground base, when a group of examiners saw the people coming, they were shocked and hurriedly saluted. Don't be cautious, I heard that there was a strange boy in the entrance examination this year. I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look. Guo Zhen laughed and signaled all the examiners to be safe. With Guo Zhen's status and strength, it is not that he has never seen a so-called genius. But what interests him is a different talent than a genius. It is clear, a medic can have the strength and physique to disdain other professions at the bronze rank, which is enough to make King Guo Wu care. And Sui, come and talk about this kid carefully. King Guo Wu looked at one of the examiners, named Sui, but he was one of his many disciples. And Sui looked young. He looked like he was in his 30s, but he was already a martial artist of the first rank of masters, and he was also a great martial artist. Apprentice in Suibi and Kaido. Su Shin's physical fitness is indeed different from ordinary people, but what is even more shocking is his stamina and resilience. Before your future, he looked everywhere for other teams to scramble for seals, and ran for more than 10 hours, but he was not seen. How tired you are. After listening to Guo Wang, his eyes fell on Su Shin on the monitor screen in front of him. At this time, Su Shin was fighting with another three-man team. But the battle lasted for a very short time, and it was over after only 10 seconds. In addition, it can be shown that Su Shin does not have any fighting skills. At the beginning, he obviously couldn't control his strength, but now he is much better, and he will not be seriously injured when he shoots. And Sui added another sentence. There were indeed reasons for Su Shin's lack of control when he injured Zhao Shu before. But at the moment, the three unlucky people only suffered from skin trauma and muscle pain, indicating that Su Shin's power control skills are gradually becoming proficient. The opponent is too weak. King Guo Wu pondered for a while, then suddenly said something. He is a past person, and he knows that in the bronze rank, if he has a huge advantage in strength, he has an absolute advantage in combat power. Advertisement. But as the level increases, the advantage of strength will gradually disappear, and the professional skills of others will grow up, and it cannot be fought by brute force. King Guo Wu felt a little pity in his heart. This first-class jade is actually a medical professional. If it is a martial artist or any combat profession, this special physique is different from ordinary people, and it will definitely make a difference in the future. Can you arrange for a talented team to have an unexpected encounter with this kid? After a while, King Guo Wu tried to ask. Sure. The examiners hesitated, but in the end they dared not go against King Wu's wishes. Now, the examiners discussed in private for a while, and one of the examiners left the base. This examiner is a beastmaster, a relatively rare profession. Soon, the examiner's figure appeared on the monitoring screen. He deliberately controlled the alien beast group, leading a certain team in the direction of Su Shin. It's only 10 minutes. The three meet Su Shin. Su Shin doesn't have any props like a storage bag, so she is carrying a backpack, which is filled with stamps. The alien herd passed by. Su Shin's gaze bypassed the alien beast and landed on the three people in front of him. The person at the head is a short-haired woman, wearing black gloves, with crescent eyebrows and star eyes, her skin is crimson like jade, and she has an extremely tall and proud figure. Su Shin's eyes fell on the woman's heart, and a few words popped out in her mind. Big big. The other party's temperament and appearance made Su Shin stunned for a while. This girl has a cold temperament, and her appearance is even better than that of Yingui. And her teammates are two teenagers. A person with a handsome face and an unremarkable appearance, looks harmless to humans and animals. The other person has a normal expression, his face is quiet, like a stuffy gourd. Dude, why are you alone? The handsome and innocent-looking boy saw Su Shin, took a step forward, and asked with a smile. Advertisement. Seeing that Su Shin didn't reply, and seemed to meet the beautiful woman's eyes, Wang Yi, a handsome young man, exclaimed strangely. You don't know her. She is Yan Jing, a famous genius in Zhongnan City. Su Shin heard the words, a little dazed. The names Yan Jing and Ling Feng had been heard from Zhao Shu. Yan Jing, a student of Zhongnan No. 1 middle school, has always occupied the first place in Zhongnan No. 1 high school with her melee combat skills before she awakened her profession. After her awakening, her profession is Mage Lei, which is extremely rare among mages. Take Su Shin's teammate Yingui as an example. Yingui and Yan Jing have competed in private several times, but without exception they lost to Yan Jing in 1.5 moves. The two are also called 8 trigrams. Zhongnan Shuangjiao. Her teammate Wang Yi is also a student from Zhongnan No. 1 middle school, but he has always performed mediocre, but he has awakened the berserker profession among fighters. The level of berserker's combat power is erratic, and it is not unusual to step up in the state of residual blood, EH. He is the son-in-law of the Lin family, and his fiancée, Lin Tonger, was the 3rd place in the single-person entrance examination last year. But I heard that he is not very popular in the Lin family. The remaining one is a student from Zhongnan Licheng No. 1 middle school. His name is Chong Ziyu. His occupation is a foundry. He doesn't seem to like talking very much. The professions of these 3 people can be described as special. Coincidentally, the 3 of them are all randomly formed teams. Here at the underground base, an examiner was giving a brief character introduction to King Guo Wu. Yan Jing. The other 2 King Guo Wu had no impression, but Yan Jing, a talented and beautiful person in Zhongnan City, paid attention to such talented juniors. You just said that Yingui was Su Shin's teammate, who? King Guo Wu suddenly thought of something. The city lord of Luo City, Sha Nan, was also his junior, and even had the grace of teaching. On festival days, Sha Nan will naturally visit his old senior, and sometimes bring Yingui with him. Therefore, compared to Yan Jing, King Guo Wu is more familiar with Yingui, and also recognizes the girl's talent and temperament. Here. And Sui pointed to a surveillance screen next to him. There are two girls in the picture. Xiao Shang grimaced, while Xia Yingyu was in a coma in her arms, scolding from time to time. Xia Yingyu was knocked unconscious by Su Xin's life recovery skills, but there is no danger to her life for the time being. Guo Wawang's expression suddenly paused. Then he laughed. Ha ha ha, this kid named Su Xin, the old man is getting more and more curious. Chapter 13. Shocked. The genius who had been scraping for a long time was punched for a second. Hand over the stamp. After Su Xin looked at the three of Yan Jing, he smiled at them and said something. I thought you were in conflict with your team, but I didn't expect you to be a lone wolf in team mode. Berserker Wang Yi immediately shook his head and laughed after hearing this. Genius Yan, leave it to me. He then informed Yan Jing at the side. Yan Jing's cold face did not respond, but there was a strange taste in his eyes when he looked at Su Xin. Drink. The team encounters in the entrance examination, there is no need for nonsense, just start the battle and compare the outcome. At this time, Wang Yi shouted loudly. He took out a half-length giant broadsword from the storage bag, with the power of red blood enveloping him all over his body, and dashing forward, the distance between him and Su Xin rapidly shortened. Cross slash. When he came to Su Xin, the heavy sword in Wang Yi's hand was swinging very fast, and the sword was even bigger in Su Xin's eyes. But the next second, he saw Su Xin slammed his right fist out, hitting the blade of the great sword. Clang. What? Wang Yi suddenly felt a huge shock coming from the tiger's mouth in his hands, and there was a tearing pain. Before he could react, the giant sword had already escaped, and was sent flying by Su Xin with a punch. Yan Jing in the back saw this scene, and a look of shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. She did not see the so-called battle-hardened fighting skills from Su Xin. But his punch, so exaggerated. FK, this guy. Wang Yi, who had lost the giant sword, looked at Su Xin blankly, obviously bewildered by the beating. He is a berserker. Berserkers are ordinary warriors in their normal state. But at the moment of life and death, when everything is abandoned, the true power of this profession will be revealed. Obviously, Wang Yi did not understand the essence of this profession. He was stunned in place, just a face-to-face confrontation, and he thought he was inferior to Su Xin, so he looked at Yan Jing behind him, and he took a few steps back. That foundry Chong Xiu was not a fighting profession at all, and he was not even a threat. Thunderbolt. At this time, that day, Yan Jing suddenly shot without warning. Her whole body turned into an electric arc, and the speed was as fast as thunder, and Su Xin even saw a cluster of electric lights out of the corner of her eyes, and the latter had already deceived her. Yan Jing jumped thunder arcs all over his body. Advertisement. If Su Xin didn't know that Wang Yi was a berserker, he could definitely tell at a glance that the opponent was Mage Lei. And, as a mage, this girl is keen on close combat. Crackle. Boom. Yan Jing's strong long legs kicked sideways with a whip, and the speed was so fast that he kicked out the afterimage directly, and even kicked Su Xin's abdomen unceremoniously. This chick's strength is not exaggerated compared to Su Xin. But at the moment of being kicked, an electric current swept through the whole body along the contact point, causing Su Xin to temporarily suffer from general paralysis. And Yan Jing's strength is not only the profession of Master Lei, but also has her own outstanding fighting skills. Xia Yingyu's swordsmanship, Yan Jing's fists and feet. This Zhongnan Shuangjiao has one thing in common, that is, even if they don't have a corresponding profession, the skills they cultivate are enough to be called superb. I didn't miss the chance that Su Xin was paralyzed. Thunder Fist. Yan Jing gave a low drink, and his fists with black gloves were suddenly covered with a layer of lightning halo. Because it is an entrance examination. Therefore, Yan Jing still intends to keep his hand at this time, and he does not do his best. But when she punched Su Xin's abdomen, the opponent remained motionless even though a cluster of lightning flashed from his entire body. And, the touch is different. Yan Jing looked at him in shock, only to think that there was some kind of armor under Su Xin's clothes. This made Yan Jing's beautiful eyes congeal, and controlled the thunder arc to blow Su Xin's upper body clothes directly, revealing Su Xin's well-defined upper body. What are you doing? Su Xin was stunned for a moment, her face flushed subconsciously, and she was furious. This girl, why are you taking off your clothes? No defensive equipment. Yan Jing was puzzled, but the touch of the blow was completely different. Of course it is. At this time, Su Xin has already used wood style, and his skin has been covered with a layer of wood veneer, but the veneer cannot be distinguished with the naked eye. What's your occupation? Yan Jing asked when he stopped. You guess. Can you guess my fist? Yan Jing's eyes turned cold, and he no longer hesitated to hurt the other party. Thunderbolt. A thunderous sound was deafening, and Yan Jing's whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning. It was hard to imagine how she used so many thunder elements at the 10th level bronze level. After being entangled by lightning. Advertisement. Whether it is speed or attack, Yan Jing has to rise to a new level. She stood with her fists side by side, and the fists hit Su Xin like a hurricane. Sharp. Wang Yi, who was watching the battle, showed sincere admiration in his eyes. He knew that the gap between himself and Yan Jing was huge, but he didn't expect it to be so big. In his sight, he couldn't see Yan Jing's specific figure at all, and his eyes were full of thunder and lightning fists that turned into afterimages. Bang bang bang. The strong bombardment continued to explode all over Su Xin, as if a bomb had been set on Su Xin's body, and they detonated at the same time. Hi, is this Yan Jing? Sure enough, this year's top talent, such strength. Isn't the most surprising thing about Yan Jing's fighting skills. If she is a martial artist, she is afraid that she will go straight to the golden rank just in terms of skills. Wait, you only noticed Yan Jing, didn't you notice Su Shin who was beaten? This kid can't keep up with Yan Jing's speed, but on this side of King Guo Wu, in the surveillance screen in front of him, the battle between Yan Jing and Su Shin has broken out, and the examiners are talking a lot. Only King Guo Wu kept his eyes on Su Shin, without any intention of turning away. He naturally knew about such geniuses as Yan Jing. Worthy of the name of genius. But Su Shin, this kid is weird. So weird. It's so strange that he, Uranus, can't see the clue from the surveillance screen only. At this time, in that picture, Su Shin suddenly punched out and shouted, "You are making me so itchy." Boom. Click. With Yan Jing's speed, Su Shin's punching speed could naturally be reflected, but Nizi made a misjudgment and used the method of cross-blocking with both hands to meet the punch for the first time. As a result, her arms were instantly broken, and the surging force that swept through her body even more. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Yan Jing's eyes widened suddenly, looking at the boy who punched in front of him in disbelief. Before she even had any extra thoughts, her consciousness was instantly shrouded in darkness. What kind of monster are you? Wang Yi exclaimed, his voice tinged with horror. He saw with his own eyes that Yan Jing suppressed Su Shin with an absolute advantage, but after Su Shin punched out, he directly broke Yan Jing's arms. With a tilt of his head, he fell into a coma. This huge contrast made Wang Yi unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Yan Jing is a genius who can be ranked in the whole country. Actually, it was so easy to be killed by one punch. Chapter 14. The candidates can't hold back together. Someone is wholesale stamping. This kid, the old man wants it. In the hall of the underground base, King Guo Wu's tone was firm and loud. All the examiners came back to their senses, but no one said a word. On the other hand, Zhang Yu, the examiner-headed Tai, said in a low voice, "Senior King Wu, Su Shin is a medical practitioner. It doesn't matter, the old man will find a way to let him have a second job." King Guo Wu waved his hand indifferently. Actually, it's hard. But Guo Zhen Uranus was too excited for Su Shin. Other examiners may just think that Su Shin's physique is different from ordinary people, and he dominates the bronze rank with an absolute strength advantage. However, in Guo Zhen's eyes, what he sees is growth. At the bronze rank, you can have such a physique, with defense, strength, and resilience in one. If you can maintain a proud growth curve in the future, that's fine. And Sui, after the entrance examination is over, bring this kid to see me immediately. In addition, you can also collect some information about this kid for me. After Guo Zhen confessed, he was about to leave. Teacher, won't you watch for a while? Examiner and Sui asked involuntarily. Don't look at it, just from the performance of strength, this kid has at least 40 or 50 tons of force. At this level, he is invincible at the bronze rank. No matter how skilled those geniuses are, they can't surpass this level. Power gap. Guo Zhen shook his head and laughed. He can't wait. Can't wait to see Su Shin's growth curve after being promoted to the silver rank. After a few hours, are you awake? Yan Jing opened his eyes, just in time to see Wang Yi, whose upper body was exposed, came over, and immediately knocked Wang Yi out with a punch. Grass. Wang Yi yelled and cursed. Su Shin's clothes were blown up by Yan Jing, so he took off Wang Yi's clothes directly. My hand. Yan Jing looked at her arms blankly. Before she lost consciousness, she remembered that her arms should be broken. I didn't expect that the guy who gave you a second with a punch is actually a medic. Of course, I think he must have a dual career. Hey, this year is more interesting than previous years. Just by hiding his career, there are 3 jobs in the Zhongnan area. 1. The pervert monster with exaggerated power has appeared again, and I am afraid that I will be suppressed for the rest of my college career. Wang Yi rubbed his heart that was hit, and said with a grin. The boring gourd Chong Ziyu on the side remained silent. The 3 of them were not familiar with each other, and they randomly formed a team together. Even if they were both students of Zhongnan No. 1 middle school, the first time Wang Yi and Yan Jing spoke was in this entrance examination. Yan Jing did not respond to Wang Yi's words. He lowered his head, thinking silently. Looking back on her battle with Su Shin, she felt an inexplicable feeling of grievance welling up in her heart. Advertisement. I punched the opponent so many punches, the other party's shit is fine. And the other party just punched himself, and he almost returned to the West. This huge gap in strength made Yan Jing unacceptable for a while. Wang Yi then mentioned that all the seals of their team had been handed over to Su Shin. What's his name? Yan Jing suddenly raised his head and asked. His name is Su Shin. He is very casual and easy to talk to. I asked for his phone number, do you want it? Su Shin. Yan Jing recited the name silently in his mind, and then wrote down Su Shin's phone number. Look at Su Shin again. He took some effort to return to the position where Xiao Shongning stayed before. But when he came back, he found that Xiao Shongning and Xia Yingui were no longer there. This left him speechless. He had to continue looking for Xiao Shongning's trace nearby. During the search for Xiao Shongning, he met Zhao Shu, a spearman who confessed himself to be lucky, and took the opportunity to grab the seals collected by the 3 of them. Time goes by fast. The assessment secret realm is a small world with its own dimension. Not to mention more than 30,000 candidates, it is more than 300,000, which is more than enough. Therefore, the density of candidates is not concentrated. It's harder to find someone in a specific way. If it wasn't for King Guowu's deliberate arrangement, Su Xin wouldn't even be able to meet such a genius as Yan Jing. Su Xin searched for a long time and couldn't find Xiao Shongming, so she gave up and continued to collect the number of seals. Time is like a girl's side leakage. It passed by inadvertently. Today, at some point in time, a large number of drones began to appear in the sky above the secret realm, playing, "The assessment time is over, all candidates please evacuate from the exit in an orderly manner." There are 4 exits in total. When Su Xin came to the entrance and exit where he came in, it was crowded with people, queuing up to leave the secret realm in an orderly manner. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard, Xia Yingyu fell into a coma for some reason. Xiao Shongming carried her on her back to grab the seal, but she didn't hit it, but was robbed of the seal. Have you heard? Ling Feng and Zhang Dongyang met, and the result is that Ling Feng won, and it seems to be easy to win. Impossible. Zhang Dongyang and Ling Feng are both knights, and the difference in strength between the two should not be big. Anyway, I heard, by the way, how many seals do you have on your body? Not much, there are only 3, but I have collected a lot of different animal tails, so it is certain that the admission will be successful. Quote. When queuing out of the secret realm, some candidates were talking and laughing. Xia Yingyu is really famous in the Zhongnan area. After hearing some of the talk, Su Xin thought so. Advertisement. Soon, Su Xin stepped through the door of light and shadow and stepped out of the secret realm. Outside, it was even more lively. A group of people gathered around. Su Xin glanced out of the corner of his eyes, and found that it was Xiao Shongming who was aggrieved like a gas bag and was about to cry. She was holding the unconscious Xia Yingyu and was surrounded by strong onlookers. What to look at, what to look at, if you haven't seen a beautiful woman, go away. Xiao Shong shouted angrily, why didn't you wait for me where you were? Su Xin stepped forward and said something. You have the face to say. Seeing that the source of her anger was blaming herself instead, Xiao Shongming was even more angry and pointed at Su Xin, as if she had a pneumothorax, she couldn't breathe for a long time. FK. The results of the Lingfeng team are out, a total of 209 seals. I'm through. It's so outrageous, my team has just broken through the single digits. Fantastic, this is the highest score so far, followed by Dai Zhao's 156. At this time, a heated discussion broke out at the score verification office. Come here and count your grades. Su Xin raised her eyebrows at Xiao Shongming, and patted the bulging backpack behind her. Xiao Shongming was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that? An absurd idea unfolded in my heart. When Su Xin brought Xiao Shongming to the result verification office, he looked at the staff in front of him, zipped open the backpack, and then poured out the seal inside. Wow. The staff in charge of checking the results were dumbfounded, watching the seal roll in front of their eyes. Look, what's going on over there? FK, is it fake? Why so many seals? What kind of ruthless is this Nima? Who is he? Quote. The candidates were attracted by the movement here and gathered more and more. They looked at the pile of seals like a hill. Immediately anesthetize. I can't stand it anymore. Someone is wholesale stamping. Chapter 15 named after Yan Guo, the name of the medical doctor Su Xin. The inside story. There must be an inside story. Who is this person? Zhongnan City is a genius with a name and a surname, but I have never seen him before. He is on the same team as Xiao Shongming and Xia Yingyu, and he must have a profound background that no one knows about. Not fair. Replay. Quote. When more and more candidates gathered around, some voices of doubt came out one after another. Xiao Shongming, who was carrying Xia Yingyu on her back, seemed to have lost all other voices. There was only the back of the young man in front of her eyes. Do not know why, the boy suddenly became more and more mysterious in her eyes. It was as if the actions of the youth in the past had become unfathomable. The number of seals is 1153. At this time, the staff reported the number of seals after the count. Su Xin nodded. He didn't count it carefully, but it should be roughly the same. A total of more than 10,000 seals were issued during the entrance examination, and Su Xin alone got 1/10. Of course it wasn't because Su Xin grabbed more than 1,000 teams. However, some teams have a lot of seals in their hands. For example, Yan Jing's team has 150 seals. Then what is the first reward? Su Xin asked the staff. He was very concerned about this aspect. 5 million bursaries per person, a silver 10th tier top weapon per person will be given to the top performers in the team, and a skill book will be given to the top performers in the team. The top weapons of the 10th rank of silver are worth about 3 million to 5 million. The value of a skill book is hard to measure, but the skill book given by Zhongnan Vocational College is definitely not a general skill. After silently calculating the value in my heart, Su Xin was very emotional. Is this him a university, a consortium? It's too rich. More than 1,000 seals. Is it a bit exaggerated? At this time, the crowd of onlookers automatically separated a road, and a group of 3 people was heading towards this side. The first person has a sword-like brow and star-shaped eyes, and has an extraordinary temperament, with a long sword hanging from his waist. It's Ling Feng. Some people exclaimed that this is a genius who was famous in the Zhongnan region earlier this year. Fight. Fight. There was a gunman shouting, and Su Xin followed the voice to see that it was the spearman Zhao Shu who had been kidnapped twice by him. Advertisement. I have doubts about this result. Ling Feng walked to the staff, glanced at Su Xin, and then Zhang Sheng said. This. The staff also thought it was outrageous, and they didn't know how to respond for a while. Fortunately, at this time, an examiner was present. Because King Guo Wu let go of his words, the one who came this time was King Wu's apprentice and Sui instructor. Ansui was tall and big, with a standard martial arts physique. Even though he wore loose martial uniforms, he could not hide his strong body like a dragon. There is no doubt about the results of Su Xin, Xia Yingyu, and Xiao Shangming. Our examiners can guarantee them. And Sui announced aloud. Then he looked at Su Xin and smiled. Student Su, is it convenient for you now? Su Xin glanced at Xia Yingyu who was still in a coma. And Sui understood and said, someone will take Xia to the hospital soon. That's fine. Su Xin nodded. He is not a fool, he knows that his performance should attract enough attention and attention can be said to be a good thing. In the current world, genius is the capital with pride, and there is no shortage of people to cultivate. And what Su Xin is now pursuing is the rapid upgrade and transition in the early stage. When his background is fully grown, the true power of wood style can be fully revealed. Wait, when Su Xin was about to leave within Sui, Ling Feng still spoke unwillingly. Ling Feng is also a powerful family in Zhongnan City. He doesn't care about stipends and silver-level weapons and equipment, but the skill book reward, he doesn't want to let it go. I said, Su Xin's grades are fine. Before waiting for Su Xin to reply, and Sui strode forward to Ling Feng, who was nearly 2 meters tall and looked down at the genius with a sense of oppression. Ling Feng's next words were forced back by Sui. Let's go. And Sui then left with Su Xin. Looking at the background of the two leaving, Ling Feng lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. I don't know if he was indignant because Sui pressed him with momentum, or was unwilling because the first was taken away by Su Xin. Shortly after Su Xin left, the seal ranking of the entrance examination will be released soon. The first is the undisputed Su Xin trio. The second is Ling Feng's team. Advertisement. And just a few hours after the entrance examination results came out. The results of the results were first spread throughout the Zhongnan region. After learning the results and occupation of the first place, it completely detonated the professional circle. Xia Yingyu's sudden illness and coma are obvious to all. And Xiao Shangming's strength knows all about it. For a while, the focus of the Zhongnan region fell on Su Xin. In a very short period of time, it spread all over the Yan Kingdom and ranked first in the hot search on the entire Yan Kingdom network. There is no reason for him to be the first in the hot search. Physician. Really, is there a strong man in the auxiliary profession? It must be a dual career to say that Su Xin, relying on his personal strength, has pulled out a cliff-like performance gap in second place. Is this the circle of geniuses? I can only hear it on the internet for the rest of my life. It's out. Su Xin's personal information was hacked online. An orphan, he was mediocre before the entrance examination. After the entrance examination, he immediately became a blockbuster and became the hottest talent in the Zhongnan area. I understand, this script for the rise of the Dark Horse, combined with the orphan's family background, is the protagonist. It's not good to make fun of one's parents. Quote. With the heat wave on the internet, discussions of medic Su Xin abound. And at this moment, Yan Jing Professional University. Junior brother Qi, you have a lot of talented people in Luokong no. One middle school. That's Su Xin, have you heard that he just won the first place in Zhongnan Vocational College? I don't know if the rumor is true or not, that Su Xin is an auxiliary profession. Physician. In a martial arts room, Qi Luwu was cultivating, and the elder brother next to him held a mobile phone and spoke with great interest. I have no impression of him. Qi Luwu shook his head, his appearance was plain, and he had a popular face everywhere, but because he was a hidden professional, his face would no longer be popular. It's said on the internet that Su Xin is a dual professional, and I think that's the same. Otherwise, how could an auxiliary profession really achieve this step? The teacher smiled. Every year in the entrance examination, there will be bright talents in various regions, but if I say, it has to be a hidden profession like junior brother Qi to have the last laugh. That's why hidden occupations are not allowed to participate in the entrance examination. Otherwise, the first must be the hidden occupations in the Zhongnan area this year. Qi Luwu is Kaido. That's what my brother said. He is not following the other party's words. But really think so. The power of hidden professions. Only the owner can really feel it. Chapter 16 Dragon Knight King Jingyu, the arrogance and conceit of the man of destiny. After Su Xin and Sui left the assessment base, the latter did not take him to see King Guo Wu immediately. But back to Los Angeles. Because this is to let Su Xin move directly to Zhongnan Vocational University and come back to pack up. During the period, when Sui chatted with Su Xin, he would always bring the topic to the profession of martial fighter. He told Su Xin which martial arts fighter made the world astonishing, and said that my generation of martial artists can shake the world and so on. Words. It seems to be deliberately guiding Su Xin to have a yearning and longing for the profession of martial artist. After a day of tidying up, Su Xin headed to the center of the Zhongnan area, Zhongnan City. The city where the 7 sons of the empire are located is the 7 main cities of the Yan Kingdom, the top prosperous city in the world. The 7 sons of the empire are Yan Jing, Modu, Central Plains, Northern Xinjiang, Laodong, Zhongnan, and Ziling. These basic common sense, Su Xin, who had been traveling over for almost a month, naturally understood. As for the endless wilderness beyond the kingdom city, then you need to experience it yourself. There are opportunities everywhere, and the copy of the secret realm can be encountered at any time. At the same time, it is also a carnival place for brave and dangerous people. When thinking about the mind, the car has stopped at the east entrance of Zhongnan Vocational University. Student Su Xin. Its classmate Su Xin. When I got out of the car with Sui instructor. Media reporters from various camps immediately flocked to surround Su Xin, eager to shove the microphone into Su Xin's mouth. Student Su Xin, are you really just an auxiliary occupational medical practitioner? I heard that you defeated Yan Jing, a local genius in Zhongnan this year, in the entrance examination. Is this true? They crackled and asked all kinds of questions. Su Xin raised her face and didn't answer. Sui instructor pushed his way out of the group of reporters and led Su Xin into the campus. Immediately after, he ordered someone to deliver Su Xin's package to the students' dormitory, while Sui took Su Xin straight to the principal's office where King Guo Wu was. In fact, all professional universities are managed by vice presidents, and the presidents are the top powerhouses in the world pyramid, and generally do not show up. Only halfway there. Advertisement. However, a group of people stopped the two of Su Xin. Sui saw the person coming, but the words he was about to reprimand stayed on his lips. Because the person in front of him is the Dragon Knight Wang Jingyu, one of the only 3 hidden professionals in Zhongnan City this year. The other 2, the shadow assassin Qi Luwu, were dug up to Yan Jing University. Another person is the Blood Emperor, Blood Mage Tan Hong. The most famous of the 3 is the Dragon Knight Wang Jingyu, because when he awakened his profession, he gave him a dragon egg. And this dragon egg has hatched with the help of the school. It was a miniature Western dragon, sleeping soundly on Wang Jingyu's shoulder. This Wang Jingyu's family background is ordinary, but because of his hidden occupation, it can be said that the tide has risen, and directly because of an awakening, he has achieved the class jump that countless people dreamed of. His current teacher is also a Uranus-level powerhouse from Zhongnan University. Notably, Wang Jingyu didn't come alone, there was Ling Feng beside him, and a few other people, who seemed to be his younger brother. Our followers. Anyway, the position is very important. Wang Jingyu and Ling Feng walked side by side, and the others had to stand at the left and right rear. Senior brother Ansui, would it be convenient for me and student Su to say a few words? Wang Jingyu's face was a little strange, with squinting eyebrows and a fierce look on his face, he said something to Sui instructor. Sui hesitated, but he still glanced at Su Xin and said, I'll wait for you in the principal's office. It seems that this disciple of King Wu also wants to give some face to the hidden professional. As for genius Ling Feng, at least not yet qualified. After Sui left, Wang Jingyu looked at Su Xin curiously and said, I heard you defeated Yan Jing. Who are you? Su Xin asked rhetorically. I'm Wang Jingyu. Wang Jingyu said lightly. What's wrong, classmate Wang? Wang Jingyu glanced at Ling Feng and said, I want to make a deal with you. My friend Ling Feng, I really need the first skill book reward in the entrance examination, but I don't want to be hard on others, but after I got to know them, I realized that you are really only a medical doctor, not a dual professional. The skill book provided by the school cannot be an auxiliary skill, so this skill book is optional for you now. Having said this, Wang Jingyu raised his eyebrows and said, I know, Vice Principal Guo, Your Excellency, has taken a fancy to you and will accept you as a disciple, but it is not much easier to give you a second career than to awaken a hidden career. At that time, you don't really need this skill book. Advertisement. So I want you to transfer this skill book. When Su Xin heard it, it turned out to be the case. What he said wasn't much of a problem. If you are an auxiliary occupation, you cannot obtain offensive skills through the skill book, you can only use an offensive occupation. This is the career setting of this world. What's the transaction price you offered? Su Xin asked. If the price is right, it's okay to sell it. After all, he can use money to convert the props and experience points required for various upgrades. Although there are side effects, he has life to absorb and can be ignored. The upgrade items and experience points required for low levels can be purchased, just like the experience potion. There is no price, but you can ask me to do something for you in the future, which is equivalent to getting a favor from me, Wang Jingyu. When I heard Wang Jingyu's words, Su Xin directly wondered if she had heard it wrong. What? Empty gloves and white wolf on Laozi. But Wang Jingyu's expression was very serious. He really thinks his favor is worth it. I don't know if Wang Jingyu is too confident or too stupid. I believe that I will be able to become a top professional powerhouse in the future, and a favor will be enough to make the world desperately grab it. He even thought that this kind of transaction was made by Su Xin. Su Xin went on to say, yes, but in addition to your favor, you have to add a condition. What conditions, you say? Wang Jingyu smiled. Ling Feng, who was beside him, was also surprised by Su Xin's refreshment. But it's good for him. Wang Jingyu does not lack professional skills, but he lacks, and the skill books provided by Zhongnan University are definitely excellent skills. I want your favor, plus your mother, I'll give you the skill book. Before Wang Jingyu could react, Su Xin added, it's not my mother, I don't want it. Chapter 17 You have a dragon, do I? Wood-style Mulong technique. What did you say? When Wang Jingyu reacted to Su Xin's words, his expression suddenly turned cold. The miniature Western dragon lying on his shoulders suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at Su Xin. In this world, dragon-type creatures are extremely powerful. However, because the growth period is too long, the dragon-type creatures in childhood cannot be seen much. However, once dragon creatures are bound with certain occupations, their growth cycle will be shortened rapidly. Especially the hidden profession, Dragon Knight. Starting with a dragon egg, as long as there is a steady supply of resources, the dragon it drives will grow faster. Wang Jingyu is indeed proud of his hidden profession. But he didn't come to find Su Xin's trading skill book just because of Ling Feng's request. He is more short of money than Su Xin. Despite having a teacher Uranus, there is still a shortage of money. It is enough to cultivate a dragon slowly, but if you want the dragon to grow rapidly, the consumption of wealth and resources is extremely exaggerated. This Wang Jingyu came from an ordinary family and could not rely on his elders. This time, Ling Feng found him and asked him to come forward and ask Su Xin to give up the skill book, and the reward he gave was 20 million feet. This price is much lower than the quality skill books provided by the school. Roar. Aware of the master's anger at this time, the mini dragon on Wang Jingyu's shoulder suddenly roared, and then the mini's body was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, it turned out to be more than 10 meters in size. This is the real size of this dragon after it hatched. For a moment, the still very immature Longwei is majestic around him, and he already has a good sense of coercion. At this moment, Wang Jingyu jumped on the back of the Western dragon, looked down at Su Xin condescendingly, and shouted. Are you going to repeat what you just said? In other words, the change in Wang Jingyu's mentality is very realistic. He was originally just an ordinary class, and he couldn't match up with the real dignitaries, but because he had awakened a hidden profession, he jumped straight to the dragon gate. This magical class jump is even more exaggerated than suddenly becoming a nouveau riche. The more I lacked, the more I wanted. Now he is a hidden professional in the world's attention, a Uranus-level strong teacher who is looking forward to him, and the attention of such behemoths as Zhongnan University. A combination of factors. Advertisement. In the past, he was just a small person. Now, even if he has not fully grown up, he is more concerned about the attitude of others towards him. I said I want to FKU. Su Xin raised her head and looked at Wang Jingyu, the mocking expression on her face was undiminished. Breathe. Before Su Xin finished speaking, he saw Wang Jingyu pointing at Su Xin, and directly ordered the Western dragon under him to attack Su Xin. Roar. The Western dragon immediately raised his head and opened his mouth, and a halo of energy was rapidly brewing in his mouth. The Western dragon is flying high in the air, and cannot be reached by ordinary attacks. This Su Xin really dares to fight against Wang Jingyu. No matter how strong he is, it's useless if he can't hit anyone. This is not a good thing for me. When these two really fight, I may have to offend both of them at once, especially Wang Jingyu. The strength of the Dragon Knight increases with the level, and his dragon fighting strength is more and more terrifying. If you hate me because of this. On the side, Ling Feng could not hold back the situation when he saw the situation, and began to regret it in his heart. But he couldn't do it either. It is true that the Ling family is a famous family in Zhongnan City, but it is precisely because of the big family that there are many direct descendants of the family. Every year there are talents, and there is really no shortage of him, Ling Feng. So the price of 20 million is the limit that Ling Feng can come up with. And at this price, it's a lot worse than the high-quality skill book, and it's impossible for Su Xin to directly trade it to him. Boom. As soon as Ling Feng's mind arrived here, he saw that the Western dragon's breath attack had already fallen. A straight and bright blue beam of light rushed towards Su Xin below. Wood-style wood ingot wall. Dong dong dong. Su Xin clenched his arms suddenly, and at the critical moment, several giant trees burst out of the ground under his feet, and then made his defense impregnable. The breath attack of the Western dragon slammed on the wooden wall. It will be impossible to break through for a while. What kind of skill is this? Wood, mage. This Su Xin, it's not just exaggerated physical fitness. He has other professional skills, and he didn't use it in the entrance examination at all. Ling Feng and a few people next to him couldn't help exclaiming in shock. Just you have a dragon. Su Xin laughed angrily and shouted in his heart, wood-style Mulong technique. Caw caw caw. Advertisement. The crisp ground-breaking sound suddenly sounded. I saw that the ground under my feet suddenly cracked, and a wood vine sprang up. The seed of the wood vine began to break its shell, and then an oriental dragon quickly grew out of the seed. Wood dragon technique. However, it can only be said that it is the worst castration version when it is displayed by the current Su Xin. The size of the wooden dragon is only about 20 meters in size. The power of all wood styles moves depends on Su Xin's personal background. The stronger his background, the more life energy in his body, the more exaggerated the wood style displayed. And the hidden profession is worthy of being a hidden profession. The strength of that Western dragon is not something that can be easily solved by a force of about 50 tons. The anger on Wang Jingyu's face at high altitude was instantly replaced by astonishment. Dragon Claw. Most of his professional skills are used in conjunction with Western dragons, and even in the early stage, the power is more than ordinary professional skills. But in front of the wooden dragon, his dragon couldn't exert any strength at all. I saw the Western dragon wailing and screaming, and was directly bound by the wooden dragon, and its life energy was strongly absorbed by the wooden dragon, just like the wooden dragon was absorbing the chakra of 9 tails. The chakra of 9 tails is almost infinite, so it is bearable. But even though the life energy of this young Western dragon far surpassed that of a human professional of the same level, in front of the wooden dragon, it was nothing but a sucking pleasure. No, in just a few minutes. The appearance of the Western dragon is shockingly sluggish, and the breath of life it exudes is dying. Stop it. Wang Jingyu was in a hurry. But Su Xin was unforgiving at all. He is very clear about the reason for hitting a punch, lest 100 punches come. If this Wang Jingyu is not rectified today, the number of so-called stinky fish and rotten shrimp will only increase in the future. Prestige is played out, not blown out. The other side. The genius Ling Feng and several Wang Jingyu's younger brothers were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. This Su Xin, so strong. Amazing. Chapter 18 Uranus level beast-ear girl. Xiao Shangming. But Su Xin is really handsome. Wood dragon technique is one of the iconic moves of wood style. If Su Xin let go of the power of the earth, then the size of the wooden dragon could never be only 20 meters. But it was a desperate move. Use your own body as a medium to transfer the power of the earth, and then use wood style to increase the power of the move. Before Master's so-called sage mode. This kind of transit is also a huge burden on Su Xin's body, and the few tubes of blood bars he has stored are not enough at all. Whimper. Wang Jingyu's Western dragon's wailing became weaker and weaker, as if he was about to end his life. Stop it now. To Su Xin's surprise, Wang Jingyu, the proud dragon knight just now, shouted in a crying voice. You're going to kill my little feather like this. He even named his Western dragon, Little Feather. I'm sorry, can't I apologize to you, I just want to deal with you, and I haven't done anything to you. The more Wang Jingyu spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had been wronged by Tianda, and tears were streaming down his face. Su Xin rolled her eyes, speechless. He has come to know what a giant baby is. This Wang Jingyu has awakened to a hidden profession, but he is not a genius in the eyes of the world. Ling Feng and others on the side saw Wang Jingyu begging for mercy without hesitation. They looked at each other for a while, unable to speak. This skill form. Just then, a surprise sounded. However, an old man suddenly appeared, watching Su Xin's wooden dragon technique with great interest. Teacher, hurry up and save Xiao Yu. Wang Jingyu was overjoyed when he saw the person coming. The person who came was his Uranus-level teacher, Du Yao. Du Uranus's occupation is Beastmaster. I can't beat people and cry, it's useless. Du Uranus looked at Wang Jingyu and scolded. Boy, this dragon is now worth 1 billion, and this old man won't stop you. You can kill it, so that my incompetent apprentice will improve his memory, but you have to accompany you for this money. Advertisement. Among the 7 top professional universities in the Yan Kingdom, the internal competition atmosphere is very heavy. The students will not stop the competition, but will praise them. Du Yao, who introduced Uranus, naturally would not interfere in the struggle between the juniors. Xiao Yu is worth 1 billion. Su Xin didn't react yet, but Wang Jingyu was stunned. Eggs of dragon creatures can be purchased with money. But apart from the special hidden profession of Dragon Knight, even Beastmasters would not raise dragon-type creatures, because the growth cycle is too long. Therefore, the dragon-type creatures in their infancy are very valuable, but they are not exaggerated. Su Xin slowly put down her closed hands. At the moment, the wooden dragon that restrained the Western dragon shrank rapidly, and finally degenerated into a tree seed. Du Uranus's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Your skill is a bit similar to the cultivator profession. By the way, although the cultivator profession is biased towards support, it can also cultivate powerful plant-type creatures as an attack method, which is similar to our Beastmaster. And that old boy Guo Zhen thinks about boxing all day long and acts recklessly. He is not a good teacher. Boy, you worship the old man as a teacher. The old man will directly send you a golden-ranked exotic beast as a pet, how about it? Du Yao said here. He suddenly came over, and the old man said in a low voice, the alien beast that this old man gave you, once it grows to the master level, it will turn into a human form, which is your youngster's favorite beast-eared girl. Su Xin heard the words. This does seem to make people a little excited. FKU. However, at this moment, a deafening scolding sound exploded not far away. I saw King Guo Zhengwu rushing towards the crown in anger. He stepped on the void, and across the distance, he punched Du Yao directly. Boom. At this moment, it is like the sky is falling. Su Xin's eyes glared suddenly, and an indescribable terrifying pressure was directly pressed down, causing everything around him to be silent. He tried to look up. Then I saw a fist that was 100 meters long, heading towards Du Yao. Guo Uranus, please calm down. Before the power of that fist was unfolded, a figure suddenly stood in front of him, and his arms caught the giant fist that was condensed with vigor. Look, it's a beast-eared mother. In the world, there are not many people who can cultivate alien beasts into beast-eared mothers except me, Du Yao. Du Yao didn't care about Guo Zhen's anger at all, and still spoke seductively to Su Xin. Yes, advertisement. What blocked Guo Zhen was a beast-eared mother in a white robe. The beast-eared girl turned around at this moment, revealing a beautiful face of peerless youth, but her face was cold and she glared at Du Uranus. This beast-eared girl is Uranus-level strength. Ling Feng and others on the side were completely numb. They had no idea at all. Su Xin, a medic, was able to make the 2 Uranus blush and have a thick neck. What are you? You, the ambition of a man, should be like the Yangtze River running east to the sea, why bother to stay in the land of gentleness and go with Laozi? Guo Zhen dodged, went directly to Su Xin, who had not finished speaking, grabbed his shoulder, and disappeared in place. Go back and face the wall. Du Uranus said to Wang Jingyu, who was beside him. Then he quickly followed with his own Uranus beastier girl. At this time, a hospital in Zhongnan City. Xia Yingyu stared blankly at the ceiling of the hospital. Xiao Shongning, a small talker next to her, kept talking. I have already told Su Xin the news of your waking up. When he comes over, he must apologize properly. But one thing to say, Yingyu, you don't know, Su Xin is not as simple as we imagined, and he is definitely not as simple as a simple medical doctor. During the entrance examination, he didn't come back a day after he left. I thought he left me and you in a coma, but I was wrong. He went alone to grab other people's seals. You don't know, when Su Xin opened the backpack, the seal fell out, everyone was dumbfounded, ha ha ha, their expressions were too funny. Actually, I'm still a little angry that he left us there. But he was really handsome at the time. Xiao Shongning became more and more excited as she spoke, holding her little face in her hands. When she remembered the day when Su Xin took out her seal and confounded everyone, she subconsciously laughed out loud. Xia Yingyu was very complicated when she heard her chatter. At this time, Xiao Shongning's cell phone received a message. She opened it, and immediately screamed in shock. Yingyu, look. Du Uranus and Principal Guo are going to fight over Su Xin. Chapter 19 Black-bellied senior sister Lin Zhenru, Yumu Heart. Real or fake? I can't lie to you. I was there at the time. Du Uranus invited Su Xin to be his disciple. As a result, Principal Guo was furious, and he acted as soon as he disagreed. And Du Uranus's beast pet turned out to be a beastier girl. You just know. Then Su Xin is so powerful. Well, he even nearly killed Wang Jingyu's dragon. It's strange to say that he is obviously a healer, but he seems to be able to use attack skills similar to a wood-type mage. That must be a dual career, but why is the mage so powerful? Quote. In no time, in the entire Zhongnan University, rumors about what happened just now were going viral. And when there was uproar outside, in Guo Zhen's office, Su Xin watched the two Uranus-level powerhouses sneer and bicker, and could only remain silent for a while. Su Xin has a more positive attitude towards apprenticeships. Finding a trusted teacher who can give you appropriate advice for your own growth is something that will benefit you. On the way to growth, in fact, there is no shortage of good teachers and friends. The desolate Heaven Emperor, who is arbitrary for eternity, also has a Taoist protector. While the two Uranus sneered at each other, Su Xin is also looking at the two secretly. Du Uranus is more casual, and his speech is more normal. Guo Uranus, on the other hand, is a standard reckless character. If he is in a hurry, he will scold the draft directly, but he has some genuine temperament. Su Xin, it's up to the students themselves to choose a teacher in a university. We too, who do you want to be a teacher, or no one? At this moment, Du Uranus looked at Su Xin and asked. Of course Su Xin knew that at this time, looking around and waiting for a price would be a loss of character and impression. The two Uranus didn't say that they would benefit from being a teacher. I think my personal character is still biased towards Wufu, so, if possible, I would like to worship Guo Uranus as your teacher. Su Xin thought about it for a while, and then chose Guo Zhen, who had a true temperament. He is not a hesitant character at all. Ha ha ha, win. When Guo Zhen heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing. Su Xin, advertisement. The character of this Uranus is really, kinda cute. You do have a more aggressive personality. Du Uranus was not angry, but said with a smile. What are you doing here? Let's go. Guo Zhen waved his right hand, urging Du Uranus to leave quickly. I changed my mind in the future. The door of this old man is open to you at any time. Du Uranus said in a regretful tone, opened the door and left. Student Su Xin, I met the teacher. After Du Uranus left, Su Xin was about to bow down and salute. What are you doing with all this red tape? Come on, hit me with all your strength first. Guo Uranus looked disgusted, then stretched out his right palm to signal Su Xin to take action. Boom. Su Xin didn't say a word, and threw a straight punch. He only felt that his punch had hit a high mountain, but it was strange that he didn't have the slightest strength to bounce back, and it was all resolved by the opponent. Sure enough, it is about 50 tons of strength, which is equivalent to 10 times that of an ordinary warrior. Teacher, I am at your level, and I only have about 7 or 8 tons of strength. Hearing this, Su Xin quickly asked curiously, how much power does the teacher have now? At the level of Uranus, it's not the time to compete for pure power. Guo Zhen shook his head and did not give the exact value. But judging from his previous shots, the level of Uranus has at least begun to involve the so-called fantasy level. Do you have wood attack skills? Guo Zhen suddenly changed the subject. Yes, after awakening to the profession, it will be automatic. Su Xin. Honest. Kaido. Well, there is such a situation. More than 10 years ago, there was a witch profession in the magic capital. It was also a recognized auxiliary profession, but that witch was able to perform some spell skills, and this special case also appeared among professionals. However, the Professionals Association calls this an individual anomaly. Speaking of which, Guo Zhen patted Su Xin on the shoulder and said, but these are all details, don't worry too much, your physique is very special, you are a natural martial artist. Teacher, I will find a way to make you have the martial arts home, this second career. After hearing this, Su Xin quickly thanked him. After all, Being able to have a second job is also the icing on the cake. Go back to the student dormitory first, prepare for the next few days, hit the silver rank, and come back to me to test it after you succeed. After Guo Zhen finished speaking, he motioned Su Xin to leave first. Su Xin resigned. The moment he decided to enter Zhongnan University, he was already designated as a disciple by Guo Zhen. So Su Xin's student dormitory in the university is the highest level, villa dormitory. Advertisement. And when Su Xin was not familiar with her dormitory, a visitor came to the door. I'm Lin Zhenru, your senior sister, and the vice principal's secretary. I'm also a martial artist. After opening the door, there was a cold big sister with red-rimmed glasses. Hello, senior sister Lin. Su Xin hurriedly said hello. He was suddenly curious and asked, are professionals also short-sighted? After hearing this, Lin Zhenru pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Kaido earnestly, no degree, just increase the character's attributes. Su Xin ran out of words for a while, but this senior sister Gao Leng is not as reckless as Wu Fu, a little black-bellied. Lin Zhenru suddenly continued, come on. Su Xin was stunned, rushing for what? This is the heart of jade wood prepared by the teacher for you. It has a lot of wood element power. You absorb the power of the wood element and then come to the realm. In addition, the teacher knows that you use the experience potion to go from the bronze level 1 to the bronze 10th level. His old man was furious and went to Los Angeles to beat Sha Nan, just now. Su Xin. There are too many grooves, and he doesn't know how to complain for a while. You have to be careful in the future. Sha Nan is very grudge. He can't beat the teacher, can't he beat you? Senior sister suggested that you get his daughter, and he probably won't hold any grudge against you. Having said that, Lin Zhenru suddenly paused and asked, perhaps you have already started. Did you do it on purpose to stun that girl Sha Yingyu? Just kidding with you, don't take it seriously. Before Su Xin could answer, Lin Zhenru patted Su Xin on the shoulder and laughed. The rhythm of her speech, ordinary people really can't keep up. These are the hearts of Yumu. If they are not enough, you can tell me, and you can record the phone number of senior sister. Lin Zhenru finished speaking, and then waited silently. Su Xin took over the so-called Yumu heart, a stone with green radiance, similar to spar, but with a touch like a plant. After a while, Lin Zhenru pretended to be angry and said, don't you invite senior sister to come in and sit. Well, senior sister, please come in. No, it's not good for senior sister's reputation if you are alone. Lin Zhenru pushed the glasses without prescription, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then floated away. Su Xin. This woman. Chapter 20. The gift package is opened again. Kakuzu calls out the talent of the expert, the heart of life. After muttering a few words in my heart, this senior sister Lin. Su Xin walked into the villa dormitory with the heart of Tamaki. In the living room, he put the 5 pieces of Yumu heart flat on the table, and then checked the price of this thing online. You can't say that you pay your respects to the teacher, it is only right and proper to take the teacher's things. Maybe Guo Uranus didn't care, but Su Xin couldn't think so. It's true that prostitution is cool, but the basic principles of being a human being can't be lost. Check it out. A heart of jade wood, the market price is in the range of 1 million to 3 billion, depending on the grade, the price is also different. The lowest level of Tamaki heart also costs 1 million. Obviously, the 5 hearts of jade wood in front of them cannot be bronze rank. There are many ways to seek career advancement. The most direct way is to drink the experience potion, but as the level increases, the effect of the experience potion will also be greatly reduced. Then go to the endless wilderness outside the kingdom city, find a copy of the secret realm, and upgrade through rewards. Then, there are valuable, upgrade materials, such as, jade wood heart. There are many limitations in this way. If Su Xin does not have the attribute of, wood element, then it is impossible to upgrade by absorbing the power of wood element. And even if it draws the power of the wood element, it cannot guarantee a 100% upgrade success. After Su Xin silently wrote down the value of Tamaki's heart. Then put the right hand on the heart of Yumu, and use, life absorb, to absorb it. The process of his absorption is simply a momentary effort. It is smoother than absorbing plants and animals. This is the power of the wood element. Su Xin's eyes flickered with brilliance. You must know that Su Xin absorbs the power of the earth and cannot upgrade her profession. But now I found out. In fact, the absorbed life energy cannot be directly upgraded. If you can accurately absorb the power of the wood element, then you can achieve the effect of upgrading. It's just that it's hard for Su Xin now. The natural power of the earth contains not only the wood element, but it needs to be removed separately. Su Xin doesn't even have a direction now. This is breakthrough. When thinking about the mind, Su Xin suddenly heard the sound of her gift package system. Advertisement. Ding, congratulations on the successful upgrade of the host, the gift package +1 is obtained, do you want to open it now? Single quote. He absorbed 3 hearts of jade wood and successfully upgraded from the 10th rank of bronze to the 1st rank of silver. And the remaining 2, it made him go up 1 more level, reaching the 2nd silver level. The personal panel at this time is as follows. Professor. Su Xin. Occupation. Medic. Level. Silver 2nd order. Strength. 730. Constitution. 2180. Auxiliary skills. Life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood skills. Life storage, vines coil, wood style, life drain, magic power, blue silver coil. Close black lens bracket. The increase in strength is not exaggerated, about 100 or so, but the physique has increased by more than 500. It is worth mentioning that, like the last upgrade, Su Xin also had a feeling of weakness after the upgrade, and her state did not reach its peak. So, Su Xin followed suit and continued to absorb the power of the earth as before. When you feel full, looking at the personal panel again, the strength and physique have indeed undergone significant numerical changes. Power, 850. Constitution, 2550. Close black lens bracket. It stands to reason that there are no sequelae to upgrading with upgrade materials, unlike experience potions. And Su Xin still has this situation. It can only be explained that as the level increases, his own upper limit is also increasing. This kind of growth is incredible. By the way, a gift bag. Su Xin quickly opened the 2 gift packs. Ding, congratulations to host for getting a reward from the gift pack. Talent, Heart of Life. Ding, congratulations to host for getting a reward from the package. Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 200. Single quote. The first gift package is a cross-tier gift package from bronze to silver, and the content reward turned out to be a brand new talent. As for the second one, the magnitude of the reward has doubled compared to the bronze rank. Su Xin couldn't wait to check out this new talent. At a glance, the whole person was completely stunned. This advertisement. Su Xin suddenly remembered a character named Kakuzu in Hokage. Kakuzu has 5 hearts, and only when all the hearts are destroyed will he be declared dead in the true sense. He can always replace the heart, so as to achieve the effect of surviving regardless of lifespan. And talent. Heart of Life as a super upgraded version of Kakuzu's secret technique, Earth Resentment. Su Xin doesn't need to take other people's hearts for her own use. He now has 2 hearts of life that exist in his body in the form of life energy. There is theoretically no upper limit to the number of hearts of life, as long as Su Xin keeps leveling up. Bronze rank plus silver rank, so now there are 2. When you reach the golden rank, there are 3, and so on. Each large rank has 1 more heart. Su Xin has the skill of life storage, which is nothing compared to the Heart of Life. Life storage can keep Su Xin in a peak state. Strictly speaking, there are a few more tubes of blood and blue bars. However, blood bars and blue bars are not the same as life. Once Su Xin is instantly killed in front of the huge gap in strength, no amount of life energy in the body is useless. But the Heart of Life is capable of dying and resurrecting. What does this mean? Su Xin was killed. Even if there were no bones left, he would consume a Heart of Life to resurrect. Even if there is no flesh and blood, he will be reborn from flesh and blood again. In other words, Su Xin is now one with 3 lives. This talent is too pervert. After Su Xin learned about talent, Heart of Life, the whole person was both shocked and ecstatic. Yes, the Heart of Life will not restore Su Xin's state, nor does it have the effect of increasing combat power, that is, a direct heart equals a life. It's the resurrection coin talent. And after consuming a Heart of Life, it can also take time to replenish it later. This is true stealth talent. Heart of Life, its real power is that the Heart of Life is not triggered instantaneously. If one day, Su Xin is really killed by a powerful enemy, the Heart of Life will exist in the world or in his corpse in the form of life energy, and it will not dissipate for a short time. This means that Su Xin can control his own resurrection timing within a certain period of time to avoid the enemy's corpse guarding. Is there a possibility that this world exists just to make me happy? Su Xin felt the Heart of Life in her body and muttered to herself. This Nima is a good game for pigs to eat. He's Su Xin's current whole card. Give it to the pig can take off. Chapter 21 Yan Jing's experience invites to the endless wilderness. Zhongnan City, in a private high-level hospital. Carrying a basket of fruits, Su Xin gently rang the doorbell of Xia Yingyu's ward. Come in. A familiar voice came from inside. Su Xin pushed open the door and entered. Oh, all are acquaintances. There were 3 people in the room, namely Xia Yingyu, Xiao Shangming, and Xia Yingyu's opponent and enemy Yan Jing. Before Xia Yingyu awakened her profession, she never won against Yan Jing once. But after she became a swordsman, the two have not formally exchanged views. Student Xia, I'm here to see you. Su Xin found a place to put down the basket of fruits in her hand, then took out a piece of apple and cut it decently. Seeing him peeling apples, Xia Yingyu was stunned for a moment. It's really hard to say that you and Su Xin are acquaintances. Is the other party's act of cutting apples for himself too intimate? Just thought of this. Xia Yingyu saw Su Xin pick up the cut apple in her hand and eat it on her own. Xia Yingyu immediately turned her head away. Sorry, it was my fault at the time, so let's see, I will give Xia the top quality skill books in the number 1 high school for admission given by the school. According to the market price of 50 million, I will give Xia a 10% discount. If Xia classmate can't get 45 million now, you can give a little first and pay in installments. Su Xin was indeed unable to master the fine skill book, but he sold it to Xia Yingyu as a favor. In fact, I can't say that I have a hard loss of 5 million, because the price of the skill book fluctuates around 50 million. They've all been teammates, is it necessary to be so clear about it? Hearing this, Xiao Shangming pouted and said something dissatisfied. That's right, let's say 50 million in full. Of course, I'm talking about the premise that Xia is willing to buy. Su Xin thinks about it too, the transfer is already a favor, and there is no need to give a discount. Xiao Shang raised her small pink fist in a condensed manner, unable to speak for a long time. If it's an installment payment, then I'm also willing to buy it. At this time, Yan Jing, who came to visit Yingui, suddenly interrupted. There is no need to worry about selling high-quality skill books. Even Su Xin can take it out and make more money in the form of auctions. I want. Without waiting for Su Xin to reply, Yingui immediately turned her head and looked at Su Xin seriously. Okay. Then it's settled. I will add 5 million to the price of 50 million. Advertisement. Yingui has a competitive and strong personality, and doesn't like taking advantage of her at all. She carefully calculated her financial resources. Different from Ling Feng, Sha Nan has only one daughter, so she is not short of money. 55 million is not a small amount, I need you to give me a few months. No problem, that's it. Su Xin readily agreed. This time, he picked up an apple again, cut it, and handed it to Yingui. The latter froze for a moment, then reached out to take it. Have a good rest and don't disturb your girlfriend's party. After speaking, Su Xin turned around and left. Wait a moment. Yan Jing shouted and followed Su Xin out of the ward. In the hallway, Su Xin looked at the beautiful woman in front of her strangely. This Yan Jing is indeed excellent and special. As a mage, he is a melee type. Her fighting style is like, oh yes, just like the character, Sikong Zhen, in a certain mobile game in a previous life. Impressed Su Xin deeply, Yan Jing said straight to the point. Does Su have any plans to go outside to practice in the near future? If so, I would like to invite you. Su Xin is not only a big T*S assistant, she can prove Yingui's T*S. Also showed a strong fighting ability, who wouldn't want such a teammate? Of course, I'm not alone in preparing to go out to practice, there are others, all of whom are very good teammates. The school strongly recommends going out to practice. If you are alone, it is best to reach the gold rank. If you are at the silver rank, you must form a team. Hear this, Su Xin, who was not very interested at first, is even less interested. If it is with the Yan Jing group, Su Xin may still have some ideas. After all, the other party is indeed a beautiful and excellent girl. But unfortunately, before the strength has fully grown, even if Su Xin is flirting, it is impossible to ignore the environmental background. He himself is also preparing to go to the endless wilderness to see the wonderful center of the world in its true sense. Self-preservation, there is no need to bring another one, if it is really in danger, it will become a burden. Thank you for the invitation, classmate Yan, but I don't have that idea yet. Okay, in a week, we will probably go to the endless wilderness. Before that, you can contact me at any time. I have your phone number. I will send you a message in a moment, and you can write down my number. Advertisement. Su Xin made an okay gesture, after he left. Yan Jing looked at his leaving back, lowered his head, and fell into a moment of silence. Ha ha ha, disgusted. At this moment, Xiao Shangning stuck out her little head from the ward with a look of schadenfreude. Yan Jing glanced at her, out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Yingui on the hospital bed at the same time. Seeing that the corner of her mouth was slightly raised, she snorted and left. Boom. Well, the force, almost 80 tons? In the principal's office, Guo Zhen's face became calm as he felt the power of Su Xin's punch. From the 10th grade of bronze to the 2nd grade of silver. The strength has increased by about 30 tons, which is actually slightly higher than the growth curve estimated in his mind. But if this kid didn't take the experience potion before, if he leveled up normally with his physique, would he have already broken 100 tons? Teacher, I'm going to go to the endless wilderness. At this moment, Su Xin put forward his own idea. Okay. Guo Zhen nodded, not surprised. He is also a past person. When he went to the endless wilderness for the first time, he was only a 3rd tier silver. You hold this teleportation scroll, and if it is in danger, tear it open, and it will be teleported back to Zhongnan Vocational University immediately. When you reach the master level, if this scroll has not been used, return it to the teacher. Guo Zhen took out a scroll from the storage bag and handed it to Su Xin. This teleportation scroll is a life-saving artifact. Even in the secret world, the teleportation condition can be triggered. Generally speaking, highly valued hidden professionals will be given such a life-saving item. Of course, if you are killed instantly, and you don't even have the response time to use the teleportation scroll, it is naturally useless. But the teleportation scroll plus the heart of life. It's a perfect match. If there is no reaction time, it will consume a heart of life. Thank you, teacher. No need to thank you so early. If your growth curve starts to decline in the future, or even stops rising, then I will still take this scroll back and give it to the outstanding disciples worthy of protection. Guo Zhen waved his hand, very realistic. Students will not disappoint teachers. It's good to have this ambition. Oh. Yes, you can go to the endless wilderness, don't go deep, don't stay too long, come back in 3 weeks. Su Xin repeated yes. He then left the office, and after a brief tidying up, he took the same day's plane to the border town area bordering the Yan Kingdom and the endless wilderness. The true beauty of this world, not in the human kingdom, but in the endless wilderness. Chapter 22. A copy of the silver level secret realm, the genius freshman of the Magic University. After a few hours, at Yan Country Border City Airport, Su Xin came out lightly. When walking out of the airport, the 100-meter-high wall in the distance has come into view. The border town borders the endless wilderness, and sometimes encounters cholera, a wave of alien beasts. To this end, the Yan kingdom built a 100-meter-high wall in the border town, which was hundreds of kilometers long, in order to resist the alien beasts in the wilderness. It can be called the architectural miracle of the Yan kingdom. Even ordinary people will come here to punch in and take pictures. Little brother, this is the first time to come to the border town. Judging from your appearance, you should be a student of a domestic professional college, right? Can I ask what your occupation is? Our guild will organize a group of people to attack a silver copy recently. They are not interested? As soon as Su Xin walked out of the airport, a middle-aged man took the initiative to talk to her. Silver copy. Su Xin showed a hint of interest. When the middle-aged man saw the other party's reply, he immediately continued. Yeah, I can only say that you came at the right time, little brother. In the endless wilderness, there will be some upgrades from time to time in the dungeon of the secret realm. Once upgraded, the content inside will be changed again, which is equivalent to a brand new dungeon of the cryptic realm. No, the bronze level dungeon of the secret realm, Luolan Cave, will be upgraded to silver. Rank Secret Realm Dungeon Wanlan Mountain is expected to open today and tomorrow. New knowledge. Some dungeons that have been raided will be upgraded due to the will of the world. However, Su Xin is still skeptical. I haven't heard of it. The middle-aged man explained. You came from a domestic city, and of course you haven't heard of it. There is no need to spread the news here. Su Xin continued to chat with him a few words. After seeing that there was no other topic of nutrition, he simply passed him and left. Hey, Lao Lu, this kid is not fooled. After Su Xin left, another middle-aged man standing at the airport gate suddenly laughed. This kind of young man who dares to come to the endless wilderness alone must have some trump cards. Lao Lu looked at the back of Su Xin leaving and felt a little pity. In the endless wilderness, there are many things that harm people. But it will never be the pattern of middle-aged men. He just wanted to pull an ignorant chick to work for their team. There's a batch here. After a while, Lao Lu looked into the airport and saw a group of youthful and energetic teenagers striding out of the airport, their faces full of expectations. No doubt, these people are definitely freshmen from domestic colleges and universities, and at this point in time to experience the endless wilderness, they must be relatively outstanding among the freshmen. Lao Lu hurriedly moved up. Advertisement, after an hour. Outside the high wall, Su Xin appeared. In and out of the border city, there is no identity check, and you can enter and leave at will. On the side of the high wall, there are a total of 9 giant gates, each of which is a flow of people. After all, the Yan Kingdom has the largest number of professionals in the world. It is worth mentioning that, the old Lu, who talked to him, said the news was true. There is indeed a newly upgraded silver copy about to open. The closer to the wilderness area of the border town, the lower the level of the professional and the lower the danger. And the emergence of a new copy of the secret realm with a silver rank naturally attracted the attention of a large number of low-level professionals. Su Xin didn't even need to ask where the entrance to the dungeon was. Because the surrounding professionals are rushing in that direction. It was the first time I came to the wilderness and I was not familiar with anything, so Su Xin naturally kept a low profile and followed silently. About a few hours, a large number of professionals appeared in the past, and just looking at the number, it was at least 10,000. They stood guard at the entrance of the dungeon of the secret realm, waiting to open. And as time goes by, the number of professionals here waiting to enter the dungeon is still increasing. There are so many people in one copy, how can experience be enough? Su Xin suddenly felt a little speechless. The dungeon creatures in the Rift dungeon are not unlimited. Professionals can only gain experience by killing the dungeon creature, and upgrading will not have any side effects. In other words, the existence of the dungeon of the secret realm is to serve the professional upgrade of monsters. Su Xin pushed through the crowd and came to the entrance of the secret realm. I found that the entrance to the secret realm has a relatively simple introduction, mainly the boss introduction. Dungeon boss. Rock giant. Grade, silver 10th grade. Kill rewards, probably appear, silverware, upgrade scrolls, rock hearts, skill books, etc. Close black lens bracket. While Su Xin stared at this introduction in the crowd, several people's eyes fell on Su Xin. Boss, look at that kid, he seems to be alone. Hey, the children of the big family, the secret realm copy of the silver rank can only enter the silver rank and below. Would you like to? Advertisement, don't be distracted when you see a lone wolf, pay attention to this kid first. Lone wolves in the endless wilderness are not uncommon. But like Su Xin, it's rare to see a guy with, I'm here for the first time, written on his face. Low-level professionals are mixed, they don't have the so-called financial resources to quickly upgrade, and all the improvement of strength is to add blood to the knife edge. The death rate in the dungeon of the secret realm is very high. But it can't stop professionals at all, because the ascending channel in this world has already been placed here, as long as your level is raised, women, wealth, status, etc. are all available. As a result, there are many professionals who dare to work hard. Of course, there are also some villains in the aisle. Brother, when will this secret realm dungeon open? Su Xin asked a professional next to him at this time. I don't know. If I knew the exact time, there would be more than that. I waited for a week anyway, the old man replied impatiently. He suddenly thought of something and asked, are you alone? Do you want to join our team? We are members of the professional guild, the Crazy Knife Guild. The reputation of our guild has always been guaranteed and is trustworthy. Thank you, brother, for the invitation. I have my own team, and now I'm here alone to see the situation here. Oh, I see. The old man has no interest in continuing to talk. And at this time, there was some commotion among the waiting crowd. Look, it's a student of Modu University. How do you know? They are wearing the uniforms of Modu University. How do you think I knew that? Modu University, that's normal. Among the 7 sons of the empire, the school spirit of Modu University is more high profile. I saw a group of teenagers and girls slowly walking towards the entrance of the secret realm. The 7 sons of the empire are equivalent to 7 professional superpowers. The name of the 7 sons is very useful, no. When those few people came, the professionals in front of them consciously made way for them. The silver level secret realm dungeon where the boss has not been killed is very suitable for our experience this time. There were 5 of them, and the leader was a thin, short-haired boy. The young man glanced at the introduction of the boss of the dungeon of the secret realm, and said something to a few companions like no one else. His confidence is beyond words. It seems that young Yingui is like this. Chapter 23 Assassin Girl Kai Mungbai's tailline. Little brother, are you a freshman at Modu University? Don't look at the fact that there are only 3 people in our team, but in this area, others call us the 3 heroes of silver. We have all gone through large and small copies of the silver level secret realm, and our experience will never disappoint you. 5 freshmen from Magic Capital University gathered at the entrance of the secret realm to watch the introduction of the boss of the secret realm. At this time, 3 of them came up, and Li Shiji, who was headed by them, started talking. Sorry, we're not interested. Li Shiji squinted at the so-called Silver 3 heroes and refused indifferently. Old Ma, what are you doing? The talented freshmen of the Magic Capital University will like you? Hey, have you underestimated the gold content of the 7 new sons of the Empire? A 5-person team like them, as long as they don't encounter the boss, will walk sideways in the Silver Secret Realm dungeon, okay. People are out to play. The professional next to him had nothing to do, but started to coax. Su Xin looked at the 5 Li Shiji. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. Nothing else can be seen. After a few glances, Su Xin withdrew his gaze and walked to the side. I don't know when this secret realm copy will be opened. He couldn't wait here forcibly, so he thought about waiting for a day, and if he didn't open it, he would go to another secret realm. In some cryptic dungeons, although the biggest reward in the dungeon boss has been killed. But every once in a while, the dungeon creature will appear again, so you can repeatedly spawn monsters. Such a dungeon is called a rated dungeon, and there are even very detailed dungeon strategies and monster spawn points. What's the matter, Xiaobai, do you know that person? When Li Shiji turned around, he saw a girl in the team looking at Su Xin's back and asked. Kai Mengbai shook his head, Kaido in a light tone. I don't know. Li Shiji no longer asks, is that the medic Su Xin? A trace of suspicion appeared in Kai Mengbai's eyes. Medical doctor Su Exin has created a lot of popularity on the domestic internet. However, under normal circumstances, even if you have seen the photos, you may not be able to recognize the person at a glance in reality. So Kai Mengbai wasn't sure that it was Su Xin. She was very interested in Su Xin, who was able to get the first place in Zhongnan University in the auxiliary career. She had discussed a few words with others on the internet before. Wait here for a while, it's really not good, and then go to other secret dungeons. Li Shiji, as the team leader, made a decision, now. Advertisement. A group of professionals waited silently while chatting and farting. Until 10 hours later, Su Xin, who was squatting on a rock, suddenly raised his head. The crowd suddenly became restless. Open, open, the secret realm is open. Quickly notify the boss and them with the teleportation symbol. Mad, it's finally here, Laozi has been waiting for 8 days. Buzzing, the secret door is buzzing. Silver rank mystery dungeon Wanlan Mountain, open. Open for the first time, however, with the dazzling effort, the flow of people in front of him was rapidly decreasing. The professionals all filed in for the first time, entering the world of the mystery dungeon. Su Xin was half a beat slower. Thousands of people were already ahead of him. But now there are too many people crowded at the entrance of the secret realm, and it will be impossible to squeeze in for a while. After 10 minutes of waiting, only then did he successfully step into the world of the secret realm dungeon. When entering the secret realm, the familiar feeling of spinning around the world hits me. Wait until you come back to your senses. Su Xin suddenly found herself in a forest. And there was no one around him. The location is teleported randomly? This made Su Xin a little afterthought. It's no wonder that some people have seen some people enter together hand in hand. It turned out to be a secret dungeon mechanism to avoid random teleportation locations. After a few minutes, it's really a game that comes into reality. Su Xin looked at a dungeon creature that appeared in front of him, and some extremely concise information about the dungeon creature automatically appeared in his mind. Dungeon creature. Trent. Level, silver first order. Close black lens bracket. Wood-style silent killing technique. I saw Su Xin's hands clasped together immediately, and a branch immediately stretched out from under his feet. The branch quickly grew into a huge wooden stick at an amazing speed. The tree man in front of him was bound by this. Then, strangle, advertisement silver first order copy creatures die instantly. A little weak. Su Xin was stunned for a moment, only feeling dull. Ding, you killed the tree man and gained experience points. At this moment, a reminder appeared in my mind. This is a specific prompt that only appears in Rift dungeons. Look for the boss. Su Xin immediately developed his life perception ability. There is no doubt that whoever has the most life energy is the dungeon boss. Wood mage. Not long after Su Xin left, on a large tree trunk, a figure gradually emerged. It was the previous Kai Mengbai. Her profession is an assassin. The reason why Su Xin didn't find her is because of her professional skill, sneak, which can completely hide all her breath, including the breath of life. With this one professional skill, the assassin ranks among the first-class professions. Xiao Bai, take it easy, and tell us immediately when you find the boss's location. At this time, Li Shiji's voice came from Kai Mengbai's communication talisman. It is good. Kai Mengbai simply replied. Let's see, if he's really the medic Su Xin, wouldn't it be interesting? Kai Mengbai hesitated for a while, then a sly smile appeared on his face. She no longer hesitated, and when Su Xin was about to disappear from sight, she continued to use sneak to follow. After half an hour, a bottle of recovery potion appeared in Kai Mengbai's hand. She drank it in one gulp, and her state began to recover quickly. What's the matter with this man? He ran at this speed for half an hour without showing any signs of malaise. Is he a mage or a martial artist? Keeping a certain distance and following behind Su Xin, Kai Mengbai. She began to realize that something was not quite right. But women are like that, the more abnormal it is, the more curious she is, the more she wants to know what kind of species this Su Xin is. It's okay, I have enough recovery potions, let's see when he stops. She also inexplicably competed with Su Xin. Chapter 24 He took the dungeon boss for a second. Several sharp wooden thorns grew out of Su Xin's right arm, instantly piercing the first-order silver dungeon creature, the stone monster. After piercing, the long wooden thorns grew wildly in the stone monster's body, and in an instant, the thorns were riddled with holes and killed on the spot. This is wood-style cutting technique, the 12th. Su Xin recited the number silently, I don't know if it's luck or what. In the silver dungeon, the level of the dungeon creatures fluctuates from the first tier to the 10th tier of silver. But all he encountered were first-order silver, and after killing 12 in a row, it still failed to meet the experience requirements for upgrading from tier 2 silver to tier 3 silver. It seems, leveling up through the method of leveling up monsters was not as smooth as Su Xin imagined. Su Xin picked up a piece of crushed stone on the ground, which was the material exploded by the stone monster. It could be used as a refining material for weapons and was of average value. Su Xin stuffed the material into her backpack. He doesn't currently have a storage bag as an item. But Su Xin looked at the small mountain stream not far away, and her eyes flashed. His sense of life is of great use. In the inconspicuous mountain stream in front of me, I sensed a good life energy body. Life energy body does not specifically refer to flesh and blood creatures. Elemental creatures such as stone monsters can also be included in the category of life energy bodies. Even if it's not a boss, it should be a high-level silver monster. Su Xin quickly decided. He immediately stepped forward and ran towards the mountain stream ahead. The scope of this dungeon secret realm is even larger than the assessment secret realm. Before coming to this mountain stream, Su Xin had never met other professionals. Certainly, except for Kai Mengbai, who was following behind him with the dog. Because of the powerful skill of the assassins, sneak, Su Xin's life perception cannot be effective against him. The creatures in the dungeon secret realm are not everywhere, and it takes time to find them. Why is this guy always able to find them? Will he find me? Kai Mengbai watched Su Xin enter the mountain stream, but he didn't follow. Advertisement. Because the mountain stream is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, there is only one entrance and exit. This genius freshman of the Magic City University is not really brainless. This terrain is extremely dangerous for assassins. There is a posture of inviting you to enter the urn. There is indeed no shortage of stupid ratios in the world, but this girl Kai Mengbai is obviously not. She wouldn't even think that because she came from Modu University. No one would dare to attack her in this endless wilderness. Forget it, don't follow. In the end, Kai Mengbai retreated, and rationality overcame curiosity. The terrain of the mountain stream is too bad for her. Once Su Xin is guarding the entrance and exit, she can't fly, and she will be caught in the urn. However, when Kai Mengbai was about to turn around and leave, then I felt the ground under my feet suddenly shake violently. There was an angry roar from the mountain stream ahead. I'm at the entrance, don't go in. Kai Mengbai suddenly realized that the other party might not have discovered her at all, but that there was a copy creature in the mountain stream. She creeps closer, came to the only entrance to the mountain stream and looked inside. Then, in the huge space in the center of the mountain stream, a giant monster completely made of rocks was frantically attacking Su Xin, who was trailing behind her. That rock monster, just 20 meters in size, stood up like a building. And at the moment when Kai Mengbai saw this rock monster, there is a reminder of the dungeon secret realm automatically in my mind. Dungeon boss. Rock giant. Grade, silver 10th grade. Close black lens bracket. It turned out to be a copy boss. Kai Mengbai was shocked. In a newly opened dungeon, it is not easy to find the boss. However, what worries her the most now is not that Su Xin has found the boss, but that he is actually going to duel the boss. Being able to enter the silver dungeon means that the occupation level cannot be the golden level. The dungeon boss is not an ordinary elite monster. The boss monster has its own powerful skills, and the ability to duel is definitely top-notch in the same rank. This is also the reason why raiding dungeon bosses often requires teamwork. Wood-style wood dragon technique. At this time, Kai Mengbai saw Su Xin in front of him clasping his hands together while avoiding the attack of the rock giant. In front of him, a strange tree immediately grew. Advertisement. That tree actually has stamens. When the flowers bloom, the seeds inside are growing rapidly, and a wooden figure appears in front of you. Wooden villain. That was the last second, next second. The wooden villain changed his body and turned into a wooden giant that was even taller than the rock giant. What kind of skill is this? Is there such a skill in the wood-type mage? Kai Mengbai was stunned. No matter how she rummaged through this skill form in her mind, she couldn't find the corresponding professional skill. Only 30 meters? Look at Su Shin again. He cast wooden golem jutsu, but he was completely dissatisfied with the size of the opponent. As for the power, snapped, directly, wooden golem's huge palms slammed into one shot, instantly smashing the rock giant in front of it into utter powder. The power is okay. This result made Su Shin's complexion a little slower. What? At this moment, Kai Mengbai only felt his brain suddenly dizzy, and he kept replaying the image of the rock giant being co-produced by wooden golem and directly evaporated from the world. He gave the boss a second. At this moment, Kai Mengbai only felt that his brain had stopped thinking and seemed to have forgotten to even breathe. She had no reason to hold her breath. The huge visual impact made her wonder if she had entered an illusion. That's a skillbook. But soon, Kai Mengbai saw a skillbook dropped from the place where the rock giant died. This showed that everything she had just seen was true. Because the dungeon boss must explode a prize, sometimes with good luck, there will be more than one. Su Shin picked up the skillbook and stuffed it into her backpack. And Kai Mengbai, who was peeping on the side, when she looked at the young figure in front of her again. There is no more curiosity in his eyes, some are just terrified. Evildoer. She's doing a dead end and a monster. Chapter 25 The Big Surprise. The copy hides the boss. Kill the Rift dungeon boss rock giant, and because it was a solo kill, Su Shin's level rushed from the second silver level to the silver level 5 in one go. But in Su Shin's game logic, such experience points are obviously not enough. But he has nowhere to complain. After all, this is the real world. In addition, that skillbook is an attack skill called Earth Shatter, which is a lot worse than the high-quality skillbook provided by the school, but the market price can be at least 20 million yuan. When Su Shin got the skillbook, he had already tried to see if he could become a master. The result indicates that the occupation does not match and the master cannot be mastered. Although it doesn't matter, I still feel a little depressed. In case a super powerful skillbook really explodes in the future. I can only watch and can't use it, isn't it depressed to vomit blood? Su Shin thought about this place and was about to leave. He is also idle when he is idle, but he still has to continue to level up monsters, even if the experience value is not enough to see, but mosquito legs are also meat. And many more. I almost forgot. Just as she turned to leave, Su Shin suddenly thought of something. Know that in the city, Su Shin simply couldn't let go of wood style completely. But in this dungeon of the secret realm, there is no such consideration. It's a good time, why don't you just see where my Su Shin's limit is? Life sucks. Now, Su Shin continued to fold her palms together, and even used the life-sucking skill to draw the power of the earth crazily. The huge life energy immediately spread from the feet to Su Shin's whole body. The energy was so much, so surging, that Su Shin immediately showed signs that her body could no longer support it. What is he doing? The frightened Kai Mengbai was about to leave quietly, but seeing that Su Shin looked a little weird at this time, he couldn't help but stop and peek. In the sight of this girl assassin, what Su Shin was suffering from at this moment, she couldn't detect it with naked eyes. However, the giant of the wood, who had just killed the dungeon boss with the momentum of crushing, actually began to soar again in size. Advertisement 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters. Wooden Golem's body continues to grow. Su Shin applies all the life energy she has drawn to wood-style wooden golem jutsu. In other words, at this moment, he just wanted to use his body as a transfer station for transmitting life energy, which was equivalent to forcibly casting the so-called Sage mode. The downside of this move was that Su Shin's body began to collapse. At the 10th level of bronze, Su Shin was able to store 3 blood bars, but now, it is 5. But when Wooden Golem grows to 80 meters in size, all the health bars he has stored are exhausted. Now Su Shin is trying his own limits with his life. And he has that confidence. The size of the real Wooden Golem jutsu is at least hundreds of meters up and down, and maybe even thousands of meters. And Su Shin, at the current level of Silver 5th Order, used the power of the earth to force his Wooden Golem jutsu to increase in power. This desperate attempt, what finally ushered in was that Wooden Golem grew to a size of 100 meters, and he also consumed the Heart of Life. He has 2 lives left, but there is no need. After the Heart of Life is consumed, it can be recovered, but it will take some time. This is again in the secret copy of the Endless Wilderness, and no one knows if there will be other dangers that are difficult to deal with in the future. Su Shin couldn't really let himself have only 1 life left. Almost, it's just a little bit like this. Looking at his masterpiece, the 100-meter Wooden Golem, Su Shin showed a knowing smile on his face. Godzilla is only 100 meters in size, and this level of physique is far from a sign of Wooden Golem jutsu. This wood-style move combines attack and defense, and both physical attack and physical defense are top-middle-top. Of course, forcibly displaying Wooden Golem jutsu of this level also has some disadvantages. The first is that the control is not smooth, and the forced casting time is too long to be used in emergency situations, but the casting process will not be interrupted by being attacked. Furthermore, Su Shin cannot recover the life energy in Wooden Golem at this time, because the life energy in it is not his own. So it can only wait for its life energy to automatically dissipate in the world. Punch and see the power. The terrain of the mountain stream is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one entrance and exit. At this time, Su Xin was controlling wooden golem and punched the hill to the north. Advertisement boom. Boom. A punch fell, and the airwaves seemed to make the sky and earth roll, and the standing mountain was bombarded into countless rubble by wooden golem in an instant, and exploded frantically around it. Seeing this scene, Su Xin was greatly satisfied. Immediately, he strode out of the mountain stream and continued to search for dungeon creatures to spawn monsters to upgrade. At the same time, it also slowly absorbs the life energy of the earth and uses it to restore the heart of life that he has just consumed. After Su Xin left, Kai Mengbai didn't dare to lift the sneak state for a long time. Or she forgot. She stared blankly at the northern mountain peak that was smashed into slag, and she was completely stunned in place. Is this really what a silver professional can do? Su Xin, her long-standing perception of professional strength began to collapse at this moment. It can't be said to be hit, because the ability shown by the other party is simply beyond your reach. How can you attack it? Kai Mengbai's whole person suddenly became a little muddled. She left the mountain stream in dismay, after about a few hours. A message from my companion Li Shiji came. Xiao Bai, we came to this secret realm right. A copy of the hidden boss has appeared. Now the professionals in the entire secret territory are rushing towards the location of the hidden boss. The messenger can be located. Come to us. The reward of the hidden boss is indescribable. The hidden boss in the silver dungeon must be at the gold level, and the level of combat power can never be ordinary gold. Come here quickly. After hearing the comrade's message, Kai Mengbai seems to have undergone general anesthesia surgery. General anesthesia. What's going on today? After walking in the tail, a world-shattering evildoer did not say. Now a simple silver dungeon that doesn't seem to be special has a dungeon hidden boss? It took a long time for Kai Mengbai to recover. She is now located through the messenger. But at this position, she froze in place for a moment. The location of Li Shiji and others is on the side of the mountain stream where she just left. Could it be that Kai Mengbai suddenly realized something? Chapter 26. Have you ever seen a real evildoer? Evildoer. Ha ha ha. The news is true. A hidden boss has really appeared in the secret realm of Wanlan Mountain. Look. This wooden giant is not a hidden boss. Who is it? The mountain stream is full of people's voices. Under the broken mountain, more and more figures are gathering. Previously, in order to test the power of wooden golem, Su Xin smashed a small mountain with one punch, and its huge movement attracted the attention of others. That is, there are curious people who come to take a look. After that, the news of the hidden boss spread out so logically. Find hidden bosses. Not most people want to keep it secret in the first place. What I want to keep secret is that I think my team is enough to win the hidden boss, and I don't want others to take a share. But more teams, who have been in the dungeon of the secret realm for a long time, naturally have a very clear understanding. Hidden boss is unable to see the specific level information. But without exception, the hidden boss will be one level higher than the current copy. Professionals are eager to hide bosses. The reason is very simple. The prize that can be exploded by killing the hidden boss is definitely the rarest of the rare. Even if it is a gold or even silver prize, the value is absolutely crazy. Fire spell, Prairie Fire. When Kai Mengbai returned to the mountain stream, he happened to see a powerful fire mage attacking wooden golem. That fire-type mage is a silver 10th order level. At this moment, with a wave of one hand, a cluster of hot flames cut through the sky and rushed towards the tall wooden golem. Boom. Boom. The flames slammed into wooden golem, causing a violent explosion, and the flames shot into the sky for a while, no less than the roar of artillery shells. Be careful. Someone shouted loudly. The hidden boss is being attacked by them, and it must be counterattacked. But when the flames dissipated, the wooden golem with the face of King Ming's wrath was still standing there, motionless. Advertisement: the place that was attacked just now was only scattered with scattered sparks, without the slightest damage. Why doesn't the hidden boss respond? Maybe because he's a wooden man. I admit, your words really made my father laugh. That's not right. Since it's a wood-type boss, how can fire-type attacks be useless at all? The one who just shot was a silver 10th order fire mage. Why do you care so much? Come on. Professionals raised their arms and shouted, swarming up. They showed their professional skills one by one. In an instant, it was a splendid scene of 1,000 colors and 1,000 reds, and an endless stream of skill moves bombarded the giant of the wood indiscriminately. But no matter what kind of attack the giant of wood suffered, he always maintained a standing position, without any action to counterattack. About the copy boss, if it is besieged, the person who gives the boss's fatal blow will receive the maximum experience point share, and the prizes that the boss explodes belong to the unowned, which can be scrambled or distributed by themselves. Take Su Xin just killed the rock giant boss in seconds. The dropped skill book must belong to him, because he killed the boss single-handedly. Kai Mengbai, who was peeking at the side, even if he grabbed the skill book temporarily, the skill book would automatically return to Su Xin. But once you leave the dungeon secret realm, if you are robbed, you will be robbed. There is no so-called dungeon world mechanism to protect. Xiao Bai, you are here. Kai Mengbai quickly found his companions. Li Shiji's face was full of excitement, and he said to himself, the defensive power of this hidden boss is really exaggerated. So many people can't cause him any injury for a while. But the more special the hidden boss is, the more exaggerated the rewards that can be revealed. Kai Mengbai lowered his head, his expression extremely complicated. Clown. All clowns wow. Is this him? Not a hidden boss at all. This is a move that others have manifested. Kai Mungbai is completely bad. The terrifying power of wooden golem smashing the mountain with one punch is enough to make her heart flutter. But now hundreds of professionals are violently attacking wooden golem. However, the latter did not react at all, still standing in place. It's horrible. Advertisement. This kind of move is simply perfect. Whether it is defense or attack, it is incredible. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Li Shiji noticed Kai Mungbai's abnormality and asked a question. Kai Mungbai took a deep breath. She hesitated for a while, and instead of telling the other party what she saw, she asked profoundly. Li Shiji, have you ever seen a real evildoer? I mean, evildoer. Li Shiji felt a little inexplicable. Kaido. What did you say suddenly? Of course I have seen it before. Aren't the 3 hidden professionals in our school this year all evildoers? Take Wan Wan as an example. He is a hidden professional, Lei Wuzan, which is equivalent to a collection of martial artists and lay mage. When he first entered the school, he was not at the 10th rank of bronze, and he could go up a big rank and defeat a senior brother of 10th silver. Isn't this a monster? Evildoer? In the world, there is no shortage of destiny chosen who are described as evildoers, and most of them are often hidden professionals. After all, the awakened hidden professional can already be said to be the man of destiny. Kai Mungbai shook his head when he heard the words. Wrong. Kai Mungbai, is also a talented freshman at Magic Capital University this year. She is the first echelon of outstanding freshmen under the hidden professional freshmen. But after seeing Su Shin's shot, she knew very well that compared to that guy, this year's hidden professional freshman at Magic Capital University is not a monster at all. Don't shoot. Seeing that some of his companions were eager to try, Kai Mungbai hurriedly stopped. Why? The companion was puzzled. Because this boss seems to have a lot of money, it's not too late to wait for others to consume it first, and then make a move. Kai Mungbai was about to say, I don't think it might be the hidden boss, when he suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that Su Shin was looking at him from the side. Kai Mungbai's scalp exploded in an instant, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and he stammered and changed his mouth. Su Shin just glanced at them curiously. After all, she was from Magic University. But he was a little strange. Why did a certain girl in the Demon City University team show such a scared expression when she saw herself? In addition, he is more speechless now or hides the boss. He also heard the news of the hidden boss, so he rushed over. As a result, his own wooden golem was used as a hidden boss. It's just utter shit. Think of this. Su Shin turned around and left in disappointment, leaving wooden golem alone. Others brush, hidden boss, I'll just brush the normal copy. Chapter 27. The major guilds are restless. Wooden golem has become a genius force detector. At this moment, inside a high-rise building in Biancheng, this is one of the locations of the famous professional guild of the Yan Kingdom, the Tianwu Guild, in Biancheng. Every large professional guild is basically equivalent to a large group. The number of professionals in Tianwu Guild exceeded 10,000, and the number of non-professional employees was hundreds of thousands. It was a solid consortium. At the beginning of Zhou Yuan, it was the executive of the guild in the border town, with the strength of the master. There is a lot of profit here in the border town. Although the dungeon creatures do not have any body materials, they can explode equipment and materials, not the wild beasts in the dungeon secrets. They are full of treasures, which can be used as meals to replenish qi and blood, and can also be used as medical materials and so on. Just the various affairs that Zhou Yuanchu was in charge of, the profits he handled each year were as high as 100 billion. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the financial resources of large guilds. Zhou Yuanchu opened the tablet and played a video sent by his subordinates. In the video, it was the grand scene of the siege of Wooden Golem by thousands of people. Mr. Zhou, this is the hidden boss that just appeared in the silver-level dungeon Wanlin Yamanaka. The defense of this boss is extremely high, but so far, it is strange that he has not actively attacked any professional, even if he is besieged. The subordinate next to him spoke respectfully. In the dungeon of the secret realm, human technology is basically unusable, but functions such as photography and videography are not limited. After filming the video and leaving the secret realm, the news will naturally reach Zhou Yuanchu. Interesting. Zhou Yuanchu stared at the incomparably tall wooden golem for a while, then suddenly laughed. Other guilds have already started to take action. They are determined to win this hidden boss and are sending more people, are we? Of course, the mechanism of hiding the boss is probably difficult to see through the first time, but the more complicated it is, the more generous the reward will be. Even though it is in the Silver Secret Realm dungeon, you can't miss it. Zhou Yuanchu nodded lightly. Immediately after that, I ordered to go down and arrange for someone to attack the wooden golem boss. Su Shin never dreamed that because of his extreme attempt, the major guilds in the border town of the Yan Kingdom began to be restless. The knowledge of a large-scale guild is not low, and it is impossible to focus on a low-level secret realm dungeon. But the mechanics of wooden golem boss are so weird. This means that they are sure that this wooden golem boss will explode with heaven-defying prizes. It's not a groundless guess, because there are indeed hidden bosses that have experienced similar situations. The more difficult the boss mechanism is to understand, the more exaggerated the reward. These guilds just can't think of it. From the beginning, wooden golem wasn't just a hidden boss. Advertisement. 3 days have passed since the turmoil in the outside world. And Su Shin also benefited a lot. In this secret realm, even the later professionals, they were inadvertently spawning monsters, and they all went to watch his wooden golem boss. As a result, Su Shin has enough monsters for him to kill, and with the ability of life perception, the efficiency is also surprisingly good. No, in only about 3 days, Su Shin relied on spawning monsters to upgrade, cut down hundreds of dungeon creatures, and rose from the 5th rank of silver to the 6th rank of silver. Just to mention a little, from the 2nd tier of silver to the 6th tier of silver, the 4 gift packs offer strength and physique rewards. Wooden Golem here, look, did Wooden Golem boss shrink a little? Someone suddenly exclaimed that the Wooden Golem boss, which was 100 meters long before, seems to have shrunk in size now. It's shrinking. This shows that our attack is effective. Nima, let me just say, not attacking is the special mechanism of this boss. Instead, it is the defense of heaven defying. His grandmothers, we have at most thousands of people attacking this Wooden Golem boss at the same time. After the professionals found this out, they were all in high spirits. At this moment, Kai Mungbai was standing on the top of a small mountain in the south, looking bored at the professionals below. Ha ha ha, so much fun. If I hadn't seen this Wooden Golem smash the mountain with one punch, I would have believed it had a special mechanism. Hiss. At this time, exclamations came from the crowd. That's someone from the Tianwu Guild. Look, his attack has caused some marks on Wooden Golem. What? Can you leave traces? People look at. I saw a handsome and extraordinary young man with a long knife in his hand, and his swordsmanship was extremely superb. This is a genius boy named Shui Zan. Not all geniuses will enter colleges and universities, and there are not a few talented professionals recruited by large guilds every year. The crowd watched. He saw Shui Zan jumped up immediately and stood at Wooden Golem's toes with a knife, cutting out an obvious white mark. Advertisement. Sure enough, people in the world cannot be underestimated. Even if they are not from the 7 sons of the empire, geniuses like large guilds should not be underestimated. Li Shiji sighed softly, his eyes solemn. He had tried it long ago, and his attacks simply could not leave a mark on Wooden Golem. Who are those people? He's a genius from Yan Jing University. He rushed over after hearing the news. Good guy. It's not just the freshmen who came out of the 7 sons of the empire this year, but also the geniuses recruited by the major guilds this year. Laozi has never seen so many geniuses in his life. Are they here to check in to hide the boss? Hey, you've just come here. There's already this trend, and the one who can leave traces on Wooden Golem boss is the top combat power of the silver rank. It's a genius. Yesterday, a hidden professional genius came, and he made a move, leaving the deepest traces, but that fate boy made a move and left. There are still people attacking the Wooden Golem boss, but more of a chat. The show is about to be born. Now this period is the admission season, so there are many college freshmen who come out to experience. Wooden Golem hides the uproar from the boss outside. Naturally, these talented freshmen came to check in immediately. Unfortunately, it looks like it's almost there. Somewhere at the foot of Wooden Golem, a group of boys and girls are using Wooden Golem as a target to test the power of their moves. If Su Shin was here, he would definitely be able to recognize a few of them. It was Yan Jing, Zhao Shu, Wang Yi, and others who had been distracted by him during the entrance examination. There's nothing to be discouraged. Those who leave traces are at least the 10th tier of silver, and now you have just stepped into the 1st tier of silver. Zhao Shu, a spearman, saw that Yan Jing bowed her head and remained silent. Later, when she was lost, she quickly comforted her with kindness. Yan Jing shook his head, looked at his gloved fist with some doubts, and murmured, I'm not discouraged, I just feel a little familiar. Where have you seen a boss with this special mechanism before? Zhao Shu and the others couldn't help but have some doubts. Yan Jing looked up at the tall Wooden Golem. How does it feel? This feeling is very similar to when I attacked Su Shin in the entrance examination before. Kai Mungbai watched this scene from below. She suddenly felt that this feeling that everyone was drunk and I woke up alone was really wonderful. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of clowns. Chapter 28. Find the bug and start hanging up. Multiple wood clones spawning upgrades. Okay. As expected of a genius from Yan Jing University, he was able to leave his mark. A loud shout caught the attention of Yan Jing and others. They turned their heads to look and saw a young man who had just stopped attacking. I know this person. His name is Lin Xiao, and he is the #1 student in Yan Jing University this year. Zhao Shu saw the boy's appearance clearly and immediately recognized him. As a freshman this year, Yan Jing failed to leave traces of the attack, but the other party could. The difference is immediately apparent. Wooden Golem has shrunk again. Everyone should work harder, don't stop attacking. At this time, someone else raised their arms and shouted in the crowd. The Wooden Golem that Su Shin made with 1 life, let alone a silver-level professional, is a gold-level professional, and I am afraid it will be difficult to break its defense. Because this does not belong to Su Shin's own strength at all, but borrows the natural energy of heaven and earth. However, as the number of attacks increases, even if the critical hit damage is -1, it will also drain the life energy of Wooden Golem itself, so it will gradually decrease in size. After the life energy has passed completely, Wooden Golem will become a seed again. The news of Wooden Golem boss has attracted thousands of silver professionals. More people, everyone wants to try Wooden Golem's defense. Coupled with the discovery that Wooden Golem is getting smaller, the enthusiasm of everyone was naturally raised. No, with the shouts of the exit people, the onlookers started a new round of collective attacks. The other side, Su Shin is still burying his head in killing monsters. His efficiency is extremely high, but the experience gained from killing monsters is unsatisfactory. But now the professionals in this dungeon of the secret realm are not doing their jobs properly. He has enough time and dungeon biological resources for him to enjoy alone. No one is fighting him. At this time, Su Shin is attacking a tree man mobs. The opponent belongs to the elites in this secret dungeon, and it is a silver 10th order level. Advertisement: when the tree man monster faced Su Shin's attack, it was not instantly killed, but at the same time its body was divided into two. It counterattacked at Su Shin. Rustling. I saw Su Shin stretched out his right hand, and several long sharp wooden thorns completely pierced the two-headed Trent after the split. The long wooden thorns grew wildly in the body of the tree man monster, supporting the latter instantly. A silver 10th order can't let me upgrade from silver 6th order to silver 7th order. Su Shin slapped her mouth, naturally dissatisfied with the result. He suddenly wondered if there was a hidden mechanism in the secret realm dungeon, that is, the stronger he was, the less experience he gained. But think about it carefully, maybe it was because he was too impetuous and too eager to upgrade quickly. After all, it has not been a week since I came to the Endless Wilderness, and without any external help, I upgraded from the first tier of silver to the 10th tier of silver. This upgrade speed is absolutely jaw-dropping. And many more. Suddenly, Su Shin stared at the shard of the Trent monster in front of him, as if a light flashed across his head, and an idea was born. Am I his? Su Shin suddenly cursed at herself. He remembered Shuren's split move, and then he remembered that he had wood-style wood clone. After a quarter of an hour, Su Shin found a little monster again. Wood-style wood clone technique. He did not attack directly this time, but performed the wood clone technique. Then I oversaw the battle and watched wood clone easily kill the mobs in front of him. It can be done, ha ha ha, it can be done. After wood clone killed the mobs, the prompt to gain experience points in the Rift dungeon sounded in Su Shin's mind. This shows that he used wood clone to brush monsters to upgrade, and the effect also applies to the main body. A wood clone, the efficiency that can be increased is naturally limited. But what about the multiple wood clone technique? Wood-style multiple wood clone technique, now. Su Shin immediately performed multiple wood clone techniques. His current background does not support the excessively exaggerated number, but there are 10. Each wood clone is equivalent to 1/10 of his body's combat power, and combined with wood-style moves, it is enough to meet the needs of quickly brushing monsters to gain experience. And 10 is not the limit. Su Shin's health bar can be divided into 10 wood clones that guarantee relatively strong combat power, and he has another 5 regular health bars plus blue bars. Advertisement: the heart of life that was consumed a few days ago has also recovered. So the number of wood clones that Su Shin can divide now is 60. Certainly, wood clone also has limitations. There is no need to question his ability to act, but he lacks accurate judgment. It is equivalent to a preset computer program. The premise is to stay out of Su Shin's line of sight, otherwise he can separate his consciousness for accurate control. And when wood clone left his sight, only when the wood clone disappears or is actively disarmed by Su Shin, will the memories of the things that the wood clone come in contact with appear in Su Shin's mind, not immediately synchronized. Besides, wood clone cannot use this skill to drain life, and it will automatically dissipate when the energy is used up. Wood-style wood transformation technique. When 60 people suddenly appeared around, a sense of the Matrix's déjà vu came to mind. Under the control of Su Shin, these wood clone folded their hands together, and everyone's faces began to change, and they began to pinch their faces freely. You must pinch your face first. Otherwise, once the 60 selves are discovered by someone with a heart, it will not be a good thing. For Su Shin, there is no need for him to be low-key, but there is no need to be too public. Perform multiple wood clone techniques. The burden on the body doesn't matter at all. The energy lost by Su Shin will be replenished immediately through life drawn, and this powerful recovery ability is the most heaven-defying aspect of life drawn. But the key point is that this move also has a great burden on the spirit. It's not that Su Shin doesn't want to nest spells. After creating 60 wood clones, life draws a bit to restore itself, and then another 60. But every time a wood clone is created, his spiritual consciousness will be divided more or less. Once the number is too large, his mental power will not be able to hold up at first. And life drain cannot restore the spirit. Go find the dungeon creature in this secret territory. At the moment, Su Shin gave an order to 60 different wood clones. Yes. 60 wood clone responded in unison, and then dispersed in different directions. As for Su Shin himself, he has been killing monsters with high intensity these days, and he is also a little tired of killing. Just hang up and wait for the prompt to get experience points. No, but only half a day. He was successfully upgraded from the 6th rank of silver to the 7th rank of silver. Chapter 29, Silver 10th rank. The dungeon mission of the Golden Secret Realm. In the copy of Wanlin Mountain, on top of a tall tree, Su Shin is lying comfortably on his side, looking like a leisure and healthcare provider. From time to time, he splits out some wood clones to ensure that there are 60 wood clones working for him at the same time. Have to say, going to the dungeon secret realm is indeed something that people look forward to very much. But if you simply upgrade monsters, it will become as boring as cultivation. In the upgrade of monsters, professionals can continuously use their own professional skills to strengthen their understanding and proficiency of skills, making professional skills more powerful. But this benefit means nothing to Su Shin. His wood style does not need to be proficient at all, it is completely the process of stacking his own heritage. Even Su Shin thinks that no one else has the shackles of upgrading. If he has enough information, he can level up smoothly, and the same goes for the big rank. It is really easy and fast to upgrade with a foreign object similar to the Heart of Yumu, but Su Shin's financial resources do not support him to use this richest upgrade method at the moment. Su Shin didn't pay attention to the momentum caused by wooden golem. He just waited silently. Time passes by like a horse. It has been 10 days after maintaining this mode of on-hook upgrade. Su Shin's level has finally been upgraded to the 10th level of silver. But also therefore, however, because Su Shin's mode is like a locust crossing the border, it is more and more difficult to find monsters in the dungeon to gain experience. Among the 4 gift packs obtained from the upgrade, Su Shin is all turned on, and it is a reward for strength and physique. At this moment, Su Shin looked at her personal panel. Professor Su Shin. Occupation, Medic. Grade, Silver 10th grade. Strength, 2360. Constitution, 5800. Auxiliary skills, Life recovery, Medicine appraisal. Wood skills. More words are omitted. Talent, Heart of Life, Close black lens bracket. With the strange power, Su Shin now has a punch of 230,000 kilograms. As for his physique, it has grown even more rapidly, and his background has risen to a new level. It's been out for more than half a month. Advertisement. From the 1st tier of silver to the 10th tier of silver, this growth rate has reached Su Shin's expectation. He had planned to come out and practice for a month, and when he went back, he would need at least 10th rank of silver. Now it seems, there is still time for him to hit the golden rank. At the moment, Su Shin left this silver level secret realm. When he walked out of the secret realm, he saw a group of young people with serious faces preparing to enter the secret realm. I received news that the hidden boss of Wooden Golem has shrunk to about 10 meters in size. The number of people in this secret territory has already broken the sky. When the hidden boss rewards are revealed, it will definitely cause a large-scale melee to grab treasures. I don't know how many people will die by then. The strong take everything. Today, tens of thousands of people have gathered at Wooden Golem, and at its peak it even reached tens of thousands. After Su Shin heard their words, her expression was a little weird. It won't be confusing at all. Wooden Golem's life energy will disappear when it runs out, and when it disappears, it will not explode the reward that the boss should give. It was just a farce from start to finish. Think of this. Su Shin gradually moved away. After a day, through the wooden transformation technique, Su Shin slightly changed his appearance. He is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Going to the secret realm of the silver-level dungeon naturally does not need to be secretive, just normal experience. But this time he is going to enter the golden dungeon secret realm, and there is no excuse for a little cover-up. At this time, Su Shin was standing at the entrance of a golden secret dungeon, looking at the introduction of the dungeon boss above. Dungeon boss. Flame Dragon Lizard. Grade, Gold 10th grade, not beheaded. Rewards that can be exploded. Heart of Fire, Bloodline of Flame, Dragon Lizard Armor. Gold dungeons have more boss rewards than silver ones. And the hint of not beheading made Su Shin very concerned. As far as he knows, the golden secret dungeon, Hoyan Cave, in front of me appeared a year ago. In a year, there should be no gold-level professionals who can't find the boss. While thinking about it, when they saw 3 people walking by, the 3 looked indifferent, glanced at Su Shin lightly, and then entered the secret realm. After they entered the secret realm, Su Shin waited for a while before stepping into the secret realm. This secret realm is not a random teleportation location. After entering, Su Shin looked back and the exit was behind him. Advertisement in at the moment of entering the secret realm. A reminder of the dungeon secret realm sounded in Su Shin's mind. Do you choose to receive a copy task? Task Content 1. Find the boss Flame Dragon Lizard and kill him. Mission 2. Complete a battle and kill a gold-level competitor. Task Content 3. Unique. Protect the Flame Dragon Lizard from being beheaded. Already received. Task Reminder. Must be completed alone, not team action. Single quote. Each task has corresponding reward content. The reward of the first mission is to randomly choose 2 of the possible boss rewards. The reward for the second mission is a random gold-level weapon and equipment. The reward for the third quest is to follow the Flame Dragon Lizard. The third task reward is definitely the best, and it was received. There is even a dungeon quest to kill each other. You can only get one of the tasks. Su Shin looked at the second task with a thoughtful expression. This secret realm dungeon is indeed not as beautiful as imagined. Life Perception. Su Shin did not rush to receive the quest, but immediately used his life perception ability. In an instant, he found that at the entrance of the secret realm, there were several powerful life breaths dormant. Su Shin glanced in that direction. This secret realm is not a random teleportation location, so there are definitely villains who are willing to do things like staying at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Get the first mission. Su Shin chose one of the tasks. He is not interested in beast pets, unless it is a beast to your mother, hee. As for weapons and equipment, he is not too dependent on it. In contrast, for him personally, the first task reward is the most affordable. This guy looks strange. The face and body seem to be a little out of harmony, and there is a possibility of disguise. He found us. Forget it, wait for a more suitable target. Su Shin stepped away, and after some hesitation, the villains in the dark did not choose to take action. Their teamwork is definitely not the second task, it is simply killing people and stealing treasures. But Su Shin made it clear that she had found them. In addition to him alone, these villains made some stings, so they carefully gave up their goals. I guess they can't think of it. The person in front of him is only a silver rank. Chapter 30. A charming girl, a dual-line master of thunder and fire. After confirming that no one was following him, only then did Su Xin reread the detailed introduction to the task. Hiss. After reading all the contents including the task prompt, Su Xin couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder that the third task is the only task, and can only be received by one person. It's no wonder that the Golden Dungeon has been around for a year, and the boss has not been attacked yet. Because only after the third task is received, the Flame Dragon Lizard can be found. The end point of this dungeon secret realm is not to upgrade monsters, but to confront. And the task has punishment and time limit. The time limit is still very rough. It does not start when Su Xin receives the task, but starts after the third task is received. The remaining time is 5 hours 26 minutes and 23 seconds. It's only 5 hours. The content of the punishment is that once the time expires or the period leaves the secret realm, then the task will be declared failed, and the professional who receives the task will be forcibly lowered by 1 level. However, if it is the first rank of gold, it will not fall to the silver rank, but will be punished by a curse, a state of weakness for up to a month. Of course, under this outrageous punishment mechanism, the reward is naturally rich enough. It was mentioned in the task that teams are not allowed. However, if a professional who has received the same task, when attacking the Flame Dragon Lizard, will not be counted as a team battle. Once the Flame Dragon Lizard is killed, as long as the quest player who participated in the killing will receive the same reward. This quest even has an Easter egg. If in the process of killing the Flame Dragon Lizard, you also kill the task person who received the protection of the Flame Dragon Lizard, then you will get a top quality golden equipment, the Molten Staff. This piece of equipment can only be used by a mage. It has its own attack skills, which can summon molten attack. Looking at the 3 tasks, the third quest is the most difficult, but in addition to its own quest rewards, there must also be quest eggs. Once the task is received, it will directly tell you the location of the Flame Dragon Lizard. Su Xin clicked the task prompt in his mind, and a map opened, marking the location of him and the Fire Dragon Lizard. And the position of the Flame Dragon Lizard is obviously moving. Advertisement. With a few hours of mission time left, the battle has definitely broken out. Su Xin took a deep breath. He did not expect that a mere golden copy would be so interesting. But this wasn't what he wanted. He came to the golden copy to upgrade the monsters. Now it is a race against time, and there is even a risk of being relegated. Furthermore, those who dare to receive the third task are absolutely confident in their own strength, maybe they are still hidden professionals. Although there is only one person, the boss strength of the golden copy should not be underestimated. Quitting is naturally impossible. It seems that my dungeon knowledge of this world is still too lacking. Su Xin complained to himself, and then quickly approached the position of the Flame Dragon Lizard. At the same time, somewhere in secret, still chasing. That woman's strength is not something we can deal with at all. Now there are only 5 of us left. If we catch up, we might all die. But at this point, the Flame Dragon Lizard and the woman are both seriously injured. Do you want to give up now? Try again, try again. A group of 5 people are not teammates, but people who receive the task together. The task time is not long, starting from the time of receiving the third task, a total of 7 days. In these few days, a total of more than 20 gold level people received the first task. But the strength of receiving the third quest is really strong, and combined with the strength of the Flame Dragon Lizard gold boss, some gold is beheaded, and the other part accepts punishment and chooses to give up. Now, there are only 5 people left. And on the other side, on the head of the huge dragon lizard with a huge body and flames, a charming girl is sitting. The girl is barefoot and wearing a black veil, so she can't see the specific face. But judging from her eyes, the girl was very tired at this time. I underestimate the group of ordinary gold 10th order. The girl spit out Fang Lan, glanced at the back, then patted the big guy under her, and said, "Little lizard, you will survive in a few hours, hurry up and run." Advertisement. The Flame Dragon Lizard hummed. Its injuries are shocking, but it is still running at a high speed. Quick, quick, giggling, I'm going to catch up. The girl suddenly laughed, and at the rear, a group of 5 people gradually emerged. One of the 5 is a wind-type mage. He used his spell skills and supported the other 4 to fly together, far faster than the running Flame Dragon Lizard. Wanwa Wind Blade. When the distance is enough, the wind-type wizard of the 10th order yellow level waved his right hand, and dozens of sharp wind blades with a size of more than 10 meters roared out, piercing the sky, and heading towards the girl and dragon lizard in front of him. Attack away. The girl did not panic. The dragon lizard under him suddenly opened his mouth, and a beam of flame spewed out, dispersing most of the wind blades. The girl suddenly exploded with thunder, and a cluster of thunder and lightning flashed and moved in the sky, destroying the remaining wind blades in an instant. The girl is a thunder mage. But not just that. The girl suddenly waved her right hand again, and her whole body suddenly burst into flames. Boo! A sharp whistling sound of birds of prey was deafening, and then the flames on the girl's body turned into a giant flaming black bird, rushing towards the chasing 5 people. I'm all injured, how can I still use such moves? The 5 people behind them were angry and frightened, and they hurriedly took action to deal with the attacking flaming black bird. The occupations of the 5 people are all combat occupations. This single-player mission is unlikely to have a supporting profession. They are wind-type mage, swordsman, martial artist, and 3 of them are martial artist professions. But the profession of martial arts can't be compared with the mage in the early stage, and the advantage of the latter's kite is too great. Therefore, among the 5, it depends on the performance of the wind-type mage. As long as the other 4 have a chance to get close to the girl, the mage's kite advantage will be gone. Thunder and Fire. Looks so young, wouldn't he be a genius in a certain college? On the other side, at the speed of Su Xin, he also rushed here. He did not appear in a hurry, but looked at the battle that had broken out ahead. Su Xin's eyes fell on the charming girl's face. She covered her face with a black lace veil, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes. The blue silk long hair shawl, under the reflection of the firelight, is even more hot and moving. Chapter 31 Fatal Crisis. Hidden Professional Demon Fallen. If this consumption continues, I will be the first to be unable to support it. The wind-type mage looked very anxious at the moment. He can't resist the attack of the opponent and the flame dragon lizard alone, and it is impossible to create an opportunity for the other 4 melee professions to fight in close quarters. And look at the posture of the girl opposite. I don't intend to make a quick decision, I just want to delay the time. After all, the 2 sides are not enemies, they are completely opposed to each other because of the dungeon mission. Not far away, Su Xin watched all this silently, while also measuring the level of the gold-level professional's combat power in his heart and comparing it with himself. But right now, mutation. All of a sudden, violent vibrations were heard from all directions. I saw a giant transparent barrier rising in the 4 directions of the south, east, west and north at the same time, and the barrier was like a water curtain, undulating. But in the blink of an eye, the 4 barriers are combined in one place to form an enchantment, which completely encloses this circle. What's the situation? The 5 wind-type mages were stunned for a moment, and the attacking movements in their hands stopped because of this. But looking at the charming girl, her face suddenly changed. The girl said nothing. The whole body was covered with dazzling thunder, and then the whole person quickly galloped towards the high altitude in the distance. But soon there was a bang. She was thrown back alive by the barrier. It's useless, this is a high-level enchantment scroll made by a Uranus-level wizard. Without the strength of a grandmaster, it is impossible to break it. A light laughter sounded at this moment. Then I saw 3 people slowly appearing, and their eyes fell on the girl. Seeing these 3 people, Su Xin in secret was also a little stunned. It was the 3 people he met when he entered this golden secret realm. Now it seems, these 3 people came to this secret realm specifically for that charming girl. Broken. This girl must be an outstanding genius among the great forces, and she is afraid that she might be involved in some kind of power struggle. There's no need to try to use the teleportation scroll. We use the enchantment to eliminate the ability of the teleportation scroll. Yan Jing, your head is very valuable. Among the 3, the gloomy-looking man at the head spoke again. I didn't bring anything like that. Advertisement. The girl Yan Jing snorted, but she was very calm when she encountered such a scene of being ambushed. Hey, the mission or something, can you let it go for a while? If we don't join forces now, we may all die in a while. She even shouted at the 5 wind magicians. We can give up the mission, we don't want to get involved in your personal affairs, let us leave. The wind element mage naturally refused. He looked at the gloomy man and said in a loud voice. When? After hearing this, the gloomy man's eyes fell on the 5 people, and the corners of his mouth evoked an icy arc. When did the trash dare to speak in such a tone? Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 large meat buns suddenly bulging on his shoulders behind him, and then the meat buns were torn open, but there was no blood, but a pair of meat wings covered with black scales spread out. The gloomy man spread his wings on his back, and the whole person directly turned into an arc, breaking the speed of sound, and drawing a black long rainbow in the air. This scene happened so fast. So many of the wind-type mages didn't even react, they felt a severe pain in their necks, and then they saw the heaven and the earth spinning back and forth in their eyes. Dong dong dong. 5 heads fell to the ground, slowly rolling. Everyone's faces had expressions of astonishment and puzzlement, and then their pupils gradually enlarged, and they couldn't even shout out the grief before death. Are you the fallen demon Mo Ming? The girl Yan Jing showed a touch of fear in her eyes. Demon fallen. Hidden occupation. There is no right or wrong in power and occupation, but human beings do. The growth methods of abnormal occupations such as demon fallen are often built on the corpses of others, so they have always been excluded from popular occupations. If someone awakens this kind of occupation in the awakening ceremony, it is very likely that it will be dealt with secretly by the professional association, or supervised. I didn't expect Miss Yan to have heard of me, but before that, a little mouse needs to be dealt with. The fallen demon Mo Ming laughed hoarsely. Then the figure moved quickly again. And this time, the direction of the attack was exactly where Su Xin was. The latter hadn't even figured out what to do, but a huge crisis of life and death was approaching. After all, that charming girl is the heir of a big man. The fallen demon who came to kill her, it is impossible for the living to know about this, and it must be a decisive murder. Anyone else? Yan Jing was a little puzzled. However, there is not much expectation in my heart. At this time, looking forward to the appearance of a helper is no less than a fool's dream. Ordinary gold, where can this fallen Mo Ming's opponent be? Advertisement. The scene where the 5 golds were instantly killed was enough to explain everything. Wood-style wood ingot wall. Mo Ming's speed was so fast that Su Xin almost couldn't react. He clasped his hands together suddenly. Bang bang bang. On the ground around him, a row of wooden pillars burst out of the ground immediately, and then bent and combined into an arch wall, making his defenses up, down, left, and right impregnable. Click. However, just after the defense of the wooden ingot wall was unfolded, a ferocious devil arm full of sharp thorns pierced the wooden ingot wall, piercing the heart of Su Shin with a destructive force, and even more cruelly ripped out the latter's heart. Out. But the heart doesn't feel right. Mo Ming looked down, and there was still some heart in his hand, which was a piece of wood that had been smashed. He looked forward again, and saw that there was another piece of wood that had been smashed where Su Shin was originally. Pile. Interesting, it doesn't seem like a little mouse. Mo Ming grinned lightly. On the side, the intact Su Shin was looking at him indifferently. Just when he was on the verge of death, he used the wooden body replacement technique to escape the fatal blow. If you react a little slower, then a heart of life must have been consumed. If it is said that the Dragon Knight Wang Jingyu is here to discredit the hidden professional, it is funny. The fallen demon in front of him was absolutely vicious to the extreme. From him, Su Shin felt extremely deadly senses. The opponent is not only a gold rank higher than him, but also a hidden profession. Mo Ming, leave this person to us, go and solve Yan Shia. At this time, one of Mo Ming's two companions urged anxiously. Enchantment also has a duration. Give me another minute. Mo Ming waved his hand, his eyes always fell on Su Shin. It seems that he is a little dissatisfied with the failure to kill Su Shin in seconds. No, 10 seconds is enough. Mo Ming suddenly changed his words. He roared wildly, and the whole person suddenly turned into a terrifying humanoid monster. Go to hell. Under the demonized state, Mo Ming's emotions became extremely crazy, and his speech was even more demonic, which shocked people. At this moment, Su Shin's death crisis has climbed to the top like never before. Chapter 32 Mad, scared Laozi, but fortunately I am superior. The demon fallen Mo Ming is using the skills unique to his hidden occupation at this time, and it is a status skill, demonization. In this state, Mo Ming's various abilities will be greatly increased, such as speed, strength, defense, etc. The degree of its increase is even more exaggerated than that of the berserker's rage skill. Mo Ming, who was still in front of him just now, disappeared from Su Shin's sight in an instant. I saw Su Shin slammed on the ground with one hand. Dang dang dang. At the moment, with him as the center, a row of huge wooden pillars rose from the ground and surrounded it with a wooden wall. Boom. But the moment the wooden wall was formed, the wooden wall in front of it was instantly smashed, and Mo Ming's mad and ferocious figure appeared. His demonized right arm, full of explosive power, punched Su Shin straight away. Woohoo. When he punched, the surrounding wind was loud, and the airwaves rolled and rose at the tip of his fist. This punch actually gives people a sense of sight that blows away the atmosphere. But at this time, Su Shin had no fear in his eyes. In other words, in this crisis moment, there is no room for Su Shin to panic. Yes, it's just an inspired fighting instinct. Su Shin's face turned savage, and a punch that was unafraid also slammed the opponent away. Court death. When Mo Ming saw this, there was a hint of mockery in his scarlet eyes. In the state of demonization, the physique of the fallen devil is much stronger than that of a martial artist, so he cannot fight against him. At this time, Yan Shia, who was not far away, hurriedly reminded the strange middle-aged man. Certainly, Yan Shia knew that if the person in front of her was killed, she would be completely isolated and helpless. So she not only reminded her aloud, she also sneaked away at Mo Ming at the same time. But Mo Ming's other two companions are all good players in the 10th rank of gold, how could it be possible to paddle the water and watch the show? As soon as Yan Shiai's sneak attack started, he was stopped by the other two and began to besiege the former. Boom, boom, the fists of Su Shin and Mo Ming slammed together. At the moment when the two fists exchanged, a deafening explosion exploded out of thin air. The tumbling airwaves formed shockwaves and slammed into the surroundings suddenly. The ground between the two of them, a face-to-face effort, was directly blasted into a bottomless pit. Click. But behind the violent explosion, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. It was Su Shin's right arm that broke. Even with the tenfold blessing of the strange power, his power lost to the opponent. You're kind of funny, you're clearly using wood spells, but you're not much weaker than me in terms of strength. Mo Ming was even more surprised. His punch was originally intended to directly smash Su Shin's right arm and his entire body into a bloody fog. Advertisement as a result, it was only to the extent that the opponent's right arm was fractured. But his nonsense had just ended, then he saw that Su Shin's right arm, which was bent to a strange arc, was restored to its original state in an instant, as if the arm bone fracture just now had never happened. What? Mo Ming was shocked. What is the rate of wound healing? In the demonized state, his own resilience is also greatly improved, but he cannot achieve such an exaggeration. Gradually, Mo Ming looked at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of him, and the contempt in his eyes was gradually replaced by seriousness. Thrusting spear. Looking at Su Shin again, when he was fighting against the fist, and his fist strength was no match for the opponent, he was also shaken back a few steps, but his attack did not slow down at all. He stretched his right arm forward, and the entire arm was transformed. As a block of wood began to grow rapidly, in the blink of an eye, a giant tree with a sharp front stabbed straight towards Mo Ming. Mo Ming's original intention was to take it directly, but when the thorny giant tree rushed, he temporarily wanted to hide to the side. When he hides, he completely loses the initiative. The moment Mo Ming avoided, Su Xin pressed the ground with one hand, and a large amount of life energy flowed into the ground. King Kong Zaomu. For a time, the whole ground rumbled. Pieces of wood as hard as diamonds broke out from the ground, and the speed was as fast as instant. Mo Ming's mentality changed again, but when he looked at Su Xin again, he was obviously stunned. Because Su Xin's transformation technique could not be maintained under the premise that he used a lot of life energy and turned into his original appearance. Seeing the other party's young face, how could Mo Ming not be stunned? Touch of the fallen devil, but the current form can no longer distract him. Mo Ming. Mo Ming shouted loudly, and a dark aura rose from his body. Under the black air, black dark touches extended from Mo Ming's body one after another, smashing the pieces of diamond into pieces. Magic power. Mo Ming's combat experience is obviously not weak, and he knows that he must regain the initiative at this moment. At this moment, Mo Ming raised his hands above his head in a way of supporting the sky. Between his hands, a black energy ball was rapidly brewing. Wood-style tree world is born. Realizing the danger of that energy ball, Su Xin had no intention of holding back. He clasped his hands together tightly, and the life energy of his 6 blood bars drained into the ground beneath his feet. Bang bang bang, suddenly, the ground rises and falls like a sponge, and dense trees grow rapidly one after another. Advertisement: just a few breaths, Su Xin and Mo Ming were still covered by a vast forest. Give me a death. At this moment, Mo Ming's magical power exploded. The roar of the explosion resounded throughout the world. The momentum was even more terrifying, and a black storm was formed, and the black flames licked around, destroying the dense forest that had just formed in an instant. In an instant, the location of the forest environment that was remodeled by Su Xin was already a deserted area. But Mo Ming never imagined that the countless trees that he destroyed started to grow wildly in the next second. The forest environment of the last second actually reappeared. And this time, he no longer has time to brew his own skills. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The explosions kept appearing one after another, and Mo Ming was completely insane. He went crazy and destroyed everything around him. But no matter how he attacks, trees smashed by it will grow back instantly. And when there was a gap in his attack for a moment, countless branches were firmly entangled in it. Who are you? This is not a wood spell at all. The moment he was entangled in the branches, Mo Ming's eyes showed a look of horror for the first time. All of him is being absorbed, but in an instant. The ferocious and terrifying form of the devil is about to die like a mummified corpse. Puff puff puff, a sharp wooden thorn will inexplicably pierce the holes. Mo Ming, who was still roaring in rage just now, has returned to the west at this moment. Mo Ming. How is this possible? The battle between Mo Ming and Su Xin was not long, and it only took a few minutes to complete the battle. And this time, the warm-up session between Yan Shia and the other two over there hasn't even started yet. Yan Shia's expression was lying at this time. She raised her head and looked over there. Seeing that Su Xin touched the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead, he whispered. Mad, I really scared Laozi, but I'm better, Yan Shia. Does he call it superior skill? Chapter 33. Su Xin. You're so cool. When Mo Ming died, a branch hooked the prop storage bag on his body and sent it to Su Xin. Su Xin picked up the storage bag, then he looked at Mo Ming's other two companions with a faint gaze. He couldn't let go of these two, but it didn't take off immediately. The reason is also very simple: he is now in a state of extreme scarcity. The move of wood-style birth of the tree world consumes too much life energy. Su Xin used all his spare health bars, blue bars, to make it take shape and kill Mo Ming smoothly. However, under the ability of life absorption, it only takes a few minutes for the self-deprived state to be completely restored to its original state. After a few minutes, the spare health bar, blue bar, can be replenished again. Compared to Su Xin's powerful wood-style moves, this kind of constant resilience as long as you step on the ground is the real pervert of Su Xin. In other words, the enemy that Su Xin fears most is the one whose strength surpasses him so much that he can instantly kill him. But if Su Xin can't be killed at one time, it means that it will never be killed. Who are you? The shock of Mo Ming's death to the other two was incomparable. One of them stared at Su Xin in horror, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. How could this be? Mo Mingtian's wealth was actually beheaded by his peers. The occupations of these two are also relatively rare. One is a wolfman, and the other is a half-beast warrior. None of this Mo Ming trio has a career as a human being. Release this barrier, I don't want to cause more trouble. Su Xin pointed to the transparent barrier of the enchantment and replied. Once this one-time enchantment scroll is cast, it will be automatically released after the energy is exhausted. They can't be released in the middle. Yan Shia frowned and reminded. That's good. When Su Xin heard the words, she replied with complete confidence. He was really afraid that the other two would suddenly withdraw from the enchantment and flee before he had fully recovered. But it doesn't matter if you run away. After all, he's disguised now. At this time, Su Xin didn't realize that her wood transformation technique had been lifted by herself under her high-intensity use of wood style, and she thought she was the appearance of a middle-aged man. Wrong. Quick shot. Advertisement. At this moment, the werewolf suddenly realized something, and hurriedly shouted at his companion. The opponent killed Mo Ming. Although the process was short, it must not be in full bloom. On the other side, Yan Shia has injuries and is not in full bloom. The two of them still have a chance. Kill. Langya Fengfengchuan. Realize this, the werewolf and another half-beast warrior immediately attacked and killed Su Xin. This scene of taking the initiative made Su Xin's expression a little weird. The birth of his tree world has not disappeared, and the power still exists. The two rushed into the sea of trees without fear of death, and were instantly entangled by endless trees. But for a moment, the three mummified corpses were neatly hung on the southeast branch. Aren't people in this profession not very brainy? Su Xin muttered speechlessly. He began to skillfully pocket the storage bag props of the other two. After doing this, Su Xin's own state has almost recovered at this moment. He slowly walked to where Yan Jing was. Thank you my friend for helping me. Seeing this, Yan Jing owes her amorous feelings slightly. Don't thank me so early, uncle, I like a cute girl like you the most, Jia. Su Xin suddenly laughed awkwardly. Yan Jing was stunned for a moment. But soon realized something, as if being amused, the flowers of the laugh trembled. Uncle, your disguise is gone, she pointed to her face and gestured. Su Xin. Su Xin stopped, mocking, the other party with bad taste, and his face returned to seriousness. He looked at the flame dragon lizard beside him. This big guy must be killed, otherwise he will fall to the 9th rank of silver, and the previous efforts to upgrade on the hangar will be gone. As for this charming girl in front of me, my name is Yan Jing, what about you? What's your name? Which big family are you from? Imperial College? Who is your teacher or father? Yan Jing took off the black veil on his face, revealing a thrilling and delicate face. But when Su Xin saw it, he was stunned in place. Advertisement. This girl looks exactly like Yan Jing. Have you ever seen a girl as beautiful as me? Seeing Su Xin stunned, Yan Jing was a little puzzled. The opponent is so young and has the terrifying combat power to kill hidden professionals of the same age in seconds. This must be the arrogant son of a big power. Even if he is of ordinary background, he will definitely be absorbed by the big power. Such a talented person will never lack Ying Yan by his side. You are quite narcissistic. Su Xin laughed, and her heart gradually calmed down. She and Yan Jing are both surnamed Yan. Are they twin sisters? But he heard that Yan Jing's family background is not prominent, even a single-parent family, and his mother is an executive of a certain company, so he can only be said to be wealthy. In addition, compared to Yan Jing's coldness, this one in front of him is charming and coquettish. I want to deal with this big guy. Su Xin changed the subject and looked at the flame dragon lizard beside him. Well, just don't kill me. Yan Jing nodded and made fun of himself by the way. She must know that Su Xin will definitely have the idea of killing someone for a moment in her heart, but she has to pick it out, which is enough to see the character of this woman. Although the flame dragon lizard is a golden dungeon boss, it has been consumed too much by other taskers. At this time, Su Xin shot at it and killed it very smoothly. However, after the kill, apart from a boss reward and a quest reward for choosing 2 boss rewards, there is no experience point to gain. This made Su Xin's face turn ugly all of a sudden. A copy of this quest mechanism cannot be upgraded at all by spawning monsters. You haven't told me what your name is. Also, your moves are so strange, they don't seem to be ordinary wood spells. Seeing that Su Xin was done, Yan Jing spoke up again. I saved you, won't you show me something? Su Xin looked over and asked. Then, what do you want to express? Let me say it first, she is still a big girl, you can't be astringent. When Yan Jing heard this, her face turned red, and her little daughter felt ashamed. Su Xin has never seen this before. If you want to say those edgeball videos, it is pure rambling. But this kind of girly attitude of refusing to give up, to be honest, ordinary women really can't do it, and they really talk about talent. Suddenly, a martial arts character appeared in Su Xin's mind. Wan. He took a deep breath, looking at Yan Jing, he sincerely praised, you are so showy. Chapter 34 What? He is only 10th tier silver. The golden dungeon boss, the flame dragon lizard, exploded a piece of defensive equipment, dragon lizard armor, of the 10th order yellow level. Like the equipment that exploded in the dungeon, it is generally divided into 4 levels. Ordinary, fine, rare, and unique, covering all stages. Dragon lizard armor is a fine gold equipment, and such equipment brings a lot of attribute bonuses. The strength attribute alone adds 300 points. For the rest, there are built-in defensive skills, and even some stamina recovery buffs. In other words, in this world, Krypton Gold Warriors are playable. As the reward for completing the task, Su Xin chose Heart of Fire and Dragon Lizard Armor. The boss rewards are about the same value, but these two are better for sale. As for the items in the storage bag of Mo Ming's trio, they were mostly disposable consumables, and they didn't find any big treasures. Look at Yan Jing again, after being complimented by Su Xin, you're so hot. The girl just didn't want to play. With a cold face, he stared at Su Xin with a faint gaze. About 10 minutes passed, the surrounding enchantment began to slowly dissipate. Goodbye. Su Xin turned her head towards Yan Jing and said with a smile, then simply left. Yan Jing hesitated to speak, but in the end she didn't speak. It's easy to inquire about a person with her ability. Especially when a genius like this will meet again in the future. It's just, the task given by my father, I failed. Yan Jing suddenly thought of something, and there was a hint of frustration on her pretty face. She put on her veil again and left in the opposite direction. Yan Jing's experience is completely different from that of other college freshmen. This kind of confrontation task is very fatal to a large extent, and although Yan Jing has a great background, he did not bring any life-saving props into this secret dungeon. After half a day, advertisement at the entrance and exit of the golden copy of Loyang Cave, Yan Jing's figure appeared. "Miss, your mission failed." The moment she came out, a gentle old man's voice rang in her ears. The voice just fell. Next to Yan Jing, an old man in a gray robe appeared. The old man's eyes were soft, and he didn't seem to be blaming Yan Jing's mission for failing, but just a simple reminder. The failure of the mission will be put aside for now. The news of my experience here was leaked. Just now, Mo Ming, the fallen demon recruited by the Dark God sect this year, came to kill me on purpose. Yan Jing looked at the gentle old man, and his beautiful eyes were full of coldness. However, the next sentence of the gentle old man made Yan Jing completely stunned. "I know, I watched them go in. Your father asked me to protect you in order to prevent you from being killed by high-level professionals, but if they are of the same level and age, no matter what purpose they have, they cannot achieve the reason for me to shoot." Although Mo Ming is a hidden professional, he awakened his profession almost at the same time as Miss. "Miss, you are currently a third-tier gold, and he can't be much higher than you. As for the other two he brought, they are not strong enough, for fear." The gentle old man will continue to speak. Seeing Yan Jing immediately shouted, "Shut up. Miss, you are an adult. You should understand that your father's expectations of you are not just a genius in the eyes of the world. Doing what others think can't be done is what your father expects from you. Isn't he afraid that I will die like this? I don't think that one is afraid." When Yan Jing heard this, he took a deep breath. Gradually, her mood began to calm down and return to her previous state. "Damn old man, hum." She scolded softly and then left. "Miss, what's the reason for the failure of this mission? It seems that a little accident happened." The gentle old man stopped her and asked. "I met a strange guy. The three Mo Ming were not his opponents. They were killed. He looked the same age as me. He should have been a genius cultivated by a major force. He just woke up this year. But I said he was strange because I couldn't understand his occupation. I said he was a wood-type mage, but his physical quality was able to compete with the demonized Mo Ming, and his moves were also very strange. Give me a chance in incredible sense." Yan Jing immediately talked about Su Xin. "Did you start with him?" Advertisement. "He helped me deal with the three Mo Ming. What reason do I have to fight with him? Does my father want me to be a ruthless person? Besides, even if I do, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive." Yan Jing replied angrily. After listening to the gentle old man, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he pointed behind Yan Jing. The position behind her is exactly the boss introduction of the dungeon of the secret realm. Yan Jing looked back at the other party's gesture. Looking at this, his eyes were stunned, his whole body froze in place as if struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. Silver. 10th order. The boss introduction of each dungeon entrance and exit. After the boss is killed, there will be a killing prompt, and the level of the killer will be prompted. The previous copy of Wanlin Mountain is also, it's just that the silver dungeon boss is killed by a silver 10th order professional. But now, the boss of the golden dungeon Loyang Cave, the flame dragon lizard, was killed, indicating that the level of the killer was silver 10th. Of course Yan Jing knew who killed it. The flame dragon lizard was killed by Su Xin right under his nose. After seeing the extremely dazzling, silver 10th rank level, Yan Jing's heart completely set off a boundless storm, as if there was a turbulent stirring in her heart, which made her unable to calm down at all. There is no shortage of evildoers in the world. It seems that Miss is fortunate enough to meet one. The words of the gentle old man sounded again at this time. "If the lady can reach this level one day, I think your father will show real satisfaction with you. Your father still loves you. In the training he prepared for you, this confrontation task is the easiest and has the lowest mortality rate. You are a dual-type mage of thunder and fire, and you still have a bright future. They bloomed too hot in the early days, and they often burnt themselves out because of this. At least from the current point of view, the top powerhouses in the world were not the manifestation of evil spirits when they were young, and the same is true of your father. Don't talk, I don't need your comfort, it's good that you know." The gentle old man stopped talking. Silver tier 10, that guy turned out to be just silver tier 10. He crossed a big rank and easily killed the hidden professional. But at this time, Yan Jing's shock in his heart was still unabated. Chapter 35. The beast tide broke out, and Yan Jing and others were in jeopardy. Before Yan Jing left the secret realm, Su Xin had already left. Of course, it is to display the wooden transformation technique, so that the gentle old man did not find any abnormality. Su Xin's wooden transformation technique is not to say that it is an invincible camouflage skill. As long as it enters a combat state, it will not last for long. But just by looking at it with the naked eye, it is impossible to detect anything wrong. The number of gold copies is not as large as that of bronze and silver. After leaving the current copy, Su Xin first went back to the border town. He inquired carefully, and found a golden copy suitable for spawning monsters and upgrading, the Sub-Zero Ice Field. After confirming that there is no confrontation mission in this copy of Sub-Zero Ice Field, Su Xin set off immediately and rushed to the location of the copy. This time, it took about a day. The dungeon tasks in the Golden Dungeon have a lot of probability. Sub-Zero Ice Field also has, but it belongs to the normal task category, and there is only one task, that is to hunt down the copy creature that exists in this copy, the Ice Wolf. The magnitude of the reward depends on the number of hunters. In general, it is a golden copy of a normal mechanism. But this kind of ordinary copy, because the mortality rate is not high, is very popular. After Su Xin entered the copy, the journey to the golden rank began. But after a few days, he was surprised to find that because of the popularity of this ordinary copy, there were many gold-level professionals who hunted ice wolves. This results in limited resources for upgrades. In addition, Su Xin still adopts the method of cloned monsters, but because of the need to maintain the strength of clones, the number of clones has been maintained at about 10. His body is not as lazy as he was in the silver copy Wanlan Mountain, and he is also hunting. A large one, plus 10 or so small ones are frantically spawning monsters. No wonder the number could not satisfy Su Xin. Some clones have not yet found the ice wolf and have not opened. In a few days, Su Xin even hunted down only 5 ice wolves, not including the elite 10 gold rank. And although he is leapfrogging, but the experience provided by the 5 ice wolves could not satisfy Su Xin's smooth entry into the golden stage. It's no wonder that there is no shortage of people to receive the confrontation tasks that have a huge mortality rate in Luoyan Cave. Advertisement Su Xin was a little afterthought. As the professional level increases, it becomes more difficult to level up later. The gold rank is not bad. I am afraid that it is really difficult to reach the master level. The normal monster spawning upgrade cannot meet the upgrade needs. The 7th day, Su Xin left a copy of Sub-Zero Icefield. Since the normal upgrade efficiency of monsters is not enough, then Krypton Gold is good. The wealth in Mo Ming's 3-person storage bag, plus the income from his confrontation mission in Luoyan Cave, can be sold for a relatively considerable price. Then use this money to buy the Heart of Yumu and upgrade in this way. It's just that Su Xin never thought of it. He just walked out of the dungeon secret realm with his forefoot, and it has not been long. The wilderness under his feet began to shake violently. Buzzing, from the border town in the distance, the sound of a long-ranging alarm bell was heard. Beast Tide warning. The alarm bell about the border city will inevitably appear because of the wild beast tide. And when the beast tide broke out, it is not a wise choice to enter the dungeon secret realm to avoid it. Because humans can enter the dungeon secret realm, so can wild beasts, and there is no so-called level limit. After hearing the alarm, Su Xin no longer hesitated and immediately ran in the direction of the border town. The outbreak of the beast tide does not have any regularity. And there are often powerful alien beasts. In this world, although human professionals are the mainstream, the group of wild beasts should not be underestimated. Deep in the center of the endless wilderness, even the top human powerhouses are in danger of falling. Of course Su Xin wasn't afraid of low-level alien beasts. No matter how many they were, they wouldn't pose any threat to him. But in case of bad luck and being targeted by a powerful alien beast, then you will suffer. During the beast tide, even if his Heart of Life talent could be resurrected, it would only be equivalent to dying a few more times. After half an hour, boom! The speed of the beast tide is so fast? Su Xin looked back, and found that there were a lot of people behind him, all of which were maddened by monstrous beasts. There are so many that there is no end in sight. He even saw with his own eyes that some professionals were not fast enough and were overtaken by the beast horde, and there was no sound at all. Advertisement. At the same time, somewhere in the wilderness near the border town, a group of professionals huddled together, resisting the hordes of beasts slaughtering from all directions. The strength of low-level alien beasts naturally cannot threaten these professionals. And because there are too many, they only need to deal with the slaughter of a dozen alien beasts each time. But the key is that time can be spent. After a long time, after this group of professionals is exhausted, they will naturally become rations for alien beasts. What the hell is going on? Why did the beast swarm suddenly break out? Among this group of people, it was Yan Jing and his group who had come out to practice, and the one who was yelling at this moment was the spearman Zhao Shu. Hey, you are geniuses from the 7 Sons of the Empire, right? Is there any way? Next to them, a professional looked at them and asked expectantly. No, wait for support. What support are you waiting for? Who will save us? Stop arguing, save your stamina. This is a group of unrelated people. Because of the crisis, there is no tacit understanding. At this time, Yan Jing's face was a little pale. This is because of Su Xin. His wooden golem did dissipate some time ago, but it degenerated into a seed. As a result, everyone thought that this seed was the reward for the hidden boss. At that time, it was called a robbery. Yan Jing and others had no intention of fighting, and as a result, the melee broke out, but they were inevitably involved. Because of this, Yan Jing also suffered some injuries. Now that he has not returned to the border town, he has encountered a beast tide, which is simply worse. Look, what is that? Just then, someone exclaimed. The crowd looked around quickly. I saw that in the tide like tide of beasts. A huge tree was moving fast on the ground as if it had long legs. The trees seemed to be naturally isolated in the beast swarm, and there was not a single alien beast attacking them. And on that tree, sitting a young man, leisurely, looked towards them. Su Xin. After seeing the boy clearly, Yan Jing and others were stunned. What's the matter with this man? Beast tide. How could he be like walking in his living room? 2 Chapter 36 Su Xin. Su Xin. He is really a support, so cool ha ha ha. Could it be that person is controlling the beast tide? Seeing Su Xin, someone shouted loudly, because Su Xin's current posture is too unbelievable. He was sitting on top of the giant tree, and below was a tide of beasts that gathered together. In the eyes of others, it was as if these wild beasts that could not see their heads were surrounding him. In fact, this is also an accidental discovery of Su Xin. He found that his breath was perfectly attuned to the trees. This caused the beast tide to not perceive his aura as a human being, so it was not regarded as an attack target. But if you help Yan Jing and others in front of you, it will be different. Su Xin couldn't help them cover their breath, such a massive beast tide. The only good thing is that I haven't seen high-level alien beasts yet, but it is extremely difficult to lead people to break through. When Su Xin was hesitating whether to help Yan Jing and others, then he saw the spearman Zhao Shu shouting loudly. Su Xin! Help! There are hundreds of them surrounded by the beast swarm in front of them. Su Xin insisted on all the help, which is absolutely unrealistic. But if you just help Yan Jing and other 5 classmates, you can try it. Su Xin is not that kind of person, nor is she completely indifferent. Now, then the branches on the giant tree began to extend, and then Yan Jing and others were wrapped around their waists, and they were pulled to the giant tree where Su Xin was. What's the matter with you? Su Xin looked at the 5 and asked. Why are you still complaining about us? What's the matter with you? Why don't these alien beasts attack you? Berserker Wang Yi complained with a sloppy face, but Wang Yi just finished speaking. The beast tide around them suddenly began to slaughter them. Among the 5 Yan Jing, Su Xin had only dealt with 3 of them during the entrance examination. Of the remaining 2, one was a beastmaster, and he successfully joined the door of Du Uranus, called Tang Ji-yu. The other is a girl with a baby fat face. She is a pastor in the auxiliary profession, and her name is Nan Qingqing. Why did you suddenly attack us again? No, Su Xin, your giant tree can't hold up anymore. The mood of the few people was like riding a roller coaster. They thought they were out of danger, but they didn't expect to get into trouble again in a flash. Su Xin is looking at the high wall of the border city in the distance. Heart silently weighed up. Advertisement because of the skill of life drawn, Su Xin is not afraid of protracted battles. But if the recovery speed can't keep up with the consumption, the nature will be different. Even though they were surrounded by low-level alien beasts, they were better than countless numbers, and when the beast tide broke out, these low-level alien beasts had no concept of death at all, and there was no situation of being forced to retreat. Rush. Su Xin suddenly gritted his teeth and drank lowly. He can try, if it really doesn't work, leave Yan Jing and others behind. How are you rushing? Zhao Shu's expression was about to cry without tears. He looked at the long lifeline between himself and others from the high wall of the border city, and only felt hopeless and powerless. If the distance is close enough, then there is still a chance to rush. Wang Yi, you are driving ahead. Zhao Shu and Tang Ji-yu, you two are staring at the back, and the left and right are handed over to me. As for Yan Jing, are you injured? Su Xin looked at Yan Jing, saw that something was wrong with her, and asked. Zhao Shudong briefly recounted the great melee caused by the wooden golem seeds. I'll make the way ahead. After the berserker Wang Yi heard Su Xin's words, his whole person was not well. How can he be? During the time he came out to practice, he was only promoted from the 1st rank of silver to the 4th rank of silver. Wang Yi, open the way. Su Xin immediately picked up Yan Jing decisively. Then he shouted at the berserker Wang Yi, go, die. Wang Yi also went out of his way. At this moment of life and death, cherishing his life will only die faster. The giant tree disappeared, the 6 people formed a small circle and started rushing forward in the beast swarm. Wang Yi looked at the nearly endless number of low-level alien beasts in front of him. His scalp was numb to the extreme, but at this moment, a pure life energy poured into his body. For a moment, Wang Yi only felt that his body was full of endless energy. What are you doing? Use your berserker skills, Su Xin hurriedly urged. His ability to restore life is not as unfamiliar as Xia Yingyu's previous milk halo, but Wang Yi does not use his moves to release the life energy he conveyed, so sooner or later, this force will be the same as Xia Yingui, who is stunned by the milk. On the other side, Zhao Shu and Tang Ji-yu, as well as Tang Gu's pets, are also being nursed by Su Xin. Even Nan Qingqing, who is a nurse, is not spared. Advertisement Nan Qingqing, as a pastor, had already used up her blue bars before, and Su Xin filled her up in an instant. As for Yan Jing, Su Xin hugged her princess, looking down at the moment. Su Xin stared at Yan Jing's cold and moving face. Picture can be so similar, she really looks exactly like that Yan Shia. Su Xin, treat me too. Yan Jingji and Su Xin stared at himself like this, naturally a little embarrassed, so he said. Although her character is not as strong as Xia Yingyu's. But he didn't want to use it as a fuel bottle to implicate everyone at this moment. You are seriously injured, and it may not be useful to treat you. Su Xin shook her head and did not treat. Just hold it like this, it's quite comfortable anyway. F*K. F*CK. And this time, except for Nan Qingqing, Wang Yi and other 3 boys were already excited and incoherent. I saw Wang Yi in front of me. He held an épée, and his moves opened and closed, and he had the potential to split 1,000 troops. Every time he swung his sword, he wielded an unexpected amount of chi and blood, like a gust of wind, sweeping all the low-level alien beasts in front of him into the sky, forcibly opening a path in the huge beast tide. And Zhao Shu and Tang Ji-yu in the back, the professional skills of the 2 are also being displayed desperately, and the frequency of display is so fast that it makes people eye-popping. Su Xin, what kind of milk are you? I feel like I'm the god of war now. It's awesome, Su Xin. No wonder Yingui was stunned by the milk. Ha ha ha. It's so cool, Su Xin. Su Daddy. This amount of milk. This amount of milk. Ha ha ha. It seems that along with the emotions, Su Xin's breastfeeding is also high. Only then did people realize that Su Xin, he really is an auxiliary profession. This person is just pervert, even if he is tough in battle, even the amount of milk as an auxiliary profession is so terrifying. It works. Wang Yi, who was driving the road ahead, looked at the high wall of the border city in the distance, and an unprecedented confidence emerged in his heart. Chapter 37 The border town is shocked. What kind of monster students are Zhongnan University this year? At the same time, on the 100-meter high wall of the majestic and wide border city, a group of people are overlooking the mighty beast tide below. Because close to the endless wilderness, in the vicinity of the border town, there is even a legion of professionals of the Yan Kingdom stationed. What happened this time? Zhang Beixing, the deputy city lord of the border city, looked at the army of beast hordes that were approaching in the distance, and asked a question to his subordinates. The son of the king beast, the purple-eyed flaming lion, was poached by unscrupulous professionals. The city lord is currently negotiating with the king beast. The subordinate replied immediately. The beast tide will not break out for no reason. There are two reasons for the outbreak. One is that some kind of movement frightened a huge number of alien beasts, causing panic among low-level alien beasts. The other is initiated by powerful alien beasts. In contrast, the former is easier to solve. While talking, the army of beast hordes had already rushed to the city, but they kept a certain distance from the high wall and did not advance further. And among those beast hordes, some powerful professionals broke through the beast tide and reached the bottom of the high wall. Next to the gate of the high wall, a small door was set up. At this moment, the small door was opened, and the professionals who escaped from life entered the border town smoothly through the small door. The Yan Kingdom has a relative agreement with the alien beast group. Under normal circumstances, there will not be a powerful alien beast leading the beast tide to attack the border city. But this time seems to be different. The descendants of the king beast were poached. If the border city could not hand over the descendants of the king beast, the beast tide crisis would not end easily. In addition, the border city defense force will not actively search and rescue professionals in the wilderness during the outbreak of the beast tide. Their duty is to protect the border city and the Yan Kingdom city behind the border city. Therefore, even if it is obvious that a professional team is besieged by the beast tide, the deputy city owner just ignores this scene and has no intention of saving. Gradually, however, the eyes of the deputy city lord Zhang Beihang were attracted by a certain professional who was breaking through. Look, what a fierce group of people, and they all look young. Are they the funny freshmen of this year's professional? Not just deputy city lord Zhang, even some professionals who were watching the outbreak of the beast tide on the high wall also cast their attention. See only where their eyes look, Su Xin and his party are struggling to break through. Collapse. The berserker Wang Yi who opened the way in front of him jumped high, and then smashed his épée on the ground. Boom. Boom. The low-level alien beasts in front of him were blown up one after another, and the low-level alien beast closest to Wang Yi was shaken into blood mist in an instant, to the extreme. Advertisement, haha, refreshing. Wang Yi laughed wildly. He seems to be somewhat aware of the true meaning of this berserker profession. Rear, the spearman Zhao Shu's spear has turned into an afterimage like flying flowers moving by the moon, and his spear skills are exquisite and precise. Every time he swung his spear, the tip of the spear would bloom with blood, and all the alien beasts chasing behind him were blocked. The beast master next to him, Tang Jiyu, controls the beast pet, golden clouded leopard. The golden clouded leopard was also breastfed by Su Xin. At this moment, it was as if it had been beaten with blood, and it rushed into the low-level alien beasts. As for the low-level alien beasts that attacked from both sides, they were stunned by huge wooden blocks from time to time. In the middle, Princess Su Xin was holding Yan Jing, who looked a little shy, and Nan Qingqing, the pastor's nanny next to her, was also buffing her desperately. It's amazing, Su Xin, you're amazing. The little nurse Nan Qingqing's face was full of excitement. She never imagined that one day she would care so much about her blue bar. It's a pity that her buffs can't stack, otherwise she thinks she can produce a Uranus with raw milk. They are from Zhongnan University. I am also from Zhongnan University this year. I know them. They are Su Xin, Yan Jing, Zhao Shu, Tang Jiyu and Pastor Nan Qingqing. My god, is Wang Yi's son-in-law so fierce? And Zhao Shu, are spearmen so powerful? I'm stupid. The golden clouded leopard had such an exaggerated combat power during the silver period. On the high wall, there is no shortage of students from various professional colleges and universities among the crowd of onlookers, and naturally some of them are from Zhongnan University. Su Xin quickly recognized it. Zhongnan Universities, it's pretty good. Zhang Beihang's eyes stopped, and his eyes flashed with strange colors. Genius. He can only use genius to describe this group of people. In particular, Wang Yi, who was leading the way in front of him, showed a dazzling performance, which was enough to make Zhang Beixing and other heavenly Wang Chang look at him. What? Freshmen? Zhang Beihang heard someone talking next to him. When he heard someone say that these people are freshmen this year, the Wang Chang's expression was completely moved. He heard Zhongnan University subconsciously think that it is a senior student. The result? A freshman? This is too outrageous. It's not that Zhang Beihang has never seen a genius, and he also knows the level of the genius freshman of the Seven Sons of the Empire. But these people are obviously not right. Really a freshman? Zhang Beihang looked at the subordinate beside him. The subordinate was stunned for a moment, and then quickly went to verify. Your Excellency Hucheng Lord, I have already verified. Those people are indeed freshmen of Jiangnan University this year, and none of them are hidden professionals. They just participated in the entrance examination a month ago. When Zhang Beishing heard the words, he immediately fell back tactically. Advertisement, outrageous. Why have I heard no news about this before? What kind of monster freshmen are accepted by Jiangnan University this year? In fact, when I saw Su Xin and others, if it is determined that the other party is from the Seven Sons of the Empire, then Zhang Beihang will come to the rescue. The energy of the Seven Sons of the Empire is enough for him, the Uranus, to give the upper hand. However, it now appears that no need for rescue at all. You can even take a wounded. Zhang Beihang glanced at Yan Jing, who was hugged by Su Xin. Blow it, Jiangnan University's freshmen are so outrageous this year? I'm from Yan Jing University. I don't think our school's talented freshmen have the ability to break through the beast tide at this scale. Can Jiangnan University? But they look really young. Both are geniuses, but there are differences? He recorded directly and posted online. The other side, the crowd of onlookers on the high wall gathered together, and the discussion was very lively. The freshmen from Jiangnan University were arguing with other students from the 7th Imperial College. It's a freshman in our school. Did you see the person holding the girl? He is Su Xin. A popular medical doctor posted on the internet before. Go to the internet to find pictures and see if it is him. Yan Jing University. Dogs don't even go. What did you say? Yan Jing University ranks first among the Seven Sons of the Empire. What's your dog's name in Jiangnan University? You don't really think that some people think that the genius of my Yan Jing University is not as good as that of Jiangnan University? After arguing and arguing, it has risen to the link of the Seven Sons of the Empire's contempt chain. His name is Su Xin. At this time, a charming girl's voice sounded. A freshman from Jiangnan University looked for the sound and saw that it was Yan Shia who was wearing a veil. When those naturally charming eyes looked over, the freshman was a little stunned. It seems that the child's name has already been thought of. Talking to you. Yan Shia chuckled. Well, his name is Su Xin. Is there such a big power as the Su family in Jiangnan City? No, I heard that Su Xin is an orphan. Yan Shia no longer speaks. She looked at Su Xin and at Yan Jing, who was being held by his princess. That girl looks so similar to her. I was harassed by the love house? Yan Shiho seemed to realize something and became silent. Chapter 38. Lin Zhenru, the showman, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, junior brother. We rushed out. Zhao Shu raised his arms and shouted emotionally as he looked at the beast horde that was no longer chasing him. It's like a dream. In contrast, the beastmaster Tang Jiyu wanted to appear calmer, but he also had an almost dreamlike trance. He actually escaped from the beast horde. All of this is at the expense of this young man in front of him. From the location where Su Xin rescued them, to the high wall of the border city, it was a distance of dozens of kilometers. Abruptly cut a bloody path from the beast tide, not to mention the silver rank, even the master rank cannot do it, because the latter cannot have enough physical strength to support it. The scary thing about the beast tide is not the individual strength of the alien beasts, but the huge number. Even if you can kill hundreds or thousands of low-level alien beasts with one move. But there are still tens of thousands of alien beasts that continue to attack you one after another. Go and rest. At this moment, Yan Jing in Su Xin's arms suddenly said something. She didn't get into the fight, so she has been secretly observing Su Xin. From the beginning, Su Xin's expression was calm, but gradually, he could see some tiredness on his face. Until now, Su Xin's face was extremely pale, and in fact it is. Su Xin milked 3 people and 1 pet in a row, which is extremely exaggerated for his consumption. If it hadn't been for the bottom line of life absorption, it would never have been possible to support it until now. And even with this god-level skill, it still made Su Xin use up his stored life energy, and even used up a heart of life. Don't say it's milk. The blood was squeezed out. If the distance to break out of the siege is longer, Su Xin said that he would have to abandon other people. To the best of our ability, Su Xin doesn't mind reaching out to others. But without that ability, Su Xin would not be a good person. Well, find a place to rest first, Su Xin nodded. At the moment, a group of people entered the border town. There is a border city trading building near the high wall of the border city. Advertisement professionals will generally dispose of them in this trading building, or exchange them for money, and they can also conduct real-time auctions. Of course, this building also lacks accommodation services. There are even some gray, yellow, industries that exist by default by unspoken rules. Awesome, brother Zhao Shu, you, damn it, everyone was watching you break out of the beast tide just now. I said you were from Jiangnan University. People from Yan Jing and other universities didn't believe it, but it made me mad. Just as soon as they entered the border town, a group of people gathered around. It is the freshmen of Jiangnan University this year, and next to it are freshmen from the other 7 schools of the empire and some curious audiences. Su Xin, let it go, let me down. Yan Jing was even more shy, and whispered to Su Xin. After hearing this, Su Xin put her down with some reluctance. Because he was in a hurry to rest, Su Xin ignored these people. He quickly took Yan Jing and others into the trading building, and took advantage of the situation to ask for a room to rest. But just as he was about to go to sleep, the doorbell rang. Open the door and see, she is a young girl who has no impression of herself, and seems to be deliberately dressed up. It's Kai Mumbai, a girl assassin from Magic City University. Hello. Kai Mumbai greeted Su Xin enthusiastically when she saw Su Xin. She was really frightened by Su Xin in the copy before. But when I came back to my senses, I felt that this kind of evildoer should make friends as soon as possible. Because now, the only one who knows Su Xin is really good is her. No, I don't want that kind of service. Su Xin hurriedly waved his hand. His physical strength is now severely depleted, and he doesn't want to be astringent. Again, although Su Xin is not a strong person now, he has also entered the so-called genius circle. As long as he thinks, there is no shortage of girls to have S*X with him. I'm not. My name is Kai Mumbai. I'm a freshman at Magic Capital University this year. When Kai Mumbai saw that Su Xin regarded her as Kun, he was a little angry and quickly explained. Then I'm not interested anymore. You, Kai Mumbai was a little dumbfounded. This guy's real personality seems to be very different from what he imagined. I'm really a freshman at Modu University. This is my student ID card. Kai Mumbai took out his student ID from the storage bag and handed it to Su Xin. After Su Xin glanced at it, she let go of her vigilance. However, he still asked suspiciously, "What's the matter with classmate Kai?" Advertisement, I want to get to know you. I know, you can break out of the beast swarm. It's all up to you, right? Your classmates are now in the hall downstairs, and they can escape without you born on the day. Others don't believe it. Kai Mumbai smiled lightly. It's okay to get to know each other. There are multiple ways to have multiple friends. Su Xin is also very straightforward. Then they exchanged contact information with Kai Mumbai. Come in and sit down. After exchanging ways, seeing that the girl didn't want to leave, Su Xin could only invite her in. Okay. Kai Mumbai readily agreed. Su Xin didn't have any airs, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. In fact, the genius circle is mostly people with background. There are very few real poor families. This Kai Mumbai is also a person with a background, and most of the geniuses she has come into contact with have an arrogance, either introverted or extroverted. Only this Su Xin, casual, he doesn't seem to know how powerful he is. Kai Mumbai just entered the room with his forefoot. A tall woman appeared in the corridor, and she strode into Su Xin's room. It's Su Xin's senior sister, Lin Zhenru. Senior sister Lin, why are you here? Su Xin was a little stunned. Master heard that the beast tide broke out in the border city, so he asked me to rush over immediately. After all, the teleportation scroll is very precious, and you can save it if you can. Lin Zhenru first explained, then she looked at Kai Mumbai, who was also a little confused in the room. She tactically pushed the frame of her glasses without prescription, and said, I can't believe that you are this kind of person, junior brother? Do you prefer smaller ones than senior sisters? When she spoke, she glanced at Kai Mumbai's poor and careful mouth. Su Xin only knew that Lin Zhenru had a quirky personality and jumped thinking. Unexpectedly, he was still a showman. Hello, senior sister Su Xin. My name is Kai Mumbai. I'm a freshman from Modu University this year. Kai Mumbai quickly introduced himself to avoid misunderstanding. Magic University. After Lin Zhenru heard this, he regained some seriousness. There's something right. She then looked at Su Xin and motioned for him to ask Kai Mumbai to leave first. Then I won't bother you, Su Xin, I'll ask you out next time. Kai Mumbai said something interesting, and then took the initiative to leave the room. Chapter 39 Time Limited Challenge Dungeon. The Genius Trial of the Seven Sons of the Empire and the Yan Kingdom Guild. What's the matter? After Kai Mumbai left, Su Xin curiously asked her senior sister who was an actress. Lin Zhen is 25 years old now. Regarding this senior sister, she was also a gifted and honored student of Jiangnan University, otherwise she would not have been favored by Guo Uranus. But in 4 years of college, a genius at the same time as him, all kinds of dungeon records can be talked about with relish. She was the only one who, like a mess, didn't have a good record in 4 years of college. It's a good opportunity for you. Lin Zhenru is quite serious when it comes to business affairs. She pushed her glasses habitually and continued. There is a special limited time challenge dungeon called Twilight Temple. This dungeon is limited to entry, silver level, gold level. The one who discovered this dungeon was the Tianyu Guild, a large professional guild in Daxia. After Tianyu Guild discovered this dungeon, it did not immediately open the entry, but started selling tickets. What she said was cloudy and foggy, and Su Xin asked inexplicably, what is the sale of tickets? Twilight Temple. Dungeon is limited to a limited number of people, with a maximum of 500 people. Often, the dungeon with a limited number of people will have surprisingly exaggerated rewards. You should also know that some dungeons are not accessible to normal people, and this is the case with the dungeon of the Dusk Temple. On the surface, the Tianyu Guild sells tickets to share with others, but in fact they dare not take this special dungeon privately. And such a copy, once discovered, will be used as the genius trial of the Seven Sons of the Empire without exception. However, the situation is special this time, because the person found is not the official of the Yan Kingdom, nor the Seven Sons of the Empire, so each college of the Seven Sons of the Empire will have 30 places, and the remaining 290 places will be sold by the Tianyu Guild to the major guilds of the Yan Kingdom. When I just talked about the genius trial, Su Xin already knew what Lin Zhenru was going to say about the real business. Geniuses naturally teach students in accordance with their aptitude. In Su Xin's cognition, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Basically, every year from January to March, the Seven Sons of the Empire will arrange a competition for the Seven School Freshman Competition. But this year, because of the discovery of a special copy, and the limited level is just at the stage of silver gold. Naturally, there is no accident that the 7 sons of the Empire will use it as the so-called trial of genius. You must have one of those 30 places, but it's hard to say. Twilight Temple will open in 1 week. During this period, you must rise to the 10th rank of silver, otherwise the place will be taken away by others. Sister, I am all ready. After Su Xin finished speaking, she unfolded her personal panel and showed Lin Zhenru her current occupation level. Advertisement, but unexpectedly, Su Xin didn't see such a surprised expression on Lin Zhenru's face. She is acting normal, Su Xin asked. Is it not enough to see the 10th tier of silver? It's good for you to have this understanding. The level upgrade of Qingbaiwang is very mysterious. It's not like reaching the level of a master and king. It's life-threatening. This time, it's the 7 sons of the Empire plus the entire Flame Country Professional Guild, which means this year. The top geniuses that appeared in the Yan Kingdom will gather together, and the highest level is conservatively estimated to be around the golden 3rd to the 5th golden level. When Lin Zhenru said this, she patted Su Xin's shoulder like a big sister and comforted. But it doesn't matter. For you, it's a good thing to just gain knowledge. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. Hard. Su Xin's fist is hard, he had no idea at all. Rather than being competitive, Su Xin wants to see more interesting dungeon secrets. But when Lin Zhenru said this, he was a little concerned. Senior sister, lend me some money, I want to hit gold this week. Su Xin let go of his fist and suddenly said with a smile. How much do you borrow? Lin Zhenru was very happy. 100 million. Okay. Are you so rich? What, want to eat soft rice? Yes, can you? Junior brother, I am very disappointed in you. How could you have such a useless idea? If you let the teacher know, you will definitely be beaten up. How can a man rely on a woman? Lin Zhenru reprimanded Su Xin seriously. Su Xin rolled her eyes. He couldn't keep up with this woman's rhythm. By the way, senior sister, I have something here, please help me deal with it. Su Xin changed the subject. Take out what you have gained during this time. There is also the bronze equipment that was given out in the gift package before. Anyway, I sold it all for money, and then bought the heart of Yumu to hit the golden rank. Although there is a teacher Uranus, but the Uranus family couldn't have all the surplus food. Advertisement among the things Su Xin took out, there was also the legacy of the Mo Ming trio. Lin Zhenru looked at the dazzling array of items and equipment on the ground, blinked, and was stunned for a while. Then she took a deep breath and said, it's awesome. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhenru began to count the value. After half a sound, given a price, about 150 million. Among them, the 2 dragon lizard armors accounted for the bulk. She put everything in her storage bag and stared at Su Xin for a while with deep meaning. Su Xin looked at her with a calm expression. Lin Zhenru suddenly said, just now, that Kai Mumbai is not unexpectedly a member of the Kai family in the magic capital. The Kai family is quite famous in the magic capital, and Kai Chou, the 5th-ranked assassin of the Yan Kingdom, is from the no shadow guest Kai family. Each occupation has a ranking list, but it is not an official authoritative ranking, but a private one. But even in the ranking lists of various occupations made by the people, the gold content of the top 10 is quite sufficient. It is worth mentioning that, among the combat professions, the base of fighters is the largest. In the ranking list of Yan Guowufu, his teacher Guo Uranus is only the 8th. Senior sister seems to know everything? It's okay to stay at home, watch it here, learn about it there, you will be like me, you know a lot, but it's useless. Lin Zhenru chuckled lightly, then he urged, pack up and go back to Zhongnan City now. Of course there is nothing to clean up. Immediately, Su Xin and her senior sister left the exchange building and boarded the plane back to Zhongnan City. Lin Zhenru talked about something that surprised Su Xin. Said to be the hidden boss of a recent silver dungeon, the giant wooden golem exploded with a seed. At that time, in order to snatch that seed, there was a big melee among the professionals, and the number of casualties was as high as hundreds. And that seed was auctioned off in Daxia a few days ago. Sold for a sky-high price of 500 million, Su Xin. I have infinite wealth. Chapter 40, a huge sum of 400 million, the first order gold, new reward willow of life. After returning to Zhongnan City, Su Xin went to Xia Yingui immediately. After all, she sold a high-quality skill to the other party for 55 million before, saying that it was to raise money for her for a month. Now that the time is almost up, Su Xin naturally went to ask for money. But he wasn't there, but Qian Renji's father was ready. After Su Xin returned to Zhongnan City, the city owner of Luocheng Sha Nan took the initiative to credit his account. As such, when senior sister Lin disposes of the dragon lizard armor and other items and equipment, plus the 100 million she promised to lend, Su Xin will be able to make up a huge sum of about 300 million. This surprised Su Xin. The speed at which professionals accumulate wealth is truly terrifying. But in the same way, the speed of spending is exaggerated. 300 million for ordinary people, want to live a very rich life for a lifetime. But on Su Xin's side, it's only used to hit the golden rank, and there's no guarantee of success. At this time, teacher Guo Zhen's room in the principal's room. You don't need to be under too much pressure, just treat it as an experience. When it comes to the trial of genius, his teacher did not give Su Xin any clear goals. After all, this genius trial involves the entire Yan nation. By then, this year's hidden professionals will basically participate. In other words, a genius trial of this scale is the home of the Son of Destiny where the hidden professionals are awakened. Others are mostly green leaves. It doesn't mean that hidden occupations must crush other occupations, but at this stage of green, white and yellow, it is indeed much stronger than other occupations. In addition, hearing that Su Xin was going to hit the golden stage, Guo Zhen enthusiastically borrowed Su Xin 100 million as a teacher's heart. It was said to be borrowed, but Guo Uranus definitely couldn't ask Su Xin to pay it back. That's the benefit of having a teacher. Of course, it is also related to Su Xin's own performance. If he is ordinary, then no one will pay for his growth needs. Then 3 days passed. Lin Zhenru also disposed of the dragon lizard armor and sold it for a relatively good price, which was about 10 million higher than Su Xin expected. At this point, the money is ready. Su Xin immediately purchased 4 jade wood hearts, each priced at around 100 million. And the heart of Yumu, which is more expensive, is not sold on the market at all. Of course, he wouldn't buy hundreds of Yumu hearts at a price of 1 or 2 million. If he wants to buy them, he will buy high-quality ones and upgrade them with materials. The higher the quality, the better the effect, not the more quantity, the better the effect. It is a consensus among professionals. Adieu, and hail. Advertisement. Su Xin grabbed a heart of jade wood in his hand and used the life-drawn skill. In an instant, the incomparably pure wood element merged into Su Xin's body, wandering every inch of his body. Being penetrated into the body by the power of the elements, that sense is extremely clear. Although he is a medical practitioner, Su Xin can also be said to be a wood type. It has an affinity for the Takagi element itself, which causes the body to not have too much rejection of the pure power of the wood element. Absorbing wood elements, Su Xin's own values have improved significantly. But compared to rising from bronze to silver, this upgrade is obviously a bit more difficult. After absorbing 2 Yumu hearts in a row, Su Xin didn't feel any signs of upgrading. He doesn't quite know. This is because of its own reasons, or it is difficult to upgrade with materials. Or both. Su Xin's strength is actually not exaggerated. The panel value is similar to the normal combat occupation. The most powerful thing is that the weird force skill that comes with wood style can increase the power 10 times the panel value. In terms of physical fitness, Su Xin is far ahead of many people at the same level, and his physique value is at the pervert level. Maybe it's because the stronger the physique, the harder it is to level up. Just like in fantasy novels, the stronger the background, the more difficult it is to break through the bottleneck, but once a breakthrough is made, the extent of strength improvement is far beyond that of the same realm. And after the 3rd jade wood heart has been absorbed, Su Xin finally had a hunch that he was about to upgrade. Fourth, when the 4th Yumu heart was completely absorbed, Su Xin opened the personal panel to see. As predicted, successfully entered the golden stage. Professor Su Xin, occupation, medic, level, gold level 1. Strength, 3060. Constitution, 7800. Auxiliary skills, life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood skills, more words are omitted. Talent, heart of life, close black lens bracket. The increase in strength is not large, only 700, which is the normal increase in combat occupations. But in terms of physique, it has increased by 2000 in one breath. And the same, advertisement. After each level up, Su Xin's own cap will increase. And he will use life to quickly let himself touch this upper limit. So after some learning, the value has changed again. Strength, 3360, Constitution, 8800. The skill of life storage has also been increased from 5 to 7 health bars. And the skill of blood bar storage, for others, cannot increase the upper limit of combat power, but the combat state will always be maintained. But Su Xin is different. Because of the particularity of wood style, the more health bars there are, the stronger the wood style will be. His wood style does not eat professional grades, but only eats the amount of life energy. A gift pack from silver to gold. As soon as this place was promoted to gold, Su Xin couldn't wait to open the gift package obtained from Sheet. Ding, congratulations to host for getting a reward from the gift pack, Willow of Life. Single quote. Sheet's prompt quickly sounded in his head. The beep just ended. He saw a green willow seedling appeared in Su Xin's hand. Planting pets. This reward category was unexpected for Su Xin. He looked at the willow sapling in his hand and was a little dazed for a while. After a while, he looked at the introduction of the Willow of Life. Surprisingly, it was found that the growth of this willow tree is almost unlimited, and its functions are even more numerous. It can be transformed into armor defense, or into weapon attack. You can also synchronize with the owner, Su Xin, to use Su Xin's wood skills. It can even be used as Su Xin's second life, transferring the damage to it. In addition, the Willow of Life can be turned into a pure energy body, which exists in Su Xin's body, and there is no such thing as inconvenient to carry. The key is, it has self-awareness. At this time, the little seedling of the willow tree of life was rubbing against Su Xin's finger with the small end of the seedling, looking very intimate. Su Xin suddenly thought of the dragon knight Wang Jingyu, called Xiao Yu. I have to give you a name. Su Xin happily touched the little willow sapling. At first, he wanted to get a Lu, which is cute after all. But turning around and thinking, what's Liu called? Called Lu Shen. Chapter 41. A Gathering of Talents. 27 young hidden professionals from the Yan Kingdom. Zhongnan University, in Su Xin's villa dormitory. He held his right hand lightly. The Willow of Life stored in the body turns into a green wooden sword. Then the wooden sword turned into a shield, bow and arrow, damask rope, etc. It was fun. Su Xin had a great time playing. Although the rewards given out in this gift package are not the kind that instantly increase the strength level. Better than foresight. The growth of life willow is theoretically infinite. As long as there is a steady supply of energy, she can continue to grow. Unfortunately, however, his profession is not a cultivator, and he does not have professional skills like accelerating the growth of pets. So he can only cultivate slowly by himself. Fortunately, there is a god-level skill called life absorption, which allows Su Xin to continuously input energy to the willow of life to promote her growth. The next day, Su Xin visits Du Uranus, the beastmaster who threw him an olive branch earlier. He wanted to ask Du Uranus for advice. That is, if it is a plant pet, will there be a chance to become a human in the future? After all, the willow of life is now only how the human form is transformed. The teacher is not here. There was a Beastmaster exchange conference held in the magic capital recently, and the teacher was invited as a guest. However, Su Xin closed the door, and the Dragon Knight King Jingyu, who had had a holiday with him, replied quietly. I didn't choose a teacher at the beginning, do you regret it now? This Wang Jingyu's character seems to really not remember beatings, and the way he speaks is very bad. Su Xin didn't bother to pay attention to him, and turned to leave. Su Xin, what rank are you now? Let me tell you a little bit, I'm a silver 10th rank now. Although I suffered a loss from you before, my hidden professional advantage is there, even if I don't do anything. Just train my Xiaoyu, and I will become stronger and stronger. Seeing that Su Xin was leaving, Wang Jingyu quickly said something. Let's talk about it when your little feather has grown up completely. Su Xin left a sentence and didn't argue with him. This guy is childish at heart. But people grow up, and his profession does have advantages. Although he said it was inevitable to show off, but even if he showed off, it is still an established fact that the Dragon Knight profession is in the late stage. What followed was a few quiet days at school. Advertisement. These days, ordinary students are still studying diligently, but among the talented freshmen, they are tacitly trying to hit the grade and want to win one of the 30 places. If you want to get a place, the minimum level requirement is also silver 10th level. And this day, 30 places for Zhongnan University have been completely finalized, that is, to leave for the border city today, and tomorrow will be the opening day of the limited-time dungeon Twilight Temple. Here at Zhongnan University, among the 30 people, there are many people Su Xin knows. Among them are Yan Jing, Wang Yi, Zhao Shu, Xia Yingyu and Xiao Shangming, as well as Ling Feng who wanted to buy his skill book before. Among the 3 hidden professionals in the Zhongnan region this year, except for Qi Luwu, the shadow assassin who was dug into Yan Jing, the other 2 naturally got their places directly. Dragon Knight Wang Jingyu, this guy has already dealt with it. The other person is Blood Emperor, Blood Mage Tan Hong. This Tan Hong has a white face and jade face, and looks quite handsome. No, it shouldn't be said to be handsome, but beautiful. However, this boy's temperament is a little feminine, he looks a little withdrawn, and he doesn't like socializing very much. Su Xin, Xiao Shangming, who had not seen her for a long time, saw Su Xin and immediately leaned over with a smile. I heard that you went outside to practice again this time, and you are in the limelight again. The little chatterbox began to ask cracklingly. In fact, Wang Yi and Zhao Shu almost meant it. But because they broke through from the beast horde and got the support of the elders in the family, they spent some price to make them hit the silver 10th rank. It can be said that based on performance, a chance was given. So both of them are very grateful to Su Xin at this time. As for Xiao Shangming, there are actually quite a lot of mage professions, and Su Xin was a little surprised that she was able to get a spot. And Xia Yingyu and Yan Jing are normal. They were originally the top geniuses in the Zhongnan region, second only to hidden professions. Talking to you, you answer me. Xiao Shangming pouted in dissatisfaction when she saw Su Xin wandering out of the sky. You are also at the 10th tier of silver. Su Xin spoke. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. When Xiao Shangming heard this, she turned around angrily. What? In Su Xin's eyes, I have always been the kind of mediocre. Last time, thank you. Yan Jing came over and said thanks. As soon as she spoke, Xiao Shangming suddenly became energetic, and was not angry with Su Xin's words, and quickly said. I heard that you hugged Yan Jing all the way when you broke through the beast tide, is it true? Advertisement. On the other side, Xia Yingyu also cast her gaze, but when Su Xin was not looking at her, she subconsciously avoided her gaze. Let's go. At this moment, his teacher Guo Uranus snorted. Immediately after, a giant bird with a size of 100 meters appeared above the university. Just go to the border town and take a plane, but to go to the Twilight Temple copy, you need suitable flying tools. And in the endless wilderness, human technology is useless. This giant bird is also of Uranus rank, and is one of Du Uranus's only 2 Uranus rank beast pets. When everyone saw the mighty giant bird, they were immediately attracted. What's good, when my little feather grows up, it will be more majestic than this. Wang Jingyu suddenly laughed. No one pays attention to him. Under the signal of Guo Uranus, everyone climbed onto the back of the giant bird one by one. The speed of this Uranus-level beast pet, at full speed, is extremely terrifying, and it can traverse the entire Yan nation in a few minutes. But in order to take care of the students like Su Xin, at this time, the flight speed is not exaggerated, and with Guo Uranus leading the team, it is naturally impossible for an oolong to be thrown off. Just half an hour. The crowd reached the Giant Eagle. In a luxury hotel in the border city, it has been contracted today, and the people who come here are the 7 sons of the empire and the top guilds of the Yan kingdom. In the hotel lobby at this time, a group of young and confident boys and girls sat together. The number seemed to be in the hundreds, and the scene was very lively for a while. Here comes from Zhongnan University. The animal wave incident has brought a lot of limelight to Zhongnan University, especially the medical doctor Su Xin. Let me mention that the girls in the Zhongnan area are indeed watery. After Su Xin and others entered the hall, the eyes of everyone in the hall looked over from time to time, and the topic also mentioned the previous beast-tide incident. Which table does the hidden profession sit at? At this time, the Dragon Knight King Jingyu not only did not have stage fright, but took a big step forward and asked loudly. The hall suddenly fell silent. However, his gaze was directed towards the very center. I saw at the very center, a large table with 27 seats, and only 5 seats were empty at the moment. The 27 people who are about to be full. It is the young hidden professionals of the Yan Kingdom this year. Chapter 42 Inches The Prophet. Wu Jinlian saw a humiliating picture. Seeing that everyone's eyes fell on the most central position, Wang Jingyu strode forward and took a seat in one of the remaining 5 vacancies. There is someone in this position, sit next to you. Unexpectedly, just as Wang Jingyu sat down, a young man next to him said something lightly. Who are you? Wang Jingyu looked at the young man. Magic Capital, Wen Tianqi. Wang Jingyu pouted. I've never heard of it, I'm going to sit in this seat today. Su Xin, who was still at the entrance of the hall, couldn't help but be amused by this scene. This Wang Jingyu had a bad background, otherwise he would definitely be a scoundrel. However, his innocuous character is quite interesting. They are the sons of destiny who awakened their hidden professions. If you give up your seat because of someone else's simple words, it is not an easygoing personality, it will only make people look down on it. As for Bai Heng, Wang Jingyu really doesn't counsel anyone in this regard. What if I said I must make you give way? Wen Tianqi frowned slightly, and his tone gradually became unkind. What are you pretending to be? Go out for a duel. Wang Jingyu's face turned cold, and he pointed to the door of the hall. The mini dragon on its shoulder also began to bark. Another hidden professional from Zhongnan University, Tan Hong, sat quietly beside him. A fight so soon. This Wang Jingyu is very hockey. Compared with other hidden professions, the Dragon Knight's career has not grown up. In fact, it must be at a disadvantage. I don't think so. Wang Jingyu looks very confident. Maybe he has other cards. Then Wen Tianqi seems, there is no follow-up. After seeing Wang Jingyu speak directly, Wen Tianqi's eyes flashed, and he seriously looked at Wang Jingyu, but in the end he didn't take the challenge. It's really stupid to challenge right now. After all, other hidden professionals will soon become competitors, and it is not wise to reveal their cards in advance. Su Xin and the other 29 people from Zhongnan University also took advantage of the situation and sat down in the arranged seats. The one who was fighting with Wang Jingyu just now was called Wen Tianqi, from the Magic Capital University. The hidden profession is spiritual teacher. The attack method of this profession is very exaggerated. You can use the spirit power to control needle weapons to attack quickly, and when the spirit power is strong now, you can even attack with swords and swords. I don't know what rank Wen Tianqi is now, but he should already be gold. Xiao Shongning, a small talker, leaned over beside Su Xin and started chatting. While eating desserts and fruits, Su Xin listened to Xiao Shongning introducing herself to those hidden professionals. In Xiao Shongning's introduction, she believes that there are 3 people who are clearly the strongest at the moment. One is Feng Peng, a necromancer, from Yan Jing University. Advertisement. The second is Ashura, Kong Jilu, also from Yan Jing University. The third is Wu Yilin, the sword spirit, from Modu University. Among them, the profession of sword spirit is a hidden profession of the swordsman profession. That Wu Yilin is also a graceful penultimate Tianzhao girl, with a unique sword cultivation temperament, very similar to Xia Yingyu. As for the shadow assassin Qi Luwu who was dug into Yanjing University. In front of many hidden professions, it does not seem so outstanding. 27 hidden professionals. The 7 sons of the empire accounted for 18. There are 5 Yanjing University, 4 Modu University, 3 Ziling University, 2 each of Zongyuan University and Zhongnan University, and only 1 each of Beizhong University and Laodong University. The remaining 9 are the top professional guilds from the Yan Kingdom. The number of participating guilds this time is as high as 30, all of which are well-known large-scale guilds all over the country. At this moment, the number of people has not arrived yet. Wang Jingyu and Wen Tianqi didn't like to go out for a duel. Gradually, all the talented young people still talk about each other. But a while has passed. There was a sudden movement in the Magic Capital University, and a group of people gathered together. Su Xin, let's go take a look too. Xiao Shongning had no resistance to join in the fun, so she immediately pulled Su Xin and said. She couldn't stand her grinding, and Su Xin also wanted to join in the fun, so she joined in like the others. I saw in the middle of the crowd. A teenage girl is fiddling with a compass engraved with 8 trigrams. It's the prophet, Wu Jinlian. One of the 4 hidden professionals at Magic Capital University this year. Her profession is very special, and it is said that she can predict the future. When Xiao Shongning saw this girl, she immediately recognized her. The girl Wu Jinlian is just like her name, with a beautiful appearance. I still feel pity. Her unique weak temperament can easily make people have a strong desire for protection, and I can't wait to hold her in my arms immediately, so that I can take care of her. I saw. At this moment, Wu Jinlian's lowered head suddenly lifted. What did you see? Someone asked quickly. I saw an endless forest. Does this mean that the Twilight Temple, dungeon secret realm is a forest environment? Are you sure? Sometimes right, sometimes not. Can I see people? I want to see who my future wife is that okay? Okay. Give me your hand. There were freshmen from other universities who wanted to tease this weak girl, but the other party was very talkative and agreed directly. So, advertisement. The boy who was booing bravely put his right hand in front of Wu Jinlian's eyes. Wu Jinlian grabbed his hand and took a closer look at his palmistry. The prophet of the East, the divine of the West. These two occupations are considered extremely rare in the hidden occupations, but they are recognized as not long-lived. You won't have a wife in the future. After reading it, Wu Jinlian shook his head and said regretfully. Ha ha ha. This remark caused a burst of laughter from the crowd, and the coaxing boy immediately blushed and withdrew his hand. Su Xin looked at the girl, and when she saw that the other party had no wife, her expression was regretful, but her eyes were narrow. Su Xin, do you want to take a look at who your future partner is? At this time, Kai Mengbai from Modu University asked Su Xin with a smile. Okay, let's see. Xiao Shangming also started to coax. Su Xin thought this kind of magic stick was very interesting, so he took the initiative to stretch his right hand to Wu Jinlian. Wu Jinlian looked up at Su Xin, then at his friend Kai Mengbai next to him, and then nodded. This time she held Su Xin's right hand with both hands. At the same time, he saw an illusory yin and yang fish shrouded in Su Xin's right hand. Obviously, she didn't use her professional skills at all just now, just teasing the boy who was making fun of him. Among the yin and yang fish that enveloped Su Xin's right hand, a picture suddenly unfolded. And this picture of predicting the future of others is only seen by her, Wu Jinlian. In that future picture, Wu Jinlian saw himself. She saw that she was being held tightly by Su Xin, naked, and although she was enjoying herself, she still struggled. What? Wu Jinlian was so frightened that she hurriedly cancelled her precognitive skills. How about it? Kai Mengbai was even more curious when she saw the other party's reaction was so great. Beasts. Wu Jian gritted his teeth bitterly. In the shy picture she saw, she was forced by the other party. Who are you calling a beast? Su Xin was caught off guard by the other party's sudden scolding, but Xiao Shangming was not used to the other party and shouted loudly. What are you arguing about? Come and see me. Just as Wu Jinlian was about to retort, he saw Wang Jingyu also come to join in the fun. Chapter 43 The Dungeon Reward That Stunned Everyone, the Only Artifact, Twilight Scepter. Wang Jingyu came over, but Wu Jinlian was obviously in a very bad mood and refused directly. She glared at the young man who met for the first time in front of her, only to think that the other person seemed harmless to humans and animals, but in fact he was a beast. Same. She glared at her friend Kai Mengbai. Ever since Kai Mengbai returned from the endless wilderness, she often mentioned Su Xin, a medical doctor from Zhongnan University. She felt that her friend had a good impression of this person. But how? This guy is a bad guy with a different appearance. After being rejected, Wang Jingyu was not angry, he pulled Su Xin aside and whispered. What are you doing? Su Xin looked at Wang Jingyu, puzzled. He was wondering why the girl from the Magic Capital University suddenly called him a beast. Not quite right, Su Xin. Wang Jingyu's face was a little heavy. What's wrong? Su Xin frowned. I chatted with that group of people for a while. Wang Jingyu looked at the table of hidden professionals, and continued, it seems that only I am the 10th rank of silver, and they have all stepped into the golden rank. Su Xin. 23,333. It could be seen that Wang Jingyu was panicking at this time. As soon as he appeared, he pretended to be a big force in front of these hundreds of geniuses, and even stunned another hidden professional, Wen Tianqi. It turned out that I only had the 10th rank of silver, and everyone was golden. If you meet in the copy, you will definitely be beaten. Among the hidden professionals, the Dragon Knight is indeed good, but because not only Wang Jingyu himself needs to grow, but also his dragon pet grows, which causes him to upgrade his level slower than others. Now is not the time to laugh, that kid Tan Hong is autistic and can't communicate. This dungeon's secret realm is about my name in Zhongnan University, and the others are like that. We both have to support each other. Just get up. Your collective consciousness is very strong, take it one step at a time. Su Xin replied with a smile, then returned to his seat. Wang Jingyu is still conceited, and those who are conceited will not change unless they suffer a particularly big loss. Even if Su Xin taught him some lessons before, it was obviously not enough. Today, the geniuses of the Yan Kingdom gathered here this year, it is just a gathering of geniuses. Let young talents from different universities and guilds meet to inspire a competitive spirit. After waiting for everyone, it was a relatively low-key banquet. After everyone has eaten and drank, Xiao Shangming was still angry because Wu Jinlian scolded Su Xin for no reason. At night, Xiao Shangming calmed down a bit, and called Su Xin and several other freshmen from Zhongnan University to play cards and chat about the Secret Realm Challenge that will start tomorrow. Twilight Temple is a limited-time dungeon, and limited-time dungeons are often challenge dungeons. Advertisement. And the challenge copy means that you can't form a team. So among the 500 geniuses, only Su Xin is an auxiliary occupation, but most people don't believe that he is just a pure auxiliary occupation. The limited time dungeon will only announce details and rewards when it is opened. So Su Xin and his party couldn't talk about anything. While playing cards, Xiao Shangming suddenly asked Su Xin what kind of girl she likes, and Su Xin teased her that she likes you. She was so ashamed that she punched Su Xin. The whole room was filled with laughter. The next morning, the group went on the road and went to the location of the Twilight Temple. The Uranus-level beast pets borrowed from Zhongnan University can be described as thriving and majestic. Under the leadership of Guo Uranus, Su Xin and others went deep into the endless wilderness and finally stopped on an island in a lake. The copy of Twilight Temple is located on the island here. In the lakes around the island, there are powerful alien beasts, which is why this dungeon has only been discovered now. Wait until everyone gathers. It is time to silently wait for the secret realm to open. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The entrance to the secret realm in front of me suddenly hummed loudly. A light curtain appeared in front of everyone. That is the introduction of some copies of the secret realm Twilight Temple. Copy. Dusk Temple, Dungeon Bosses, Reverse Serpent, Decay Shinigami, Twilight Lion. Rewards. Reversal Scepter, Rotten Bracelet, Twilight Wood, Upgrade Book only for Gold 10th rank and Master 1st rank, and several skill books. Limited number of people, 500 people. Limited level, Silver Tier 1 Gold Tier 10. Limited time. It lasts for 3 days after opening, and then it is permanently closed, and the challenger of the secret realm will be forcibly teleported. Restricted quest. Kill any dungeon boss, and you will be rewarded with a master-level boutique equipment forging book, which cannot be stacked. Hint. Reversal Scepter, Decay Bracelet, and Twilight Wood are all rare gold equipment, but they can be promoted to the unique gold equipment, Twilight Scepter. Close black lens bracket. The grades of equipment are divided into 4 grades: common, fine, rare, and unique. If there is artifact equipment, it is the equipment of the only level. Because of the unique level of equipment, no matter what level it is currently in, it can be upgraded later. Even if it is the only equipment of the 1st rank of bronze, the equipment can be upgraded to the Uranus rank or even higher. Only the unique level has the equipment upgrade feature. Advertisement. Unique means that there is only one piece of equipment in this world. After everyone read the basic introduction of the Twilight Temple, they all gasped and stood silently. And Wang Chang, led by Guo Uranus and others, all of them had shocked expressions in their eyes. So far, there are only dozens of only level artifacts that the entire human race has obtained. Even for a behemoth like the 7 Sons of the Empire, there are only a handful of artifacts that can be taken out. What are you still doing? It's time to start. At this moment, someone suddenly let out a low drink. But I saw a Uranus-level powerhouse of a large guild urging the geniuses of the guild to enter the dungeon secret realm. These Uranus have some regrets in their hearts at this moment. If I had known there were such heaven-defying rewards. They are bound to prepare more in advance. Su Xin, Tan Hong, Wang Jingyu, hold these things, don't use them when necessary. Guo Uranus hesitated. He called the 3 people he valued the most, and then one of them gave a rage potion. The effect of this rage potion is equivalent to the Berserker's rage professional skill. It can greatly improve the capabilities of users in a short period of time. But the after effects are also exaggerated. But at this time, Guo Uranus didn't care so much. In fact, it is not just Guo Uranus. The same is true for the other team leaders, Uranus, and now there is no time for them to prepare, and only the rage potion is the most practical. I want one, and so does my Xiaoyu. Wang Jingyu clicked his tongue and smacked his mouth, and asked Guo Uranus for another. When Guo Uranus heard this, he immediately slapped him on the shoulder and said, if the dragon is gone, Laozi will pay it to you, and you have to get one of the 3 pieces of equipment. After all, Guo Uranus gave Wang Jingyu 5 more violent potions. After weighing the pros and cons, it is the best choice to let Wang Jingyu's dragon take the violent medicine. Because his dragon has not grown up, it can actually be replaced. After that, he will make compensation to Wang Jingyu to his satisfaction. And the importance of the only artifact is absolutely incomparable to the dragon-type creatures in their childhood. Both have growth potential, but the artifact can be used by everyone, but the dragon cannot, and the dragon is stronger, and its self-awareness and wisdom are not inferior to humans, but it is not easy to drive. It seems that the burden will ultimately fall on me, Wang Jingyu. Wang Jingyu greatly appreciated the expectations given by Guo Uranus. Chapter 44 Guild Genius. Jia, let you see my big baby. Under the urging of the elders, talented freshmen from all over the Yan Kingdom entered the Twilight Temple dungeon secret realm one after another. The rift here is not a random teleportation mechanism. When entering the dungeon secret realm from the dungeon sub-port, it was a hot wind as strong as a wave. Su Xin opened her eyes and saw an endless desert area in front of her. And the temperature of this desert world is extremely high, and the high temperature is only a few seconds, which is enough to make everyone sweat profusely. This is at 60 degrees. Someone exclaimed. What a fuss. Some copies of the ice and snow environment, the temperature is so low that it can freeze people instantly. Isn't there a shortage of professionals to challenge one after another? Wait, now is not the time to discuss temperature. Have you seen the copy prompt? Because the location is not random. So all 500 people gathered together temporarily. And there is indeed a copy hint. There are 2 hints. 1. The Twilight Temple dungeon cannot voluntarily quit only when challenging the boss. In addition, at any time, as long as you shout, "Give up," you can be sent out by the dungeon mechanism. 2nd, Twilight Temple does not restrict team formation, but restricts auxiliary occupations. The second article means that it is impossible for an auxiliary profession to use its own professional skills to allow others to obtain status recovery or strength enhancement. Take Su Xin, the only assistant present, for example. If he sucks someone else in this secret territory, then both he and the person he sucks will be teleported out immediately. It's a bit strange. A limited time dungeon like this should be restricted to team formation. Restricting the various buffs of support means that the boss is not difficult to deal with. No, this just shows the difficulty of this dungeon. It is an exaggeration to have 3 bosses in a dungeon. Is it possible that there is still a hidden boss? It's too hot. Everyone, take off your clothes on the spot. It should be cool, and girls don't see the outside world. I'll take off first as a respect. Everyone was talking, and there was an old 6th who was about to strip off his upper body. The sweat was flowing, and the thick sweat was like honey applied to the body. This desert environment is too hot. Didn't you see an endless forest before? On the Magic Capital University side, the classmate next to Sister Wu Jinlian suddenly asked aloud. Wu Jinlian twitched the corners of his mouth and put it off. Her 8 trigrams divination skills depended on luck. Look, there seems to be something in the distance. Just then, someone suddenly shouted. When the crowd heard the sound, they immediately looked forward. Advertisement. In the distance of the steaming desert, the outlines of 3 palaces appeared like a mirage, and they were located in the left, middle, and right directions in front of them. The limited time dungeon won't require us to spend time looking for the bosses. Those 3 bosses are right in the 3 palaces in front. Someone said in a very determined tone. Ha ha ha. At this time, a strong wind rose, and the Xiao Yu on Wang Jingyu's shoulder suddenly turned into a body of more than 20 meters, spreading his wings high in the sky. Wang Jingyu sat comfortably on the dragon's back, looked down, and said, "Then I'll take a step first." Call. As soon as he finished speaking, his dragon also showed a more humanized expression, and then flew towards the palace in the center like a gust of wind. The wisdom of dragon-type creatures is not low. But a dragon's humble expression is enough to show the virtue of its owner. The people were speechless. However, there is still a wind-type mage walking in the wind and starting to leave. Su Xin stayed where she was, her expression somber. He is trying to use the life absorption skill to absorb the life energy in the desert. Fortunately, although the effect is not ordinary, it has not weakened too much, and it will not affect his explosion battle. Su Xin, it's not forbidden to form a team, let's go together. On the Zhongnan University side, there were only a few people who knew Su Xin well. The rest of them were in pairs and chose one direction to leave. At this time, Wang Yi and Zhao Shu offered to form a team. Su Xin, Yingyu and I are leaving first. Xiao Shongning really wanted to team up with Su Xin, but Xia Yingyu didn't want to, so she waved at Su Xin with regret. The other side, Yan Jing hesitated for a while, and also chose not to team up with Su Xin. Yan Jing's idea is very simple, and with Su Xin, it may not have any experience and growth effect at all. Okay, then the 3 of us. Su Xin readily agreed, and temporarily formed a team with Wang Yi and Zhao Shu. The 3 chose the palace on the left and walked away. 500 people were soon scattered in the seemingly endless desert. At first, other people could be seen on the left and right. But after a few dust storms in this desert, no one else was around, only the outlines of the 3 palaces became clearer and clearer. The first day quickly passed 5 hours. Somewhere in the desert in the direction of the palace on the right. The 2 waves of people are facing each other from a distance. On one side is the 5-member group of Modu University, led by the famous sword spirit, Wu Yilin, and the other 4 are the talented freshmen of Modu University this year, including the girl Kai Mengbai. Advertisement. The other side. It is a genius from the Yan Kingdom Tianwu Guild, and the number of people has an advantage, a total of 10 people. A total of 10 people came to the Wu Guild this day, and none of them separated. Wu Yilin has a beautiful face, with a pretty and refreshing short ponytail, and her long slender legs set off her extremely tall and stylish figure. There is no shortage of beautiful women in this world. Some professions can even significantly change their appearance and body shape. It's nothing. Compared with this limited time copy, I am more interested in the geniuses among the 7 sons of the empire. On the side of the Tianwu Guild, a short-haired boy stood in the middle and said something to Wu Yilin with a smile. If you want to challenge, wait until you get out of this secret realm, we will accompany you at any time. It's not good for both parties to waste time now. It's not our Demon City University and your Tianwu Guild who came here. Kai Mengbai said displeased Ly from the back. It's okay, not much time to waste. Wu Yilin waved her hand, signaling her companions to be calm. As far as I know, the Tianwu Guild has not recruited hidden professionals this year, right? She then looked at the short-haired boy Chen Su. When Chen Su heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Hidden occupation, isn't it amazing? Well, I missed a big treasure recently, and I just took you to try its power. He suddenly sneered. Then I saw the young man flipped his right hand, and a seed appeared in his palm. That is, Kai Mengbai's beautiful eyes froze for a while, remembering what happened in the Silver Dungeon, Wanline Mountain. Come out, Wooden golem. I saw Chen Su throw the seed in his hand, and the seed immediately began to grow rapidly. In no time, the 30-meter-tall wooden golem was born. Chen Su's profession is a cultivator. Gold tier 2. And this seed is the wooden golem jutsu that Su Xin used with the help of heaven and earth, and it was left after the wooden golem's energy was naturally exhausted. I'm afraid Su Xin can't think of it. The seeds he left behind after casting wood style can be used as pets by the cultivators in this world to fight. Eileen, be careful. Kai Mengbai's face suddenly became extremely solemn. She knew better than anyone how powerful this wooden golem was. At the same time, she was even more shocked in her heart. Isn't this Su Xin's move? Why did it appear in the hands of the geniuses of the Tianwu Guild? Chapter 45 The Solemnity of the Sword Spirit, Wooden Golem. What a tough opponent. When Wooden Golem appeared, Wu Yilin's pretty face suddenly showed a dignified look. She felt a strong sense of oppression from this strange wooden golem. Eileen, be careful, this wooden golem is very difficult to deal with. Kai Mengbai hurried forward and reminded in a low voice. She didn't say it was Su Xin's move. First, there is no suggestion to say it. After all, she herself knows nothing about wood style. Furthermore, the girl Kai Mengbai sincerely wanted to make friends with the evildoer Su Xin. So she knows very well that speaking out about other people's moves and skills without authorization will only be annoying. Born in a big family, there is only a set of thinking patterns to weigh the pros and cons, and Kai Mengbai will not make such mistakes. Come and play for a while. At this moment, Chen Su raised his brows and was very confident in Wooden Golem's strength. His 9 companions also tacitly stepped back towards the 2 sides at this time. The 2 sides can't say that swords are drawn. It is pure Chen Su who wants to challenge the hidden professional Wu Yilin. As you wish. Wu Yilin took it in a deep voice. But before that, I have to add a condition. If I win, how about we have a date after this dungeon is over? If you win, you can ask me to do one thing. Okay, if I win, please never show up in front of my eyes again. Wu Yilin simply agreed. She is even more confident in her own strength. I'm hated. It's not like the way the book talks about chasing girls. Chen Su laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Wu Yilin and other Tianzhou girls are first class in terms of occupation and appearance, and their attraction to the opposite S*X is naturally no trivial matter. But this kind of girl has very few suitors. Because most men don't think they deserve it. Here we go. Chen Su suddenly let out a low voice, and saw that the giant wooden golem suddenly raised his arms and slapped Wu Yilin with his palms together. This scene made Kai Mengbai's heart skip a beat. The 10th tier silver boss, Rock Giant, which focuses on defensive characteristics, was instantly killed by this move. But the giant palm has not yet fallen. Wu Yilin's figure has disappeared in place. She suddenly turned into an arc, and a cyan long sword appeared in her hand. The blade of the sword was shining brightly at this moment. Flying dragon captures the moon. Wu Yilin actually bypassed Wooden Golem and directly attacked Chen Su, who was controlling Wooden Golem. The long sword in her hand immediately burst out with a dazzling sword light. Immediately after that, a crescent slash that was as hot as the day burst forth. Chen Su was shocked when he saw it. Advertisement. But how could he be mediocre if he could be placed in high hopes by a large guild? Rustling. Around Chen Su, a large amount of vegetation suddenly grew wildly. Shield grass. Chen Su shouted loudly. A type of vegetation immediately grew into a green shield, and the rung was directly in front of the crescent slash. And when the crescent slash touched this green shield, it actually slipped directly, and slashed towards the desert ground on the side. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. Flying sand rises from the sky. Chen Su glanced to the side, and the whole person's face became more and more solemn. I saw that next to him, the desert ground was completely cut into 2, and a huge ravine appeared, and the people watching it were shocking. This power. Thanks to Chen Su's shield grass, otherwise, if it hit Chen Su directly. She's angry. It's just a challenge, there's no need to divide life and death at every turn, right? Chen Su molested her, it seems normal for her to be angry. Actually, I have never recommended looking for Wu Yilin. Sword spirit is a profession with strong destructive power and variable attack methods. Who to look for? How can a hidden profession be easy to deal with? If you want to find someone who is strong, this is Chen Su's character. Several of Chen Su's companions looked at each other in dismay. Before they started the fight, they had always overestimated Wu Yilin's combat power, but they had underestimated it. Wu Yilin failed to gain momentum with one move. Wooden Golem on the side can't watch it. Wooden Golem's offensive and defensive integration, even in terms of speed, is definitely not weak. At the same time Wu Yilin made her move. This Wooden Golem has already deceived himself to Wu Yilin, his fists stand side by side, and he splits away from the top to the bottom. Wooden Golem's attack method is actually a bit of a heads-up, which is the purest physical attack. But the power contained in its arms is not something that professionals of the same level can resist. Chen Su is the trainer of the 2nd tier gold. He has his own unique professional skill, accelerated growth, which can make Wooden Golem's size reach 30 meters. Certainly, his Wooden Golem, compared to Su Xin, is not even a pirated copy. He uses Wooden Golem, which is time limited. Over time, his own heritage will be absorbed by Wooden Golem, and it will wither directly. But that's it. Wu Yilin still felt an almost strong sense of oppression from Wooden Golem. She flipped her right hand, and the sword sounded and screamed. Wind and moon slash. Advertisement. Swish swish. His sword is like brilliance, dazzling, and at the same time, several sword energy slashes burst out. Sword chi slashed at wooden golem. Embedded directly in the body of wooden golem, failed to cut off wooden golem. And wooden golem has a wound that is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Wu Yilin's cold eyes could not help but become more dignified. Hey, 5 billion of these wooden golem seeds are more than enough, but the guild only used 500 million. Do you think this is a leak? Chen Su smiled proudly. And the real power of wooden golem is defense. He jumped up and saw wooden golem separated a space between his eyebrows for him to stay in. 3 minutes. I can only support 3 minutes with wooden golem, but considering that the other party can't notice this, it's better to defeat this Wu Yilin 1 minute earlier. Single quote. Chen Su was thinking in his heart at this time. Eileen. At this time, the rest of the Magic City University were a little anxious. They don't want to waste time on such a meaningless challenge. There are only 3 boss rewards. 3 in 1 can become the only artifact of priceless treasure. So they have to fight for at least one of the rewards. Even if you know you have it, you can't take it for yourself, but the rewards that your parents will give are enough to make them ecstatic. More importantly, it will get more attention and more opportunities to enter special copies. But the details are, these people from Modu University did not think that Wu Yilin would be defeated. I said, it won't waste much time. Wu Yilin frowned slightly. She then took out 3 long swords of the same design from the storage bag. The 4 long swords spun around her under Wu Yilin's control. This is the real power of sword spirit's profession, Yujian attack. Go, Yujian slash. Wu Yilin moved her sword finger, and the 4 long swords turned into 4 long rainbow drills, beheading towards wooden golem. As soon as the mind moved, the sword flew out. It is actually quite the charm of a fairy sword cultivator. Shish. Then, the sound of breaking air continued, wooden golem's body was cut off piece by piece. But no matter how Wu Yilin slashes with her sword, wooden golem could never be completely cut off by her, and with Chen Su's life energy supply, wooden golem's wounds would heal quickly. Now, Wu Yilin couldn't attack for a long time, and she fell into a stalemate. It's hard to deal with. Looking at the extraordinary giant wooden golem, Wu Yilin's face was dignified. Chapter 46 Distressed Situation, Inaccessible Palace. It seems, that's the only way to use it. Wu Yilin's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed. The height of wooden golem's defense is the biggest part of her troubles. However, the battle between the two has lasted for more than 2 minutes, so Chen Su will soon show his true form. At this time, Chen Su suddenly removed wooden golem and said, let's stop here, it's still the most important thing to do. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to stop, Wu Yilin's eyes flashed slightly. Eileen, it's time to go. Coupled with the urging of her companions, she took back the 4 long swords, glanced at Chen Su, and walked towards the target palace with Kai Mengbai and others. She can naturally guess, Chen Su's wooden golem may have a time limit, after all, it's pretty decent. But the rewards given by the boss were too many, and she didn't want to spend time verifying her conjecture about Chen Su wooden golem. At the moment, Wu Yilin and her party left here. How's it going? Others from the Tianwu Guild hurriedly stepped forward to ask after they left. Wooden golem's defensive power is more than enough, but its attack power is slightly insufficient, but when my level rises, the disadvantage in this respect should be alleviated. Chen Su gave a fair evaluation. One more thing he didn't say. That's when it comes to manipulating wooden golem, he's obviously a little out of tune and can't handle it. Chen Su blamed it on the fact that his professional level was not enough. After this simple interlude, Chen Su and the other 9 members of the Tianwu Guild also headed towards the target palace. The operation mode of the guild is to pay attention to merit and contribution to the guild. So if they get the boss reward, then the benefits given by the guild are definitely enough to make them ecstatic. This is naturally a fight. At the same time, Su Xin is here. In the desert, there are also some dungeon creatures named Desert Poison Sasori. The grades range from the 1st tier of silver to the 10th tier of gold. At this time, Su Xin encountered a group of Desert Poison Sasori, but fortunately they were all silver. It doesn't require him to take action. The fellow berserker Wang Yi and spearman Zhao Shu can easily solve it. Wang Yi, your skills seem to be more proficient. After Zhao Shu solved the Desert Poison Sasori he was responsible for, he looked at Wang Yi beside him. Aren't you? Wang Yi laughed. Advertisement. Thanks to Su Xin, if I didn't have his milk last time, my understanding of my professional skills would definitely not have grown to this point. It's a pity that milk is not allowed in this dungeon. The two were talking. Su Xin waited patiently for the end of the battle between the two. After the battle is over, the two collected the materials released by the Desert Poison Sasori and continued on their way. Su Xin does have ideas for bosses, but he was not in such a hurry. Unlike others, Su Xin, who comes from other worlds, wants to see more dungeons. They are not the fastest. However, at the 7th hour of the first day, he arrived at the palace on the left. However, at this time, there were many people standing outside the palace. Dude, what's the matter? The idea is tricky. Why don't you go in? Wang Yi stepped forward, found a boy who looked like a good buddy, and asked with a smile. This palace is a bit weird. After we entered, we came out inexplicably for some reason. After several repetitions, everyone stayed outside to discuss countermeasures. The boy who was questioned had a sullen face and simply replied. The gates of the palace are open. It's just that it's as dark as an abyss inside, and it's impossible to see the specific outline. Su Xin, Wang Yi turned to look at Su Xin behind him. I'll go take a look first. He wouldn't believe the information given by a stranger. There seemed to be a murderous plot hidden in the palace. It's better to do it alone. It is good. Wang Yi and Zhao Shu were not Moji's characters either, and they were confident in Su Xin's strength, so they readily agreed. So, Su Xin walked into the palace under everyone's attention. I bet 10,000, he will come out within a minute. Who is he? Bet with you, get out. It doesn't take a minute, I only lasted for 30 seconds, and then I came out inexplicably. The people outside the palace talked about it. And before he talked for a while. A figure slowly appeared outside the gate of the palace, it was Su Xin. When he just walked out of the palace, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he looked back at the palace. Advertisement. Come out, in a minute or so. This palace is a bit wicked, why don't we go to other palaces? Is it too late now? The others must have arrived at the other two palaces, and may even have started to attack the boss. Bad. Wrong target chosen. Maybe the boss is not in the palace at all. The palace is just a blindfold. It's unlikely. The time-limited dungeon is for you to challenge the boss. How can you get the mechanism to hide the boss? The people outside the palace seemed a little anxious for a while. Don't waste time here, go to other palaces. Someone said something to the companion, and then led the team to leave. That person was a hidden professional, GU Master, from Northern Xinjiang University, whose name was Han Feiyu. Besides, there is also a hidden professional in the palace here, from the Tianyu Guild, the profession is Black Mage, and his name is Peng Huan. In fact, before Su Xin came, several hidden professionals had already arrived, and then simply left. They don't want to spend time to understand the special situation of this palace. I just want to find the boss quickly and have a blast. Su Xin, what about us? Gradually, other people left, and Wang Yi couldn't sit still. Hold on. Su Xin raised her hand and lowered her head, thinking about something. He thought for a while. Then continue into the palace. But the result was still the same, and it came out after a while. Then it is repeated several times. In the end, without exception, Su Xin walked out on her own. Did he have a good time? Seeing Su Xin like this, some people can't help but feel a little bit of laughter. In and out, what does he want? It's a psychological suggestion. Single quote. And on Su Xin's side, he got a result. There are psychological cues in the palace. And such psychological cues can allow the visitor to walk out of the palace at his own will. After discovering this, a smile appeared on the corner of Su Xin's mouth. This kind of dungeon is much more interesting. It is not called a dungeon strategy, but it is called a boss challenge. Chapter 47 Wu Jinli Inn. Oh no. I want it. I'm very interested here. You two can go to other palaces first. If I really can't find a clue here, I'll go to you. Don't worry, it will be soon. Su Xin pondered for a moment, then turned around and said something to Wang Yi and Zhao Shu. The two of them were also very cheerful, and immediately responded, okay, let's go to the palace in the middle first. After a very ceremonial high-five with Su Xin, Wang Yi and Zhao Shu walked towards the middle palace. Let's go to the palace on the right. At this time, there are fewer and fewer boys and girls at the gate of the palace here. Gradually, there were only a few people left at the gate of the palace. Su Xin entered the palace again. But this time, it was very different than before. The difference is that Su Xin took the initiative to use the ability of the Willow of Life. Open black lens bracket damage transfer close black lens bracket. The definition of damage transfer is not only physical damage, but also mental damage. Some so-called negative effects can also be transferred from Su Xin to Life Willow. This is also the reason why Su Xin did not give up after realizing that the palace here has the strange characteristic of psychological suggestion. Just as Su Xin stepped into the palace hall, the entire hall is covered with a dazzling array of decorations, mostly bottles and jars. There are more exquisite murals on the surrounding walls. However, the content of the murals includes human beings, birds and beasts and so on. The descriptive meaning is strange. Like a rooster crowing at dusk. Humans work hard at night, but rest and sleep during the day. Another example is that the moon brings light, but the sun gives darkness to the world. At this time, on Su Xin's shoulder, a green willow sprout extends from Su Xin's body. Then, like a child who ran away from home, he didn't say hello to Su Xin and left the palace. That is to say, all conscious things are inevitably influenced by the psychological suggestion here. I'm fine, which means that the damage transfer effect is successful. But the Willow of Life has left the palace, which means that the psychological suggestion here is more exaggerated than Su Xin imagined. The Willow of Life leaves the palace. Su Xin didn't pay attention, but observed the mural carefully. He felt that this might be the opportunity to pass the palace here. I don't know if my Su Xin's IQ is enough. Su Xin touched his chin, and the interest in his eyes increased. Advertisement. He really doesn't know how to solve puzzle games, but he wants to play more and more. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. However, Su Xin hadn't watched for long when he heard loud fighting sounds coming from the depths of the palace. Apart from me, does anyone else have a way to remove the psychological cues here? Su Xin's eyes lit up. However, this time brought together the top talents of the Yan Kingdom this year. Not so surprising. At the moment, Su Xin followed the sound of fighting and walked into the depths of the palace. The structure of the palace is not complicated. After crossing the hall, you enter the inner hall. The space in the inner hall is large enough, and there are more and more giant snake statues standing up. It made Su Xin look sideways. These statues of giant snakes have 3 eyes. At this moment, a young girl is attacking the numerous giant snake statues in the inner hall. On the top of the girl's head was a word, Shuan. The word, Shuan, was like incense sandalwood, exuding a faint cloud of smoke that enveloped the girl, looking like a dream. Is her. When she saw the girl clearly, a hint of surprise appeared in Su Xin's eyes. It was Wu Jinlian, the hidden professional, prophet, of that Demon City University. At this time, Wu Jinlian did not find Su Xin for the first time, but attacked the giant snake statue with a somewhat anxious expression. There are dozens of statues, and each one is extremely difficult to destroy. On Wu Jinlian's right palm, there was a word, Li, floating. At this time, every palm shot was filled with flames, and a large number of sparks filled the surroundings, so it was not blazing. Why attack these statues? Su Xin made a sound, which caught Wu Jinlian's attention. You. When Wu Jinlian saw Su Xin, he was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately thought of something. The face of the beautiful woman who I saw pity showed a great fear. Get out of the palace. She screamed suddenly, as if something terrible would happen if Su Xin didn't leave. But in Su Xin's view, what she said was inexplicable. Although she cared a little, she couldn't just turn around and leave. The boss here is the snake of reversal. Its body attack is not strong, but its unique, reversal, ability is extremely difficult to deal with. Anything or idea will have a reversal effect under its ability. For example, you want to enter the palace. It will be reversed and you will leave the palace unconsciously. If you don't leave, your entire personality will be completely reversed due to the influence of your abilities. Wu Jinlian explained very quickly. She doesn't know why the other party can resist this ability. Advertisement. She relies on the Zunzi incense sandal merit, in the vocational skill, Chenkan Bazi, to achieve the effect of spiritual protection, anti-evil and anti-drug. But gradually she found that she could not support too much. At that time, the reversal effect will take effect again. She will also leave the palace here. Hearing Wu Jinlian's explanation, Su Xin was suddenly stunned. The strange mural in the palace hall had already given such a hint. While thinking about it, Su Xin suddenly turned around and punched the snake of reversal that suddenly appeared behind him with a fist with his right hand. The body of the snake of reversal appeared, but was punched by Su Xin, but with a bang, one of the giant snake statues in the palace shattered, and the body of the snake of reversal was not injured. Out. The snake of reversal screamed sharply, and the reversal ability was activated again. The activation of its abilities requires contact. Wu Jinlian suddenly realized something. This palace comes with its own first ability, but the activation of the second ability requires contact with the snake of reversal. Your own approach is wrong. The snake of reversal is not at all aggressive, so he can only use others to solve his own threat. As predicted, Su Xin was affected again by the ability of the snake of reversal. But, Su Xin was reminded by Wu Jinlian that he had the idea of leaving the palace. At this time, this idea has become, stay in the palace. Su Xin turned around slowly at this time, and the reversal snake behind him was making a strange, numb laughter. Su Xin has no intention of hurting this girl. But now, there is. At this moment, Wu Jinlian was completely stunned. She didn't change because of Su Xin's ability to receive the boss. Instead, I recalled the scene where I saw Su Xin violated her when she gave Su Xin a divination that day. She woke up suddenly. Don't come here, she screamed suddenly, trying to escape from the palace. Come here quickly. But the next second, she changed her mind. Done. Wu Jinlian was dumbfounded on the spot. Himself was also reversed. She doesn't want Su Xin to violate her, and now, thinks. Chapter 48 Fight for half an hour, the snake of reversal, die. Su Xin has no ill will towards the girl in front of her. Now that the idea has been reversed, the malicious does not mean insulting the other party. But at this moment, there is a faint killing intent in his eyes, and he wants to kill the other party directly. But the ability of the snake of reversal is not invincible. Nor can it reverse everything. It can only reverse the strongest of ideas at the moment. It's like before entering the palace, everyone wants to defeat the boss to get the reward. If this idea is reversed, it will naturally leave the palace because of the reversal of the idea. After leaving the palace, the effect of the reversal ability disappeared, so it seemed a little confusing and unclear. And for young girls, all thoughts are not as strong as lust. Su Xin did not at this time. But Wu Jinlian in front of him could guide him to such an idea. The reason why Wu Jinlian came up with the idea of wanting Su Xin to violate her. All because she saw the future before. This made the thoughts in her mind involuntarily think in this direction. The more she doesn't want to, the more she wants to. Even she knew very well that she couldn't say anything to avoid leading Su Xin to have such thoughts. But the more she is like this, the more involuntarily she speaks under the ability to reverse. You can't do that to me. You must do that to me. Wu Jinlian was still able to resist the ability of the reversal snake at this moment, so that her words seemed extremely contradictory. But her nonsense really changed Su Shin's mind. Lust prevails over murder. Su Shin suddenly froze in place. He suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was the perfect object in his heart. He felt that the other party was astonishing, that the other party was charming, that the other party was pure and lovely, as if all the beauty of the women in the world could be found in her. It's over. Wu Jinlian's eyes flickered, and he saw himself being hugged into Su Shin's arms. His heart fell to the bottom of the valley, but it rose again because of the lust in his heart. Looking at this pair of human men and women hugging each other. The snake of the boss's reversal is in a hurry. It doesn't want to see this situation. Its ability is not absolutely invincible, and even after the reversal ability, there will be a period of vacuum period. Advertisement. The giant snake statue in this inner hall has been destroyed several times. It was because it had been deadlocked with Wu Jinlian for a while. Wu Jinlian's professional ability can effectively resist its ability, but it cannot support it for too long. Therefore, there have been several incidents of Wu Jinlian being reversed. It's just that Wu Jinlian's idea of being reversed at that time was to destroy these giant snake statues. After the idea was reversed, she began to repair the statues that she destroyed, instead of leaving the palace. This caused the snake of reversal to encounter a dead end. Because it doesn't feel any offensive power itself, it can't kill the people who invaded the palace, and can only rely on its ability to let them kill each other. So it judges that the girl is a threat to itself. So he wanted to use Su Shin to kill the girl. But the result? Not what it expected at all. Human women, as expected. The snake of reversal looked at Wu Jinlian, who was in Su Shin's arms, with a look of hatred tickling his teeth. Su Shin is very normal. It is precisely because of his normal three views that he is easily used by his reversal ability. But this woman aroused the other's lust, which changed the script of the two of them killing each other. Is it intentional? Thinking of this, the snake of reversal couldn't help but glance at Wu Jinlian. But soon, it slapped Su Shin on the head with its invulnerable snake tail, trying to make Su Shin change his mind. Clap, clap, clap. With zero damage, it didn't cause any damage to Su Shin, and even matched Su Shin's rhythm, and maybe even added a little attack speed to Su Shin. The snake of reversal hissed anxiously, but no matter what, it couldn't change Wu Jinlian and Su Shin at this time. The two had already been licked up by the flames of lust. After about half an hour, Su Shin blinked, her eyes regained their former clarity. Made. Grass. He suddenly cursed in a low voice and folded his hands directly. In an instant, the entire inner hall was filled with wildly growing trees, and all the giant snake statues, including the body of the reversal snake, were punctured with thorns by crazy vegetation in an instant. The reversal snake itself is also very reversible. When he can reverse others, it is very difficult to deal with, almost incomprehensible, but when there is a gap in his ability, he is very good to kill. A face-to-face effort. Advertisement. The boss, the snake of reversal, was killed. Next to its corpse, a scepter inlaid with eyes dropped, which was to reward the boss with a reversal scepter. At the same time, there is also an upgrade book for the 10th level Golden Master to ascend to the first level. However, killing the snake of reversal did not gain any experience. Su Shin picked up the upgrade book and threw the reversal scepter to Wu Jinlian, who was sobbing beside him. The other party picked up the reversal scepter and did not speak, but smashed Su Shin with red eyes. This scepter should have a similar ability. Do you want to reverse it again? Su Shin knew that she was wrong, so she let her vent her anger, but she couldn't stop smashing her hands, so Su Shin had no choice but to say something. Hear this. Wu Jinlian then stopped. Her eyes were red, and she said bitterly, "Why did you choose this palace? Without you, even if it took me some time, I could finally solve it." She was right. Against the snake of reversal, single player is the best. The more people there are, the more difficult it is to deal with the ability to reverse. Then why did you suddenly have such thoughts? Instead, Su Shin asked in confusion. Hearing this, Wu Jinlian did not speak, and his emotions gradually calmed down. She couldn't explain it to Su Shin. This is the reason for her own profession. Give me your hand. Wu Jinlian suddenly spoke. Su Shin hesitated and handed over his right hand. This time, Wu Jinlian once again made a divination about Su Shin's future. However, this time, the picture she saw was that she seemed to be above an unimaginable height, and all she saw was the endless sky in the distance. Back to you. She smashed the reversal scepter in Su Shin's palm, then got up and walked outside the hall. Just walking, limping. She is not as weak as she seems. On the contrary, Su Shin was rather at a loss. After Wu Jinlian left, Su Shin looked at the redness of the place, and was a little silent. Chapter 49. Su Shin. You actually used my magic against me. There are still a few people waiting outside the gate of the Reversal Temple, the freshmen of Modu University. Wu Jinlian went with them. After Wu Jinlian didn't come out for a long time, he had been waiting outside. Out. A figure came out gradually from the gate of the palace. It was Wu Jinlian, whose face was still red. She looked calm on the outside. But the heart is also mixed with 5 flavors, and all kinds of thoughts are piled up together, which is difficult to sort out for a while. See pity, you have been in for so long, have you seen the boss? Have you solved the boss? We just received a reminder that the Snake of Reversal, one of the bosses, has been dealt with. Is this the palace? However, her companion did not notice her expression at this time, but asked eagerly. Wu Jinlian was about to answer. But she saw one of her companions suddenly pointed at her shoulder and said, "What is that?" Wu Jinlian looked at his shoulder. It was to find that the reversal scepter was hanging on his shoulder by a branch. She was stunned for a moment, then put the scepter into the storage bag, and said, "It's solved, let's go to other palaces." Great, I knew you could do it. However, this matter must be kept secret for the time being, otherwise it is likely to cause others to compete for boss rewards. The companions were overjoyed. They continued to say a few words, and then walked towards the location of the middle palace. When Wu Jinlian left, he turned around and glanced at the reversal temple behind him, but Su Xin was nowhere to be seen. Su Xin at this time is in the sage moment that every man has. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear, silently thinking about various life principles. At the same time, he also recalled the tender moments between him and Wu Jinlian just now. Although it was an accident. But no matter before or after crossing, Wu Jinlian was the first woman in his true sense. How can Su Xin not care? However, this kind of bloody thing happened to him, and it was inevitable that there would be some rejection. No, it is now in a state of entanglement. It's just that this situation didn't last long. Right now, it's still important to defeat the boss. As for the reversal scepter, Su Xin didn't value it at all. Even if he has the ability to gather the Twilight Scepter, it is impossible to have it with his current strength. Advertisement. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if he could have it, he would not have the energy to raise a unique artifact that required a lot of resources to upgrade on the premise of maintaining the growth of himself and the willow of life. Of course, the most important thing is actually Xiao Juju in Su Xin's heart. In his heart, he didn't want to forget the accident with Wu Jinlian as an accident, and he looked forward to the follow-up. At the same time, the palace on the right is the Rotten Temple, and the boss inside is the Rotten Shinigami. Unlike the reverse snake, the approach to the Temple of Decay is quite normal. There are a large number of kobold monsters, which are soldiers under the command of the Rotten Shinigami. These kobolds are tall, armed with spears and sharp blades, but their bodies are rotten and invisible. In some places, the rotten flesh and bones are glued together, which is extremely scary. The so-called Rotten Shinigami is also a kobold person. However, it was dressed in gray armor and held a half-moon spear. Surrounded by hundreds of kobold soldiers, it was attacking the raiders. Decay. The Rotten boss Shinigami is also an ability-oriented boss. He raised the half-moon spear in his hand and saw a gray halo filled the entire hall. The genius raiders in the hall were immediately affected. If they were cursed, everyone began to become weak, and the appearance began to gradually become old. Hurry up and kill it together, this ability can't last forever. After the boss is rewarded, those who have the ability will get it, now let's do it together. Who dares to play tricks and keep his hands, and then deal with him after the boss is dealt with? Someone shouted out that the priority should be to solve the boss first. Of the 500 geniuses, there are hundreds of them appearing in the palace on the right at the moment. Most of them went to the Twilight Temple in the middle. One part was lost in the desert environment, and the other part was on his way to the other two palaces after reversing the temple strategy to no avail. Hurry up. The snake of the boss's reversal has been solved by someone. The urging sounds more and more. On the right side of the palace, there are 10 hidden professionals, including the sword spirit Wu Yilin. The combat power is absolutely sufficient, provided they are really united. But right now, being limited by the powers of the Rotten Shinigami can make a person weak. These 10 geniuses in the top echelon of the Yan Kingdom this year also know what to do. So, under the leadership of these 10 hidden professionals. After hours of fierce battle, the decadent Shinigami was finally boiled to death by these hundreds of geniuses. During this period, many geniuses could not escape from the palace because of their injuries, and chose to leave the dungeon under the condition of getting out of the battle with the bosses. Advertisement. They were seriously injured on the verge of death, and it was impossible for them to stay in the dungeon. They had to go out and be treated by the Elder Uranus outside. The boss reward is out. When the Rotten Shinigami confirmed his death, 3 rewards immediately exploded next to his corpse. They are Rotten Bracelet, Upgrade Book, and Skill Book. But this reward just appeared. It was snatched by someone with a heart. Seeing the reward position on the ground, he suddenly stretched out a wooden hand, grabbed the 3 rewards, and retracted it into the ground. The other side, Su Xin appeared in the palace here, and the wooden hand that disappeared from the ground extended from under his feet, handing over 3 rewards. The appearance of this scene caught everyone by surprise. Su Xin, who stole the reward, became the target of public criticism in an instant, but the latter's face was neither fearful nor happy, just looked down at the reward in his hand, and looked a little dazed. Court death. An angry shout sounded out of thin air. Seeing that Chen Su of the Tianwu Guild, who was also here, was furious. With a big drink, he summoned Wooden Golem again. The huge wooden golem rushed forward in front of Su Xin, then clenched his hands and smashed Su Xin below him hard. Su Xin raised her head and looked at Wooden Golem with a look of surprise and puzzlement in her eyes. In this moment of life and death, he even took time to glance at Chen Su, as if wondering how the other party could use his own moves. Su Xin stole the reward and took it as his own. It was impossible for Wu Yilin and other hidden professional geniuses to let him go. However, when someone made a move, they were not so anxious. Everyone is on guard, taking precautions, and the next time they take the reward can only be themselves. Is this person still hiding? Wu Yilin, who had seen Wooden Golem's troubles, saw that Su Xin was indifferent to Wooden Golem's attack, and for a while she didn't know whether the other party was stupid or confident. In the next second, I saw that Su Xin raised his right hand slightly, and put his palm on Wooden Golem's clenched fists. At the moment of contact, Wooden Golem's body quickly became smaller, and in an instant, it turned into a seed and was held in Su Xin's hand. Wu Yilin's eyes widened suddenly, unable to believe what she saw. You, what did you do? Chen Su was even more stunned, and his expression was beyond shocking. Who taught you this trick? Su Xin looked at Chen Su and asked curiously. This guy is kinda funny. Use my magic against me. Chapter 50 Kai Meng's Little Hands, now you know how powerful Su Xin is. You, what have you done to my wooden golem? Chen Su stared at Su Xin in shock. Your wooden golem. Hearing the other party's words, Su Xin was even more surprised. Give me back my seeds. Chen Su was obviously flustered, and he and Su Xin were not on the same channel at all. And this time, after he finished speaking, Su Xin unexpectedly threw the wooden golem seeds back to the other party. This unexpected move made Chen Su's nameless anger dissipate at once. He took the seed and stood for a while, before saying in a daze, thank you. You're welcome. Su Xin chuckled, with a little anticipation in her eyes. Others were able to use his wooden golem jutsu, although it required a specific occupational cultivator, but it was worth his Su Xin's study. Of course, most importantly, even if the cultivator uses his wooden golem seeds, then the owner of the wooden golem will always be Su Xin. It was as if just now, Su Xin only needed a light touch, and wooden golem lost any combat power. After Su Xin returned the seeds to Chen Su, he turned around and wanted to leave the palace. The Temple of Decay is raided, so the only thing left is the Temple of Twilight in the middle. From the current point of view, it is not difficult for the gathered geniuses to defeat the boss. After all, this is the genius of the top echelon of the Yan Kingdom this year. So Su Xin has to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't say that you miss the boss strategy, you may have to miss the part of grabbing the boss reward. Stop. But when Su Xin dared to turn around, a cold drink suddenly sounded. This shout didn't do anything to Su Xin, but it really shocked Kai Mengbai beside him. No one knows the power of Su Xin better than Kai Mengbai. This guy is a pervert, a monster. It's just that she has always been very low-key. If she hadn't stalked the other party that day, she wouldn't have known that this young man with a harmless personality and a casual personality was actually powerful enough to subvert the inherent concept of genius. No, it's fine. It was the sword spirit Wu Yilin who spoke out, and when Su Xin turned to look at her, Kai Mengbai hurriedly made a round. In fact, even if Wu Yilin didn't speak, it is impossible for the 9 hidden professionals who are still here to let Su Xin leave like this. The copy is for a limited time, and when the time is up, everyone will be sent out. But before that, as long as you give up in advance, it is regarded as abandoning the challenge. Giving up the challenge means it is impossible to get any reward. Therefore, Su Xin was forced to shout, give up, so even if he put the reward in the storage bag, he would not leave the dungeon with him. At this point, advertisement. This is the biggest reason why people are reluctant to let Su Xin leave. If you get the reward, and then you can leave the dungeon with the reward directly, then there is basically no need to take action. Dream White. Looking at her friend, Wu Yilin's beautiful eyes were a little puzzled. He's amazing. Really amazing. It's not as simple as it looks on the surface. Kai Mengbai whispered immediately. However, these words undoubtedly had the opposite effect for Wu Yilin, such a proud woman. That's not better. Wu Yilin was annoyed by her friend's cowardice. Next second. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly cut through the silence, and the long sword in Wu Yilin's hand turned into a long rainbow, rushing towards Su Xin with lightning speed. Boy, watch it, wooden golem jutsu is used like this. Su Xin glanced at Chen Su who was still dazed next to him. Immediately after he clasped his hands together, the ground behind him immediately rose, and a giant wooden golem burst out from the ground surrounded by countless vegetation. As soon as wooden golem comes out, then he showed his thunderbolt speed, and his body was tens of meters in size, but he couldn't see the slightest bit of clumsiness. Wooden golem waved his right hand. At the moment when the flying sword was about to stab Su Xin's abdomen, 2 fingers stood side by side and pinched the body of the sword with extreme ease. He will too. Chen Su was completely dumbfounded. And just after this idea was born, he suddenly understood something. This wooden golem is not the same as Chen Su's. Looking at Wu Yilin again, she had a brief absence. Turning around, he found that the wooden golem seeds in Chen Su's hands were still there. Su Xin jumped onto wooden golem's shoulders and sat down. Today's wooden golem is about 40 meters high. This is not Su Xin's limit. You must know that he is now at the level of the golden rank, and there are 7 blood bars, blue bars in his body. Compared with the 10th rank of silver, it is not only the increase in the value on the panel. However, the wooden golem of this size allows Su Xin to have more precise control, like an arm swing. Do you want to continue? Su Xin looked at Wu Yilin below and asked lightly. Certainly. Wu Yilin's beautiful eyes were firm. She spread her arms out, and saw that 7 more long swords were taken out of the storage bag. 8 long swords. Chen Su's stunned eyes showed a hint of surprise. The last time Wu Yilin fought against him, he retained half of his strength. Shish. The 7 long swords turned into flying swords and spun rapidly in the sky. The speed was so fast that everyone could barely see that there were 7 arcs of light spinning non-stop. A little handsome. Seeing the opponent Yu Jian's attacking posture, Su Xin gave a sincere admiration. Advertisement. Clang clang. The Phaeacian offensive has been fully launched. At this time, Wooden Golem swung his arms wildly, almost turning into an afterimage, but in terms of speed, he was still weaker than the opponent's flying sword, unable to capture the opponent's flying sword as easily as before. This caused Wooden Golem to be slashed by flying swords all over his body. But Wooden Golem's defense is clearly Wu Yilin's nemesis. The speed of her envoy Phaeacian's attack was so fast that even Su Xin was amazed by it. The slashing on Wooden Golem actually only left traces of slashing embedded one after another, and such slashing marks healed instantly before Wooden Golem's powerful resilience. Is this the real Wooden Golem? Chen Su was fascinated when he saw it. Compared with the other parties, his Wooden Golem was so inferior that he couldn't handle it. With Wu Yilin taking the lead. Although the others tacitly surrounded Su Xin, they didn't make a move for a while. This is to give Wu Yilin face and let her fight to the fullest. If Wu Yilin shouted for the others to come along, they would naturally not hesitate. But Wu Yilin's character makes it impossible to play siege with others. Ding ding dang. Wooden Golem suddenly ran forward, approaching Wu Yilin. Start playing. The opponent could not break the Wooden Golem, so Su Xin directly captured her body. Wu Yilin naturally kept retreating, but at first Wooden Golem's speed allowed her to take it easy, but at a certain moment, it suddenly seemed to be turbocharged, and the speed increased sharply. The huge body, with a jump, came directly to Wu Yilin, and when the big hands were closed, they were clenched tightly in their palms, unable to move. How so? Wu Yilin's pretty face is ugly. No matter how hard she struggles, she can't get rid of Wooden Golem's terrifying power. In this way, she was slowly taken by Wooden Golem in front of Su Xin, who was sitting on her shoulders. Seeing Su Xin slowly stretch out her right hand, it bounced off her head. Snapped. The damage is 0, but the mental crit cannot be calculated. Seeing the other party flicking her head, Wu Yilin was a little stunned for a while, and then her whole face quickly flushed red, and the shame and anger in her heart broke out completely. Angry. Just play, play. Seeing her expression, Su Xin quickened the rhythm of snapping her head. People around. This is more difficult for the opponent to accept than directly beating Wu Yilin to death. Ah, UB asterisk 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 D. Wu Yilin finally couldn't help it. There was still a bit of a goddess appearance. She was screamed by Su Xin's shrill voice, and even a little crying. Unmoved tears flowed from his eyes. On the other side, Kai Mengbai spread out his hands. Now I know how good Su Xin is. Chapter 51. Su Xin's behavior of the 6th child completely caused public anger. After playing with the girl in front of me for a while, Su Xin let him go, and then Wooden Golem grabbed him and threw him high into the air. Call out. Su Xin's whole figure was like a cannonball, soaring towards the distant sky. Not good. Come on. This scene caught everyone by surprise, but after reacting to it, they immediately chased after him. Apart from the Tianwu Guild and Kai Mengbai and others, the others chased in the direction of Su Xin's escape, in an instant. The Wooden Golem just stood there stupidly. Kai Mengbai and Chen Su were waiting silently beside Wooden Golem. After a while, Wooden Golem began to shrink in size. To the surprise of the two, this time Wooden Golem did not leave any seeds. Kai Mengbai, do you know the details of this Su Xin? You played against him. Then why didn't you say earlier whether you would take us as friends? Now that Su Xin stole the boss reward and ran away, are you happy? At this time, one of Kai Mengbai's classmates from Modu University saw some clues, and then shouted and scolded. From the very beginning, Kai Mengbai's performance was very wrong. Everyone else was very impressed with Wu Yilin's strength, but she was the only one who predicted that Wu Yilin would definitely lose. And after Wu Yilin lost, she also looked helpless at the other party's disobedience. The appearance of this traitor naturally made them very angry. I know he's great, but I'm not sure how great he is. Kai Mengbai took a deep breath and replied helplessly. Now is not the time to quarrel, hurry up and chase after him. Even if that person's Wooden Golem is powerful, he will definitely not be able to withstand the siege of many people. It's really not good. Even if he drinks the violent potion, he has to grab the reward. We must fight. As long as you get the boss reward, you know better than anyone how rich the reward given by the school is. Wu Yilin, are you chasing? Several people clenched their fists, unwilling to give up the boss reward. Wu Yilin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said bitterly, chase. Chen Su, we. Seeing that the group of Magic Capital University left, Chen Su's companions were also a little anxious. Chase the hare. Chen Su scolded lowly. Are you afraid? Even if he can summon Wooden Golem, but now so many people are staring at him, we have a chance. Even if the chance is not big, you don't even have the courage to fight, right? Advertisement. Seeing Chen Su's appearance like this, the people of Tianwu Guild couldn't help but get angry. I'm not afraid of his Wooden Golem, I'm afraid. Chen Su paused when he said this. Quote. I'm afraid that this Wooden Golem was created by him, and I can challenge the hidden professionals with only this incomplete Wooden Golem. Don't know what that means. As soon as these words came out, Chen Su's companions were all stunned. But soon began to object. What are you kidding? Then Su Xin said he was a healer, but his moves were all related to vegetation. He must be a cultivator just like you, right? Dual careers are rare, but they can't be as exaggerated as you said. You forgot. This wooden golem seed was left by the hidden boss of the Silver Dungeon. At that time, it took 10 days and a half months to take down the hidden boss with tens of thousands of silver. Do you think he created it? Wooden golem seeds must be a special kind of vegetation, but he also has them. Zhongnan University is a giant with a lot of heritage. It's not surprising to have this coincidence. Shen Su, although the president said that we should listen to you, but if you hesitate, we will leave you alone. Hear the words of my comrades. Shen Su also regained some calm. Under the urging of his companions, he didn't have time to think about it, and walked in the direction Su Shin had just escaped. Su Shin is not running away. He just didn't want to waste time, he was heading to the Dusk Temple in the middle at this time. The limited time dungeon, Twilight Temple, has been open for 12 hours. And just this time, 2 of the 3 bosses have been attacked. Only the last, Twilight Lion, remains. Speaking of the last boss, it is quite normal, it is the standard dungeon value to blame the boss. The Twilight Lion has 3 forms. The first form is a lion creature with a body size of 50 meters and golden hair all over. And this form was broken by one person. That was Wang Jingyu, who was the first to arrive at Dusk Temple. However, Wang Jingyu is now outside the secret realm. He used the violent potion to increase the strength of his dragon in a short period of time, so that he was lucky enough to wear off the first blood bar of the Twilight Lion. Just when he thought he was going to get the reward. The Twilight Lion has revealed its second form. The second form of the Twilight Lion has shrunk in size to about 20 meters, but it has turned into a monster with a sphinx. And in addition to the strength, defense, speed and other values increasing several times compared to the first form, there is also an additional ability, the meaning of dusk. This, meaning of twilight, can make people lose their will to fight and become drowsy, which is equivalent to a spiritual skill attack. Wang Jingyu was no match for the second form at all, even if other hidden professionals arrived at this time. But he had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. In addition, his dragon was seriously injured, so he simply withdrew from the secret realm. And at this moment, the number of talented raiders who besieged the Twilight Lion reached more than 300 people. Advertisement. The entire secret realm was originally a desert scene at noon. But suddenly it was dusk. The Twilight Lion has entered the third form. In the third form, he held a scepter and turned into a human figure, his whole body was wrapped in golden robes, and his specific appearance could not be seen clearly. The scepter in his hand is its boss reward, the Twilight Wood. Anything touched by this piece of wood will instantly turn into a statue. The huge boss siege battle has completely begun. Even if some people were unfortunately turned into statues, some statues were broken and died. But still can't stop the fearless hearts of these talented young girls. The Twilight Lion is a very powerful boss. In a normal gold copy, it is properly a hidden boss level. Nahi, the raiders this time are the top geniuses of the Yan Kingdom this year. Genius refers not only to a profession with a strong growth potential, but also to other talents. Being besieged by these geniuses, the Twilight Lion has no chance of winning at all. In the end, it was finally worn away with the last trace of blood volume. So far, the 3 bosses in the Dusk Temple have all died. Same. The Twilight Lion revealed 3 boss rewards, the Twilight Wood, the Upgrade Book, and the Skill Book. When the reward came out, the geniuses who had not had time to rest began to compete fiercely around reward. It's just that there is a cub whose methods of robbing things far surpass them. I saw that the ground of the entire palace hall was suddenly covered by countless vegetation. In the vegetation, a total of 3 wooden dragons grew rapidly, grabbing the Twilight Wood and the Upgrade Book with lightning speed. As for the Skill Book, it fell into the hands of a hidden professional, who reacted and failed to let Mulong succeed. It's Su Shin. The palace that Xia Yingyu and Xiao Shongning went to was the middle palace, and at the moment they were also a little exhausted. Xiao Shongning did not feel happy when she saw the person coming. However, someone shouted loudly soon, and what they said made Xiao Shongning's face completely dignified. Don't let him go. Raden Shinigami's boss reward was also stolen by him. He didn't participate in the boss siege, but after we killed the boss, Despicable suddenly took the boss reward. Keep him. It turned out that the group of people who had just decayed the temple chased up. As soon as this is said, in the audience, the eyes of more than 400 people all fell on Su Shin. This time, Su Shin's behavior of the 6th child seems to have completely aroused public anger. Chapter 52. The Uranus elders are absent. Su Shin is being besieged by everyone. It's a pity Su Shin couldn't get the skill book. He fixed his eyes and found that the one who got the skill book was a gentler-looking boy. It was Qi Luwu, the shadow assassin who was dug into Yan Jing University. The opponent's methods are good, and he can hide in his shadow, which makes the sneak attack Mulong flutter in the air. In the face of the anger and abuse of others, Su Shin ignored him. The 3-headed wooden dragon supported him and quickly left the hall of the palace, then flew high into the sky and fled far away. His purpose is not to show himself with a dozen or more. Just to get the boss reward. However, this idea is obviously too naive. Everyone present, take out any one of them, they are all young heroes of the Yan Kingdom, with bright future prospects. Not the ordinary professionals that can be seen everywhere in the endless wilderness. Want to go? Keep the reward. Even if you leave the reward now, Laozi will teach you a lesson. Almost at the same time that Su Shin was about to fly away, dozens of bright lights suddenly erupted below. Boom. Bang bang bang. A golden chain stretched out from the palace hall, turned into a golden light, entangled the three-headed wooden dragon in an instant, and pulled it downward. The other side. In the crowd, the geniuses of the profession of mage, if they are dazzling, the general spell skills are all displayed, and the skills of the skills are bright purple and red for a while, so it is not dazzling. Su Xin's three-headed wooden dragon, under the attack of these mage professions, became a little scarred. In terms of defense, wooden dragon is indeed inferior to wooden golem. Its strength lies in its restraint, and it draws the life energy of the bound party. Su Xin, don't be brave. Xiao Shangning shouted worriedly. This scene scared her. At this time, there are more than 400 people gathered here. Except for those who have already left, they are basically here. Originally, they were from the 7 high schools of the empire and 30 large guilds of the Yan kingdom. However, at this time, the tip of the gun was always aligned with Su Xin. This is enough to show that Su Xin's behavior completely angered them. What irritated them was not only that Su Xin did not participate in the siege of the boss but dared to grab the reward. It's also that after he grabbed the reward, he didn't directly put it in the storage bag, but held it in his hand as if to show off. The young man is the age of vigorous blood, who will obey whom? Under normal circumstances, these geniuses in the eyes of the world would not even bother to join forces to besiege one person. But this Su Xin is really too arrogant. As this kid looking for death. On the Magic Capital University side, there were a lot of people, not less than 30 people. There was a Magic Capital genius who scolded Wu Jinlian at this time. At Yan Jing University, the 5 hidden professionals also stared at Su Xin with bad eyes. At this time, Su Xin slowly fell from the sky, and seeing that he no longer had any thoughts of escaping, the attack of the siege stopped a little. What the hell are you doing at Zhongnan University? You can't look up at all in the future. Advertisement. I didn't participate in the siege, so I'm eligible to fight for boss rewards afterwards. Medical Doctor Su Xin, I know you are an individual exception among professionals, but do you take it for granted? Do you really think this is the Zhongnan area, and someone will be accustomed to you? It's shameless enough. Listening to the abuse from the geniuses, Su Xin's expression was calm. Shameless. Su Xin shrugged. If it's a dungeon in the endless wilderness, no one will tell you the rules. You don't have any qualifications or strength yet, you don't follow the rules with us. Feng Peng, the necromancer, who was rated as the strongest freshman this year by Xiao Shangning at Yanjing University, stepped forward and said something. The strength of this friend may have been questioned before. But after solving the boss of the Twilight Lion, there is no more. His explosive combat style of summoning the undead army was the main reason why the Twilight Lion was besieged to death so quickly. He doesn't obey the rules and acts so shamelessly, then don't blame us for not being sympathetic. What nonsense are you talking to him, and force him out of the dungeon of the secret realm? When the dungeon of the secret realm ends, Laozi will personally go to Zhongnan University to teach this kid a hard lesson. No one was clamoring to kill Su Xin, because everyone knew that as long as Su Xin shouted, "Give up," he would be teleported out instantly. Wu Jinlian frowned. She looked at the boy surrounded by everyone with a sullen face, a little bit confused about what he was trying to do. Zhongnan University, you don't care. At this time, the people gathered at Zhongnan University were asked. There are 30 people in Zhongnan University, and now there are only 26 people, and 4 of them have already left the stage early. It was said that he asked Zhongnan University, but his eyes fell on Tan Hong, the hidden professional, Blood Emperor. Tan Hong has a withdrawn temperament and simply ignores it. Haha, Su Xin gave Laozi's life, you say Laozi doesn't care. Wang Yi laughed out loud and was the first to express his position and came to Su Xin's side. Yan Jing and Zhao Shu followed closely behind. Yingui, Xiao Shangning was even more anxious. Why did this group of people support the fire? He quickly looked at his best friend. Can't be soft. Xia Yingyu's brows furrowed. She was inherently competitive. Her relationship with Su Xin, not easy to say. But she couldn't be soft at this time, because she was leaning against Zhongnan University. What is there to be afraid of? A loser can't lose a battle. Need not. Su Xin waved at them at Zhongnan University. When Yan Jing and others heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Snapped. Then, everyone saw that Su Xin's waist suddenly sank, and his hands and fingers clasped together. Let's make a fuss, little brats. Wood-style tree world birth. Caw caw caw. The voice just fell. Advertisement. Then I saw the boundless desert beneath my feet, suddenly covered by endless vegetation. If you look down from the sky, then you will find that in this endless desert area, there is a huge oasis forest. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Wu Jinlian's beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment. This is exactly the same as what she had predicted, an endless forest scene. Outside the secret, Wang Jingyu was depressed and autistic. His Xiaoyu's hard-working physique was strong, otherwise it would be ruined directly because of the violent medicine, but the strong sequelae would at least drag Xiaoyu's growth for a while. The parents and elders were chatting a few words from time to time. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared, but it was a little genius from a certain guild. Duan Chen, how is the situation inside? The little genius came from the Dragon Soaring Guild of the Yan Kingdom, and Wang Chang, the leader of the guild, asked a question casually. The first day is not over yet, and the Uranus elders will not feel that there will be any big movement inside. All 3 bosses have been attacked, but the rewards for 2 of the bosses fell on one person, yes. Duan Chen glanced at Guo Uranus and hesitated. Who is it? It was Su Xin, a medical doctor from Zhongnan University. Su Xin did not participate in the siege of the boss, but snatched the boss after the boss died. We accused him of being shameless, but he was not convinced, so we were besieged by us and wanted to give him a lesson. When the geniuses heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Guo Uranus and joked. Old Guo, your apprentice is not very kind, he doesn't look like you at all. He's not my son, what is he doing like me? Guo Zhen snorted and snorted. Wang Jingyu interrupted when he heard this. Then why didn't Su Xin come out? Few people surrounded him. These words reminded a group of Uranus. That's right, it can last for so long under the premise of being besieged, then Su Xin does seem to have two brushes. After all, it is an individual exception among professionals. Isn't the power of the witch in the magic capital more than 10 years ago too exaggerated in the same realm? Then who else has a boss reward? Duan Chen suddenly realized that his words were not clear. He quickly corrected. The siege means that all of us besiege him. Our number? About 400 people. What? How can that be? Then Su Xin killed people in public. Wait, even if what you said was true, why didn't you come out and get killed? The Uranus were startled suddenly. But before Duan Chen could answer them, I saw that more and more people were teleported out one after another, and the number was increasing, and everyone had some more serious injuries on their bodies. Then Su Xin, what kind of monster is that? As soon as one of them came out, he shouted in horror. This shout, let the elders of Uranus be completely absent. Chapter 53 Necromancer, Army of the Dead, a blast that shocked everyone. Gathering young geniuses with strong vigor is to put together a powder keg that may explode at any time. In the predictions of the elders of Uranus, the so-called explosion is nothing but mutual dissatisfaction and better than fighting. But now you tell them that the geniuses gathered and besieged only one. Even more exaggerated, it's been so long and I haven't won it yet. The time inside the dungeon is synchronized with that outside. What's the situation? Make it clear. An elder Uranus immediately asked his junior to come. I don't know, that Su Xin is so strange, so outrageous. His move is not a wood spell at all, nor is it a traditional cultivation skill, but it can create a vast forest in an instant. In the forest all vegetation is aggressive. The junior looked somewhat numb to Kaido. He is also a genius in the eyes of the world, but he was injured in just one encounter, and he had no choice but to withdraw from the secret realm. Impossible. Even if Su Xin is a gold 10th rank that disdains everyone, there are 25 hidden occupations in addition to Zhongnan University. Not to mention there are more than 400 top talents in the Yan Kingdom this year. The elder Uranus did not believe the words of his younger generation. Because this fact is too counterintuitive. If you want to say that Su Xin is stronger than the heroes and has the strongest combat power, then it is nothing. Woo-woo number 2, there will always be the strongest one. And in the rank of green, white and yellow, being strong for a while does not mean being strong all the time. But what's the situation now? Su Xin was besieged by more than 400 top talents, how could she not fall behind? Old Guo, what the hell is going on? All the Uranus looked at Guo Zhen. Guo Junzi was also stunned, he couldn't say why. And at this time, another group of people were forcibly teleported from the dungeon's secret realm. FK. That Su Xin is too monster. There are so many of us to besiege him together, even if we can't take him for a while, we can still be injured by his counterattack from time to time and have to withdraw from the secret realm. I'm numb, is he a hidden profession that has never appeared? After these boys and girls came out, they started to talk like no one else. When the elders of Uranus saw this, they knew that what happened inside was probably far beyond their understanding. A monster was born. Advertisement. One of them, Uranus, looked at the entrance of the dungeon and muttered to himself. The wind cuts the lotus flower. Summon. Big lava fireball. Thunderbolt flash. Tiangong Changquan. Floating in the air. What kind of vegetation and trees? Watch Laozi smash them to pieces. Quote. In the secret dungeon, the powder keg was completely detonated. One genius after another used their skills to destroy Su Xin's tree world. But every time this vast forest is raised by half, it can grow back quickly. Have to say, although Su Xin is stronger than any of them alone, he can fight against many, and it is impossible to say that he does not work hard. Especially those hidden professionals, the pressure on him is really not small. And other geniuses are not vegetarians. The reason why non-hidden professionals can be called geniuses is not their own profession, but their understanding of their own professional skills. The same level, the same occupation, their professional skills are far better than most people, this is genius. Dong dong dong. Bang bang bang. At this time, Su Xin was surrounded by tall wooden walls to defend against it, in order to buffer the direct attack of everyone on his body. Indeed, more than 400 people are attacking Su Xin. But there are some who stay out of the way. Wu Jinlian and Wu Yilin from Modu University, these two are quite good in combat power, but at this time they were stunned, watching Kamui, the young man surrounded by the forest. It's amazing. Greeting the moon and welcoming the moon, Su Xin is amazing, really amazing. On the other side, Xiao Shongning has completely transformed into a little fangirl. From the worry at the beginning to the excitement now, she pulled the corner of her best friend Xia Yingyu's clothes and kept repeating this sentence in her mouth. Xia Yingyu's beautiful eyes were stunned, and her thoughts were quite confused. She knows better than anyone. When she met Su Xin for the first time, the other party was indeed only the first rank of bronze. Xia Yingyu couldn't imagine why the opponent's strength increased so exaggeratedly in just over a month. Her promotion is not bad, and she is also one of the few golden ranks among non-hidden professionals, but that is because she has been in an environment taught by famous teachers since she was a child, and she started running earlier than ordinary people. This also allows her to understand the professional skills far beyond other swordsmen after awakening the swordsman profession. Advertisement. Now, am I qualified? At this time, Su Xin looked at Feng Peng from Yan Jing University. His words were soft, but he had great sarcasm. Puff. However, as soon as Su Xin finished speaking, then he saw a long knife suddenly stick out from the shadow under him, trying to pierce it straight from behind. Only when the long knife just stabbed in the back. Su Xin's back was like a flower blooming, and a large piece of wicker burst out, blocking this despicable kidney attack. He looked down, and a pair of stunned eyes appeared in his shadow. It was the shadow assassin Qi Luwu. Su Xin was also surprised by this elusive sneak attack. If he didn't wear himself a layer of defensive veneer in advance, this trick would have been successful. How long can you last? At this moment, that Feng Peng suddenly asked sharply. Su Xin was taken aback by this. Seeing this, I already have some understanding of your moves. Your skills are very strong and special. In front of such moves, the advantage of the number of people is not so big. No, there are not enough people. Feng Peng has never made a move before. However, now it is the index finger of the right hand that draws a large circle in front of him. That big circle is like a door in space, leading to the endless ghost world. Whoa whoa whoa. Suddenly, like a gray tide, countless undead legions rushed out from the big circle. Just a breath of work. There are thousands of undead forming an army, and the number of undead is still increasing. Tatata. The undead army stepped in the forest and completely leveled the green trees. At the foot of the undead army, Su Xin's vegetation was suppressed by the death energy for a while, and it was difficult to regenerate. As soon as this friend made a move, the rest of the people were stunned, and they stopped subconsciously. The siege of Su Xin suddenly changed. It became a heads-up situation between Feng Peng and Su Xin. Looking at the dense army of undead, everyone only felt their scalps go numb. This friend is even more heaven-defying. Chapter 54. What? It was just his clone just now. Open black lens bracket. First order close black lens bracket. The death chi, unique to the undead legion, can actually suppress Su Xin's life energy to a certain extent. As a result, the destroyed tree vegetation cannot regenerate as quickly as before. Seeing that the number of the undead army is increasing. However, Su Xin did not intend to panic. Restricted by the occupation level, the undead legions summoned by the undead warlock Feng Peng at this time are all low level, and the huge quantity in exchange is naturally low in quality. And for Su Xin, what he is most afraid of is the large number of trash fish. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Immediately, with Su Xin's hands clasped together, a wooden golem rose from the ground. Wooden golem's tall body dashed towards the undead legion in front of him fearlessly. After the first collision between the two, that large number of undead were washed away by wooden golem, and the mighty battle disappeared in an instant. Seeing this scene, Feng Peng frowned slightly. But suddenly, he looked at his feet suddenly, and saw that the ground suddenly rose and fell like the sea, and a huge wooden arm broke out from the ground. Grab hold. Feng Ming can summon a large number of undead legions and use the crowd tactics to win the enemy. This is indeed an extremely powerful method. But in the golden rank, his body is not so difficult. Although Su Xin has not experienced many battles, at least there is still some clear judgment. Be careful. How come this person's moves are endless? Will it have something to do with the ground? Who can pull him into the sky? The geniuses around him exclaimed and were analyzing Su Xin's exaggerated moves. Feng Peng really couldn't react. But the others at Yan Jing University were not really watching. I saw a burly young man dodging to Feng Peng. He raised his right arm, and the whole arm suddenly glowed with black and red light. This person is Kong Jilu of Yan Jing University, the hidden occupation, Ashura. Ashura's A20 hidden occupations are extremely rare, and it is said that they can use the mysterious power of ghosts and gods. At this time, Kong Jilu stepped out. Immediately, the fist slammed into the giant wooden arm that was grabbing Feng Peng. Boom, boom. A deafening bang came out in response, and Su Xin's wooden arms were all torn apart when they met face to face. The strength is good. Su Xin looked at the burly boy and said something with a smile. The farce is over. You should have discovered that. Our hidden professionals have not taken all the shots before. You have no chance of winning at all. Put down the boss reward, and let it be revealed. 1. Kong Jilu looked at Su Xin with an indifferent expression, and the displeased look in his eyes became more and more intense. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me whether other hidden professions are shot or not. 1. Su Xin laughed softly. He changed his usual casual, self-confidence, but Hockey was even more arrogant. As soon as this is said, there is no room for maneuver. That wooden golem Kamui burst out, and just one wooden golem can drag Feng Peng's undead army. Kong Jilu is right. Hidden professionals are all sons of destiny. These sons of destiny have their own arrogance in their hearts and are unwilling to join forces to besiege others and lose their share. But Su Xin is already flying. How can they continue to maintain the status quo? Ghost body. Kong Jilu took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, the already burly body swelled again, and the muscles accumulated all over his body, turning into a little giant full of explosive power in an instant. What is even more eye-catching is his form at this time. At this time, Kong Jilu still had a human appearance, but his body was covered with black and red textures, and he had 2 extra arms out of thin air. There is a powerful blood lingering around him, and it is visible to the naked eye like a cluster of small storms. Pedal. Advertisement. Kong Jilu stepped on it suddenly. DADF, he was more than 100 meters away from Su Xin, and he instantly came to Su Xin, and the 4 arms were even more thunderous. Bang bang bang. 4 bursts of energy exploded, and Su Xin saw 4 huge punch marks that were deeply recessed on his body, and the whole person was beaten back frantically. Able to equate hidden professionals with destiny. This is enough to show the power of hidden professions. And after this Kong Jilu's transformation, the strength of his physical body might not be weaker than Su Xin's weird power. Without any exaggeration, under the same level, there are very few people who can match Su Xin in strength. The increase in the strange power is 10 times the power of the panel value. Before Su Xin could recover from her injuries, her face suddenly changed. However, he saw that he raised his right arm abruptly, but his right arm was purplish red before he knew it, and there seemed to be countless tiny worms squirming under his skin. What? Xiao Shongning suddenly screamed. She suddenly saw Su Xin tear off her right arm. From the broken wound, she could see that the entire right arm was filled with countless black insects. Sharp. A slightly admiring voice sounded, but on the other side of Beijing University, a hook-nosed young man laughed strangely. The young man's name is Yin Anping, and he is also a hidden professional, GU master. If you slow down a little longer, then when the Black Death GU worms are all over your body, even if you have the ability to reach the sky, it will be difficult to use it. Yin Anping sighed with emotion. Is it worth it? I lost one of my right arms for the sake of being competitive for a while. Su Xin heard the words and chuckled. Suddenly pressing his left hand on his right shoulder, he saw that a wooden branch suddenly extended from the broken part of the right arm, and then the wooden branch turned into a right arm, and then regenerated. What's your occupation? The scalp of the person watching this scene is numb. Instant regeneration of right arm. This resilience is too exaggerated, grass. And at this time, another hidden occupation shot, is a black magician. The man was holding a black staff in his right hand, and with a wave, he saw a large black light suddenly drop from above Su Xin's head. He looked up, but it is a black sphere that is rapidly brewing. The sphere is like a black hole, as if it can suck all light and things into it. The black ball itself has an unimaginably powerful suction force, which is acting on Su Xin, making his whole body seem to be bound by invisible ropes, and is sucked little by little towards the sky. That's why I said, you underestimate the hidden profession. Kong Jilu hummed coldly, and even deceived himself into melee combat with Su Xin. His power is exaggerated. Even if Wooden Golem is temporarily back on defense, he can fight against Wooden Golem without losing. Don't move. A cold drink suddenly sounded in Su Xin's mind. He saw a certain guild over there. A boy wearing a mask was drinking lowly at him. Another hidden profession. Speaking spiritist. This profession is even more exaggerated, with the effect of speaking with the law. Saying, don't move, made Su Xin get a body-fixing technique, as if his entire body was being held down by a giant mountain, making it difficult for him to move at all. With this combination, Kong Jilu's fists were fully developed, and Su Xin was smashed like a sieve of chaff. It even blasted the latter's body into the sky, and was sucked by the black magician's gravity ball. Except that Tan Hong, the Blood Emperor, had no reason to shoot Su Xin. The remaining 25 hidden occupations are not completely different from the 25, but also have the same hidden occupation. For example, Shadow Assassin, in addition to Qi Luwu from Yan Jing University, another one from Laodong University and Zongyuan University is also a hidden profession. There are not many types of hidden occupations. Advertisement. It is impossible for the Yan Kingdom to get together in just 1 year. Among the 25 hidden occupations, there are 11 hidden occupations. They are Shadow Assassin, Necromancer, Ashura, Sword Spirit, Prophet, Black Mage, Spiritualist, GU Master, Twin Warrior, Word Spiritist and Summoner. If you count Wang Jingyu's Dragon Knights, there are 12. Ended. The forest doesn't grow again. I have to say that this Su Xin is also a character, and he is still undefeated by our siege. It's because of his special moves, he's not afraid of being besieged, but these guys with hidden occupations are really real, and he definitely can't stand it. If it is alone, this Su Xin. From the current point of view, it should be the strongest one-on-one among us this year, but it is difficult to say, who knows if others are hiding. 1 inch. Mad, this guy has a really stubborn temper, and he still doesn't take the initiative to withdraw from the Mystery Realm dungeon. Is he really going to anger us and give him a knife? Seeing that Su Xin was caught by the gravitational ball and couldn't move, everyone decided that the outcome had been decided. Wu, Su Xin, Xiao Shongning substituted in all aspects, seeing Su Xin being so suppressed at this moment, she couldn't help but feel sad. Xia Yingyu pursed her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. Ask for it. Wu Jinlian snorted lightly, but she suddenly froze for a moment. Is there a possibility? In fact, Su Xin wanted to show his strength in front of himself, so he had to compete with one another. As soon as this idea was born, Wu Jinlian's face turned red uncontrollably. Yan Jing's eyes fell on Su Xin, and he never left. Intuition told her, not only that. Why not use that trick? Kai Mengbai is even more puzzled, just use that trick. Wooden golem shouldn't be tens of meters in size, the real size should be over 100 meters. Not good. The black mage suddenly shouted. Kong Jilu started to grab the boss reward in Su Shin's arms. But that Kong Jilu has not yet taken action to snatch it. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Shin, blocking Kong Jilu. See someone coming. Kong Jilu was stunned for a moment. What's the situation? To Su Shin. The figure standing in front of Su Shin is exactly the same as Su Exen in both dress and appearance. Thanks a lot. Su Shin looked at wood clone suppressed by the gravitational ball. He waved his hand, and the willow tree of life on wood clone brought the boss reward, which was then put into the storage bag by Su Shin. Wood clone just turned into a piece of wood in the eyes of everyone. Separate. Separate. In an instant, everyone around them lost their voices. Everyone looked at Su Shin, who just appeared, in disbelief. His eyes moved back and forth between Su Shin and the piece of wood. At this moment, unprecedented turbulent waves in my heart are completely set off. Doppelganger. It's an avatar. Su Shin, who resisted the attacks of more than 400 people without falling behind, turned out to be just a clone. Ha ha ha. Someone wants to laugh but can't. What kind of terrifying unfolding is this? What kind of monster is this cub called Su Shin? Chapter 55 Sage Mode. An extremely shocking move to clear the scene. After Su Shin asked Wang Yi and Zhao Shu to leave early, he cast Wood Clone. When Living Willow leaves the palace by the reversal effect of the Temple of Reversal. Then go to the other two palaces to try your luck with this Wood Clone. The strength of Wood Clone cannot be the same as Su Shin's main body, but it also has nearly 2/3 of the strength. Certainly, the biggest difference between the main body and Wood Clone is the sustainability. Wood Clone, which is 2/3 of its body strength, will fall into a state of exhaustion once it uses wood style too many times, and it will be difficult to recover. When several hidden professionals made their move together, the foundation of Wood Clone has long been consumed by. After Wood Clone disappears, his memories of this time came back to Su Shin's mind. Su Shin glanced at Wu Yilin, the sword spirit at Magic Capital University, a little surprised. Wood Clone's self-consciousness is there. After all, it was separated from Su Shin's main consciousness. However, it cannot perfectly execute the order he issued. Su Shin was a little surprised by Wood Clone playing Wu Yilin's head and playing with her. It seems that you need to pay more attention to this. A clone is a clone. Apart from the orders of his main body, he should not do other superfluous things. It is enough to be a firm program executor. What the hell are you doing? At this time, Ashura Kongjilu was the first to react. He was very close to Su Shin, so he shouted and bombarded Su Shin with a punch. Boom, boom. He punched out, and the atmosphere between the two was turbulent, and the momentum was so scary. Clatter. However, Su Shin pushed forward with a flat palm and used the opponent's fist. At the moment of the confrontation between the two, Su Shin's right arm involuntarily retreated a little or two, but his feet were as steady as Mount Tai, and his body did not move an inch. You are very powerful. Su Shin looked at Kong Jilu and said something with a smile. Su Shin's current strength is more than 330,000 kilograms under the blessing of strange power. Although this Kong Jilu is not as good as him, it is not much different. Su Shin released his fist. Then he looked around and said. So, are you taking the initiative to quit, or am I helping you? After saying this, before everyone could react, Su Shin looked at Wu Jinlian and said directly, Wu Jinlian, don't go, I have something to discuss with you soon. Don't worry, it will be soon. When the people heard this, I just feel the blood rushing up. Su Shin's avatar is arrogant, and his body is even more so. And, the clone seems to take them seriously, but the main body has no such performance at all. It's like, as if you're saying that you need to clean up the trash. A clone who was already shocked by Su Shin had such strength, these geniuses were really confused for a while. But Su Shin's words hooked their anger again. What are you pretending to be? This is especially true for Kong Jia Lu, which is closest to Su Shin. After Su Shin's main body appeared, although he had just fought against him, he was completely absent in his eyes. This sense of inner self-esteem and arrogance being deeply provoked makes him unforgivably angry. Boom. All of a sudden, Kong Jilu's whole body is like a burst of gas, and the dark red blood storm completely haunts his whole body, so that he looks like he is wrapped in flames at this time. Kamui is extraordinary. Four-pole Vajra fist. Kong Jilu shouted loudly. As such, he charged towards Su Shin majestically, with a terrifying aura wrapped around him. He used his professional skills at this moment, and all aspects of his physical body were strengthened to varying degrees. The whole person is even more like a red aurora, and in an instant, it has deceived Su Shin. Those four arms were powerful, and the offensive was pounding down like a hurricane. In this state of anger. Advertisement. This Ashura seems more creepy than a desperate berserker. But before he could fully develop his fists, behind Su Shin, a behemoth rose up. Still wooden golem. But the clone, at this time, is as high as 7. The sky-reaching arm grabbed Kong Jilu, followed by a fierce squeeze. This pinch, it was as if a balloon had been crushed completely, and Kong Jilu, who had just started to gain momentum, was directly smashed into the bottom of the valley. When wooden golem let him go again. This man has broken bones all over his body and completely lost his fighting power. After solving the Kongjia Tower, Su Shin's cheeks suddenly burst, and then he opened his mouth to spray, and a black tide was sprayed from his mouth. You are really disgusting. He looked at the GU master of Northern Xinjiang University with a look of disgust. There is no way for the clone to take these GU worms, that is because there is no life absorption skill. But he himself came. These so-called GU worms are better absorbed than protein for Su Shin. There are many different types of GU worms. Even if it has the ability to absorb life force, it is nothing in front of life absorption. As for poison, that is useless. Not to mention that Su Shin's own powerful physique can resist poison. Even if it can't bear it, it can be transferred to the Willow of Life, and the latter will detoxify it. Only one face. Just solve Kong Jilu, and make that GU master's GU worm ineffective. The more than 400 geniuses who were present were all stunned and forgot to take action. Over at Zhongnan University, Xia Yingyu's eyes widened, as if she had known Su Shin again. Su Shin at this time. In front of her eyes, there is an unprecedented light. More casual than ever. At this time, Su Shin had an indescribable sense of oppression on his body, like a giant mountain being handled in front of everyone's eyes, and his indifferent gaze that ignored everything made all the geniuses of the same age sincerely feel fear. Snapped. Right now, Su Shin put her hands together again. Seeing this, everyone quickly backed away. However, this time, what Su Shin performed was not wood-style birth of the tree world. Instead, Sage Mode. When Su Shin gets wood-style, all skills are complete, even he can create brand new wood-style moves himself. The fact that he couldn't use Sage Mode before was entirely due to his poor foundation and inability to communicate with the world. But now it's a golden rank. This rank is not really strong, but it can already allow Su Shin to cast Sage Mode. At the moment, Su Shin's posture has changed a little. There are black stripes around the corners of his eyes, a mark similar to a black bullseye on his forehead, and a black inside of the yellow outside of his pupils. He is this. It seems a little, indescribable. This aura, I have never seen it before, it is an extremely special aura, is it his professional skill? Status type. When Su Shin enters Sage Mode, the aura of the unity of nature and man unfolds. Everyone just felt that the young man in front of them seemed to be at a completely different level from them. He was clearly looking at the other party, but he didn't feel that he was looking up at him. Wood-style laughing Buddha Jutsu. Su Shin, who was double-folded, suddenly pushed straight ahead with one hand. Bang! As soon as he made this move, he saw the desert ground under his feet suddenly surging continuously. Zero asking for flowers. Advertisement. Immediately after. A huge wooden arm suddenly appeared under everyone's feet, and the wooden arm was invulnerable. Even if someone reacted in advance and deployed his own moves immediately, it would not help. In such a moment, including those hidden professionals, more than 400 geniuses were held together by wooden arms. Rows of large wooden arms on the ground are lined up. This scene is enough to make Yan Jing and others feel suffocated. One move. He is just one trick. All the top talented professionals in the Yan Kingdom this year were subdued. Give up. Give up. One. Give up. One. After grabbing these little geniuses with the big wooden arms, they held it tightly under the control of Su Shin. Some people couldn't bear the pain, so they shouted, "Give up," and were sent out by the copy mechanism of the secret realm. One genius after another was teleported away. It only took 10 seconds. There were only 400 people in the venue just now, and now there are only a few people left. These people didn't shoot Su Shin before. Then Su Shin didn't need to beat them up. In an instant, the surroundings became much quieter. Su Shin. One move to clear the field. In fact, he can play with these little geniuses slowly, such as dancing with them like Madara. It's just that Su Shin is not such a procrastination character. If he can kill in one move, he will never be stabbed to death with a dull knife. The texture of the face gradually disappears. Su Shin cancels Sage Mode. After disarming, he pondered, as if calculating the comparison of combat power growth and consumption in Sage Mode. In Hokage's power system, in Sage Mode, chakra will undergo qualitative changes, and its power will increase several times. The wood style under Sage Mode, the most significant is the strengthening of resilience. Certainly, the power of wood style is naturally increased several times. Even in terms of strength, thanks to the enhancement of the weird force effect in Sage Mode, Su Shin can break through 1,000,000 kilograms of force. Feng Peng did not shout to give up and leave the secret realm. There was an indescribable deep frustration in his eyes. Looking at Su Shin, he only said the word, "You," and he couldn't say anything after that. These people who have awakened their hidden occupations and are called the children of destiny by the world. At this moment, Su Shin completely crushed the confidence and pride in his heart to shreds. Su Shin came to Wu Jinlian, who was dumbfounded. Gently patted her shoulder, motioning her to follow him. Wu Yihao, the others who were not attacked by Su Shin, all had the same expression at the moment. They were shocked, puzzled, and confused, and the brain seemed to lose the ability to think at this moment. The scene-clearing scene of Su Shin smashing and wiping out the scene is constantly playing in their minds on a loop. Every time I watch it, the shock in my heart grows a little bit more. Their cognitive view has been subverted like never before. What happened? What happened inside? Why did so many people come out all of a sudden? Tell me what's going on inside. At this time, the secret outside is even more exciting. A group of Uranus elders saw nearly 400 people teleported out at one time. How could they still sit still? And these nearly 400 people, they seemed to have been hit by the sky. All were silent, even if they were seriously injured. He was just sitting there stupidly, with his head down in a daze. Chapter 56 Guo Uranus. Me and him are awesome. The Tianyu Guild who discovered this secret realm, their Uranus powerhouse, Zhongdong, looked around, and a number instantly appeared in his mind. 452 carat. A total of 500 people, and now only 48 people are still in the secret realm. If you count some unlucky ghosts killed by the third stage of the Twilight Lion, then there are only 40 people in the dungeon. But this, the first day is not over yet. A limited time copy like this must be pressed for time, and it is impossible to have such sufficient time. So, what the hell is going on inside? Why are the more than 400 people who were sent out at the same time so deeply affected? Pei Yan, the elder Uranus of Yan Jing University, is a hidden professional, and his profession is the same as that of Wen Tianqi. He is a spiritual teacher. He is younger than Guo Uranus, and is now the 5th order level of Uranus. But by virtue of the advantage of the hidden profession, it can be on par with Guo Uranus of the 7th rank of Uranus. In the end, what happened? Pei Yan looked at Ashura Kongjilu, which has attracted much attention at his own university. Failed. Kongjilu's eyes are a little empty. For them, such a blow cannot be cheered up in a short period of time. It's nothing to lose to your peers. There is no concept of invincibility in this world, and upgrading is the mainstream. 837 also does not have any supreme saying that he has been invincible all over the world since he was young. Everyone's ideas are realistic and forward-looking. That is, I am not as good as you in the golden rank, then go to the master rank and then divide the outcome. Different. This time is completely different. Rather than being defeated, it is better to say that he was directly swept away, and everyone was cleared out with one move. This huge shock can't be described in any words. Su Shin's move, that move left a deep impression on them. A concept of, one move is the peak that I can't reach, was directly planted in their hearts by Su Shin. Hey, didn't you mean Su Shin was besieging? Why did they all come out all of a sudden? So many people can't beat Su Shin alone, right? No. Some people are sluggish, but some people are happy, and they can't gloat in misfortune. That is the first Wang Jingyu to exit from the secret realm. At this time, he came to the spiritual master Wen Tianqi, who had quarreled with him before, and he seemed to be concerned but actually asked something sarcastically. Hearing this, Wen Tianqi clenched his fists tightly, but he couldn't utter the slightest rebuttal. However, his reaction made Wang Jingyu suddenly dumbfounded. Really? You were really killed by Su Shin alone? He screamed in surprise, his expression unbelievable. At this time, there are 15 strong Uranus. One of the 7 sons of the Empire has come, and the 30 guilds are not one by one. Soon, under the urging of the elder Uranus, what happened inside began to be repeated one by one. The Su Shin you besieged before is just a clone of him, and despite this, you can't take it down for a while. When Su Shin appears, he will wipe out the 400 of you in one move, just between face to face. Hee, are you talking to the old man? After listening. This time, the elders of Uranus were silent. The Uranus elders bowed their heads and thought, as if they were sketching what happened just now in their minds. But after a while, the strong Uranus only spoke one after another. Advertisement. Uranus from Yan Jing University. Even if Su Shin is a gold 10th rank, one move to clear the field is too exaggerated. Uranus of Magic University. Is it the particularity of the move skills? But such an exaggerated move should not be underestimated in terms of consumption. Can it be successfully displayed at the golden rank? Uranus, Northern Xinjiang University. Anyway, it's a real fact. Uranus from Laodong University. Zhongnan University has produced a monstrous evildoer this year. Uranus of Central Plains University. Golden rank can really be regarded as a monster with such performance. The most important thing is whether it can maintain such a level in the future ranks. If it can. Uranus from Zilling University. What is this called? This is a copy of the secret realm of chance. I didn't expect to prepare psychological counseling afterwards. Tianyu Guild Uranus. It seems that the only artifact is going to be acquired by Zhongnan University. Guo Uranus, Su Shin's teacher. Awesome. The other Uranus had a bit of sourness in their tone, which seemed to be pertinent in their comments, but actually had great doubts. Only Guo Zhen was heartbroken. He was completely stunned. He didn't even know that his students were so powerful. But, ha. Guo Uranus suddenly burst out laughing. This kid has done what he always wanted to do when he was young but couldn't. Even when Guo Uranus was young, the hidden profession known as the Son of Destiny was equally arrogant. But unfortunately, they really can't beat normal occupations like them. Seeing Guo Uranus smiling complacently, all the Uranus felt even more uncomfortable for a while. Back to Su Shin here. Follow me. 1. Su Shin tapped Wu Jinlian's little head lightly, motioning her to go and talk with him. If you have something to say it here. After Wu Jinlian recovered from his absent-mindedness, he said awkwardly, but did not leave him obediently. The people who were still in the secret realm were attracted by the two and subconsciously cast their gazes. Su Shin, why are you talking to her? She called you a beast before. 1. Seeing this, Xiao Shongning let out a displeased cry. Lend me the reversal scepter for a while. Su Shin glanced at the small talker, didn't care, but got straight to the point. When Wu Jinlian heard this, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Girls are emotional after all. Wu Jinlian and Su Xin only met for the first time during this trip to the secret realm. The two did not know each other, although they had communicated at a negative distance because of the ability of the reversal snake. But this didn't make such a good girl Wu Jinlian feel any love for Su Xin. But it is also true that Su Xin has left an indelible memory in her heart. So she thought that Su Xin asked her to whisper something else, but it turned out to be such a direct request for the boss's reward. This made her feel a little complicated for a while. There are still some geniuses in Modu University who have not left, including Wu Yilin, who is also a hidden professional, and Kai Mengbai, an assassin girl. When the group of people who followed Wu Jinlian heard this, their eyes showed shock. How did he know that Wu Jinlian had a boss reward in his hand? They were subconsciously frightened and angry, but they were reminded of the terrifying picture of Su Xin's move to clear the scene just now. What? You have such strength, but are you willing to bully a weak woman? But Wu Yilin was not used to Su Xin and sneered. The character of this sword cultivator is really one-stringed, similar to that of Xia Yingyu. Right is right, wrong is wrong, so I won't be cowardly just because you are strong. Wu Yilin glared at Su Xin and was extremely dissatisfied with his bully behavior. Weak woman. Su Xin was poked and laughed, but she couldn't stop laughing. 0. He doesn't reason with women. He stretched out his hand to Wu Jinlian, did not speak, and silently waited for her response. Seeing that he didn't explain, Wu Jinlian naturally became more and more angry, so he took out the reversal scepter from the storage bag and smashed it at Su Xin, saying, "Here it is." Advertisement. Su Xin took the reversal scepter. Then I took out the other 2 boss rewards I got. Oh, right, he suddenly thought of something. Qi Luwu, who was at Yan Jing University not far away, laughed. Twilight Lion also exploded a skill book. Get to know each other, give it to me. I am not as gentle to boys as I am to girls. Although Su Xin cleared the scene with one move. But the Shadow Assassin's hiding skills were too good, so several Shadow Assassins reacted at that time and were not caught by wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. Qi Luwu. He hesitated for a while, and handed the skill book to Su Xin honestly. 2 skill books, one is a skill book from Decay Shinigami Boss, called Decay Aura. The other is the current one, called Song of Twilight. These 2 skill books can only be learned by the mage profession. In addition, there are 3 upgrade books, from the 10th level of gold to the 1st level of master. But 1 copy is enough. Su Xin took out an upgrade book from her arms and handed it to Wu Jinlian. Don't. Wu Jinlian didn't go too far and didn't eat the food he learned. Knowing that you are strong, just give me the money at the market price. Su Xin laughed. She doesn't want me to. Seeing this, Kai Mengbai hurriedly scrambled for it. The Kai family has a lot of power in the magic capital, and Kai Mengbai is indeed a wealthy little woman with good money. On the other hand, Wu Yilin was also a little moved, but thinking that she had just scolded Su Xin, she was a little embarrassed. Then I'll sell it to you, it's a compensation for playing your head before. Su Xin handed the upgrade book to Wu Yilin. Wu Yilin was stunned for a moment. It is good. She gestured to take it. Unexpectedly, Su Xin was deliberately teasing her, so she immediately retracted her hand and said, "How can you be fooled so easily? Oh, woman, one. You." She stomped her feet angrily, as if she wanted to do it directly. It was also 3.5 that the geniuses of the Magic Capital University next to her were rational and held her back. Speak the truth. Su Xin accepted the joke. He said in an orderly manner. Before I came here, I thought about it carefully. In just one day, the 3 bosses here were eliminated, and after they were eliminated, the raiders could not leave immediately with the reward. What do you mean? Xia Yingyu inserted a sentence following Su Xin's words. Wu Jinlian also turned his head. Could it be that? Wang Yi and Zhao Shu also came over immediately. What is it? What are you talking about? Xiao Shangming, a small talker, looked confused, why everyone seemed to have guessed something, but they didn't know it. Su Xin said to Xiao Shangming. It's the hidden boss. There are still 2 days left, the time is completely enough. If it is only the 3 bosses that have been eliminated, then there is no need for a time limit. Although the reversal snake is a bit difficult to deal with. But after all, the attack power is 0. As long as there is a raider who can effectively resist the reversal ability, the snake of reversal is equivalent to giving it for nothing. In Su Xin's inference, to trigger the hidden boss mechanism, you should start from the rewards of these 3 bosses. Even if he thinks too much. Take a look at the attributes of the only artifact, it's not a loss. Chapter 57 Hidden Boss Desert Angel, this is the real personal show. If you combine the 3 boss rewards Reversal Scepter, Rotten Bracelet, and Twilight Wood together, you will become the only divine weapon, Twilight Scepter. Is that so? Why is there no response? Su Xin put the 3 boss rewards in one place, but she didn't see the slightest reaction, so she couldn't help but look at the others. At present, there are 40 people in the secret area of the Dusk Temple dungeon. 7 of them were supposed to be lost little idiots, and they didn't appear here. So including Su Xin, there are 33 people. Zhongnan University has the largest number of people left, and 18 others. The necromancer Feng Peng from Yanjing University also seemed to have a stubborn temper. He was seriously injured by Su Xin and did not leave the secret realm on his own initiative. When Su Xin suggested that there might be a hidden boss, he didn't want to leave. That's because you think too much. The rewards of this dungeon secret realm are exaggerated enough. How could there be a hidden boss? Sword Spirit Wu Yilin hummed. Wu Jinlian, you can do divination again. Su Xin ignored her and looked at Wu Jinlian. You don't order me. Wu Jinlian didn't give Su Xin any favors either. Maybe Su Xin didn't coax her. In that case, let's wait here until the end of time. 1. Su Xin won't coax her, but he won't force her either. Wood-style four-pillar house technique. He immediately put his hands together, and saw dozens of huge wooden sticks sticking out from the desert ground, and then the wooden sticks began to deform and combine. Without a moment, an exquisite wooden villa appeared in front of everyone. Su Xin walked into the wooden house. Take out some tea and snacks from the storage bag, and then take a comfortable nap for 30 times. The temperature in the desert is extremely high. But in Su Xin's wooden house, there is a wooden fan that is turning, and even though it is in a high-temperature environment, the wind from the wooden fan is still cool and refreshing. Wow! Xiao Shongning exclaimed and immediately entered the wooden house, lying comfortably on the wooden chair. Come in, so are the wounded over there. 1. Su Xin greeted the others. Everyone looks at me, I look at you, but in the end, they still step into the spacious hall of the wooden house. Only the golden rank, why do you have so many strange skill moves? Wu Yilin sat down, enjoying the cool breeze, and asked everyone's doubts. Su Xin heard the words and blinked. He really couldn't explain it. Professionals in this world, when they first awaken to their profession, have very few skills and moves, and they need to keep increasing them by themselves. But he Su Xin is a complete set of wood-style moves, and with his level, he can also create his own wood-style moves. If wood-style is counted as an occupation, then Su Xin has given the skill moves of this profession to the complete master from the very beginning. You tell me your secret, and I'll tell you. When he had nothing to do, Su Xin chatted with Wu Yilin. Forget it. Wu Yilin turned her head away and stopped talking. This girl's character can't help but be amused and straightforward. Su Xin stopped teasing her. Instead, he took out some bottles and jars of cooking materials from the storage bag. Then, a hot pot was set up. No, what are you doing with these things in the secret realm? Everyone was speechless. We practiced in the secret realm, is he here for an outing? But Su Xin's strength is in front of him, but he can't give the slightest rebuttal. People really have the ability to use the dungeon of the secret realm as an outing. However, the hot pot is not ready yet. Seeing mutation. Su Xin's guess is not wrong. Twilight Temple, there is indeed a hidden boss in the secret territory. Advertisement. This secret dungeon is only opened once, and the trigger conditions for the hidden boss are extremely harsh. The 3 boss rewards must be put together. This is not difficult for Su Xin, because his strength over everyone is here, and there is a mechanism that he can't leave the secret realm with the boss reward when there is no time. But without the presence of Su Xin, then the boss reward is likely to be obtained by different people. It is impossible for them to take the initiative to get together with the boss reward. Boom. Suddenly, yellow sand filled the sky. The ground where the 3 boss rewards were placed suddenly gave birth to a huge desert vortex, which was spinning like a spiral. The whole desert world suddenly made a sound like a bell and a big loo. A huge arm composed entirely of yellow sand stretched out from the vortex, grabbing the 3 boss rewards in one hand. The owner of that arm also gradually emerged from the desert Uzumaki. It was a humanoid monster made entirely of sand. But the body size is not exaggerated. After all, Su Xin's 100-meter wooden golem is in front. This humanoid monster is only about 50 meters in size. Hidden boss. Desert Angel. When everyone saw the giant sand man appearing, a reminder automatically appeared in their minds. There really is a hidden boss. Su Xin, look, the hidden boss has come out. Not the same, this boss is not the same as the other 3 bosses. Feng Peng, who was still in self-isolation just now, suddenly shouted. How do you know it's different? Su Xin looked at Feng Peng in surprise. It's the undead. Feng Peng immediately Kaido. Give up. At this moment, a certain genius from Magic Capital University suddenly shouted. However, the results are horrifying. Unable to teleport away. This means that as long as the hidden boss is triggered, it cannot leave the secret realm on its own, and can only kill the hidden boss or wait for the time to end. Undead. Feng Peng's words made Su Xin a little concerned. But he looked at the desert monster, and the other party didn't look like an undead. Boom. 100 meters wooden golem immediately deceived towards the desert monster. Wooden golem stood with his fists side by side, raised it high up in the sky, and immediately smashed heavily on the desert monster's head. Boom. A loud bang. The desert monster was exploded by the wooden golem in an instant, and the yellow sand in the sky exploded towards the surrounding like a storm. So weak. Or is Su Xin too strong? This scene really made everyone look dumbfounded, because the battle ended so quickly that they couldn't judge at all. They couldn't help but look at Su Xin. But he saw Su Xin quickly put away his hot pot ingredients, and then looked forward with a solemn expression. Broken. Su Xin opened his mouth and said a word, making everyone's heart completely hang up. His voice just fell. The range of the desert vortex expanded again, and then 2 desert monsters crawled out of Uzumaki. The 2 desert monsters were one after the other, and the 100-meter wooden golem was double-teamed. Then the giant desert arms waved at the same time, and 2 crescent slashes composed of desert were slashed towards wooden golem. Bang. Puff. A face-to-face effort. The huge wooden golem was cut off in half. What? Advertisement. The strength of this hidden boss is too exaggerated. Everyone was terrified. It is precisely because Su Shin's previous performance was too terrifying that this moment brought out the strength of this hidden boss. This kind of boss can only be besieged. Only under the constant attack of a large number of people can you gradually understand some of its special abilities and find a way to kill it. Now, we are too few. Feng Peng said in a hoarse voice. The implication is to blame Su Shin's previous move to clear the scene. If Su Shin showed mercy, and now there are more than 400 companions, the situation would not be as it is now. Su Shin heard this and ignored it. In fact, what Feng Peng said is not unreasonable. More than 400 people, but they are all famous geniuses from various regions of the Yan Kingdom. Even if Su Shin wasn't here today, they might still have the strength to kill the hidden boss. But, how about the death rate? At the moment, Su Shin rushed out of the wooden house without fear. Don't follow. At the same time, several enthusiastic young girls were stopped. The moment he stepped out of the cabin, Su Shin entered sage mode again. I saw Su Shin slam down on the desert ground with one hand. It was seen that the black texture quickly extended on the ground under the palm, forming a pattern similar to a magic circle. Sage Art Mayayanman. Boom. A huge red Torii building fell from the sky, directly suppressing one of the desert monsters and sealing them in place. But this move was of no use at all. In the desert vortex, 4 identical desert monsters appeared again. The number is increasing. And here is an endless desert area. If the existence of this desert monster depends on the sand here, then in a specific environment, it is definitely invincible. But desert monsters do not appear in large numbers at one time, but gradually increase over time. This shows that when the number of desert monsters increases to a certain extent, there is a chance to find the reason for the formation of desert monsters, and then truncate them. Wood-style multiple wood clone technique. Su Shin thought of this, and immediately stretched out countless wooden sticks, each of which turned into his appearance, and then burrowed into the desert vortex below. And this move really made the scalps of Wu Yilin and the others in the back go numb. Not because of the hidden boss, but because of Su Shin. How powerful his clone is, everyone has long understood. But now you tell me, there are so many avatars like Su Shin. Is he really human? Feng Peng came to Wang Yi's side and muttered in a low voice. Ah, you ask me, how do I know? Wang Yi turned to look at Feng Peng. According to the past, it is very likely that such a talented boy is in existence that he cannot match in this life. It's good now. Under the light of Su Shin, there is no need to distinguish each other, they are all hooligans, hee. And at this critical moment, Xiao Shangming quietly came to Wu Jinlian and asked her, did something happen to you and Su Shin? Wu Jinlian did not reply. She was not surprised by the appearance of Xiao Shangming. A person like Su Shin, to put it mildly, even if he is an extremely vicious person, but with such strength and talent here, there will never be a shortage of women who adore him. Time. 2 people rushed out of the wooden house at the same time. At first glance, it turned out to be Xia Yingyu and Wu Yilin. These 2 women are both strong-willed, unwilling to sit still, let alone be protected like this by Su Shin. The 2 girls looked at each other and said nothing. Show off your skills on this. Chapter 58 True several thousand hands. Do I have to wear binoculars to see where the enemy is? The strength of Xia Yingyu and Wu Yilin's 2 daughters is of course not bad. Especially Xia Yingyu, she practiced swordsmanship skills hard before awakening to her profession, and now it can be said that she has accumulated a lot. Even though Wu Yilin has the unique sword fighting skills of the sword spirit, in terms of moves, Xia Yingyu is more skilled than her when she makes a move. 2 stubborn girls joined the battle. Xia Yingyu's sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and she has the style of a swordsman. And Wu Yilin is even more attacking with the sword, and has the appearance of Taoist swordsman. The 2 women each have their own strengths. The bells and whistles made Su Shin dizzy. But the good times didn't last long. Although this desert monster's attack power is exaggerated, it can defend against pulling its hips, and the body made of sand is smashed by the 2 women's swords, and it is torn apart. The key, however, is that the desert monster is not the body of the hidden boss Desert Angel, it is similar to Su Shin's wood clone. And after being chopped to pieces, it can still be condensed through sand again. Therefore, on the premise that the boss body cannot be found, the 2 girls are just doing nothing. Of course, they want to share the pressure for Su Shin, and Su Shin also sees it. Therefore, when the number of desert monsters is clearly increasing, Su Shin picked up Xia Yingyu and Wu Yilin one by one, like an eagle catching a chicken. Boom, boom. Su Shin kicked each other's buttocks one by one. He kicked them back into his technique of 3 rooms and 2 halls, smacking his lips and saying, don't make trouble for Lao Su. These 2 are stubborn. Being caught by Su Shin like this, he naturally stared at Su Shin with itchy teeth. Su Shin in Sage mode uses a relatively petite wooden dragon. Wood dragons appeared one after another, and their body size was controlled at about 30 meters, which could increase the number to the greatest extent and restrain the desert monsters. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Shin asked the others in the cabin. The main body of the hidden boss is in the desert. You must first determine the location of the main body, otherwise everything is just useless. Is there a good way for everyone to brainstorm? Feng Peng answered first and said seriously, because of my profession, I can judge that this hidden boss is an undead type, but I want to use physical methods to catch the undead. He shook his head, not really. Su Shin was stunned for a moment. What's the meaning? Want me to invite Lin Zhengying? He then continued, I provide a few pieces of information. Once my clone enters the desert underground, it will be found immediately, and then it will be squeezed by a lot of sand and unable to move. It is difficult for me to spread my hands and feet underground. The most important thing is that the boss's position cannot be determined. If you know the exact location, then with the explosive state of his combat power in Sage mode, it is not difficult to kill the boss in seconds. The best way is to directly mark the boss's location, so that even if the boss moves underground, it is useless. My wood clone hides its breath and is easy to spot, so. Su Xin looked at the shadow assassin Qi Luwu with a faint gaze. I don't go. Qi Luwu was so frightened that he quickly took a step back and categorically refused. What a joke. This pervert guy can't resist the attack of the desert underground, how can he get there? Moreover, his hidden skills are hiding in the shadows, not escaping. A bunch of useless things. Su Xin asked for a long time and found nothing, so she said angrily. Everyone was scolded, but they silently endured it, not daring to pouting. Su Xin, why not? Xiao Shongming said with a little woman's mentality. How can it be forgotten? Forget it now, the previous 3 boss rewards are gone. Su Xin shook her head. He was a master of art and daring, and under the watchful eyes of the fearful crowd, his body jumped into the desert vortex that looked like the entrance to the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after Su Xin jumped. Advertisement. There was a violent roar from the depths of the ground, as if a war was breaking out fiercely below. Even some residual power surged over. However, Su Xin's 4-pillar house technique also has a certain defense, which can be easily blocked. About a minute passed. The desert whirlpool exploded. A huge wooden hand supported Su Xin and sent it to the ground. And after Su Xin came out, like a volcanic eruption, a large amount of yellow sand gushed out from the bottom of the desert vortex, overwhelming the sky, as if to cover the secret sky. These yellow sands fell like torrential rain, and then condensed into desert monsters 50 meters in size. But in the blink of an eye, there are already hundreds of such desert monsters, completely besieging Su Xin and others in the wooden house. Su Xin stood outside the wooden house, confronting the rapidly approaching desert monsters. He looked contemplative. He has seen the body of the hidden boss, but the ground is the opponent's home ground. In the underground, Su Xin believes that what he is fighting against is not the hidden boss, but the desert itself in this secret world. He is fighting the might of nature with man. There is no chance of this. At least the current Su Xin can't reach that level. But when she ventured into the ground, Su Xin gained a lot of useful information. That is, the hidden boss is not invincible, its body is indeed the undead, as long as it bypasses the desert monster or leads the opponent out of the ground, then there is a great chance to solve it. But the key is, right now, there are simply not enough people to help Su Xin attract the attention of the hidden boss, and there is no effective means to lead the hidden boss out of the ground. Su Xin released Sage mode and returned to the wooden house. He simply rested. After all, the Sage mode consumption intensity was too high. Even if it's just for a while, the health blue bars he saves are almost used up. It's just that in front of the skill of life absorbing, the magic can be replenished quickly. Su Xin, is there nothing I can do? The spearman Zhao Shu couldn't help but ask. Don't panic, I hit a few hands, and the advantage is mine. Su Xin waved his hand back and continued to absorb the life energy. When everyone heard him say this, they were even more at a loss. At this time, Su Xin was obviously overconsumed. What does it mean to hide a few hands? I was able to leave before, but now I am completely surrounded, I can't escape if I want to. If this goes on, everyone will die. Grass. Are we going to die? Someone realized that the crisis was imminent. Xiao Shongming was frightened by these words. This girl has been dressed in fine clothes and food since she was a child, and she has never experienced any crisis, so she panicked immediately. They were all scared to tears, and their eyes were filled with tears. Won't. Su Xin said something at this time. Don't worry, everything will be fine with Su Xin here. Wang Yi forcibly calmed down and gave everyone a booster. I mean, I don't know if you guys will die, but I definitely won't. 23,333. Who knew? Su Xin suddenly said another sentence. Everyone's face suddenly collapsed. For a time, the atmosphere in the wooden house was dignified as if it was filled with lead balls. Except for Su Xin, everyone was silent with a forced face. The number of desert monsters outside is still increasing, but the increase is not much, indicating that the number of desert monsters created by the desert gods is limited. And more than 100 desert monsters. Enough to completely surround them. And the secret realm has only passed about 2 o'clock, and there is enough time left to make him go back and forth to death. What are you crying for? It's useless. Xiao Shongming was sobbing in a low voice. All kinds of things from the past came to her mind like a revolving lantern. She made Xia Yingyu cry, and the latter immediately scolded her. At this time, advertisement. Su Xin is full of blood and blue. I saw him enter Sage mode again. At this moment, his hands were folded together, and his eyes suddenly became extremely hot. Sage art would style true several thousand hands. Su Xin drank in his heart. Buzzing. Suddenly, there was a huge roar from the ground below the wooden house, as if the ground was moving, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay. But soon, the desert monster that was originally 50 meters tall was no different from the concept of giant in their eyes. But these desert monsters are now shrinking in size. Wrong. It is their perspective that is constantly zooming out and changing from looking up to looking down. Raise, raise, keep rising. Everyone looked at the desert ground below, only to feel that they were getting farther and farther away from it. Finally, this trend of ever-widening perspectives has come to an end. But the desert monster below has turned into a little black spot at this moment. A huge statue of Guanyin rose from the ground, standing on the ground. This Guanyin statue is a kilometer huge. The wooden house fell on the head of the Guanyin statue, and everyone looked behind the Guanyin statue. One by one, completely dumbfounded. Stupid. Shocked. What is this? Some people screamed and lost their voices, looking at Su Xin with his hands folded and his eyes shining in disbelief. What do you call it? How many hands did you hide? Feng Peng was completely numb, and he felt that he was now an undead, completely numb. Is this person really the same age as me? Is this person really a golden rank? This kind of move seems like a stalwart wonder of the world. Qian Hao Jiao. It is too outrageous to be able to display it at the golden stage. And, too big, so big, it's only a kilometer, so I can't stand it anymore. Although Su Xin was in high spirits, but he made a big move by himself, but made him bear a heavy load. This kind of violent behavior directly caused Su Xin to explode 2 hearts of life. This is worth it. Originally there were 4 lives, but now there are only 2 left. Broken. At this moment, Su Xin suddenly shouted loudly. What's wrong? Everyone was so frightened by his call that they rushed over. I can't see where the enemy is. Su Xin Shen Sheng Kaido. The concept of kilometer is not an exaggeration. But this is also equivalent to the height of 2 oriental pearls. Standing on it, the naked eye can't see the ground at all. At this time, Su Xin really had no energy to use her perception ability. It is good. Su Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I brought binoculars. He was already prepared for this. Now take out the binoculars from the storage bag and look down. Yan Jing, Sha Yingyu, Eileen Wu, Wu Jinlian, Kai Mengbai. The other boys looked at each other. Almost the same thought popped into my mind. This is forced. I'm so envious. Grass. Chapter 59. Heaven-defying reward ascension disc. Wu Jinlian is my newly made friend. Except for Su Xin, everyone else was like riding a roller coaster, with ups and downs. At this time, on this huge Senju Guanyin statue, everyone has only one sense. That is the sense of security. It's like lying in my father's arms when I was a child. Even when the sky fell, my father was holding on to it. Look at Su Xin again. He pretended to use the binoculars to look down a few times, and then he urged the Guanyin statue to slap toward the center of the desert vortex. Bang 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 bang. Every beat is like a volcanic eruption, shaking the earth and the mountains. Damn, this consumption is too exaggerated. The power didn't disappoint Su Xin, but that was the consumption, it was so tortuous. Su Xin only felt that her whole body was being sucked dry. Really, using true several thousand hands to force action at the golden rank is still too reluctant. If Su Xin didn't have the resurrection coin talent like Heart of Life. Even if it exploded, it was absolutely impossible to cast it. He is really exploding with his life. The difference is that his life is a bit more. Dong dong dong. Seeing the mountains and rivers of yellow sand blowing continuously, Feng Peng and the others were completely convinced by Su Xin. The huge gap between them and Su Xin made them feel powerless like never before. But because the other party is too strong, there is no jealousy, and some are just the admiration of the weak for the strong. Caught you. At this time, Su Xin suddenly let out a low voice. A Guanyin arm was pulled out from the ground, and the palm was holding the 6th boss who was hidden deep in the ground. This hidden boss is indeed an undead type, and it is a humanoid. It was wearing a yellow robe, and that pale face was full of incomparable shock at this moment. Slap. Chat. Guanyin's arm slammed hard and killed the hidden boss, the Twilight God envoy on the spot. It seems, Su Xin's wood-style moves also have damage effects on the so-called undead, and the undead can be immune to his physical attacks. I just solved the hidden boss here. Su Xin immediately sent Feng Peng and others to the ground, and then, the statue of Senju Guanyin, which was as big as a mountain and sea, slowly disappeared. Before he could recover, Su Xin immediately went to hide the boss's death. Rewards for hidden bosses. In addition to the previous 3 boss rewards, there is one more golden disc. Su Xin took it directly in his hand and checked it out. Open black lens bracket special item katakana middle dot ascension disc. Grade. None. Unique effect. Within the range of all levels, increase the probability of advancement by 5%, 10%. Close black lens bracket. This hidden boss reward has almost no panel attributes, it is a special equipment item with no level, and has only one unique effect. And seeing this only effect, Su Xin was in a trance for a moment. Improve the success probability of advanced. And it is still a full level range. This is too heaven-defying. At the stage of green, white and yellow, there is basically no difference between the probability of such an increase and the absence of it. But at a higher level, for example, Uranus level, and above epic level, legendary level. A professional, stepping into a certain high-level rank does not mean that he will definitely be able to reach the highest 10th rank of that rank. Just like his teacher Guo Uranus, Uranus's 7th order level. Guo Uranus, as the vice president of Zhongnan University, does not say that he is rich enough to rival the country, but he is also an exaggerated master. Is it because he didn't want to think of the 10th Uranus? Advertisement. It is entirely because at this level, promotion to the first rank has nothing to do with money and wealth. Su Xin quickly put the flying disc into the storage bag. There is no way he could hand over such good things to Zhongnan University. In addition to this hidden boss reward, there are other rewards. Su Xin and others, even if the door is not shot, can be attacked by the hidden boss, so the reward is triggered. This is the group reward system. The reward is 1, and the level is increased by 1 level on the existing basis. If it is silver 10th rank, then it can be directly promoted to gold 1st rank. Reward 2. Each person gets a Master Seal. This Master Seal is a good thing. After stepping into the Master rank, there is a necessities for every step up, and that is the Master Seal. Having the Master Seal does not guarantee that you will upgrade successfully, but without it, you cannot meet the upgrade conditions. Grandmaster, Uranus and other high-level positions have similar settings. The Master Seal can only be obtained through the dungeon secret realm, and cannot be traded. The form of its existence is imprinted on the arm in the form of an imprint. At this time, on Su Xin's right arm, there was a peculiar walnut-sized circular mark, which was the so-called Master's Seal. Finally, there is a skill book. It is called Sand Controlling Technique, and can only be mastered by Earth Mage. This is where the skills are cursive, with occupational usage restrictions. In this secret realm, Su Xin obtained 4 skill books, which he could not use alone. After a few words in his heart, he walked towards Feng Peng. Everyone's expressions were a little weird. Looking at Su Xin, they wanted to talk for a while but didn't know what to say. As for the reward revealed by the hidden boss, as long as it is not mentally retarded, it is impossible to ask at this time. Su Xin, what reward did the hidden boss reveal? We all got rewards. Oh, there is a mental retardation. Looking at Xiao Shongning's innocent and curious face, Su Xin Kaido, a skill book that can control yellow sand, the effect should be similar to the previous desert monsters. 1. After a prevarication, Su Xin's eyes fell on Wu Yilin. The latter felt uncomfortable when he saw him, and his face became even hotter, and finally he whispered, thank you, thank you. Sensible. Only then did Su Xin retract her gaze in satisfaction. Give you. He then returned the reversal scepter to Wu Jinlian. Wu Jinlian was a little entangled, but Su Xin still forced her to give it to her, just like she had been forced into before. Done this. Twilight Temple, the dungeon has been announced to be cleared. You don't have to wait any longer for the remaining 2 days. Everyone looked at each other, and then took the initiative to leave the secret realm dungeon one after another. -DADF. FK. Letter. Su Xin dared to be teleported out of the secret realm, when she heard a loud shout. He followed the voice and saw that it was Wang Jingyu. Haha, look what you've done to these little brats, they're all autistic, haha, it's so funny. Wang Jingyu smiled heartlessly. Shish. At this time, the eyes of the elders of Uranus all fell on Su Xin. It is good, as expected of my Guo Zhen student. The elders of Uranus did not exert any pressure, but Guo Zhen was eager to protect the calf and embraced Su Xin behind him. After Feng Peng and others came out, they did not immediately inform their parents that there was a hidden boss. Everyone is unwilling to choose to temporarily print and say. After all, Su Xin didn't speak. Advertisement. No one wants to offend him for saying something wrong at this time. Lao Guo, you have accepted a good student. 1. Seeing Guo Zhen like this, all the Uranus had no choice but to look away. They can't wait to cut Su Xin open and take a look. Why is this kid so evil? Teacher, the boss rewarded me with 2 pieces. 1. Su Xin looked at Guo Zhen, hiding the boss definitely couldn't hide it. The same goes for hidden rewards. However, Su Xin has long been prepared, that is, will use the Living Willow as a reward for this hidden boss. After all, it is a lame lie to say that the hidden boss only has skill books and no other rewards. Well-informed Uranus won't be fooled. Go back and talk. Guo Zhen waved his hand. Compared to the only artifact, he now pays more attention to Su Xin himself, who is overpowering all the talented juniors in the Yan Kingdom this year. At this time, Twilight Temple, the secret realm is actively closed, which means that there are no more raiders in it. Among the 500 people, more than 10 unlucky ones were killed. Wu Jinlian. Su Xin walked towards Modu University and shouted. He beckoned. Then he and Wu Jinlian walked aside. The two came to a quiet place on the island in the lake, and after confirming that no one was listening, Su Xin said, I will be responsible. It was an accident, and there was no emotional basis between us. Wu Jinlian lowered her head and spoke as thin as a mosquito. For a while, the atmosphere was a little silent. Just when Wu Jinlian was thinking about it, he didn't know what to do. Su Xin is very free and easy Kaido. In the future, I will go to the magic capital to find you when I have time. How could he force Wu Jinlian to express his position now? After speaking here, Su Xin turned around and left. He actually thought about sending a skill book to Wu Jinlian. But this kind of behavior is definitely a kind of contempt for Wu Jinlian. I will help you divination again. Wu Jinlian suddenly stopped the other party. You are too much in the limelight this time. Even if Zhongnan University will control your reputation, it will not be known to everyone, but it will not be hidden from some people. I will help you to predict the good and bad for a while. When Su Xin heard this, he was quite interested. But he suddenly realized something. He quickly asked. You called me a beast for no reason before, could it be? No. Hurry up and give me your hand. Wu Jinlian suddenly urged with a cold face. Su Xin laughed dryly, handed her hand to the other party, and asked her to divination. What was the result? Asked after a while. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not. 1. Wu Jinlian replied a little embarrassedly. It means that there is no valid information from divination. Then, the two exchanged contact information, and then returned to the main force. All of you are out of spirits, let me help Taiwan heal. Seeing the tired faces of Xia Yingyu and others, Su Xin said kindly. I do not want. When Xia Yingyu heard this, she immediately remembered her experience of being stunned by Su Xin that day, and hurriedly shrank back. Su Xin, what did you say to Wu Jinlian from the Demon City? What's your relationship? At this time, Xiao Shongning asked a little awkwardly. Wu Jinlian is my new friend, and he is a very nice person. Su Xin simply replied. After chatting for a few more words, Guo Uranus urged the students of Zhongnan University to start their return journey. Chapter 60 Epic. A gift from the president of Zhongnan University. What Wu Jinlian said was true. When Su Xin returned to Zhongnan University, the content and results of this trial of genius were not publicly announced. It's like the common people can't understand the life of the upper class, and the scumbags can't squeeze into the circle of academic bullies. But unpublished, means not known. There is no way to hide this kind of thing. When the trial of genius ended the second day, the high-level circle of professionals in the Yan Kingdom basically knew that there was a monster in Zhongnan University who could not be described by common sense. And the strength of this evildoer has pulled the top talent of the Yan Kingdom out of the cliff-like gap this year. At this moment, in an elegant villa on the outskirts of Zhongnan City, Su Xin and his teacher Guo Zhen appeared here. Su Xin, meeting an epic pro for the first time. He is the president of Zhongnan University, Wang Daojun, who is more than 350 years old this year. Principal Wang is old-fashioned, with white hair and plain hair. Although he looks like an old man, his whole person is full of an indescribable spirit. At this time, Su Xin, under the instruction of his teacher, he showed his personal panel value to the principal for viewing. But to Su Xin's surprise, he didn't deliberately hide his panels. But on his panel, although he did not hide it, others could not see the skill talent that appeared due to cheat. That is to say, in the eyes of others, even if Su Xin's personal panel is publicly displayed, others can only see his stats as a healer, not even his strength stats. Okay. Principal Wang waved his hand and let Su Xin take back the personal panel with a chuckle. Principal, my apprentice has been yearning for martial arts since he was a child. If there is no second profession, martial artist, he will be very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Guo Uranus hurriedly said something. Is it your discomfort? Principal Wang's eyes that saw through everything fell on Guo Zhen. Guo Zhen was not ashamed to be exposed, but said. It is impossible for me to step into the epic level in my life, and there are only 200 years left to live. Among my current students, Lin Zhenru is the only child who is worth looking forward to, but this child has suffered a blow and has a flaw in his mood. Quote. Before he finished speaking, Su Xin asked curiously. What kind of blow did senior sister Lin suffer? When she first entered the master, she teamed up with her classmates and friends to challenge a certain dungeon. As a result, everyone except her died. Since then, she has been, just like this. The content that Guo Zhen has mentioned in one stroke may be an indelible wound in Lin Zhenru's life. Su Xin stopped talking about this topic after listening. He looked at the epic professional level powerhouse in front of him. The so-called Uranus of the age, the epic of history, the legend of man, and the god of all things. It is human's description of the four levels of Uranus, epic, legend, and god. Before coming, Guo Zhen also briefly introduced the president of Zhongnan University to Su Xin. It is said that this principal has stepped into the epic level 100 years ago, and his lifespan can be increased to 1,000 years. But after 100 years, it seems that it is still at the level of the first order epic, which is enough to see the high-level position. Every small level is a huge difficulty. Zhongnan University, or the Yan Kingdom, has no shortage of top talents every year. But among these geniuses, even if they include hidden professionals, there are only a handful of people who will step into the Uranus level in the future. Only this year has an unexpected monster like Su Xin appeared. Advertisement. He alone is capable of overpowering all the geniuses of the Yan Kingdom this year, and such a heaven-defying record is enough to make epic powerhouses look at him. So he got the qualification to meet the principal. Boy, show me your wood skills to this old man. 1. At this time, Principal Wang looked at Su Xin with great interest. Su Xin nodded. Then he clasped his hands together and performed the wood-style Mulong technique. Very good skill form. Principal Wang pondered one or two, and gave a relatively pertinent evaluation. He then turned to look at Guo Zhen and said, it should be more suitable for the mage profession than the martial arts family. Principal, with all due respect, Su Xin is born with supernatural powers and has a special physique. His resilience and vitality are far beyond ordinary people. This must be a martial artist. Students think so too. After Guo Zhen finished speaking, he secretly took a photo of Su Xin, and the latter said quickly. It's not that Guo Zhen forced him. Rather, it was Su Xin's decision on her own terms. In fact, the mage profession is also fine, but the second profession that best suits him is really a martial artist. The combat power of a martial artist is determined by one's own blood. The higher the blood, the more exaggerated the combat power. Most combat classes are like this. Qi and blood are almost equal to vitality. Su Xin's most indispensable vitality. And he has a ready-made Uranus-level martial artist teacher. Once he becomes a martial artist and has Guo Zhen, the martial king, he will not lack the skills of a martial artist. It is worth mentioning that Principal Wang's occupation is a mage, a non-hidden occupation, a fire mage. That's it, but it will take some time. Principal Wang smiled and agreed. Thank you, Principal Sun. Guo Zhen was overjoyed when he heard this. It is actually difficult to have a second job, and even the vice president of Zhongnan University has to worry about it. But for the epic headmaster, it is not so difficult. Thank you, Principal. Su Xin also laughed along with her teacher. Su Xin, show it to the principal, you beat up other geniuses by yourself. Did those geniuses still slander our Zhongnan University? You wouldn't beat them up, would you? Guo Zhen did not leave with Su Xin, but said with a wink. Su Xin understood and said Kaido. It is true, especially Feng Peng, the necromancer of Yan Jing University, who said that Zhongnan University and I were not qualified to compete with them for boss rewards from the perspective of strength. I was so angry at the time, so I just. Alright. Principal Wang couldn't help laughing a little while watching the two master and apprentice singing double reeds in front of him. With his right hand, he waved to Su Xin, and the latter walked obediently in front of him. I saw an illusory flame suddenly appeared in the hand of this Principal Wang, and pressed it on the cover of Su Xin Tianling. On the other hand, he said, this is heart inflammation. You can understand it is the fire of the soul. It can help you calm down when you are in a turmoil, and it can also be used as a spiritual protection to defend against the spiritual attacks of others. 1. Okay. As expected of the principal, atmosphere. Guo Zhen sat on the VIP seat and licked. The school will give you tens of billions of subsidies in the future to help you advance to the 10th level of the master. Old man, there is also a rare master level equipment here, called Escape to the Sky. I will also give it to you. If you encounter danger in the wild and secret realm in the future, you can rely on the speed of this equipment to deal with it. 0. Ask for flowers. Besides that, Guo Zhen hurriedly stopped and said, enough is enough, the child is still young, so he can't be too spoiled. Advertisement. There is also a piece of defense equipment that is also a rare master level. The old man used it when he was young, and it worked well. It is called Yanlong armor. Huh, flame dragon armor. The rest is okay. This piece of equipment. Su Xin's eyes suddenly lit up. No man can refuse armor that can be transformed. Even if there is no practical hanging, as long as he is handsome, Su Xin can't put it down. But the result, this so-called flame dragon armor is made from the scales of dragon creatures. Because it is a fire dragon, it is called the flame dragon armor. The armor's inherent skill, Yanlong defense, can raise a flame barrier to protect the user. Su Xin naturally thanked repeatedly. Thanks Ma. This shows that the follow-up benefits of his outstanding performance in this genius trial are great. The higher the strength and talent displayed, the more you can get the attention of the bigwigs, the more benefits you will get. Of course, Mu Shu will be destroyed by the forest wind. This is not a victim of paranoia. It's just that Su Xin is still young, not enough to be in the inner circle of the real big power. Therefore, it is impossible to understand how fierce the conflict of interests between these major forces is. Although they are both the forces of the Yan Kingdom, they are unlikely to do things like killing geniuses. After all, as soon as this hole is opened, it will be difficult for any younger generation to be a genius. But who can really tell? Furthermore, this world is not only a kingdom of Yan Kingdom. Teacher Xiao, Guo Zhen, has no shortage of Uranus-level enemies. This is also the reason why Principal Wang's gifts are mostly defensive and life-saving gifts. Then don't disturb the principal, you can rest. Well, let's go. The two resigned respectfully. After Su Xin left with the teacher who came to seek favors. Principal Wang looked at the backs of the two leaving, and suddenly asked, is he okay? Hey, this kid is funny. 1 inch. A strange man's voice sounded. Then he saw a dragon head with illusory flames emerging from behind Principal Wang. This dragon head showed a humanized and playful smile, and the strange smile continued. I don't have the ability to predict the future, but this kid is really special, hee, just his vitality is not much weaker than our dragon cubs. Your vice principal is right, this kid is indeed very suitable for martial artists. Principal Wang nodded and said, what about the mind? He has a right heart. After all, the age and experience are here, but this kid is not afraid of death, but he can see it at a glance. This makes me puzzled. I hope it's too late. The 10th level master is a necessary condition for entering that secret dungeon. When the illusory fire dragon heard this, he laughed strangely again. You old boy is really unkind. You asked others for help, and you only gave a few pieces of master level equipment. The training of the younger generation is not as simple as you think, and it is safe to proceed step by step. Principal Wang was not angry either, but just retorted lightly. Too much favor may make the other party become arrogant, which is not something that Principal Wang wants to see. In terms of talent and strength, it is difficult for Su Xin to pick out the fault. Only the Xinxing needs to be polished with. Chapter 62 Super Large Open Dungeon World Hyphenation Point Monster Continent, Golden Trial. So Su Xin likes this genre. 1 inch. Not necessarily, maybe just friends. Actually, I wanted to get to know Su Shin when I got the first place in the school, but unfortunately I haven't had the time. Now that his fame is gaining momentum, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. A group of beautiful girls with ideas looked at not far away and started to discuss. Not far ahead, Su Shin was talking to Xiao Shongning while gesturing. Xiao Shongning's little face that was teased bitterly by senior sister Lin quickly turned into a smile. At last, the two walked towards the school cafeteria together. At the same time, the Zilling area of the Yan Kingdom, Zilling City. Zilling University is located here, and the base camp of the famous large professional guild, Tianwu Guild, in the Yan Kingdom is also in this city. At this time, in Tianwu Building, cultivator Chen Su and his group slowly walked into the building and took the elevator to the top floor. In the conference room on the highest floor, a charming girl with bare feet was lying on the sofa, flipping a tablet in her hand. Behind the girl, stood a gentle old man. I've seen Miss Chen Su and his group were those who had participated in the trial of genius before. After entering the conference room, they did not dare to look at the charming girl, but bowed respectfully. A guild is not like a university. There are really some arguments about the strict hierarchy and the superior and inferior. Come on, let's talk about Su Shin's performance in the Twilight Temple Dungeon Secret Realm. Yan Jing raised his eyebrows, put down the tablet in his hand, and then looked like he was ready to listen. Chen Su had been informed before he came, so he had already prepared some remarks. He is not exaggerating, and he is very straightforward when he repeats it. He told everything about Su Shin that he had in the Dusk Temple dungeon that day. He's terrific. When Chen Su finished speaking, Yan Jing held the rosy cheeks in his right hand, and said something full of aftertaste. I heard that before you had a plant seed in your hand, you could turn into a wooden golem, and Su Shin's moves were the same. Can you give up your love? Yan Jing suddenly thought of something, and looked at Chen Su. Hearing this, Chen Su froze in place. The group of people next to him also became silent for a moment. Although the eldest miss will not treat Chen Su badly, everyone knows what the wooden golem seed means. Because Su Shin's wooden golem is too strong. This is something that can become Chen Su's bottom card. I don't really want to. Chen Su took a deep breath and said something bravely. As soon as this is said, Yan Jing didn't respond yet, but the gentle old man behind him laughed for no reason. Forget it if you don't want to. Well, you can leave now. Yan Jing waved his hand and pressed people with momentum. Chen Su and others hurriedly turned and left. When the former left, he secretly glanced at the tablet on Yan Jing's table. He found that what appeared on the tablet was a photo. The girl in the photo looks exactly like her, but her temperament is completely different from Yan Jing's natural charm. And that girl has short hair, while this one has long hair. Yan Jing. A name popped into Chen Su's mind, this year's genius girl from Zhongnan University. After they left, Yan Jing raised her white and tender little feet, shook it, and said to herself, I'm becoming more and more curious about him. You said that he was born from a normal background, why can he be so evil? Is it really because of a professional awakening that he can heaven-defying change life to such an extent? The gentle old man did not answer. Yan Jing sighed lightly, his eyes fell on Yan Jing's photo, and he murmured in his heart, why can you live a normal life? It's time to leave, hee, now is not the time to be obsessed with men. Soon, Yan Jing closed the tablet and said something to the gentle old man behind him. Advertisement. Miss, this time your father gave you the trial, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to follow. Whatever. 1. Yan Jing didn't care, after the episode of Tianwu Guild. Another 5 days or so. And this day, in Zhongnan University, Su Shin and Lin Zhenru were ready to go to the Endless Wilderness. Going to the Endless Wilderness, the biggest purpose is to change jobs. Yes, transfer jobs. Getting a second job is more difficult than you might imagine. Among these difficulties, Wang Daojun, president of Zhongnan University, has ruled out 99% of Su Shin, and only the last step is left for Su Shin to do by himself. But this last step is the hardest. That's a job transfer mission. Transfer task. Go to the copy world of the monster continent and complete the golden trial. Close black lens bracket. The dungeon world of monster continent is a super large open dungeon world. To enter this dungeon, there is no level requirement. Bronze can enter, and epic can also enter. And this demon continent dungeon world is vast, far exceeding the area of the existing blue star. It can be said to be an extremely complete otherworld. In this dungeon world, there exists a highly intelligent race, the demon race. Basically, 95% of the beast pets in the hands of human professionals come from this monster continent. And this dungeon, because the ground is vast, so the risk factor is difficult to judge. Luckily, it was an outing. Bad luck, met a Uranus-level monster, and was directly beaten. And the so-called transfer task, golden trial. It is also a popular knowledge point in the monster continent dungeon. Plus, one more thing. The monster race continent instance world does not have only one entrance and exit. So it is not uncommon to see professionals from other countries in it. Originally, the home teacher wanted to take Su Shin to the golden trial by himself. But it was rejected by Principal Wang. And there is no need for Su Shin to try to figure out the idea of the epic boss and get the chance to get a second career. The boss has won it for you. This last step is all you need to do. And Guo Zhen is really worried. That is, let senior sister Lin accompany him. accompany each other, because this is Lin Zhenru's first copy in 10 years. In her freshman year, she and her classmates had great ambitions to make a copy, and the result was almost wiped out. Since then, Lin Zhenru has left a shadow in his heart. Lin Zhen is not as strong as he imagined. On the contrary, her erratic remarks and brain circuits from time to time are just a kind of concealment for her. Arrive at Gangnam Airport, Su Xin checked her personal panel. Open black lens bracket professor, Su Xin. Occupation. Medic. Level. Gold level 7. Strength. 10,050. Constitution. 28,100. Auxiliary skills. Life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood-based skills. Many words are omitted. Talent. Heart of life. Plant pet. Willow of life. Close black lens bracket. There were 3 more minor grades, and a total of about 1 billion yuan was spent. Su Xin wanted to directly hit the 10th rank of gold, and then use the upgrade book to be promoted to the first rank of master. But the effect of Yumu's heart has been minimal. The wood-based materials that can be upgraded on the market are basically out of stock. Advertisement. Rich, but others do not sell. Barter, or throw a message to buy, it takes time to feedback. Besides, the Willow of Life also has grades, and she is now at the level of the first order gold. This is Su Xin's use of the life absorb skill to absorb the life energy of the earth, and then transfer it to her through her own transfer. As the level increases, the upgrade of the Willow of Life is not just about transporting life energy. Like Su Xin, she is a gold swallower. The plane takes off. After a few hours, they landed at the Biancheng airport. After Su Xin and Lin Zhenru got off the airport, they didn't stop. They passed through the high gate of the border city wall, and they were in the endless wilderness. For a while, only then did Lin Zhenru take out 2 props, 1,000 transformation masks, from the storage bag. This ever-changing mask can change looks. Compared with Su Xin's wooden transformation technique, which may be exposed as soon as he fights, it is relatively stable. Lin Zhenru gently put away his countless glasses, then put on a mask, and then there was the appearance of an ordinary girl. Senior sister's figure, coupled with this ordinary appearance, will make people even more concerned. Seeing this, Su Xin reminded him. That's right. Lin Zhenru nodded, and then pinched a beautiful face. Su Xin couldn't help feeling 840. If this kind of props can appear in the red flag country that has not been crossed, I am afraid that it will not be bought out by women. He casually pinched a face, which was relatively ordinary. It doesn't matter if a man looks ordinary, any face is okay. After a simple disguise, Su Xin took out the escape to the sky that Principal Wang had given him, and took Sister Lin to the sky. This escaping boat is really like repairing sage art treasure. In terms of flight speed, where can an airplane be compared? But an hour. The two went directly into the wilderness for more than 10,000 kilometers, and came to one of the entrances and exits of the dungeon world of the monster continent. What surprises Su Xin is that, next to this entrance, a new town was built. It is also very lively now. The town is equivalent to a square city, and the managers of major companies and groups are all receiving goods. Those professionals who just came out of the secret world. You can also process your own income in this small town on the spot, and you can also make supplies. Sister, let's go in. Su Xin didn't stay too long, and stood at the entrance of the secret realm with Lin Zhenru, and just informed. But after shouting for a long time, Lin Zhenru didn't respond. Turning his head to look, he found that Lin Zhenru was looking at the entrance of the secret realm, stunned. It's fine with me here. Su Xin heard from Guo Zhen about her senior sister's past. He couldn't empathize, because he had not experienced it, but it wasn't that he couldn't understand her not. So he took the initiative to take Lin Zhenru's hand. I made you pretend. Lin Zhenru calmed down, and as usual, his words were out of tune. However, she held Su Xin's hand instead. No time, it's senior sister who protects you. I can't ask for it. Su Xin laughed and dragged Lin Zhenru into the dungeon world of the monster continent. Shortly after Su Xin left, in that small town, the gentle old man who had followed Yan Jing suddenly appeared. Looking at the direction where Su Xin and Lin Zhenru disappeared, he touched his chin lightly, looking thoughtful. Obviously, the mission location in Yan Jing's mouth is also the dungeon world of this monster continent. Chapter 63 The Real Native Beast Ear Girl. The Kryptonite Warrior has appeared. There is very little information about the job transfer quest, Golden Trial. There is no specific location marked, but a general direction is given. I think this is also one of the difficulties of the job transfer task. The only good thing is that there is no time limit for such a job transfer task. However, as Su Xin's level increases, the difficulty will be adjusted. Anyway, it won't let you get stuck. For the great power, it is not difficult to give the following people a second career opportunity, it is rare that they can have that strength. Therefore, except for the rare awakening of dual professionals from the very beginning. The other dual professionals are basically strong men. At this moment, the plain area of Nuoda is presented in front of Su Xin and Lin Zhenru. Looking into the distance, you can see the huge outlines of mountains and rivers. This is a huge continent. Some people estimate that the total area of Yaozu continent is at least 1.5 billion square kilometers, which is 3 times that of Blue Star. Don't use the sky escape boat. Seeing that Su Xin was about to take out the heavenly escape boat and hurry on the road, Lin Zhenru hurriedly persuaded him. The sky can't help but fly, but there are super large raptors here, and their strength is also terrifying. Duntianzhou is too conspicuous, and it is very likely that it will be locked and attacked by such a sky overlord. Okay, my job transfer task reminds me that the Golden Trial should be in the south direction, but the exact location is not clear. Su Xin nodded, followed by pointing to the south, and said, Junior brother, I think you seem to be in a hurry. Lin Zhenru suddenly asked coldly. Haha, I am the least resistant to this kind of task, and I want to see what the so-called Golden Trial is. Su Xin laughed, full of interest. Lin Zhenru took a deep look at him and said nothing. Immediately afterwards, the two were on their way together. Willow of Life is able to synchronize with Su Xin, using some of his abilities. At this time, Su Xin let the Willow of Life develop life perception, and once found the existence of life around him, he immediately informed himself. This can be regarded as the cooperation between proficiency and the Willow of Life. The two of them had good luck, and it had been a whole day since they entered the monster race continent dungeon world. But the two of them were stunned that they had not encountered any exotic beasts in this monster continent, not even professionals. However, the location awareness of the Golden Trial became more and more clear in Su Xin's mind. On the third day, before Su Xin's eyes appeared a huge ancient city ruins. There are broken walls and ruins everywhere, huge ancient buildings are half standing on the ground, and some symbolic broken statues are lying on the ground. Someone. Su Xin quickly reminded Lin Zhenru. In this huge ancient city ruins, he sensed the existence of life forms, and more than one. Lin Zhenru asked. Then is your job transfer mission here? Well, it should be here. Su Xin nodded. As soon as the voice fell, he saw some movement sparsely coming from the front. Without a moment, a group of 5 people appeared in front of Su Xin. The 5 people are all professionals from other countries, 4 men and 1 woman, and their appearances are obviously different from those of the Yan Kingdom. People from the Yan Kingdom. What are you doing here? The white man in the middle took the initiative to ask questions in his broken Yanguo language. Su Xin and Lin Zhenru did not reply, but looked at each other, ready to fight immediately. The posture of the two of them is so direct. On the contrary, he was a little hesitant to bluff the 5 people on the opposite side. Generally, in the dungeon world, it is basically determined what level of strength the opponent is, and then they will really kill the treasure. There are many examples of doing bad things under the premise of uncertainty about the strength of the opponent, and being counter-killed. The 5 then whispered a few words, and then left. However, Su Xin could still perceive the 5 people wandering nearby. Professionals from different countries meet in the wild. Although they don't just meet, they basically want to kill each other. Keep an eye on these 2 people, several people have suddenly disappeared here before, I suspect they have taken on some mission. Advertisement. After the 5 exotic cubs left, they whispered to each other. Such ancient city relics located in the monster race continent often have a lot of opportunities. Some people picked up some skill books, equipment items and the like for nothing. And reminded by Su Xin's vague mission, he is looking for the so-called Golden Trial. Certainly, those 5 people were a bit annoying, but Su Xin was not on them. So they successfully led them away with wood clone. In addition, the ruins of this ancient city are vast enough, and the scope is larger than any big city in the Yan Kingdom, so it is difficult for 5 people to keep their eyes on them at once. It seems to be here, there are traces of someone coming. Another half day, before Su Xin brought Lin Zhenru to a dilapidated building similar to a temple. He clearly noticed the traces of someone coming here. He tried to poke some rocks off the ground. Sure enough, an entrance to the basement was revealed. Go in and have a look. Su Xin led Lin Zhenru to the basement. Wait a minute, where is my sister? There was an obvious descending staircase, but Su Xin walked for a while, looked back, and suddenly found that Lin Zhenru had disappeared. This left him stunned for a while. When he came down, he was clearly holding Lin Zhenru's hand. Take another look at the job transfer task. Surprisingly, it was found that it had been triggered, and the content of the mission disclosure was already very clear. There are 3 job assignments. 1. Go to Tongtian Bridge and step on the 50th floor at least. 2. Kill at least 1 other tester. 3. Go to the sharing hall and get the martial mark. The contents of these 3 tasks made Su Xin a little confused, but the second one showed that he was not the only one who was going to carry out the Golden Trial. When Su Xin looked down again, impressively, he found that the bottom of the stairs was pitch black, like an abyss, waiting for him to step into it. However, this did not make Su Xin hesitate, and continued to step down. But this step, as if stepping on the air, a strong feeling of falling from high altitude flooded Su Xin's heart. He opened his eyes, looking at the endless darkness below. As he continued to fall, a trace of light finally appeared, and then the light became brighter and brighter. When Su Xin was surrounded by light, he looked down again and found a huge island below. Strangely enough, around this island, there is still endless darkness. Such wonders of the world made Su Xin exclaimed in wonder. After a few minutes, Su Xin landed firmly on the island. At the moment of landing, a map of the entire island appeared in Su Xin's mind. Among them, the positions of Tongtian Bridge and Death Palace are clearly marked. And there are 5 other points that are clearly marked like Tongtian Bridge and Death Palace. But still can't allow Su Xin to think too much. The fierce fighting around him caught his attention. He searched for the sound. I saw the 2 figures were constantly intertwined. Su Shin couldn't help being a little stunned when he saw one of them. I saw that the person was a woman, wearing a military uniform similar to ancient times, with an immortal face that swept the country and the city. What surprised Su most was that this beautiful woman actually had a pair of fluffy ears. At this moment, her hands even turned into cute and lovely fox claws. Advertisement. Beast ear girl, still my favorite fox ears. As for the other person, ha ha ha, the local natives have this strength. Even the first layer of my skin can't be worn. Is a very exaggerated man. At this moment, his whole body was flashing with multiple layers of halo shields, and the defense was so strong that the mighty beast ear mother couldn't break through for a long time. This man is holding a staff in his left hand and a stack of talismans in his right hand. Wearing golden armor, there is also a high-level animal pet, a white dragon horse with golden threads, who also helps him deal with the beast-eared mother. The moment I saw this man, 4 big characters floated in Su Shin's mind: Krypton Gold Warrior. The talisman on his right hand is a one-time attack spell move, available in all disciplines. This kind of talisman is basically artificially refined, but because the success rate is low, it is expensive. But this guy has a stack in his hand. And looking at the power, it is not a low-level talisman. That is, every time this guy uses a talisman, it is equivalent to ramming his opponent with a Rolls Royce. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Thunderbolt. For a time, the flames exploded, the wind blades ripped apart the sky, and the thunder flashed and flickered, and the people who saw it were dazzled. The power of those talismans is not bad. The fox-eared beast-eared girl retreated steadily. Be the pet of Laozi, what do you want in the future? I know you can understand me. Krypton Gold Warrior Taiji laughed arrogantly. But the words deeply angered the beast-eared girl. Seeing beast-ear Niang suddenly bared her teeth and grinned, her beautiful face was destroyed by this expression. Immediately after, she instantly transformed from human form to animal form. It was a white fox about 5 meters in height. The white fox's eyes were crimson. At this moment, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and spit it out, and a bunch of energy beams spewed out of its mouth. Boom. With this attack, the kryptonite warrior Taiji couldn't stop backing away. The Halo Money's shield that it relies on for self-confidence also has obvious cracks. Why did you become a humanoid? Su Shin was dull and tasteless when she saw the white fox appearing in its original form. What? Su Shin suddenly sensed something. He disappeared immediately. The onlookers of this fight were not just Su Shin, but others. Somewhere in the other direction, Yan Jing, who was wearing a veil, was also watching this scene with great interest. Yan Jing was suddenly shocked. A thunder in the palm suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards the back with his backhand. Click. Her wrist was grabbed instantly, but the thunder in her palm was like an arrow, penetrating into the heart of the person who grabbed his wrist, but it didn't penetrate. What a despicable move. The visitor sighed with emotion and touched the penetrating wound in his heart. It's me, Su Shin said in a low voice. Yan Jing didn't answer, sneered and looked at him vigilantly. You're so rude. Su Shin thought for a while, and then praised the other party. Su Shin straight. Only then did Yan Jing react. She is indeed naturally charming, but when she grows so big, there is only one person who dares to say so directly about her. You know my name. Su Shin was a little surprised. Of course, I don't think it's strange that the first genius of the dignified Yan Kingdom appeared here, but he didn't even dare to show his face. Wouldn't it be because of some idle burden? The corners of Yan Jing's mouth twitched slightly, as if she met Su Shin here, which made her feel good. Chapter 64 See the Dark God Cult again. The inappropriate profession reappears, the Abyss Demon. You seem to have some history. While watching the battle between the beast-eared girl and the kryptonite warrior, Su Shin chatted with Yan Jing in a low voice. Hear this. Yan Jing was obviously stunned for a moment. By the way, I haven't told him who I am. It's a bit of history. Yan Jing laughed lightly. She suddenly had some anticipation. What kind of expression will this guy show when he knows his true origin? However, Su Shin is just an opening remark that he has nothing to say, so that he can speak well. Didn't really care who the girl was. So, Su Shin changed the conversation and said, what do you say here? This is a relatively well-known trial place in the dungeon world of the monster race continent. Human professionals can come in, as can the local monster race of the monster race continent. Well, that's not it. Yan Jing pursed his lips and motioned Su Shin to look at beast-ear mother. Be more specific. That's not good. You don't give me any favors, you just want my information for nothing. Then what benefits do you want? Su Shin was not surprised, thinking it was reasonable. Yan Jing thought for a while, and then said, do you have that wooden golem seed? I'm interested in that. Oh, Su Shin didn't say a word, the one in his right hand was a handful of wooden golem seeds in his hand. Yan Jing was stunned for a moment. What's the matter with this guy? Shouldn't this wooden golem seed be rare? How could he do it the same way as wholesale? Yan Jing put away the fluctuating emotions in his heart, took only one of the wooden golem seeds, and continued. This place is known as the Golden Trial. It is said that from the ancient times of the dungeon world, only those with the golden rank can enter. There are 7 trials in total, of which the Hall of Slaughtering has the highest mortality rate. Yan Jing then explained the 7 trials. They are Tongtian Bridge, Hall of Slaughter, Daihuo Cave, Thunder Cliff, Nuofengyuan, Wenshinlu and Wudao Pavilion. Among them, Wudao Pavilion is not at all dangerous. Most of the testers who are now on the Golden Trial Island are enlightened. There. For professionals, enlightenment is to deepen the understanding of one's own professional skills and moves. In addition to Wudao Pavilion and Tongtianchao, the other 6 trials, once passed, will immediately receive a level up reward. So here, the highest level is not the gold 10th level, but the master level. I am here this time to pass at least 3 of these trials. 1. Hearing Yan Jing say this, Su Xin didn't reply for a while, his expression was a little thoughtful. It's really weird here, he just tried to absorb the life energy in the trial island, but there were obvious obstacles. Drawn, but too little. Is there any deeper information? There is none left. Yan Jing shook her head, it was her first time here. Well, thank you, Yan Jing. Su Xin said, and turned around to leave. His job transfer mission only needs to go through 2 trials, and the one closest to him is the Death Palace. In addition to the fact that life absorption is limited by the special environment here. Su Xin's other cards remain the same. The heart of life is still 3, he has 4 lives, and the fault tolerance rate is extremely large. Watching Su Xin leave, Yan Jing's beautiful eyes flickered with brilliance, she hesitated for a moment, and then followed. What are you doing with me? Hee, hug your thighs. So direct. Advertisement. If it's an ordinary time, Su Xin naturally doesn't mind traveling with beauty. But at the moment, this kind of task is related to his job transfer, and he is not willing to bring a fuel bottle. However, Yan Jing's face is much thicker than he imagined. The 2 are good, but at least they have dealt with each other. After wrangling DADF for a long time, Su Xin simply left her alone. The 2 began to travel around the island. A few hours later, they came to the so-called trial place, the Hall of Slaughter. This is a huge palace. At this time, on the ancient square at the gate of the palace, some people were sitting and resting. Not to mention that these people are top talents from all over the world, but in the golden rank, they are enough to be called powerful. Yan Jing looked at the group of gold professionals from all over the world and said something like this. Of course, it shouldn't be as powerful as you. Yan Jing added with a smile. If you can talk, talk more. Su Xin was greatly benefited by hearing this. She can blow more than the wind girl. After Su Xin finished speaking, he strode toward the Hall of Slaughter. Seeing him so confident, Yan Jing couldn't help but smile a little, but he also took a deep breath, and then followed suit. She had been to Tongtian Bridge and Wudao Pavilion before, and she had a good harvest. And this Hall of Slaughter was known to have the highest rate of sudden death among the 7 trials. She was a little hesitant at first, but it was obvious that Su Xin was so confident, but she also became decisive. The 2 enter Killing Hall almost at the same time. Yan Jing kept a careful eye, and the moment she entered, she suddenly grabbed the corner of Su Xin's clothes to avoid the random teleportation mechanism. Facts have proved that Yan Jing's careful eye is very useful. There is another heaven and earth in the Hall of Slaughtering. With a flash in front of Su Xin's eyes, a whole new world unfolded. He and Yan Jing beside him were in an extremely dark space, with nothing around, but full of slaughter. Roar. Suddenly, several beast roars exploded in the ears. The roar just appeared. Su Xin and Yan Jing were attacked at the same time. It was a ferocious beast that looked like a white tiger, its eyes were blood red, and there was no sense of reason, and some were just endless tyranny and desire to kill. Boom. When the white tiger beast came over, Su Xin immediately punched out. Under the blessing of strange power, even though he is not in sage mode, he now has a huge power of 1 million kilograms. Even without any skill, the power of a simple punch is also full of terror. But it was such a punch, hitting the white tiger beast, it only forced the latter back, but did not kill it. On the other side, Yan Jing had both thunder and fire, and the thunder and flames were woven and entwined around him, and they all attacked and killed the other white tiger and beast. But the effect is the same. It only forced the white tiger beast back, but failed to kill it. Hoo. At this moment, there were dozens of the same roars. In an instant, Su Xin and Yan Jing were surrounded by dozens of white tigers and beasts. The so-called killing hall is to kill these white tigers and beasts. Su Xin murmured inwardly. He then clasped his hands together, and a large expanse of green vegetation stretched out from under his feet. One tree seed after another bloomed in the stamens of the vegetation, and then quickly grew into a wooden golem. Wooden golem is not exaggerated in size, only about 30 meters. But the number was increased to 20 at one time by Su Xin. The current Su Xin has a lot of background to raise the upper limit of wooden golem jutsu, but the lower upper limit, focusing on the quantity, is still easy for Su Xin. When 20 wooden golems appeared, these white tiger beasts were beaten to death by the wooden golems in no time. The strange thing is, after the death of the white tiger beast, it did not bleed, but instead dispersed, and a lot of gray ore drifted into Su Xin's body. Advertisement. When Su Xin accepted these gray breaths, he understood immediately. The purpose of coming to the Hall of Slaughter is the so-called Mark of Martial Dao. The Mark of Martial Arts is the top priority for Su Xin to become a martial artist, and in the Hall of Killing, this Mark of Martial Arts is also known as the Mark of Killing. As long as these gray breaths accumulate enough, it will be enough to condense. Wooden golem, wooden golem. Su Xin, is that you? At this moment, a more familiar voice came from beside him. But the voice was hoarse. Su Xin looked for a sound. But he saw Wang Yi holding a cold woman and looking helplessly towards this side. Wang Yi. Su Xin was stunned. How could he be here, with his strength, even if he was rewarded in the secret realm of the Twilight Temple and successfully upgraded to the first rank of gold. But this golden trial is obviously not where he should come. Su Shin's eyes were on the woman in his arms. The woman was so miserable, her right arm was torn apart, and there was a huge wound running through her abdomen. The wound was dark and purple, and there was even a rotten smell. It looks like it's going to fail. Su Shin, be careful. Yan Jing suddenly reminded. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a tyrannical figure suddenly appear behind Wang Yi. When he saw the figure completely, Su Shin's eyes flickered obviously. Although the figure has a human shape, it is full of demon appearance. His skin is blood red, and there is a pair of scarlet blood wings behind him. The hands and feet are more like animal claws. Do you have any companions? The blood-red eyes of the demon-like monster looked at Su Shin and Yan Jing playfully, and grinned strangely. However, when he saw Yan Jing, his expression suddenly changed. Then Jia laughed strangely. He recognized that Yan Jing was here. What's the matter? Su Shin pulled Wang Yi over and asked quickly, why are you here? My fiancé brought me here. Wang Yi lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms with a heavy heart. Su Shin was a little surprised. Wang Yi is the son-in-law, and the son-in-law of the Lin family in Jiangnan City. His fiancé, Lin Tonger, is a sophomore in the sophomore year. Last year's entrance examination was the third in a single person, and she was also an excellent girl. In a year, how can you reach the 10th level of gold? However, Wang Yi is obviously not strong enough, why did he bring him over? Su Shin, he's a professional. Wang Yi then looked at the demon monster with a trembling expression. Dark God Sect, Wu Zhou. He said. Su Exen just now. You are Su Shin, the first genius of the Yan Kingdom this year. Oh, I thought that genius would look like a jade, but I didn't expect that. It looks so ordinary. Wu Zhou looked at Su Shin and laughed strangely. Why is it the Dark God cult again? Su Shin frowned and glanced at Yan Jing next to him. The fallen demons I met before were also from the Dark Gods. Wang Yi said that the other party is a professional. That is to say, the appearance of life is transformed into the true state. The Dark Gods are all inappropriate occupations, right? Devil of the Abyss. Yan Jing has an extraordinary origin and is well informed. Added a sentence. It is a profession that has only appeared in recent years. Su Shin didn't have much reaction after listening to it. He looked at Wang Yi who was sad and regretful beside him. He then began to treat his fiancé. I'm talking to you. Seeing this, Wu Zhou said with a smile. Next up. Swish. Its body shape is like a teleportation, almost face to face with Su Shin and appears in front of the latter. Chapter 65. It's not too big to do things. The space channel connecting the copy of the abyss. Looking at Wu Zhou who suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Shin punched him directly in the face without saying a word. The latter's head quickly turned towards the rear, and after a direct turn, he met Su Shin's gaze again. Hey. However, the mortal wound whose head circled around the neck was no serious problem for Wu Zhou. He showed a mouth full of ferocious sharp teeth, and let out a penetrating laughter at Su Shin. Immediately after, the sharp tail behind Wu Zhou immediately swam like a snake, the trajectory was hard to find, and it was about to pierce Su Shin's heart. That tail is poisonous. Seeing this, Wang Yi hurriedly shouted. His fiancée was pierced through her abdomen by her tail, resulting in an instant loss of combat effectiveness. Even if Su Shin is now sending life energy to Lin Tonger, it can only alleviate the toxin invading the body, but cannot completely remove it. But just after Wang Yi finished speaking, seeing that Yan Jing on the side suddenly waved his right hand, a flaming arrow rushed towards Wu Zhou's heart. The latter hurriedly dodged away. Then he looked at Yan Jing playfully and said with a smile. The eldest lady of Lady Palace is so anxious. But isn't the taste of looking for a man a little bad? Su Shin's expression did not change when he heard the name of the power of Lady Temple. But Wang Yi suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Yan Jing in disbelief. If you don't want to die, get out. Yan Jing scolded coldly. Su Shin still didn't show his stance. Wang Yi's fiancé was seriously injured and could die at any time. He must deliver enough life energy as soon as possible to ensure that the latter can breathe a sigh of relief. He is not a true zealous man. For strangers, it is definitely the indifferent attitude of, who are you infertile? But for the classmates around him, he will not be stingy to help. Although Wang Yi and him had only met several times, strictly speaking, they were not really close friends. But the level of Su Shin's help now is not for him to risk his life. A man, if you have the ability, why do you cherish the righteous help within the scope of your ability? Give me some time. Su Shin looked at Yan Jing who was shooting and said something to her. Yan Jing nodded lightly. The other party's profession is indeed very strange, but Yan Jing is also a dual professional mage of thunder and fire. At the same level, even if it is a hidden profession, it may not even be her Yan Jing's opponent. And Yan Jing has been assigned various tasks by his father since he could remember. The confrontation mission of the golden copy was before, and this time too. With such experience, her real combat power is higher than imagined. HMPH, it's kind of interesting. Wu Zhou laughed when he heard the words. But unexpectedly, he took the initiative to retreat. See you soon. When leaving, he left such an inexplicable word. Su Shin was also a little surprised by this unfolding. But for now, it's still about saving lives. But after a while, Su Shin said with an embarrassed expression. My life recovery can only restore the state and heal the injury, not detoxification. Life regeneration is Su Shin's professional skill, and it is not linked to his cheat, so there are some aspects that are greatly lacking. Take this to her, it should relieve the toxin. At this time, Yan Jing took out a pill from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Yi. Wang Yi took it quickly, and then gave it to his fiancée mouth to mouth. He even brushed. As predicted, after taking this pill, Lin Tonger's painful complexion improved significantly. Good girl. Su Shin suddenly looked at Yan Jing. Advertisement. This pill is worth 5 million, Yan Jing said lightly. Counting on his head, his name is Wang Yi. Yan Jing pursed his lips and said nothing. After a while, she suddenly mentioned, that person just now, are you sure? One. He was a little something, but not much, and I killed him like a butcher. Su Shin laughed lightly. He just focused on bringing back Lin Tonger's life. If he really ignored the latter, he directly entered the sage mode and made a big move. Su Shin, don't talk about leapfrog now, because there is no overstepping, do not talk big empty words. But how can a professional of the same level pretend to be in front of Su Shin? Su Shin, was originally a H**********. Wood style. This blood following the limit, was transformed by cheat and became his Su Shin's talent. At the low level, the wood style move with perfect skill form is a dimensionality reduction blow for professionals of the same level. Only when the skills of other professionals are completely changed in the high-ranking position, then the advantage of wood style's skill form will be reduced. But it's really high level, there is no reason for Su Shin to stick to the original wood style skills, and he must be able to develop his own moves. In general, the upper limit of wood style is how much life energy is used during the battle. The more the amount, the stronger the wood style. In theory, there is no upper limit. Really? I don't believe it. Yan Jing turned her head away. Su Shin heard the words, looked at Wang Yi, and then looked at Yan Jing. Your aggression is very useful, I admit I'm starting to get a little p*********. He immediately folded his hands, and a huge wooden house rose on the ground to cover them. And he suddenly stepped forward, chasing in the direction where Wu Kai left just now. He's doing it for you, do you have a good relationship with him? After Su Shin left, Yan Jing looked at Wang Yi. Wang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then said excitedly. We were born and died together, and I called him Dad. Oh. Yan Jing naturally knew that this person existed when Su Shin led the Zhongnan University students out of the Beast Tide. Sooner or later, this kind of character will be exploited and suffer. Yan Jing took a deep breath in love. People who value affection are not annoying, but often, alas. As soon as this idea was born, Yan Jing's pretty face was completely replaced by horror. I saw that Su Shin had turned back. In his hand, he was holding the head of Wu Zhou's dead end. He threw Wu Zhou's head at his feet. It is convenient to make a name for Wang Yi. The main thing is the second task in the job transfer task, kill at least one other tree list. Yan Jing took a deep breath, shock in his heart can be imagined. It took less than a minute for Su Shin to leave, even counting the time to go back and forth. In other words, this Black Day was killed by him. To enter the Hall of Slaughter, one must stay for 3 days, which is also the reason for the highest mortality rate in the Hall of Slaughter, and the teleportation scroll is not easy to use. Wang Yi had endured for a day when he came in. After leaving the Hall of Slaughter, leave here immediately. Su Shin turned his head and said to Wang Yi. Yan Jing can say that he is really burdensome. Su Shin can help him once, but can't help him all the time. Thanks. Thank you. Wang Yi nodded heavily. Advertisement 0 for flowers at the same time, a corner of the Golden Trial Island. Here is, and the most central place is also the location of the Enlightenment Pavilion. But the angle of view extends from Wu Dao Pavilion down to the ground, and you will find that a group of 9 people are in the ground. Wu Ji is dead. Among the 9 people, an eyebrowless youth led by him suddenly said something coldly. The demon blood sensation I gave him disappeared and he was killed. The eyebrowless youth then added another sentence. I can't blame anyone, he himself has to go to that killing hall, and it's no wonder that he died. Next to the eyebrowless youth, a cold-faced woman sneered, not feeling the death of her companion. It's important. The others urged. The eyebrowless youth was silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he continued to dig deeper into the ground with the 9 people. They dug, and finally when the clod was removed, a splendid but dark light curtain like a galaxy was revealed below. This light curtain is the world barrier of the dungeon world. After seeing the barrier of this world, the eyebrowless youth instantly showed a mad look in his eyes. He immediately said nothing, pull out a prop directly from the storage bag. Point 0 That prop is a black cauldron. At this time, the black tripod was thrown directly on the world barrier, and the abnormally strong world barrier began to vibrate. Then came a surprising scene. The world barrier is melting from the inside. The melting trend is getting bigger and bigger, and the black tripod also fell into it instantly. The eyebrowless youth watched this scene frantically, but his companions suddenly pulled him away from here as soon as possible. When the 9 eyebrowless youths completely left the ground, then I saw that the entire island suddenly began to vibrate as a whole. The Wu Dao Pavilion in the center of the island is also sinking continuously. For a time, the testers inside fled like frightened birds, looking at this shocking scene in astonishment. But soon, their expressions became extremely frightened. I saw a large area of black gas suddenly emerge from the bottom of the Wu Dao Pavilion. This black air actually has the power of corrosion, and it eroded the surrounding vegetation in an instant, turning it into a blackened black earth. Kaka kaka. There was a tingling sound from the ground. Boom. At a certain moment, the sound suddenly exploded, and two huge scarlet arms extended out from the ground, each grabbed the ground beside the ground seam, and then jumped out of it with a jerk. What is this? Impossible. This is the place of trials, is there no boss to say? Look, it seems to be an abyss monster in the abyss copy world? How do you know? Abyss dungeon world. Isn't it the dungeon world that is forbidden to enter? Besides, what does our current Monster Clan dungeon world have to do with the abyss dungeon world? Is it possible that the two dungeon worlds can still be connected with nesting dolls? Together? You are fighting with Laozi? Laozi ran for his life first. The crowd was terrified and hurriedly fled around. The monster that crawled out from the depths of the ground was a scarlet meatball that was 100 meters tall, but the meatball was covered with arms. The appearance of this monster, just by looking at it, can frighten the girl to complete menopause. Let the man's sand value go crazy. Alien. Monster. And it still comes from the most mysterious world of the abyss, which is strictly forbidden by all countries in the world, and immediately closed as soon as the entrance to the secret realm is found. End. 3. Chapter 66 The Murder from the Powerful Uranus. Su Xin, who was in the unique killing space in the Hall of Slaughtering, did not know about the changes in the outside world. Wang Yi has been following him. Yan Jing is separated from Su Xin from time to time, fighting with white tigers and beasts, collecting killing marks. Su Xin is extremely efficient. He even did the trick, using his wood clone to collect the mark of killing. Gradually, Su Xin realized something wasn't quite right. That is, with the passage of time, there seems to be some changes in the killing marks that he has collected. This is because the abyss demonic energy has completely infected this golden trial island. Even with the 7 trials, the taste has changed. And in the Hall of Slaughtering, the imprint of slaughtering was also stained with abyss demonic energy and became, in layman's terms, it became evil. True, the nature of power does not distinguish between good and evil. However, the abyss demonic energy will make the creatures lose their rationality and become murderous and tyrannical, which is evil. Su Xin. When Yan Jing came back again, she explained the abnormal changes of the mark of killing. Su Xin can see that, she was obviously affected a lot. My mood suddenly became a lot more irritable. Yan Jing looked at Su Xin, and then continued to ask in astonishment, are you okay? Well, I'm fine. Su Xin tactically pushed the 840 glasses that did not exist on the bridge of the nose. He is very stable group, not to mention that the willow tree of life can be used as a regulator to balance the impact of the killing imprint on his mood after being infected by the abyss demonic energy. Even the heart flame, given by Principal Wang, can protect his mood from being affected. And most importantly, life energy. Su Xin's life energy is extremely pure, and even has the effect of balancing the abyss magic energy. So Su Xin is now like a nobody, and he is still collecting the imprint of killing. After all, it is required for the job transfer mission. Yan Jing didn't speak anymore, and she didn't collect the marks of killing. He followed Su Xin for a while after that, period. There were other testers in the Hall of Slaughtering, and because of the demonic energy of the abyss, they gradually lost their minds and became tyrannical and bloodthirsty. Encountered Su Xin, but also involuntarily started to work. Su Xin's heart is too soft, he's really so kind. Seeing that they were tormented by such a sad state of mind, they resolutely sent them back to the west. And tearfully licked the bags and took their storage bags. So 2 days have passed. Su Xin successfully condensed the mark of killing. He didn't stop and continued to collect, increasing the concentration of killing marks. At the end of the 3rd day, you can leave the Hall of Slaughtering. But when they came out, it was amazing to discover that the Golden Trial Island, which was green and full of vitality before, was like a fairy cave, and now it has become a wilderness. And there are no testers. Wang Yi, get out of here. Su Xin immediately urged Wang Yi. Wang Yi didn't talk nonsense, and left the Golden Trial with his fiancée. Those who can enter the Golden Trial basically carry the so-called mission book, and they only need to tear up the task book to leave the Golden Trial. Su Xin's job transfer letter is the same, however, if he is torn now, it means that the transfer will fail. Even though the Golden Trial Island is full of demonic energy, and there are monsters from the abyss raging everywhere, the mechanism for teleporting away has not been destroyed. Aren't you going? There's obviously an upgraded here. Looking at Yan Jing, who was thinking without saying a word, Su Xin asked. What about you? Yan Jing asked rhetorically. I still have to go to Tongtianzhou, and I will leave after I go. Advertisement, I'll go with you. Yan Jing pondered for a moment and made a decision. Su Xin was a little surprised, but did not refuse. The two continued to walk together, but there was an accident in the middle. The kryptonite warrior Taijia was hiding somewhere, and when he saw the two, he immediately appeared. Taiji shouted, "Compatriots of Yan Kingdom, help!" Seeing the two stop hearing the sound, Taiji stepped forward and introduced himself, "My father Taishanhe." When Yan Jing heard this, her complexion changed slightly. "My father, Taishanhe." Seeing that Su Xin didn't respond, Taijia repeated. Su Xin still didn't respond. Taishanhe is an epic powerhouse of the Yan Kingdom. Yan Jing was also surprised that Su Xin was indifferent, but still reminded in a low voice. Taiji continued. "My name is Taiji. One of my storage bags was stolen by the little lady with beast ears during the fight, and it happened that the task book was in it, which made me unable to leave this place for a while. Can I borrow 2 of them? Is your task book convenient? Epic Dad. Yan Kingdom is super strong 2nd generation. And looking at his posture of Krypton Gold, I am afraid that he is also extremely favored. Just use the teleportation scroll, Su Xin replied indifferently. The teleportation scroll is also in that storage bag. Taiji smiled awkwardly. His favorite strong 2nd generation is not short of teleportation scrolls. Maybe there are strong guards waiting for him outside. Although the other party is quite wealthy, Su Xin didn't make money out of nowhere. Su Xin immediately stated that he was going to Tongtianzhou before leaving. This surprised Taiji and said, "There has been a big change here. More and more monsters are crawling out of the ground. Task books or something. I will supply some brothers later. Life is important." No, Su Xin shook her head. Then, he simply took Yan Shia to continue towards the location of the Tongtian Bridge. Taiji was stunned, but he chased after him. This strong 2nd generation is very talkative and heroic. And it doesn't seem to be a waste, and he can still maintain a normal heart when encountering changes and difficulties. Either he has enough cards, or he has a strong heart and has experienced many dangers. Ran for a while, Su Xin really thought the speed was too slow, so he took out the Dun Tianzhou. There is an escape boat, which takes off at a direct speed. The Tongtian Bridge, which was originally far away from him, arrived in just a few minutes. The so-called Tongtian Bridge is a 100-story staircase. However, at this time, under the invasion of the Abyss demonic energy, it was already close to a state of collapse. This Abyss magic has a great influence on the trial ground. Rewards are gone. Before successfully condensing the imprint of killing, it is reasonable to say that there will be a reward for raising a small level, but it did not appear. Tongtianzhou is a test of willpower and spiritual power. When you step on the Tongtianzhou level, you will suffer from the pressure from this will and spirit, and you will improve layer by layer. It stands to reason that Su Xin has nothing to do with mental power, so this bridge is difficult for him. But now the Abyss demonic energy is helping him. The pressure on Tongtianzhou has significantly weakened the lot. Su Xin climbed to the 30th floor in one breath without any problems, then stopped every 5th floor, and soon set foot on the 50th floor. When he stepped on the 51st floor, he jumped off the Tongtian Bridge. Then, he didn't say a word and didn't look at whether the job transfer was successful, so he tore the job transfer book to shreds. While tearing it apart, Taiji and Yan Shia pinched the corners of their clothes at the same time. The 3 were teleported out of the Golden Trial Island. After coming out, the place is still in the ruins of the ancient city ruins. But this ruin is now also infected by the Abyss demonic energy. Su Xin hurriedly opened her personal panel and took a look. Advertisement. It worked. In the column of his occupation, there is another martial artist, 0. And obtained a professional skill, Fei and Whirlwind, leg skills. Fighters don't have signature skills like Assassin Stealth, Berserker Rage. Its skills are very pioneering, and it is completely developed by professionals. It can really talk about the word, martial Dao. But Su Xin hasn't been happy for long, seeing that an invisible big hand suddenly embraced him and Yan Shia and Taiji next to him. Just throw it. The 3 of them felt that the world was spinning, and they fell into an open space in the ruins of the city without any resistance. And in this open space, it is full of people. Lin Zhenru, his senior sister, was also among them. Senior sister and the others were obviously caught. Around the open space, a group of people were clearly standing. The 9 eyebrowless youths who had previously destroyed the Golden Trial Island were also among them. "Oh, Lighty's daughter." A soft whistle sounded, then I saw a middle-aged man in a black robe looking at Yan Shia with slightly surprised eyes. Yan Shia looked at this middle-aged man, and his face changed drastically. She knew the identity and strength of the middle-aged man in front of her. One of the gods of the dark gods, Kutushan Wailuo, the 5th order earth mage of Uranus. Senior Wei, as a strong Uranus, when did he fall to the point of attacking the junior? Yan Shia took a breath, but still asked fearlessly. She deliberately pointed out that the other party was Uranus's strength, and wanted to remind Su Xin to prepare early. Ha ha. Wei Luo chuckled lightly, but did not reply. He then looked towards Su Xin and Taiji, looking at this. 2 personal panels appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket Professor, Su Xin. Occupation. Medic, Fighter. Level, Gold level 7, close black lens bracket. As well as, Professor, Taiji. Occupation, Alchemist. Level, Master level 1. Close black lens bracket. His eyes quickly shifted from Taiji to Su Xin. Some of the personal panel information that Wei Luo can directly see naturally depends on a special item, the Eye of Insight. It's only 3.5, but this Eye of Insight is extremely low in practicality because you can't see the specific panel information of the other party, only the name, occupation, and level. Su Xin. Wei Luo stared at Su Xin with a brooding expression on his face. This year's genius trial of the Yan Kingdom could not be concealed from the attention of the conscientious. Obviously, this Uranus powerhouse from the Dark God cult has also heard the name Su Xin before. Su Xin lowered her head and glanced at Lin Zhenru next to her. He pretended to be respectful, however, she suddenly came to Lin Zhenru in a flash, and a teleportation scroll appeared in her hand, which was stuffed into her arms, and then she was about to shred the teleportation scroll. This intermediate process does not even take a second. But for the strong Uranus, this time, is still too long. Without seeing any movement from Wei Luo, dozens of rock chains suddenly appeared from the ground. In an instant, Su Xin was tied up with water and he couldn't move at all. Boy, are you provoking or are you underestimating Uranus's strength? Wei Luo looked at Su Xin indifferently, with a hint of unpleasant killing intent in his tone. When the eyebrowless youth and others saw this scene, there was mockery in his eyes. Su Xin didn't answer and looked at the teleportation scroll that was close at hand, and for the first time enjoyed the dimensionality reduction blow from a high-ranking powerhouse. Junior brother, barbecue. At this moment, Lin Zhenru suddenly said something. Chapter 67. A cow is saying to me, boy, you are so awesome. The teleportation scroll was quickly taken away by Wei Luo. Su Xin and Yan Jing were bound and joined the big family. But Taiji saw a shout out of thin air, what Uranus? Do you see your father licking you? I will only lick your mother, one. He actually scolded Wei Luo directly, and his mouth stinks as much as a sweet-mouthed netizen. The crowd was stunned for a moment, those caught by Su Xin and the others had this expression, as did Na Wei Luo and his subordinates. For a time, all eyes fell on Taiji, and saw Wei Yan swept away at him with an expressionless face. Suddenly, a giant transparent hand that was simply condensed by mana grabbed towards Taiji. Although Taiji is a master, but he is 2 big steps away from Uranus, so there is absolutely no room for resistance. This Wei Luo didn't even use a slightly more serious move, so he would be easily pinched to death. Taiji didn't talk about Father Tai Shanhe, as he imagined. Knowing that it is useless to say that your father is an epic powerhouse at this time. Then, however, a miraculous scene appeared. I saw that the giant transparent hand was about to grab Taiji, and when he was about to pinch him directly, Taiji suddenly burst into a cluster of radiance, as if a magic circle was draped over his body. Immediately after that, 4 winged flying squirrels spun around behind him. Seeing this, Wei Luo's eyes suddenly narrowed into a slit. The 4 flying squirrels are not physical bodies, but soul bodies. At this moment, a light curtain is woven to cover Taiji, and Taiji is teleported away under the eyes. When Taiji was leaving, he still scolded badly. Su Xin is in a hurry, good brother has a way but doesn't run away with himself, he is so shameless. Although I don't know why, but Taiji's life-saving methods really dazzled the 30 people. Since someone has escaped, let's speed up the progress. Wei Luo quickly looked as usual, and gave orders to the browless youth and other men. The eyebrowless youth nodded, and then picked out a hapless person from the group of people who were caught. The man was a white boy. At this moment, his face was full of fear. The browless youth and others held it down, and then placed it on the ground. Then, seeing the browless youth holding his hands high, the abyss demonic energy that pervaded the surrounding abruptly drilled into the white youth's body. Seeing this scene, Su Xin suddenly understood something. Naturally, Wei Luo didn't purposely come to arrest these juniors. The location of the Golden Trial Island is the dungeon world barrier close to the demon continent. They have been planning for a long time to open up the space channel between the 2 dungeon worlds. At this time, using the abyss magic energy to fill the human body is just an attempt. Junior brother, after you went to the trial, senior sister stayed here and was safe and sound, but after a few days, a large amount of unidentified gas suddenly extended from the ground. Before senior sister could react, this Uranus-level powerhouse appeared. Capture as many people as possible in the entire ancient city ruins. Lin Zhen said in a low voice. The Dark God sect is planning something big, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. On the other side, Yan Xi's eyes were firm and he said solemnly. Listen to what you have to say. Su Xin gave her a speechless look. At this time, senior sister winked at Su Xin. Su Xin immediately understood the meaning. Before leaving, in addition to the guarantee of teleporting scrolls, his teacher has other guarantees. In Lin Zhenru's hands, once encountering an irresistible danger, he will use this method. Guo Zhen, who was far away in Zhongnan City, knew immediately, but he couldn't arrive at the first time. In other words, Lin Zhenru and Su Xin have to delay. But the mind here is just born, only then did he discover that the efficiency of the browless youth was terrifyingly high. 10 people had already been infiltrated by the demonic energy of the abyss, and they were tortured to the point of being unreal. Instilling the abyss demonic energy into the human body so arrogantly. No less than the effect of human transformation. Basically, it is the end of death after a while, and there is no such thing as turning into an abyss monster. Advertisement: the 10 people who died all became deformed and bloated, and their faces were full of pain and resentment and died. Su Xin's eyes froze, and the 11th person turned out to be the native beast-eared girl from the Demon Clan continent who had fought with Taiji before. The beautiful face of the beast-eared girl was not afraid at all, and she even grinned at Wei Luo like a milk tiger. Stop! The righteous Su Xin can't take it anymore. The browless youth and others who were about to destroy the beast-eared girl couldn't help but look at Su Xin. The beast-eared girl also cast a surprised look. I come. Shi Xin was all over his body. He immediately got up and said. After saying that, he walked towards the browless youth and the others. But halfway through, I suddenly thought of something. But he turned around and kissed his senior sister Lin Zhenru in one breath, and like Wang Yi feeding her fiancé pills, he pulled a silk by the way. Yan Jing was a little stunned when she saw that Su Xin turned her head and drew her as well. After the two were kissed, they couldn't help but look at each other, and the expressions in their eyes flickered frequently. Just him, others can't, maybe the first genius of the Yan Kingdom this year? Seeing this, Wei Luo motioned for the eyebrowless youth to take Su Xin for surgery. When the young man without eyebrows heard about the first genius of the Yan Kingdom, he looked at Su Shin in surprise and said, "Are you that Su Shin from Zhongnan University?" "1. Yes, it's your father." The eyebrowless youth then tugged at Su Shin's face and took off the 1,000 transformation mask. "Really?" He suddenly laughed. Then he did the same, holding Su Shin down and instilling the abyss magic in him. "Now I want to get out of trouble. Procrastination is absolutely impossible." Taiji escaped, and Wei Luo was destined not to stay here for long. For Su Shin, he has 3 other lives to blow up, so death here is much better than being taken away. If the other party really brought Su Shin back to the base camp of the Dark Gods because of his heaven-defying performance in the Genius Trial before, then Su Shin would not be able to break the game even if he had countless lives. So, he has to die once. Lin Zhenru and Yan Jing looked at each other, thinking that Su Shin had something to do, or that he was procrastinating. Never imagined, where does this guy have so much ingenuity in his brain? "If you can't beat me, Su Shin will let you know what is Dad's cruelty." "I can't beat you. Su Shin will let you know what to die for." When the abyss demonic energy enters the body, Su Shin's entire human form began to swell uncontrollably, despite the fact that he has extremely pure life energy in his body, which can fight against the abyss demonic energy, or balance the abyss demonic energy in his body. Sage mode. Su Shin suddenly burst into trouble, and instantly entered the Sage mode state. Wood-style tree world birth. The scale of the birth of the tree world cast in Sage mode is far greater than before, and Su Shin still used the power of heaven and earth that he had learned at this time. The effect is even more extraordinary. In just a few breaths, a lush forest completely covered this place. But what Su Shin didn't expect was that, because he could not control the absorption of the surrounding abyss magic energy, causing his trees and vegetation blackened. The power is even better, but it cannot be replenished or regenerated through life energy. What's the situation? Isn't he bound by the divine envoy? Sir God. Except for the eyebrowless youth, the other subordinates all showed surprise. The Uranus Wei Luo watched silently, with a posture of letting Su Shin perform. Advertisement dong dong dong. Bang bang bang. The vegetation was raging wildly, and even at the time of the chaos, all the people that Wei Luo had taken were caught underground. This is to confuse Lin Zhenru and Yan Jing to escape. But that Wei Luo was not fooled. He didn't care what happened to the others, and when he saw his right hand stretched out, the ground suddenly split open, and he grabbed Yan Jing in his hand. But as soon as he grabbed it, Luo discovered something was wrong. He turned to look at Yan Jing in his hand, and saw that the latter slowly turned into a piece of wood. "Oh, it's kind of interesting." Wei Luo was put together, not angry, but chuckled lightly. He looked at Su Shin again. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. But soon, his expression changed and he shot again. However, too late. I saw Su Shin uncontrollably absorb a power of the earth under his feet, which has long exceeded his current physical load intensity. At the moment when 840 shot Wei Luo, Su Shin banged and exploded brilliantly. He exploded and died, his limbs splattered all around, his right arm better landed at Wei Luo's feet, and his right hand was even better than his middle finger. The O. Henry-esque ending belongs to yes, Wei Luo. He was stunned. He was completely stunned, dead, and such a genius just died like this? He didn't quite believe it, but he kept staring at the other party, and the other party couldn't have the slightest chance to cheat. Pity. After a while, Wei Luo sighed softly. "My lord, what is this? It's a pity that this child is strong and can't be used by us." Wei Luo shook his head. The others. "No need to chase, but a group of useless people, it's okay to leak the news here." Wei Luo waved his hand, then left. When the eyebrowless youth and others saw this, they followed. The eyebrowless youth looked at Su Shin's right hand, which was holding the middle finger, and sighed a little. "I still want to wait for him to reach the master rank and play against him. The first genius of the Yan Kingdom is only short-lived." At this time, Su Shin's state was extremely strange. He can't see everything around him, but he can perceive. When he is sure that there is no one around, he will use the Heart of Life. Under the influence of this resurrection coin talent, his shattered body was automatically gathered in one place, and under the heaven-defying ability of the Heart of Life, the rebirth of flesh and blood began. Without a moment, Su Shin, who is covered in red fruit, is full of blood and resurrected. But what Su Shin didn't expect was that when he opened his eyes, he found a huge cow's face in front of him, staring at him non-stop. Su Shin was shocked. Where did the cow come out? And it still looks like an ordinary big buffalo. When the big buffalo saw Su Shin open his eyes, he couldn't help retracting the head of the ox, with a humanized surprise on his face. "Boy, you are so arrogant," a rough voice echoed in Su Shin's ears. "This big buffalo is talking." Su Shin was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 68. This is the juicing field of the Fox Demon Clan. It's useless if Kunkan comes. "Boy, are you a profession?" Under Su Shin's astonished gaze, the big buffalo spoke again. But this time, Su Shin didn't answer him, but prepared to escape directly. This is the dungeon world of the monster race continent, and it is normal to encounter talking animals and beasts. He was afraid that Wei Luo would suddenly turn back, and he had to leave this place quickly. "Don't panic, people have already left." The big buffalo seemed to see what Su Shin was thinking and said something like that. "Junior is a medic and a martial artist. You, what occupation are you?" Seeing that the big water buffalo had no malicious intent and knew the professional well, Su Shin replied to the other party. After listening, the big buffalo showed a humanized doubtful look. The combination of the two professions, the medic and the martial artist, will have such an exaggerated effect, he muttered. The big buffalo asked again, what rank? Golden rank. As Su Shin replied, she looked up and down the big buffalo. Could it be the existence of NPCs in the Monster Continent dungeon world? What special mission will you trigger soon? Hearing this, the big buffalo was silent for a moment or two. The troubled times are approaching, and indeed all evil spirits will appear. Like an expert outside the world, he sighed with emotion. At this time, a prompt suddenly appeared in Su Shin's mind. You have acquired skills taught by others. Thousands of rivers flow. This made Su Shin stare sharply, staring at the big buffalo in disbelief. As a martial artist, your physique will surely shock the world in the future. Would you like to worship me as your teacher? The big buffalo looked at Su Shin seriously. What? How can you teach someone skills first, and then accept apprentices? Isn't this a strong buy and strong sell? But, the skills and moves taught by this one are really good. This skill form definitely belongs to the kind that can only be created by Uranus-level powerhouses. And to Su Shin's shock, the other party taught it directly, although the level of proficiency still depends on oneself, but the step of master is omitted. Of course Su Shin was shocked. Thousands of rivers and thousands of streams. This move lives up to its name. With one punch, it is like thousands of rivers rushing together, roaring the heavens and the earth, shaking the mountains and rivers. It's as if a cow suddenly taught you the great desolate prisoner's finger. At the same time, Su Shin was also puzzled. Is the other party a human or a monster? If it is a native, why do you attach so much importance to a human being like yourself? Is it really the kind of person who brings his own halo because he is a transmigrator? The tiger body is shocked, the beauty is in his arms, the strong gives treasure, and the villain is demented? Thank you senior for imparting skills, but this junior already has a teacher. Who is your teacher? Big Buffalo asked. Wu Wang Guo Zhen, vice president of Jiangnan University. Never heard of it. One Big Buffalo shook his head. Who are you, senior? Just call me Brother Niu. 1. The Big Buffalo laughed, then he walked forward, turned around and said, Boy, come with me and take you to a good place. These words made Su Shin's eyes suddenly light up. Really, there will be great blessings after great disasters. This cow should be something similar to NPCs with hidden missions. Immediately, Su Shin followed suit, after half a day. The ruins of an ancient city. Advertisement Guo Zhen rushed here with Lin Zhenru. But this place is empty. Lin Zhenru looked pale, lowered his head, and looked completely autistic. Another place, Yan Jing also appeared here with the gentle old man. Dark God Cult. Guo Zhen looked at the empty ruins, his eyes were extremely red, and he was obviously in a state of extreme rage. With Su Shin's talent, is it only worth getting the teleportation scroll as a means of life-saving? Yan Jing looked at Guo Zhen and said angrily, it was called Taiji's strong second generation. In addition to the teleportation scroll, he also had other means to save his life under Uranus. Although precious, but she doesn't think Jiangnan University can't get it. It is true that this was an accident that no one could have imagined. But a 1 in 10,000 accident is a 100% disaster for the parties involved. Jiangnan University could not have imagined this. The gentle old man clenched his fists to apologize to Guo Zhen, and then forcibly left with Yan Jing. Teacher. After the two left, after a long time, Lin Zhenru opened his mouth and reminded Guo Zhen. You go back first, and I'll look for it here. Guo Zhen hummed lightly. Junior brother gave me his willow of life, before covering us to escape, which contains the storage bag of junior brother. Lin Zhenru stretched out his right hand, and half of the willow tree of life appeared in his hand. Su Shin covers Lin Zhenru and Yan Jing, and of course she has her own mind. He can be resurrected, but the willow of life cannot. In addition, after his death, the storage bag will inevitably be taken away, but there are heaven-defying things such as the ascension disc. So by kissing, the willow tree of life was divided into two halves, and temporarily placed here with Lin Zhenru and Yan Jing. In this case, even if one of them escapes and gets caught, the willow tree of life can still survive. If they are all caught, then naturally there is nothing to do. Well, you keep it for now and give it to Su Shin when he comes back. After Guo Zhen finished speaking, he left and started looking for Su Shin. Another place, following Brother Niu, Su Shin walked into a magnificent mountain range. The mountains here seem to be in the clouds, illusory and illusory, with the appearance of a fairy family cave. Brother Niu, what was that just now? That is Xuanbing Hongfeng, which is equivalent to the Uranus level strength of your human beings. Brother Niu has a good relationship here, he can eat well, and he is fine. As expected of Brother Niu, where are we going next? Su Shin felt more and more terrifying about this big buffalo. Just now, there was a giant bird with a body length of more than 1,000 meters flying high in the sky, and the shape of the giant bird was more like a phoenix bird, in Su Shin's perception, and the aura was terrifying. But the strange thing is that the phoenix bird found that Su Shin, a human, wanted to attack, but after seeing the big buffalo beside him, it gave up and flew away. Monster Race Continent Dungeon World is open, any level can enter. This shows that the strength of the indigenous monsters here is also all round. Look at the ethereal spirit of this place again, I'm afraid it's definitely the domain of the big guys. If it were another human Uranus, I would not dare to come alone. You'll know soon enough. When I meet a genius like you, Brother Niu couldn't help but want to give you a chance. After he takes off in the future, don't forget you, Brother Niu and me. Of course. Su Shin quickly agreed. He was a little scared, and he was looking forward to it. In fact, Su Shin wanted to secretly replace the body with a strange body several times after following this white path. After all, it was more secure. But without exception, they were all found by the big buffalo. Then he went on to urinate, trying to escape, but was caught. Arrive. After a few rough hours, Brother Niu suddenly stopped. He seemed to be waiting for something when Su Shin was about to speak. But I saw a sudden space ripple in the misty mountain range in front of me, and a fox-like woman with peerless elegance emerged from it. The woman was dressed in white, like a fairy who walked out of the painting, with a temperament out of the dust. She's a beast ear girl too, advertisement and fox ears. What surprised Su Shin even more was that, unlike the little fox-eared girl before, this one had 8 white tails behind her. Why did you call me here in person this time? The fox master watched the big water buffalo ask questions, and at the same time looked up and down the human being Su Shin. This kid is a monstrous genius among human beings, the kind that is not one among hundreds of millions. The big buffalo gave Su Shin an intriguing smile. Oh? When the fox master heard this, he couldn't help but glance at Su Shin. Brother Niu, can I draft the mother? Su Shin's eyes became numb in an instant. He looked at the big buffalo, and immediately turned his face and cursed. After he scolded, without waiting for the big buffalo to react, he ran to the side. But no matter how he ran, he couldn't leave the 10-meter range around the big buffalo, as if he had a special field force field and couldn't escape. And the beautiful 8-tails fox-eared girl raised her arms like white jade. Seeing that Su Shin's hands were shackled by white rings, it was difficult to use half of his life energy. I don't believe what you said, come back after a while. The fox master glanced at the big buffalo, and then left with Su Shin. She catches Su Shin. When sensing the abundant life energy in Su Shin's body, the 8-tails beautiful fox lady royal sister couldn't help showing a look of shock. Then about half an hour. In a valley. Hundreds of people were imprisoned here, and everyone had a white ring on their hands, imprisoning their strength. There are hundreds of men and women, there's another one. When Su Shin was temporarily locked in this valley, someone smiled hoarsely, as if full of despair for life. Su Shin looked at the group of people, except for a few, most of them are skinny, like addicts, and their appearance is terrifying. This made Su Shin sullen and found a place to sit down. Brother, my father, Tai Shanhe. While he was thinking about it, he saw a familiar voice. Looking back, it was the strong second-generation Taiji before. At this time, Taiji was no longer as beautiful as before, and only a decent dress was left from his body, and all those dazzling equipment and props were gone. Yes, we've met. Su Shin replied. He briefly said something, and Taiji suddenly looked ashamed, knowing that Su Shin was the ordinary person who let him leave on the bicycle in the Golden Trial before. How about money? It turned out to be wearing a 1,000-changing mask. However, for the name Su Shin, this strong second generation has no impression, and thinks that he has been staying in the copy world of Yaozu continent for this period of time. Brother Su, it was my brother who didn't take you to run with me back then. I really only have one method, and I can only use it myself. Taiji explained embarrassedly. Su Shin waved his hand and said nothing. Then when talking about how he got caught here, Taiji said that he met a big buffalo. He gave himself a map and said that there is a great opportunity here, and then he relied on his own means to be skillful and daring. The big one is here. Ha ha. Su Shin sneered after hearing this. Big buffalo. He hated itching teeth. Where is this place? Su Shin asked next. This is the stud farm of the Fox Demon clan. A young man next to Taiji suddenly laughed strangely. What do you mean? What is a stud farm? Su Shin couldn't help but tighten her crotch when she heard this. We are also called the juicing field, and there will be a fox demon girl who will come over and take you away, and then sit directly on you to absorb your essence. Su Shin and Taiji looked at each other. There is such a good thing, Mao? The two were stunned. If it's a beast-ear girl, yes, it's okay. Huh, good thing? When the young man saw the reaction of the two, he sneered again and again. I thought the same as you, now I feel like throwing up when I see a woman. Chapter 69 The Fox Spirit is just here? Leave the gangsters for healthcare? Seeing the elder brother's tone and expression became more and more wrong. Su Shin and Taiji also realized that what he said should be completely different from the astringent unfolding in his mind. Brother, can you tell me more about it? The old man cleared his throat and said in a sad and helpless tone. 3 years ago, I followed my team to. Su Shin and Taiji listened carefully. This old man is called Ding Chu, a native of Jiangnan in the Yan Kingdom, and Su Shin can be said to be half a fellow. He used to be a master of the first rank, but now it is estimated that he does not have the level of the 4th or 5th rank of gold. The teammates who traveled with him are not bad, but they have already suffocated. The reason why he can live for so long is because he is an auxiliary occupation, which is a little useful to the Fox Demon clan. The woman caught here is fine, but the man is miserable. Brother Ding Chu shook his head and sighed. Yes, how miserable. Seeing him like this, Taiji couldn't sit still. Ding Chu pointed to the person next to him. This man was skinny, with a terrifying appearance that was almost skinny. His complexion was extremely old, and his head was full of white hair. The Fox Demon is so hungry, even the old man is not spared. Taiji felt even more terrified. He's only 19 years old, and he was just arrested last month. Ding Chu laughed strangely. The person he pointed at suddenly laughed. Don't pity me, you will soon become like this. For a time, Su Xin and Taiji only felt their scalps go numb. If it is really just a simple astringency, it will be harmless, and there is even some expectation. The result turned out to be really juicy. Who can resist this? Why does the fox demon do this? I have come into contact with some fox demon beast pets, and they are very obedient. Shush, don't say this again. If the fox demon girl hears it, she will grind you to the point where you can't survive and die. Ding Shu hurriedly made a silent gesture. He went on to say, the fox demon clan is considered a matriarchal society. The female fox demons have a high status, and there are white fox clan and black fox clan. The fox demon females of the white fox clan are mostly cold, but the black fox clan seems to be sloppy. In addition to ours, there are many places where human professionals are imprisoned. Regardless of men and women, the black fox clan can take out the life essence from their bodies, and then condense the life essence. It is said that it is to help the fox demon. The clan's mother recovered from her injuries. Taiji was puzzled and said, why does my brother know so clearly? I know clearly, doesn't that mean that I can never leave here? Ding Shu asked back. He has been here for 2.5 years, and he has also shouted and despaired, and in the end, he still accepts his fate, and he is stubborn. Su Xin no longer speaks. He looked at the white ring in his hand. Only with this thing, he could not use any of his moves. And although the power has not been blocked, the power alone is obviously not enough to escape from here. But fortunately, the skill of life drawing gave Su Xin a big surprise. Even in a state of imprisonment, it can still be used. It's just that even if it draws life energy, it's useless when it's imprisoned. My father is an epic powerhouse of the Yan Kingdom. Will this fox demon clan give face? Taiji suddenly asked brother Ding Shu. Ding Shu said something that made him sullen. If I had such a father, I would have been enjoying myself at home long ago, and I would still go out and work hard. The implication is that the fox demon family does not recognize the name of any human powerhouse. At this time, several fox demons and female Lian walked over step by step. The one at the head is light and thin, with a proud figure and a charming face. It is noticeable that she has a pair of fox ears that are not fake, but they are black. White fox and black fox, maybe it's the difference between white silk and black silk. Su Xin thought so. When the seniors who were detained here saw this woman, they all showed fearful expressions and kept shrinking back, as if they were afraid that they would be chosen. The two new arrivals, which of you will come first? Hu Huer looked at Su Xin and Taijia, her eyes full of smiles. Su Xin was about to speak, advertisement, but seeing Taijia staring at the black fox woman for a while, he got up immediately and stopped Su Xin, who was also about to get up. It was my brother who was wrong before. Give me a chance to forgive my sins, but I want to see what the hell is going on in the gourds of these foxes. He walked righteously towards the black fox woman. Su Xin was stunned for a moment, but it was already half a beat. Okay, it's just you. Hu Huer pointed at Taiji. It was confirmed. Putting aside the facts, there are basically no ugly women who can match the 3 words, fox spirit. Even if he looks average, other aspects of Kung Fu are absolutely amazing. Su Xin's idea is simple. He can't just sit still. If he can find an opportunity to escape if he is wronged by his second brother, that's the only way. Unexpectedly, this guy Taiji reacted faster than him. But at this moment, the 2 bloated figures walked towards Taiji. Taiji's expression changed from anticipation and excitement to panic when he saw these 2 figures. The 2 figures are also fox demon girls. It's just that this fox demon girl looks. It can only be said to be a fox demon tank. Ding Shu laughed strangely beside him. Forgot to tell you, even among the black foxes, there are very few people who do this kind of harvesting. Most of them are low-ranking foxes in the fox clan. Was looking forward to it just now? Slave fox, slave of slaves. Thank you, Lord. I just like this kind of cute human man. 2 tank fox girls held Taiji on the left and the right. The latter looked back at Su Xin with a frightened expression, as if asking for help. Su Xin took a deep breath and said gratefully, thank you, Taro. My name is Taiji. Taiji screamed bitterly and was taken away from the valley. But Hu Huer didn't leave, her eyes still fixed on Su Xin, DADF. Follow me. After a while, she waved at Su Xin. Su Xin heard the words and got up and followed Hu Huer away. Soon, under the leadership of Hu Huer, he came to a palace built on the hillside. The fox master specially explained that you are a gifted person among human beings, so you should not be neglected. But the clan mother is dying, it is really helpless, and you need to use your life and energy. Inside the main hall, Hu Huer clapped her hands after saying that. It was a shot of a charming black fox woman who walked into the hall and looked at Su Xin with a smile. You choose one or more, and today they will be responsible for taking your life essence every day. If the clan mother recovers from her injuries, you can leave safely if you are still alive. 1. At this time, Su Xin's face was unusually calm. He began to wonder if the big buffalo had any special meaning in selling him here. But no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like this. Besides, he was really not happy, but his personality is that kind of, how to say, it's like going to a massage parlor and not ordering the technician but the boss's wife. He suddenly pointed at Hu Huer. I choose you. No. Hu Huer shook her head, a trace of contempt for human males in her eyes. Su Xin threatened. I want you, or I will never cooperate. Then the slaves will be happier, lol. The gang of foxes next to her laughed shyly. More, Schwer, just the 2 of you. Hu Huer looked down on humans and was too lazy to argue with Su Xin, so she casually pointed at the 2 black fox women. Advertisement: the two black fox women were about to mix Su Xin into the inner hall. There is a jade bed in the inner hall, which is rising like a themed suite. Su Xin couldn't help but say, it was pressed on the jade bed in the shape of wood. Immediately afterwards, the black fox girl rushed at him, using the power of mental confusion. After Su Xin, suicide, once, the heart flame, given by Wang Daozhen is long gone. At this moment, coupled with being imprisoned, he was suddenly agitated. He shouted loudly, unfortunately, no one rescued. After about half a day, why haven't you come out yet? Hu Huer frowned. She immediately urged. A black fox girl walked out of the inner hall, and said with a surprised face, Sister, this human man is really amazing, as if it is inexhaustible. In addition. When she said this, she looked a little embarrassed. What else? In addition, this human man is not only a physique, but he can actually absorb the demon energy in our body. When Hu Huer heard the words, she was a little dazed for a while. No wonder the Fox Lord ordered like that. This is the end of the day, I will go to the Fox Master. After Hu Huer finished speaking, she left the palace. Every day for the next few days, the number is steadily increasing, and people are replaced. And when the fox flower came again, why don't you see Moore and Schwer? Sister, we are here. Two black foxes came from the inner hall. A few days ago, it was still in human form, but now it cannot be maintained, and it has degenerated into animal form. Elder sister, at this time, another black fox woman came running from the inner hall. She knelt down on the ground, crying that it was difficult for her to continue. Hu Huer was a little stunned for a while, ha ha ha. A piercing laughter sounded in the inner hall, then the mockery continued. What? That's all the fox spirits. How about putting aside these masters to keep healthy? Ha ha ha. Come, have a good fight. At this time, Su Xin has changed from the weak and helpless a few days ago. He was in a state of extreme excitement, gold tier 10. His life-sucking skills can actually absorb the demon essence of the demon clan and feed him back. How long has it been? It went from the 7th golden rank to the golden 10th rank. He suddenly understood, this is the trial that brother Niu gave him. As for the life essence that he has taken away, it is the life energy from the earth. Although life energy is transformed into life essence through itself, perhaps the nature has changed. But in essence, there is nothing serious for Su Xin. Run away. I, Su Xin, have no such thoughts anymore. Grandpa wants to sit and eat Fox Sky, Chapter 70 Master Rank. New talent, one body and one heart, and a change in the form of skills. The main hall of the Fox Demon family has a name called Tinling Temple. In the Temple of Heaven, at this time, the high-level members of the Fox Demon clan are gathering here. The Fox Master, who came out to meet the big buffalo before, sat on a high position. On the left and right sides, there were 10 Fox Demons sitting on each side. Except for the Fox Master, among the 20 high-level Fox Demon clan members, there are only 4 male Fox Demons. The Fox Master spoke first. The world doesn't seem to be peaceful now, and the human world is the first to bear the brunt, and there is already chaos. And in my demon world, there are also passages leading to the demon world that are constantly being opened. For highly intelligent creatures in large dungeon worlds. They regard the dungeon world they're in as a one world and border on the human world. But in the eyes of most human professionals, these dungeon worlds are all used to spawn monsters to upgrade. It is also normal to have such a deeply rooted concept, because neither the demon continent dungeon world nor the powerhouses of other dungeon worlds can leave the dungeon world where they are located. On the contrary, it is a human professional who can come and go freely. However, the situation has changed somewhat. Creatures in some dungeon worlds can leave the dungeon world. This is a state that has only appeared in recent years, and currently only a few high-level human powerhouses are aware of it. The demon world in the mouth of the Fox Master is the world of the Abyss copy. Then it is possible to unite with other big demon races, and it is absolutely impossible to unite with humans. Human beings have ambitions to treat us as alien animals, and capture the children of our race as beasts to keep them. Such hatred cannot and should not be forgotten. As soon as the Fox Master finished speaking, he saw the Black Fox Elder in the left position and pulled a cold face and said it to death. The other elders of the Fox clan watched the expressions of these two people calmly. In fact, the Fox Master was the clan mother, but the clan mother was seriously injured, and designated the White Fox, Ron, as the Fox Master temporarily. And the Black Fox, Hu Langer, who is on a par with Ron, has always been against her. There is a huge disagreement between the two on whether to unite with human beings. Human beings are powerful, and they can enter and leave the land of all realms, and to make good friends with them, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. No, human beings simply want to use the power of the big demons like me to help them resist the chaos in the human world. If they really do their best to help, they will definitely turn their face after the incident. But human beings have different countries, and they are not monolithic, so there is a lot of room for maneuver. You have all forgotten the most important point. The clan mother is absent, and cannot resist the strongest among human beings. Then the alliance will only evolve into following. Also united. Humans train dragons, really dare to unite, the dragons will be the first to destroy us. For a time, there was a quarrel in the Tinling Hall, and the supporters of Hu Zuyu and Heihu Langer were almost half and half. The mother's injury has gradually improved, and at this moment, Hu Zuyu said here, suddenly stunned for a moment, and then said, maybe it will be faster. Niu recently sent me a human man, saying that he is a rare enchanting talent among human beings. Just now Huer sent a message and said that this man, Hu Zuyu briefly repeated what happened on Su Shin's side. HMPH, that cow isn't a good thing either, he's not a real monster. Hu Langer talked about the big water buffalo, and his eyes were full of hatred. Hu Zuyu shook his head, then got up, ready to go to Su Shin's side to have a look. The elders of the Fox clan, concerned with the clan mother, also followed. Therefore, inside the big jade bed in the inner hall, several fox women are earnestly studying scriptures. On the other hand, Su Shin was a group of fox elders who looked at the onlookers with a blank expression. What do you mean? What do these beasts mean? Still like watching, the white fox was ashamed, as if he could not see such a scene. But the black fox looked at it with relish and praised him from time to time. The elders of the Fox clan did not answer Su Shin's words either. The physique of this human man is really special. Why don't you make it into a human medicine? Let the clan mother take it, maybe it will get better sooner. No, this human man's grandmaster complementary technique. If the foxes supply their essence to themselves, their strength will be greatly increased. The elders exclaimed miracles. Advertisement this kind of physique is simply hard to find in the world, and it is even more exaggerated than the blood of the dragon family. Hu Zuyu and Hu Langer were relatively silent, but seeing Su Shin as a prisoner, he has no fear. Hu Langer's eyes suddenly showed disgust, and he said, "This son will be handed over to me later. If the enchanting talents among human beings are raised as people's pets, they should be very interesting." Hearing this, Su Shin looked at the black fox girl like an iceberg. But the latter's next sentence made Su Shin tense. "But you have to castrate first." He immediately glared at Hu Langer, but was sneered back by the other party. After a while, Hu Zuyu took the crowd away and left a sentence. "Bring him to see me later." Yes. Outside the door of the inner hall, a respectful voice sounded. The study of scriptures is 24 hours a day. It also has to be Su Shin's life-sucking. If it were someone else, it would have already become jerky. Shouldn't have been so intense, but Su Shin jeered and angered Hu Huer. The Black Fox family hates human beings, but the owner of the fox had orders, and she didn't dare to kill Su Shin directly, so she wanted to kill Su Shin in this way. But it is precisely the achievement of Su Shin, soon. Su Shin was ordered to get dressed. He still wore the white ring, but when he left the inner hall, he saw a white fox girl looking at him with curious eyes. "You are." Su Shin was stunned. This white fox girl was the beast-eared girl who fought Taiji before. He was almost killed by Wei Luo and others before. Fortunately, Su Shin was kind-hearted and could not see the beast-eared mother suffering, so he rescued him. "Well, it should be like this in my memory. Anyway, my body is fine, but my spirit is a little haggard. I saved you. Judging from your appearance, your status here should not be low. Is this how you treat your savior?" Su Shin immediately raised his face and asked the white fox girl. "I can't be the master." The white fox girl replied lightly, and then motioned for him to follow her to see the fox master reign. On the road, Su Shin asked her, "What's your name?" Lin. The fox girl Lin replied simply, "Good name." The other party's reaction made Hu Nulin a little concerned and asked, "What's the good?" "When I heard this name, I wanted to destroy the world directly for you." Mum is right, human men are indeed eloquent, they should not be trusted, they should be treated like pigs and dogs. Hu Nulin's beautiful face suddenly became cold. Along the way, he never spoke to Su Shin again. Even if Su Shin scolded her angrily, it was the same. Full of stubbornness. At sunset, Su Shin saw Fox Lord reign. Hu Zuyu spoke very softly, saying that he had neglected Su Shin and told him not to take it to heart. Then asked Su Shin to continue like this, there must be a big thank you when it's done. All in all, the speech is very gentle, but the content is deceiving. Su Shin can probably guess, once their clan mother really recovered from her injuries, she would be completely useless. At that time, she was afraid that she would really be treated as a favored person, and life would be better than death. However, he has no way to control or change the current situation. Zero asked for flowers, he quickly left Fox Lord reign. Advertisement but in the middle of being called away by Hu Langer. When Hu Langer saw him and insulted him, Su Shin was extremely angry, with the look of the woman's forced face deeply imprinted in her heart. But in fact, Su Shin's anger was fake, because the level of scolding is too low. Su Shin wouldn't care about it even if he studied a little on the internet. She scolded people but not her mother, and her harm was almost zero. Today is so over. After a week, day and night and day. Su Shin's spirit became extremely numb. Even if his body does not stop for a moment, he seems to have achieved a sage mentality. And on this day, but the joy in his heart could not be concealed. Of course not because of the current situation, of course not. Instead, he breaks through. From the 10th level of gold to the 1st level of master, it has crossed a large level. Because all of his storage bags have been placed with senior sister Lin Zhenru, the golden book Su Shin from the 10th level of gold to the 1st level of the master cannot be used in time. After Su Shin ascended to the master level, he opened the upgrade package after a long absence. When you upgrade to silver, you will get the Heart of Life talent, and when you upgrade to gold, you will get the Willow of Life. But now that he is promoted to master, he will definitely not be disappointed. He immediately opened the package. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the talent 1 body and 1 heart. As predicted, another talent, and this time is different from the previous 2. The reason is that Su Shin now has 2 careers. In the 3 gift packs from the 7th golden rank to the 10th golden rank, he had given out martial artist skills. This means that the reward content of the gift package will fit and change according to his own conditions. Adieu. No matter how the black fox girl went up, down, left, right, Su Xin sank to check her new talent. Looking at this, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. Sure, you were amazing. It was the first time he showed a happy expression. You were able to make him react, and when it was our turn, he was like a dead pig, not interesting at all. Sure, it has to be you. Seeing the change in Su Xin's face, the black fox girl next to her exclaimed. Su Xin ignored it. He carefully examined his new talent, and the ecstasy in his heart could not be held back. This talent, how to say it, it's about skill moves. In layman's terms, it can make Su Xin's skill form undergo a qualitative change. For example, after Su Xin casts Wooden Golem Jutsu, he can use this talent to make Wooden Golem use martial artist skills. That is, a different skill move is performed again on the skill move that was performed. Although Wooden Golem is integrated in attack and defense, the attack method is too simple, and the attack trajectory is easy to be seen through. In the face of high-level enemies, just being tall and unable to hit anyone is useless. But, the same body and the same mind's talent solution point. Wooden Golem has the skills of a fighter. Haha, it's exciting to think about it. And it's not just these things that make Su Xin ecstatic. Although his wood-style moves are performed by the main body, after performing them, they basically belong to single existence, Wooden Golem, Wooden Dragon, and even true several thousand hands. Can be counted as a separate existence, but controlled by Su Xin. However, with one body and one heart, Su Xin himself can. He can become a Wooden Golem, become a Wooden Dragon, and even become a Guanyin statue of true several thousand hands. It is equivalent to embedding wood-style moves in the body. It belongs to the combination of the forest fruit and the wood-style bloodline limit, with Chapter 71. Divine Refinement. Beast Ear Mother, put on your pants and start to wave. After stepping into the first rank of the master, another half-month passed. During the period of Su Xin, he went up one rank again, and the second rank of master. But it can't go any higher, even though he still draws the demon essence of the black fox girls. There is a kind of bondage in the dark, or the rules of heaven and earth prevent him from breaking through to the third rank master. The reason is simple, Master Seal. Previously, Su Xin had obtained a Master Seal in the copy of the Temple of Dusk, so he was able to break through to the second rank of Master with the help of Yao Yuan. But there is only one, in the Master rank. If you want to upgrade, you must have the Master Seal, which is the rule of the world's will and cannot be violated at all. But this doesn't mean that Su Xin can't draw Yao Yuan anymore. His current life storage ability has also been greatly improved, and he can store 10 tubes of blood, blue bars in his body. Now that the demon essence cannot be absorbed, it can only be stored. After obtaining the Master Seal in the future, you can quickly upgrade with the help of the stored demon essence. But there is a limit to this kind of storage. Another month passed. Su Xin can no longer get the benefits of Yao Yuan from the black fox girl. He is full. He became a real stallion. Even among the black foxes, it becomes a challenge for them. It is worth mentioning that, although the black fox women who came to learn from the scriptures are probably all broken shoes, but they are more experienced and have a lot of tricks. Among them, the one named Hu Shuer is the best at playing. Su Xin was amazed every time she gave 843. And over time, there are not so many broken shoes among the black foxes, so there are also some unmanned black foxes. So this wave is definitely not a loss. The only pity is that, after such a long time, Su Xin has never started a white fox girl. He regretted in his heart that he clearly liked Bicey more than Hazy. And this day, Su Xin really started planning to escape from the Fox Demon clan's territory. Yes, he hadn't thought of running away before, but now that he can no longer get the benefit, Su Xin of course has to put on his pants and not recognize anyone. Then, Su Xin no longer uses the life-draining skills, which causes his resilience to keep up and loses weight day by day. But in 3 days, from a handsome young man, he became a bamboo pole, who was thinner than a yellow flower. The 4th day, no black fox continued to come. Fox Lord Rain appeared. You have been taught a skill, a divine art. After Fox Lord Rain appeared, a prompt appeared in Su Xin's mind. Divine Refinement. This is a spiritual skill that can be attacked and defended. Even in the Fox Demon clan, there are very few people who are qualified to practice divine arts. However, Su Xin did not understand the preciousness of this divine refining technique for the time being, and instead mocked Fox Lord Yu, saying, "Before I asked the horse to run and not let the horse eat grass, but now I have to make it up, it's too late." The clan mother's injury has improved a lot. Fox Lord Yu answered nonchalantly. Su Xin, who looked like a bamboo pole, lay on the jade bed and did not speak. Fox Lord Rain stared at Su Xin, her beautiful eyes flickered, and then asked, "Are you jealous of the Fox Demon clan for this?" As soon as these words came out, Su Xin suddenly came to his senses. Death question. But what she means by asking this is, ready to let herself go. Of course I'm not jealous. Hu Zuyu took a deep look at Su Xin, then turned and left. This made Su Xin confused. But at night, a figure sneaked into the inner hall where Su Xin was, and lifted the white ring on his hand. Advertisement. This figure is the fox girl. She said awkwardly, "I'll take you out of here." Lin. Su Xin was extremely excited, and at this moment he shouted more affectionately than Obito. "Shush, keep your voice down." Su Xin got up immediately, and her skinny figure became plump in an instant. Then followed Lin, all the way out of the fox demon territory. The two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. On a mountain behind the two, the big buffalo and the fox lord Yu were looking at the two. He does have unpredictable potential, and he may become a superpower in the future, but the way my fox clan treats him this time is wrong, and I regret letting him go. Fox Lord Yu sighed softly. What's there to regret, since you can't trust the current high-level powerhouses of human beings, you can only start from the juniors. This kid has an unusual destiny and can explode without dying. It's right for you to let him go. The big buffalo replied. Furthermore, didn't I tell you that he is an enchanting genius among human beings? Why do you still hand him over to the Black Fox clan? You take it for granted, the clan mother was injured by a strong human being, and the clan is now complaining about humans. How can I treat humans kindly? Now if I want to let him go, I can only do it secretly, otherwise Langer and the others will have to fight with me. The strong human beings who take refuge in the demon world, human beings are more eager to get rid of them than you are. The big buffalo chuckled softly, then he thought of something and asked, did you pass it on to him? Only the art of refining magic was passed down. 1. Huh? Where's the 6 gods Tianshu? I handed over the 6 gods to Lin, and Lin will follow him to the human world. If this human genius is recognized by Lin, Lin will pass it on to him. It really is your style of doing things. The big buffalo shook his head. I've already fed this enchanting boy into your mouth, but I'm still indecisive. After he finished speaking, he calmly jumped off the mountain peak and disappeared into the endless mountain range. Thank you, Lin. When Su Shin and Hu Nu Lin completely left the fox demon territory, the latter was truly at ease. He was still a little afraid that the fox demon would play the pervert game with him that, despair when you see hope is the most addictive. Just when he felt that he had escaped from the fox demon clan, a strong fox demon suddenly appeared and captured him again. I'll follow you. Fox girl Lin lowered her head and said so. Su Shin heard the words and laughed dryly, but did not speak, just looked at each other like this. I let you out privately, you are already a traitor in the clan. You mean, are you willing to be my pet? Su Shin's eyes became sharper. Although he is not a peerless the resourceful general, he will never be peerless mental retardation. Although among the fox demons, the Black Fox clan has a great hatred for human beings, and the White Fox does not appear. But he didn't think that he had a place where the fox girl Lin would be willing to follow. I'm handsome, but I'm not stupid, inappropriate. 1. If you're not a pet, how can I take you out of the dungeon world? Now the demon world is different from the past. Some demon races can start to freely enter and leave the demon world and go to the human world, so can I. Hu Nulin's remarks made Su Shin secretly startled. Up to you. Su Shin waved his hand, there must be an intention. However, he checked himself carefully, and he was not left with any hands or feet. As for what this fox girl wanted to do, he was rather interested. Then shall we start going to the human world now? The fox girl Lin didn't ask when she saw Su Shin walking forward. No, I haven't really seen this monster race continent. Aren't you afraid that my clan will send someone to arrest you? Why didn't you come and leave the demon world? Just kidding. If it wasn't for being deceived by that cow, would your fox clan catch me? Su Shin sneered. Now that he has the talent of the same body and the same heart, he can directly turn into vegetation, and his breath is perfectly integrated with the nature of heaven and earth. For example, he can turn into a tree, and even the Fox clan powerhouse can't recognize him standing in front of him. Advertisement. Su Shin looked at her personal panel at this time. Open black lens bracket professor, Su Shin. Occupation, medic, fighter level, master second order, 0. Strength, 41,500. Constitution, 98,100. Auxiliary skills, life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood-based skills. Many words are omitted. Talent, the heart of life, the same mind. Plant pet. Willow of life. Close black lens bracket. Stepping into the master level, this is a huge watershed, and Su Shin's panel value has increased significantly. Among them, the physique is almost breaking 100,000. Now, with the blessing of the strange force, a punch can hit more than 4 million kilograms of force. The most important thing is that he now has a lot of demon essence stored in his body. Therefore, he must hunt down some monsters at the master price in the monster continent, use this method to burst out the master seal, and then continue to upgrade. Su Shin now thinks that the big buffalo sent him to the Fox Demon clan. It certainly wasn't as simple as really selling him. In addition to Kun Kun being a little tired, Su Shin has indeed benefited a lot from being trapped in the Fox Demon territory for more than a month. The experience value in that area is also rising, and what kind of trick poses can come easily. Hu Nulin looked at Su Shin and stopped talking. Do you have any opinion on me? Vaguely, Su Shin felt that Hu Enlin seemed to have a prejudice against him. My mother said that human men should not be trusted. Su Shin ignored her. Immediately afterwards, he began to look in a random direction to find his prey. At this moment, in the border town of the Yan Kingdom, the atmosphere is chilling and the twilight is heavy. Above the high wall, there are full of human professionals, they are ready to go, and their eyes are full of solemnity. I saw in the endless wilderness right in front of the high wall. One after another, the outline of the beast tide gradually emerged. Under the city, there are countless corpses of low-level alien beasts lying on the side. How many times is this? The 7th wave of beast tide. Why did the alien beasts in the endless wilderness suddenly attack our flame kingdom? Not only the Yan Kingdom, but all the human kingdoms bordering the endless wilderness have suffered from beast swarms to varying degrees in the recent past. It's going to change. The number of alien beasts in the endless wilderness cannot be counted, and there is no shortage of powerful alien beasts. And if alien beasts really fight with human beings will not perish, but human society will inevitably collapse because of this. To this end, professionals from the Yan Kingdom, calling on them to go to the border city to resist the 3.5 beast tide. The 7 sons of the Empire should strive to lead by example. And because of the turmoil of alien beasts, it has become difficult to download the Dungeon of the Secret Realm, and the interests of the professional guilds have suffered great losses. Why don't you see Su Xin, Border Town Exchange Building, in the lobby? Students from the 7 sons of the Empire flocked in, from all grades. Feng Peng from Yan Jing University went to Zhongnan University at this time, looked at Yan Jing and Xia Yingui, and asked, "Yeah, how can such a big scene be without him? I don't know what level Su Xin is now, I'm already at the 10th level of gold. There are 3 upgrade books in his hand, and I heard that they have not been resold, so I have the idea of buying them." Xia Yingui, are you Su Xin's girlfriend? Where is Su Xin? Xia Yingui looked at the man. Does Su Xin know that I am her girlfriend? I heard that Su Xin lived in your house for a while after awakening to her profession, so I thought. The man was a little embarrassed. Where is Su Xin now? I don't know. Then Xia Yingui simply replied. Most of the geniuses in the previous genius trials have now appeared in the border city due to the chaos of the beast tide. The Yan Kingdom has no shortage of geniuses every year. In the environment of the chaos of the beast tide, these geniuses have to set an example, otherwise it will be difficult to set people's hearts. Chapter 72 I knew it, only Su Xin can pretend like this. After a week, the beast tide is not a monolith now. 1. Some dungeon creatures walked out of the secret world and joined the beast tide, which made the beast tide even more chaotic, giving us a chance to gradually defeat it. Those high-level alien beasts are in charge of seniors, but we still have to be careful. Although the beast tide rebellion is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us. The 7 sons of the Empire first issued a decapitation order, and those who perform well in the beast tide rebellion will be given generous rewards. Some of these rewards can't be bought with money. Outside the border town, a young man with extraordinary temperament was talking to the group in front of him. There were 50 people in this group, they are all from Zhongnan University, and there are only 10 first-year students, including Xia Yingui, Yan Jing, Ling Feng and other outstanding talented students this year. The other 40 were the seniors and seniors of Zhongnan University. Among the first-year students, apart from these outstanding geniuses, the strength of other freshmen did not reach the golden level, and their strength was not enough, so naturally they did not need to participate. The person who spoke was named Zhang Feng, a 4th-year student at Zhongnan University. Although he was only 22 years old, he was already a 10th rank master. Looking at the entire Yan Kingdom, 10th rank masters of this age are extremely rare, and the future is immeasurable. Before, Yan Jing and others were quite embarrassed in the beast swarm. But now it's not like it used to be. Among the 50 people, most of them are of the 10th golden rank and the master rank, and even if they face the encirclement of low-level alien beasts, they can calmly solve it. The 7 sons of the Empire adopted the elite squad mode this time. With 50 people as a small team, they specially hunted down the middle and high-level alien beasts among the alien beasts that could command the low-level alien beasts, in order to weaken the impact of the beast tide. Without the command of high-level alien beasts, low-level alien beasts are no more than a mess of sand, and the threat posed by them is greatly reduced. 30. This time we are in charge of the south side, and Beijing University and Xiling University are also in charge of this side, and if we meet them later, we can join forces. Zhang Feng's words were clear, and his eyes were a little hot. In ordinary times, he wants to hit the Grandmaster rank, but he doesn't know when he will wait. But now the chaos of the beast tide is his great opportunity. The 7 sons of the Empire jointly promulgated a reward system. If he performs well, it is very likely that he will be selected by the high level in this big environment, and then help him step into the master rank. For a time, he hoped that the beast tide chaos could last a little longer. But at this time, the people of Yanmen were panic spreading, and the internet was also mourning and restless. All eyes are on the border town. The residents of the border cities have begun to temporarily migrate to the rear cities. Once the border city is broken, the modern social structure of the Yan Kingdom will suffer an unprecedented blow, and then life will be completely destroyed. Everyone quickly responded to Zhang Feng's words. He then waved his hand and led his juniors into the chaotic beast tide. Although dangerous, it is also a stage. Not many people know about Su Xin's encounter with the dark god cult. Xia Yingui thought Su Xin in her heart. She had already regarded the latter as her goal of surpassing. She is very ambitious at this moment, thinking of stepping from the 10th golden rank to the master rank as soon as possible. By the way, Su Xin's upgrade book is really precious. Even if Xia Yingyu's father was the city lord of the Zhongnan region of the Yan Kingdom, it is not so easy to buy an upgrade book from the 10th level of gold to the 1st level of master. However, Xia Yingui does not insist on this aspect. She believes that with her talent, it is not difficult to step into the master level. Another few days passed. Under Zhang Feng's wise leadership, Zhongnan University and Beijing University succeeded in trapping hundreds of people. I told you not to chase. Although that dungeon creature, Ice Crystal Beast, is rare, don't forget that we are in a beast swarm. It's good now, surrounded by a dozen monsters that are equivalent to master level monsters. 1. It's all to blame for Jiangnan University's senior Zhang. What the fuss? The news that we are under siege will soon spread, and there will naturally be seniors and strong men coming to relieve the trouble. Let's hold on until then. One Zhang Feng looked at the young heroes in front of him with an ugly face, and was speechless for a while. Advertisement Ice Crystal Beast is a relatively well-known dungeon creature, from the Dungeon Secret Realm, Iceland World. It can burst out a material, the heart of ice crystal, which is extremely rare and can increase the success rate of the rank. In fact, no wonder Zhang Feng, he said he wanted to chase, but others didn't have much opinion. It's just that this team is not as disciplined as the Yan Nation Professional Legion. If it encounters a little bump, it will expose some problems. Get out of the siege first. With a low voice, Zhang Feng took his younger brothers and sisters from Jiangnan University, and his compatriots from Beijing University worked hard to kill the beast tide. And half an hour later, it successfully merged with Xiling University and successfully fell into a larger encirclement. What happened? Why is the number of beast tides increasing? Maid, you are being chased by the beast horde. Why do you want to implicate us? The high-achieving students from the three top universities immediately scolded each other. Xiling University had been doing well. As a result, Jiangnan University and Beijing University attracted the beast tide, and then they were besieged together. Of course they were angry. Don't panic, I'm here to ask for help. I saw a third-year senior from Xiling University stood up, took out a talisman, and tore it apart. The talisman props immediately burst into the sky like fireworks, and it is about to announce the position signal with the border city. But still waiting for the signal to explode, I saw a master-level eagle and beast swallowing the signal talisman into his mouth. Alien beasts are wise when they reach the master level. The semaphores aren't used just once, they certainly have memory. Messenger. However, there are various ways to ask for help, and someone took out a communication talisman. The number of beast hordes suddenly increased sharply, and the number of teams asking for help has skyrocketed. Biancheng wants us to delay as long as possible, and they will arrange rescue. The people from Xiling University opened their mouths, but their expressions were very solemn. Among the many teams, it is inevitable that the students of the Seven Sons of the Empire will be rescued first. It's just time. It's not time to die yet, someone shouted and fought away with the alien beast. Seeing this, the rest of the people stopped arguing and fought the beasts one after another. There is no doubt about the strength of the top students of the Seven Sons of the Empire. But the number of beast tides has increased abnormally, not only low-level alien beasts, but also the number of middle and high-level alien beasts. Originally, more than a dozen alien beasts of the master rank led the beast tide to besiege them. But over time, gradually turned into 20 or 30 heads. And the number is still increasing. Even if these people have auxiliary occupations in the team, the auxiliary milk has been sucked dry, and their resilience cannot keep up. Resulting in, the situation of Zhang Feng and others became more and more urgent. After another half-day, there have been one after another of seriously wounded persons or to combat. It's been a day, why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? What is that? At this time, everyone saw that in the beast tide, some monsters that were obviously different from the alien beasts appeared. That is the monster of the Abyss Copy World. The Abyss Copy World is forbidden to enter, but I have read this monster in the book. 1. 2. What's going on? In the end, this beast tide chaos. The beasts began to be mixed in the beast tide, and the number increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. These beasts, although they are beast-shaped, are ferocious and terrifying. Wherever he passed, the ground beneath his feet was even more stagnant. It's over there. At this moment, a voice sounded in the middle. People looked up. Advertisement. Then I saw several figures standing on the huge flying bird, among which there was a fox-eared beast girl. The whole body of the flying bird seems to be composed of vegetation, and his eyes are looking down at the moment. The one who shouted was Zhao Shu, a spearman from Jiangnan University. It's all right, Zhao Shu shouted at the crowd below. Zhao Shu, what are you talking about? How can you control the beast? The first-year students of Jiangnan University shouted at the sky. Rescue came, but not quite. Wood-style pheasant mouth. At this time, but I saw that the huge wooden bird suddenly stretched out its arms, and its body extended one block after another. The wooden block instantly turned into wooden birds one after another, swooping down towards the bottom. For a time, everyone's eyes were dull, and the sky was raining with wooden birds. Hundreds of wooden birds swooped down, and the scene was spectacular. Boom. Bang 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 bang. 843. When the wooden bird hit the ground, it immediately set off a violent and roaring explosion. And such explosions continued to rise, like a carpet bombing. This. Zhang Feng's eyes froze for a moment. The wave of alien beasts that surrounded them was bombed out of 10 in just one face-to-face effort. Su Xin. It must be Su Xin. At this time, someone exclaimed. The wooden bird flew downward, and under the horrified eyes of everyone, the wooden bird shrunk in size, and then turned into the appearance of Su Xin. I knew it. The first-year students of Jiangnan University, Beijing University, and Xiling University were all excited. In the previous genius trials, Su Xin gave them the impression that all sentient beings are indelible. So that even if they encountered the so-called wood-type mage in the future, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. And now, although Su Xin showed his brand new moves, because he was free with Mew, people could think of him for the first time. How do you know it's me? Su Xin looked towards a freshman at Beijing University. This kind of coercion, only you can pretend, ha ha ha. Su Xin heard the words and laughed. He then said resolutely, I am calling the name now, and there can be no one left out, and the person who calls the name will say it. Yan Jing. Yan Jing rolled his eyes. Here, 1. Sha Yingui. Arrive. Xiao Shangning. Shangning didn't come. Sha Yingui said. Okay, that person is here, let's go. He grabbed the second daughter, then turned into a wooden bird again, and left with the second daughter. What? Brother Su, why is this happening? Brother, take us for a ride. Others were immediately dumbfounded. We are not human, are we? It's all right. Zhang Feng murmured something. The siege of the surrounding beast tide has been completely disintegrated. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Looking at the huge wooden bird that disappeared into the distant sky, the whole person could not return to his senses for a long time. Chapter 73: The Beast Tide's General Attack. What exactly is going on? When Yan Jing and Sha Yingui stood on the back of the wooden bird, they realized it later and asked Zhao Shu a question. It seems that the alien beasts are going to launch a general attack. At present, the professional teams are returning to the border town. Zhao Shu immediately had a calm face and a solemn tone. That's not what I asked, it's him. Sha Yingui looked at Su Xin under him. Oh, it's like this, my professional team was in danger, and then Su Xin found out, he helped us out of the siege, and then I received your summons and told Su Xin, so I came to save you. Zhao Shu's succinct Kaido, because it was so straightforward, Yan Jing and Sha Yingui couldn't complain at all. Look at Su Xin again, his eyes sank, and he ignored Yan Jing and Sha Yingyu's words for a while. Obtaining the Master Seal is easier than Su Xin imagined. He hunted down the Master-level Demon Clan in the Demon Clan continent, and successfully collected the 8 Master Seals, required from the 2nd-rank Master to the 10th-rank Master. However, the Demon Essence in his body can only support him to the 5th rank of the Master. In addition, there is no experience value for the creatures in the large open-world copy. Therefore, there is no improvement after rising to the 5th rank of the Master. Naturally, the personal panel value has also improved. Power: 62,300. Constitution: 137,800. Close black lens bracket, and just helping Zhang Feng and others to clear the siege is not a newly developed move in essence. But the skills taught by the Big Buffalo are thousands of rivers flowing. He applied thousands of rivers and streams in wood style, and a relatively new skill form appeared. Su Xin is now transformed into a wooden bird. There is no such thing as a development move. Because the wooden bird and the wooden dragon are not very different in essence, even the wooden bird has no ability to bind and absorb the life energy of others, but it is easier to display. After coming out of the monster continent world, even in the inner circle of the endless wilderness, a large number of alien beasts have already appeared. This makes Su Xin realize that something big is going on. He hurried to the border town, and on the way, he encountered many professional teams that were trapped by the sudden surge of beasts, and Zhao Shu's team was there during the period. And then, as it is now, the outline of the border town in front of me became clearer and clearer. In order to prevent being mistaken for an alien beast, Su Xin released his transformation state and then walked into the border town with the others. After entering the border town, Biancheng is nervously assembling an army of professional legions, and all the professional college students and guild members of the Yan Kingdom will be temporarily incorporated into the legion to resist the upcoming general attack of the beast tide. Lend me the phone. Su Xin asked Zhao Shu for his cell phone, and then informed the teacher Guo Zhen that he was okay, and asked about the current situation of senior sister Lin Zhenru. After learning that Lin Zhenru was at Zhongnan University, Su Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Any professional who is currently in the border city, immediately go to the first floor of the border city professional trading building to report. It is a matter of the survival of the border city. Forced to join the editor, cannot refuse. But at this time, the atmosphere in the border town was extremely urgent. Teams of soldiers in military uniforms are shouting constantly in the border town. Today's border towns are not as prosperous as they used to be. There is no more traffic on the streets, and the ordinary residents in the border city are all evacuated to the inner city of Yan. Why did the beast tide suddenly erupt? Su Xin asked to the side with some doubts. Everyone else shook their heads. I just told Su Xin that at first the beast tide was not as exaggerated as it is now, but it has reached the point where it cannot be cured without retreating. Fox girl Lin stood silently behind Su Xin like a little transparent. During this time, Su Xin basically ignored the beast-eared girl. He knew that the latter followed him. It must be the arrangement of the Fox Demon clan. Advertisement: the latter is not a small talker like Xiao Shangning. If you don't talk to her, she can't take the initiative to talk to you, like a mute. Well, if it wasn't annoying, Su Xin wouldn't bother to care about her. After hearing the notice of compulsory enrollment, Su Xin took Yan Jing, Sha Yingui and others into the lobby on the first floor of the Biancheng Professional Exchange Building. At this time, the hall was already full of people. This time the beast tide is definitely not what it used to be. Have you heard? The city bordering the bordering small country, Yu Kingdom, and the endless wilderness has been washed away by the beast tide, causing countless casualties. The same is true of the Western countries, which have begun to show signs of complete collapse, and even the epic powerhouses have taken action. It's just that I have the most outstanding people in the Yan Kingdom, and the number of professionals in the world is the largest in the world, so that the border town has not been destroyed so far. But the beast swarm this time is different from the past. Even the order notice for compulsory inclusion has come, which is enough to show that the situation has reached an urgent point. During this time, I have seen 3 of the Uranus-level seniors alone. People from Yan Nation gathered in one place and talked worriedly. Su Xin. You really came. Su Xin walked towards the location of the service desk in the lobby, and a voice sounded. He looked back and found that it was Feng Peng, a necromancer from Yan Jing University. Feng Peng also seemed to have just returned, and his face was a little pale. Obviously, he had experienced a lot of battles and consumed a lot. Next to him were a group of faces that were neither familiar nor unfamiliar. They are all geniuses of Yan Jing University who participated in the genius trial of the Dusk Temple before. Su Xin looked around for a while, but did not find Modu University, nor did he find Wu Jinlian. Someone in Magic City University wanted to avoid this beast-tide attack, but it was discovered that the top officials of the Border City Army were furious and ordered the students of Magic City University to be assigned to the front line. The tide is attacking. 1. Seeing Su Xin inquiring about Magic City University, Feng Peng is Kaido with a strange face. The more you want to run, the more you will be caught in the front line in the most dangerous place. This is not only to kill the chickens to warn the monkeys, but also to show the seriousness of this beast-tide general attack. With the example of Modu University in the first place. Professionals from other universities and other guilds, no matter how careful they are, can only hold back in their hearts. Su Xin nodded, then took a look at the service desk. Students from Zhongnan University are assigned to the 017th Corps in Biancheng, and the 017th Corps is currently located in Biancheng. The legionnaire on the service desk looked at Su Xin, informed him of the location, and urged him to hurry up and gather. The 017th Corps is about to rush to the outside of the border town. The professional legion does not lose the number of ordinary imperial soldier legions, there are as many as tens of thousands. The standard number for a legion is 10,000, and the legionnaires are better in cooperation and discipline, the individual strength is not strong, and even the level of silver first order. Compulsory inclusion now, the number of a legion is expanded to about 15,000 to 20,000 people. In the entire border city, there are nearly 50 professional legions. This meant that at least 1 million professionals would appear on the battlefield this time against the beast tide. With such a large number of professionals, looking at the whole world, Yan Kingdom was able to gather together so easily. Su Xin, what rank are you now? Su Xin was going to report at the location of the 017 Corps. Before leaving, Feng Peng hesitated for a while, and when Su Xin was almost out of sight, he asked. As soon as this is said, Yan Jing and Shia Yingui next to them were also very concerned about waiting for Su Xin's answer. I'm a master, how about you? Su Xin was very straightforward. Kaido. Me too. Feng Peng said halfway through, and his words suddenly got stuck. Are you a master too? Su Xin was shocked, his upgrade speed could not be replicated by others. Without the demon essence of the Fox Demon clan, it would not be difficult for Su Xin to rise to the master rank, but it would not be possible to achieve it in just a few months. Advertisement, no, I'm almost at the 10th rank of gold. After Feng Peng finished speaking, he regretted a little why he had nothing to do, and he had to find a blow on this evildoer. He didn't think Su Xin was lying to him, because from the bottom of his heart, he felt that when Su Xin said he was a master class, it was very reasonable. Cut. Su Xin waved his hand and left. When he went to the 017 Corps, he asked the fox girl Lin to stay in a random place, and then came to him after the beast tide was over. Anyway, the fox is of the canine family and has a very smart nose, so it is not difficult to find him. Hu Nulin nodded and said nothing. Su Xin is here. Legion 017 was gathering in a square somewhere in the border town at this time. One after another, there are professional supporters and reorganization teams. Not only Zhongnan University, some guild professionals and students from other general professional universities were also assigned to this corps. When seeing Su Xin, several people, Zhongnan University immediately greeted Su Xin. Su Xin looked towards them. Boys, he has no impression. As for the girls, he remembered that a few senior sisters had invited him to dinner before. A legion officer's face was calm, not angry and arrogant. Zhongnan University, Su Xin. Su Xin took the initiative to report, and the latter asked Su Xin to stretch out her left and right arms. Su Xin complied, and he painted Su Xin in number 4396, 2 arms, 1 on each side. Looking at the number 4396, Su Xin was furious and asked what the other party meant. The other party didn't explain, just money is good, let Su Xin join the team. Because it is a temporary forced recruitment, there is no military uniform and equipment. Everything is urgent, this number is to prevent us from finding all the dead bodies and not recognizing people. 1. Some seniors at Zhongnan University explained it. By the way, Su Xin, you are an auxiliary occupation. The auxiliary occupation is over there. 1. At this time, someone thought of something and said quickly. I'm not an assistant. Su Xin shook her head, but you're a medical doctor? Others are puzzled, the safety of auxiliary occupations is very guaranteed, and it will be their turn only when the people in front are dead. Medical doctor? The medical doctor goes over there? The Legion officer Yan Jing heard the words and came over. People in the Legion don't pay attention to any domestic talent, so they have no impression or feeling about the name Su Xin. Su Xin paused, he didn't make a fuss, and silently walked over to the Legion's auxiliary profession. In a Legion, there are hundreds of auxiliary occupations configured. Most of them are women, and there are fewer men. After that, people still came to report. Yan Jing, on the other hand, kept looking at the time, and at a certain moment, he immediately shouted loudly. Time's up. Those who didn't come will go to other legions and leave immediately. At the moment, the 017 corps of nearly 20,000 people went out of the border town neatly and orderly. And outside the border town, the general attack of the beast tide has already begun. Chapter 74. The real support is to eradicate all existences that threaten teammates. There are 10 gates in the border town. The 017 Legion came out from the number 7 city gate. When Su Xin and the others walked out of the city gate, they were stunned by the sight of the battle in front of them. The seemingly endless low-level alien beasts are turning into waves of gray tides rushing straight towards the border town. Even though the number of professional legions is constantly increasing, it is also difficult to completely intercept such a number of alien beasts. Su Xin looked to the side. Surprisingly, it was discovered that the city gate number 8 in the distance was closed, but a large number of alien beasts were constantly ramming the city gate. Boom! Boom! The deafening crashing sound continued to be heard. And in the sky, a large number of birds and beasts are also swept across the sky, to cross the high wall and enter the border city. But the high altitude is the key defense place of the border city. There are strong seniors who are guarding high in the sky, defending against the army of birds and beasts. Water spell. Water of Tianhe, Liaoyuan karmic fire. Wind cutting technique. At the time when such a huge battle between humans and alien beasts was shocked, the mages of the 017 Legion had already begun to attack. The Legion will be divided into different units according to the attack characteristics of professionals. Auxiliary occupations are in the safest rear, the warrior profession is in the front, and the mage profession is in the middle, using their own spell profession skills to attack at medium and long distances. Like Yan Jing, although she likes to fight in close quarters, she is still in the mage army, where there is thunder and lightning, a bit of a super electromagnetic gun. And Shia Yingui is a swordsman. This is a fighting profession, and it is to be at the forefront. Su Xin looked at the other legions beside him from afar. It was found that there were a large number of professional corpses lying on the battlefield in front of those legions, which was the fighting profession that stood in the forefront. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and use your auxiliary skills. At this time, a girl with big T** S next to him pushed Su Xin, who was stunned, and urged him to use his auxiliary skills. She is Priest 847. At this moment, I am using my Blessing of Power skills to help the fighting professions ahead to improve their combat power. Brother Su, milk me. Zhao Shu, the spearman assigned to the front, was yelling at this moment. He was fed Su Xin's milk, knowing that once Su Xin milks him, then he must have almost endless strength. To be frank, at this time, Su Xin was truly shocked. It's like a battle scene in a TV movie, it's really just too yile. Really experience it, we'll find out how shocking it is. In reality, even if it was 10,000 people, it would be a crowded scene. At this time, the number of professional legions who resisted the general attack of the beast horde in the border city was more than 1 million. And in the various city gates, there are still continuous follow-up legions to join in. Life returns. One for a time, Su Xin immediately cast life recovery. Because the intensity of the beast swarm was too high, he had already seen Zhao Shu, Xia Yingui and the others at the forefront, and some people could not hold it anymore. It's only a few minutes away. Ooh, whose life is this? I feel like I'm full of infinite power. My skill consumption just now has been directly recovered. Ha ha ha, assistant brother, continue milking, and leave it to us in front. One round of life was restored, because there were too many people, and even Su Xin himself was almost overwhelmed. And those fighting professions who resisted the beast horde in front of them, at this moment, are like chicken blood, and it seems that they have even given their courage to the milk. Yan Jing, the officer commanding the 017 Corps, saw this scene, and his eyes couldn't help showing a touch of surprise and surprise. He quickly said to Su Xin, "Advertisement, pay attention to the consumption, listen to my order, when I ask you to use the assistant, DADF, skill, you can use it again." 1. Su Xin's support is surprisingly good. Yan Jing saw it in his eyes, and naturally he had to distribute them reasonably. He knew that when these little guys entered the battlefield, they could be reckless at first, but as casualties occurred, they would start to feel turbulent and start to be afraid. And at that time, the supporters in the rear gave them the confidence to fight again. At the same time, above the high wall, a group of Legion generals are watching the overall battle situation below. The number of troops has increased by 35, and Fu Jin is strictly guarding them. However, the scale of this beast swarm is far greater than before, and there are many killings. How is the battle on the commander's side? A general asked the adjutant next to him at this time. No results yet, but we have the upper hand. In the rear of the beast tide, there is another battlefield. That is the battlefield of Grandmasters, Uranus-class and high-class alien beasts. If the high-level alien beasts end, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to the general silver and gold level professional legion. Don't say that humans don't use nuclear weapons here. In the extraordinary world, the power of human technological weapons can only be said to be average. Because of the destructive power of Uranus-class alien beasts, it is not weak to nuclear weapons. When Yan Guo used a Uranus-class senior, he had already used nuclear weapons. General Zheng Xuan's looked at the battlefield below, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. I saw that in the 017 Legion, someone who was obviously located in the auxiliary troop actually directly crossed the mage troop in front. Yan Jing, what do you think about people? Zheng Xuan's immediately took out the communication talisman and angrily reprimanded the officer Yan Jing. On this battlefield, the most important thing is discipline. If someone in the combat profession in the front flees back out of fear, the officer in charge of the Legion will immediately kill the fleeing person. Legion battles do not seek personal strength, but only strict discipline. Once there is a sign of the collapse of discipline in the Legion, the combat effectiveness of the Legion will plummet. Just now, the 012 Legion was due to the fact that most of the fighting professions in front ran away because of fear, resulting in the formation of the 012 Legion being swept away by the beast tide, with most of the casualties. The officers of the 012 Corps were immediately beheaded in public after they retreated to the border town with the rest of the Legion. "What are you doing? Come back!" Officer Yan Jing was furious. He shouted at Su Shin's back, who was rushing forward, and there were even signs of making a move. The strength of the officers is not strong, the master is around 10th rank, and some may only be 7th or 8th rank. The forward support is naturally Su Shin. His life recovery skills are different from priests, not buffs, and cannot improve combat power. He can only let the person who was breastfed by him continue to fight. But in the face of the massive beast tide, this approach is undoubtedly a waste of his Su Shin's fighting power. At this moment, Su Shin deeply understands that support can't change the overall situation at all, it all depends on his teammates. I saw Su Shin jumped straight to the height of more than 100 meters. His eyes narrowed suddenly, his hands clasped together, and he entered Sage mode. Immediately afterwards, his entire human form underwent earth-shaking changes. His physique keeps skyrocketing, without a moment. A 100-meter wooden golem fell heavily on the ground, blasting a shockwave, turning the person who was lifted by the alien beast in front of him. Wooden golem looks like Su Shin, with a black texture on his face and a round bullseye on his forehead. This is exactly Su Shin's talent in Sage mode, using one body and one heart, to let the wood-style skills belong to himself. He is wooden golem jutsu in Sage mode. This? Officer Yan Jing was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the huge wooden golem, which was as high as the border city wall, and saw the wooden golem standing in front of the professional combat troops. Even the wave of alien beasts in front seemed to be invisible. Advertisement, I Su Shin, the god of cruelty. Su Shin turned her head and pointed. Guan Yan pointed. Immediately afterwards, he punched and slammed towards the front. Thousands of rivers flow. With a punch, the atmosphere of the whole world seemed to be driven by him. All of a sudden, countless airwaves and shockwaves rushed above the sky like rivers and seas, rushing towards the front of the strange beast tide. Boom. Boom boom boom. With one punch, tens of thousands of low-level alien beasts were instantly killed. Right in front of the 017 Corps, a huge vacuum appeared. The alien beast just now seemed to be vaporized by Su Shin's fist along with its flesh and blood. But that's not enough. The number of beast hordes is too large, and the follow-up alien beasts will soon be filled. However, Su Shin didn't wait for them to rush up, and took the initiative to meet him. That tall and bloated wooden golem looks like a nimble fat man at the moment, and his figure is so agile that it can even produce afterimages when he moves. Wooden golem rushes into the beast tide, use both fists and feet, every punch and every kick is like a landslide. This scene was really shocking. What's going on over there? Damn it, there's a traitor on the other side of the beast? Go. It's wooden golem, wooden golem, wooden golem, is that Su Shin's move? Seeing this scene, the Legion members next to him were dumbfounded and seemed to forget to breathe. On the high wall, the General Zhang Xuan's held the communication talisman, and his eyes were filled with shock. He keeps an eye on each Legion, therefore, when Su Shin left his proper position, he immediately reprimanded Yan Jing, asking him to adjust immediately to stop the signs of the Legion's collapse of discipline. He saw with his own eyes the boy jumped into the sky and turned into a 100-meter wooden golem. Now, bye-bye wooden golem. It's like a human jumping into an antpile and stepping on the ants to death. He couldn't believe it, and he was beyond shocked. On the battlefield, suddenly there is a god of war. God of war, god of vegetables. 017 Legion here, nearly 20,000 people were stunned, and they could no longer see the enemy. The enemy was blocked by the wooden golem in front of him, and the tension disappeared, but an unspeakable emotion grew in his heart. Sir, someone asked the sluggish Yan Jing, doesn't seem like we don't need us? In front of the 017 Corps, the position of the combat troops, Shia Yingui, Zhao Shu and the other combat professionals looked at each other, unable to speak for a while. They stood there with their hands tied, as if they had been punished. And the next scene made them doubt life even more. These low-level alien beasts are not afraid of death at all. Even if there are too many kills, the direction of the forward charge will not change at all. However, after Su Shin appeared, this phenomenon has changed. I saw that the strange beasts in front of wooden golem began to divert for the first time, rushing directly towards the other two sides, trying to bypass Su Shin. He scared Lu? Xia Yingui stared at her beautiful eyes, her face extremely wonderful. What kind of monster is this F*K? Grass, if he's on the opposite side. I don't even dare to think about it. He's an assistant, haha, he's an assistant, Chapter 75 Fight to Fame. The name of Su Shin spreads all over the world. The so-called Sage mode, because there is no chakra power system in the current world. So Su Shin enters Sage mode, which is equivalent to linking himself with heaven and earth. He draws the power of heaven and earth from heaven and earth all the time, which also makes his combat power soar unprecedentedly in Sage mode. However, Sage mode is different from the usual state. Even if Su Shin has the god-level skill of life absorption, it cannot be maintained for a long time. In addition, the talent of one body and one heart can make Su Shin's skill moves undergo qualitative changes in form, and it is true that various skill moves can be integrated, but there is also a limit. At least the current Su Shin can't turn himself into the true several thousand hands Guanyin Buddha statue. Because that is too much burden on the body, it will make Su Shin's heart of life explode one after another. Ultraman is called a red light, and he is directly dead. But for cruelty, Sage Mode is a bit redundant. So Su Shin released the Sage Mode, and he was still incarnate as the 100-meter wooden golem. Even if the alien beasts in front take the initiative to avoid him. But Su Shin naturally chased and beat these alien beasts. In this extremely anxious battlefield, people were injured and killed every moment, and the atmosphere was chilling and pressing to the extreme. But there is a different style of painting. I saw the tall wooden golem that looked like the Ming king of Buddhism, with a sturdy figure like a rabbit, and his shot was like a thunderbolt. Around the tall wooden golem, the airwaves rolled like tides, like a storm lingering around the wooden golem, and it was delayed. All the soldiers of the Legion looked stunned, they seem as if they are watching Buddha doing Wing Chun. I wanted to complain about this weird style of painting, but I was frightened from the bottom of my heart and felt really powerful. Whose pet is this wooden golem? What pet? That's Su Shin's move. Who is Su Shin? The freshmen of Zhongnan University this year are also known as the first genius of the Yan Kingdom this year. Xinsheng. What a joke. So far, how many alien beasts have died in his hands? Can he be called Dinsheng? To resist the tide of alien beasts, he can stand up to a legion alone? Can this be called a new life? Su Shin. He got my approval. You are? Because of Su Shin's highlight moment in the audience, the tense atmosphere on the battlefield was relieved to some extent. On the high wall of the border city, Zhang Xuanzi looked at the 100-meter wooden golem that was moving in and out in the tide of alien beasts, like a 100-meter wooden golem mowing the grass, and the shock in his eyes could not disappear for a long time. However, he still commands the rest of the Legion at a high intensity. Even the 017 Legion immediately changed positions to continue to resist the tide of alien beasts. Su Shin kills alien beasts really fast, however, in such a vast battlefield, there are countless waves of alien beasts, and he currently does not have the ability to end the battle by himself. At most, it is only about the battle situation, so that the situation advantage tends to the side of the Frontier City Professional Legion. On the other side of the alien beasts, they discovered the special existence of Su Shin, and naturally thought that the human side would use the seniors at the master level and above to end the battle. Therefore, roar. A roar like a dragon's roar suddenly resounded throughout the whole world. Zhang Xuanqi's eyes tightened, and he saw that the ground behind the alien beast wave suddenly cracked, and a terrifying earth dragon crawled out of it. The dragon stared at Su Shin in the distance, he opened his bloody mouth, and the breath beam didn't have much time to charge up, then turned into an aurora and charged straight towards Su Shin. In an instant, a strong premonition of crisis aroused in Su Shin's heart. Without saying a word, he directly pressed one arm to the ground. Wood expulsion jutsu. Boom. The ground surged, and a huge wooden shield rose from the ground, blocking Su Shin's front. The front of the shield had the appearance of a fang's grimace. Advertisement: as soon as this shield came out, it immediately blocked the breath of the earth dragon. Wood expulsion jutsu can be said to be Senju Hashirama's absolute defense skill. But this is the same as turning into a Buddha on the top, the power depends on Su Shin's own background. At this time, Su Shin's hands were behind the shield. When the shield was attacked by the earth dragon, an unimaginable surging force penetrated directly into Su Shin's arms from the shield. Click. There are cracks in the arms of wooden golem. Immediately afterwards, the surging force exploded completely, sending Su Shin flying to the rear in an instant. The latter's stature quickly changed to what it was. But it was also difficult to stabilize in the middle, and it smashed into the ground like this, smashing a crater. Su Shin. Zhao Shu shouted, his expression extremely nervous. He looked at the dragon in horror. Grandmaster rank. The Earth Dragon of the Grandmaster class, and it definitely belongs to the high-level level among the Grandmasters. The sudden attack of the Earth Dragon was something that Zhang Xuanzi and others never expected. The Earth Dragon was already hiding in the ground, but suddenly he appeared and sprayed you. Zhang Xuanzi, who had been paying attention to the overall situation of the battle, really didn't have time to react. Certainly, there is no shortage of seniors and strong masters in the border town at this moment. Father. Xia Yingui looked up and saw a familiar figure pacing in the air. That was her father, the city lord of Luo City where Su Shin was born, Xia Nan, a swordsman of the 9th rank of Master, Sword Sect. Xia Nan just turned 40 this year, and when he was young, he was also a handsome leader who was talked about by people. After the Earth Dragon shot, he immediately appeared, a sword swung out, and a white light suddenly appeared in the sky and the earth, and it seemed to reflect the entire battlefield. Zheng. The sound of a loud sword chirping echoed from the heavens and the earth, and the beam of white light sword energy spanned hundreds of meters and instantly slashed on the head of the Earth Dragon. With a bang, although the Earth Dragon was not killed in seconds, a shocking sword-cut wound appeared on its head, and the skull inside was even broken. That Earth Dragon is also wise, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make a sneak attack on Su Shin. After being seriously injured by Xia Nan Yijian, he fled into the ground, and there was no follow-up in an instant. Xia Nan did not pursue, he looked down and landed in the meteor crater. A figure slowly climbed out of it, it was Su Shin who didn't have a hangover. Facing the Grandmaster, Su Shin was not as powerless as when facing Uranus. When facing that Uranus Wei Luo, Su Shin had no idea of leapfrog at all, so he simply blew himself up to prevent himself from being captured and sealed. Su Shin asked himself that when he was in the golden rank, facing a higher master rank, he had many trump cards, and it was very easy for him to leapfrog. But when you reach the master rank, it seems that the difficulty increases linearly if you want to go beyond the grand master rank. The rank gap between professionals is getting bigger and bigger. This is a battlefield, it's about the death of millions of people, you have the strength, but you can't act recklessly, and everything follows the command. Sha Nan put away the shock in his eyes and said something to Su Shin below. When Guo Zhen knew that Su Shin had used the experience potion, he went straight to Luocheng and beat him up. This summer Nan is also famous for being careful. At this moment, naturally, it will not give Su Shin a good look. What City Lord Shia taught is. Su Shin could still recognize the City Lord Shia at a glance. Sha Xianan snorted softly and flew back to the high wall of the border city. Is it your turn to teach Laozi's students? As soon as he came back, he saw an unfriendly voice from behind. Zero Flowers looking back at Xianan, he bowed his head and bowed. What Senior Guo taught is. Advertisement Guo Zhen glared at Sha Nan, then looked at Su Shin with interest, who continued to transform into wooden golem. This is actually a student of Guo Uranus? Zheng Xuanzi looked at Guo Zhen in surprise. Shouldn't this kind of evildoer be directly accepted as a student by the president of Jiangnan University? Guo Zhen nodded slightly, unable to hide his eyes. I would say that this kid is a born martial artist. Guo Zhen had just arrived in the border town, and as soon as he arrived, he saw Su Shin, who did not know martial arts before, beating the alien beasts violently. With his eyesight he couldn't tell, Su Shin had successfully changed jobs and had a second job, martial fighter. What shocked him even more was not this aspect, but Su Shin was able to combine his wooden moves with martial artist moves. When Guo Zhen marveled at Su Shin's heaven-defying talent, his whole body suddenly tensed. 1,000 rivers. 1,000 streams? He saw that Su Shin punched out at this time, and hundreds of thousands of airwaves surged into shockwaves, which smashed the front to a vacuum. Why did Su Shin use his moves? Guo Uranus looked puzzled. He looked at the others beside him, it was found that apart from him, no one else recognized this trick. I'll ask him carefully later. Guo Uranus put away the shock in his heart. He then stepped out one step, and the whole person disappeared directly. Uranus is not the one who sits in the battle on this side of the border town. He was going to another high-end battlefield to fight Uranus-level monsters. As long as those Uranus-level monsters are forced to retreat, this beast swarm can be brought back. After Guo Zhen left, on top of the high wall here, a certain Legion general looked at the wooden golem, which was the focus of the audience. Isn't he dead? The general whispered in his heart, with doubts in his eyes. Look at the battlefield again. The beast tide's offensive is still the same as before, but because of the appearance of Su Shin, the god of war against vegetables, the Legion's defense is no longer as difficult as before. Mortality and casualties are also gradually decreasing. Because of Su Shin, he can even add blood to other people while bombing and killing alien beasts. For most professionals, in fact, not many people know the name of Su Shin. Ordinary professionals will not have time to pay attention to the circle of geniuses. But despite the urgency of the battle, the name Su Exen is still passed on among the various legions. At this moment, basically, anyone who is on the battlefield knows that Wooden Golem, who stands in the forefront, is a talented freshman of Jiangnan University and the first genius of the Yan Kingdom this year, Su Shin. And starting on the third day when Su Shin joined the battlefield, the offensive of the beast tide has obviously decreased, which is a sign that another battlefield is about to win or lose. On the fourth day, the beast tide receded in large numbers. On the fifth day, under the border city, except for the corpses of alien beasts that piled up into mountains, there were only a small horde of beasts running around blindly. This beast tide general attack also announced the end on this day. For a time, cheers rose like thunder on the battlefield. And while the crowd cheered, his eyes were involuntarily looking at the figure of the young man surrounded by countless people. The young man was high-spirited, standing in the crowd, as if like a constant sun, radiant and dazzling to the heart. On the sixth day after this, the country of Yan celebrates with joy. And Su Shin, whose name is not only in the Yan Kingdom, but also spread all over the world. Now, everyone knows that a holy relic that is pervert is strong, with Chapter 76. The Ultimate Daughter controls Sha Nan, the 4.5 legends of the human world. You didn't know it at the time, with a thunderbolt, a 100-meter wooden golem suddenly landed in the sky, and the wooden golem directly blocked the 017 Legion, directly blocking the tide of alien beasts. The alien beast is not afraid of death, but it was beaten by the wooden golem and fled to both sides. 1. I haven't recovered yet. The wooden golem was performed by Su Shin of Jiangnan University. You must know that Su Shin is only 18 years old this year. This time, about 50,000 people were killed, and more than 200,000 were injured. If it weren't for the fact that Su Shin attracted the firepower of alien beasts, I'm afraid the casualty rate would be even higher. 1. I used to think that geniuses are just like that. There are many strong seniors who are late bloomers. I didn't expect. This Su Shin is by no means genius. There are still people who say that the one who was on the battlefield before was just Su Shin's clone, because he played this trick in the Yan Kingdom Genius Trial before. Haha, it's quite funny to say that. At this time, the major gathering places of professionals in the border town are all talking about Su Shin. In Yan Nicheng, the discussion about Su Xin on the internet was even more lively. If it was said that after the genius trial before, Su Xin was only famous in the high-level circles of the Yan kingdom. So now, it's global. It wasn't that Su Xin ended the beast tide attack, and even Su Xin didn't play a big role. At most, 847. Just attracted firepower and ensured some casualty rates for other Legion professionals. But his performance is too bright, so much so that after this great victory, they were all discussing him. At this time, Su Xin did not immediately return to the Zhongnan area. In the guest room of Biancheng Professional Exchange Building. Yan Jing knows how to protect himself. Why are you rushing forward? Of all the people, Xia was the most seriously injured. Su Xin looked at Xia Yingui in front of her and smiled while treating her injuries. There were also casualties on Zhongnan University's side, and many more seriously injured. Su Xin simply stayed in the border town for a few days to treat the students of Zhongnan University. Hearing Su Xin's words, Xia Yingui lowered her head and remained silent. Okay, I didn't faint your milk this time. Seeing that Xia Yingyu's complexion had returned to ruddy, Su Xin couldn't help joking. However, Xia Yingui did not respond. Just when Su Xin was puzzled, Xia Yingui suddenly grabbed Su Xin's right hand, raised her head, and said with a very serious expression, Su Xin, can the gap between people really be this big? Are you talking about me? Su Xin was a little stunned for a while. Did you hit her hard enough? It's not necessary, I'm a coercion, so why compare myself with myself? He paused, then said with a smile, although the moon cannot be compared with the sun, many people have subconsciously forgotten that the moon is also unique. Xia Yingyue heard this. First he was stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh. You're really not humble at all. Haha. One Su Xin laughed, and it could be seen that he was also in a good mood. The two laughed, their eyes suddenly meeting together. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Just as Su Xin was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill, and he was shocked, then looked around, and asked softly, City Lord Xia. Here I am. After a while, there was a low response. Then he saw the curtain, and Xia Nan walked out. Advertisement. Dad? Xia Yingyue quickly let go of Su Xin's hand and shouted at her old father. What are you doing hiding there? She looked embarrassed and angry. Xia Nan didn't answer, but his eyes fell on Su Xin who was smiling. This is to prevent Su Xin and Xia Yingyue from suddenly bursting into love sparks. If it was an ordinary time, he naturally believed that this would not be the case with his daughter's character. But this is after the war. Don't look at it, which hotel in the border town is not under fire? He and Xia Yingyu's mother were like this. Xia Nan and Mother Xia met and fell in love with each other, but it only took a month. The two made a copy together and experienced life and death. After returning, the fire was out of control. This is also the reason why Xia Nan had the daughter Xia Yingyue at the age of 20. He was afraid that with Su Xin's kind of heaven-defying performance, his daughter would fall in love secretly, and then during the explosive love affair after the war, the two suddenly clashed. Although from Xiao Shongning's mouth, Su Xin learned what Xia Nan had said to her daughter, a woman cannot become a top swordsman. But this doesn't mean that Xia Nan doesn't take her daughter seriously. On the contrary, he is the ultimate daughter control. Even before Su Xin stayed at Xia Yingyu's house and watched Xia Yingyue practice swordsmanship every day, Xia Nandu would come to see her from time to time. From small to large, any boys that Xia Yingyue had been in contact with, Xia Nan could remember as clearly as a few treasures. Summer Nanki, no matter how good this Su Xin is, he doesn't think this kid is a lover. At least he knows that Su Xin and Xia Yingyu's best friend Xiao Shangning are very close. This son is not a good man. Since City Lord Xia is here, the students will not disturb you. Su Xin was stared at by Xia Nan's eyes, and he wanted to leave immediately. Don't say, when Xia Yingyue and Xia Yingyu's eyes met just now, she really felt a little bit. In fact, in Yan Jing's room just now, he and Yan Jing looked at each other and had feelings. Perhaps this is the reason why Xia Nan does not like Su Xin. He really isn't a lover. Su Xin then left the room. Xia Yingyue suddenly glared at her father and said, Dad, what are you doing? You may befriend this son in the future, but no further, he is not the right partner. Dad, you think too much, I didn't think about that. Xia Yingyue said angrily, besides, Shangning keeps telling me that she likes Su Xin, how could I argue with Shangning? It's too late when you think about it in that direction. Xia Xianan has sorrow in his heart. He could not deny Su Xin's lethality to girls of the same age is absolutely exaggerated. Especially after this time his name has spread all over the world. Have a good rest. Xia Nan didn't say more, left a sentence and left safely. Advertisement. Where did you learn that trick? I've always been, I'll be when I wake up to my career. I'm talking about thousands of rivers flowing. Scare. Teacher, how do you know that there are thousands of rivers and rivers? I learned from a cow. After Su Xin left Xia Yingyu's room, she was approached by her teacher, and the two were talking in the room. After Guo Zhen chatted, he led the topic to boxing moves. He didn't even ask too much about how Su Xin escaped from Uranus Wei Lao. Su Xin, do you know how many legendary superpowers there are in the human world? At this time, Guo Zhen suddenly spoke again, and the topic he said instantly attracted Su Xin. 0. Teacher, speak quickly. 4.5. Which 4.5? 1. Emperor Yan, Yonggan. He is the first person in the human world to step into the legendary level, and his profession is swordsman. Professionals have extraordinary power, and it is very difficult to control, precisely because they are with Senior Yan Huang in charge. The professionals of our Yan Kingdom will look so harmonious and able to sing and dance. If you have the opportunity to visit the Western countries, the professionals over there will not regard the people at the bottom as human beings at all. This beast swarm is happening all over the world. Professionals in Western countries must give money to resist the beast swarm. Guo Zhen said this. His face could not help showing great admiration. Secondly, the demon master, Mushin Shi. This person is a traitor to our human beings, who has defected to the demon world, and the dark god sect he founded has done a lot of evil, taking it as his duty to demonize the human world. He has many similarities with you. He is also an auxiliary occupation, but it is a hidden auxiliary occupation, the divine apocalypse. Thirdly, there is no name Wang, but the teacher is fortunate enough to follow Principal Wang to see this person take action. Your thousands of rivers is one of this person's signature moves. The martial arts profession is said to be at the same time as the Yanwang, genius. Fourth, the witch god, Karl. He is the Lord of the West, his occupation is wizard, and his surname is Yan. 1. The other half is Lady Yan Shi. Listen to Zhenru, you seem to have had an encounter with his daughter. Yan Shi is an epic 10th order, but the reason why he is said to be half a legend is because he once had a relationship with the Demon Lord. In the first battle, he survived safely from the Demon Lord. The Thunder Emperor Hall he founded is not well known in the country, but it is very powerful. Among the many large-scale guilds in the country, many of them are supported by the Thunder Emperor Hall. Having said that, Guo Zhen paused for a moment, then continued. Among the 4.5 legends, Emperor Yan and Emperor Lei were born in the country of Yan, and the Master of Heaven was born in the small country, Qi, which is adjacent to the country of Yan. As for the Wuming Wu, the emperor is the most mysterious, but there are also rumors that he was also born in the Yan Kingdom, but his position is a bit difficult to say, not necessarily on our side of the Yan Kingdom. 1. When Su Xin heard this, she couldn't help but be silent. It seems that in this world, Dongfang Yan Kingdom is the strongest country of mankind, it is not just boasting. 3.5. Was really taught to me by a cow. 1. Silly child, if you don't want to say anything you can't say, the teacher won't blame you. Guo Zhen fondly touched Su Xin's head. Students have their own secrets, and he, as a teacher, will naturally not ask them. However, at your current level, this move is obviously too early for you, and the teacher's move is more suitable. Guo Zhen then changed the conversation. He immediately taught Su Xin the martial artist skills he created. You have been taught the skill Bafang Jingwu, the same boxing moves. However, after obtaining Bafang Jingwu, Su Xin's comparison revealed that the charm of this move is not even worse than 1,000 rivers and thousands of streams. In addition, when Guo Zhen taught skills and Da Buffalo taught skills, the senses they gave Su Xin were completely different. Guo Zhen's teaching is very general, it is equivalent to sending the move into your mind, so that you have the impression of this move and know how to perform and practice. But the teaching of the Big Buffalo directly conveys the essence of the move to you. Su Xin was instantly shocked. Wuming Wawang, Big Buffalo, oh no. Brother Niu turned out to be a legendary powerhouse. Chapter 77 Senior Sister, I want glasses, don't take them off, please, don't take them off. Because Wuming Wawang's position is unclear, therefore, Guo Zhen instructed Su Xin to use this trick as little as possible. After staying in the border town for a few days, the Beast Tide did not launch a general attack again. Guo Zhen took Su Xin back to Jiangnan University. From his teacher's mouth, Su Xin also learned that in another high-level battlefield, a total of 7 Uranus-level alien beasts shot, and there were more than 30 Master-level alien beasts. That battle, although it ended with the victory of the Uranus of the Flame Kingdom, it also lost 3 Masters and Seniors. Su Xin asked about the Abyss Demon World. After all, he had seen demon beasts in the Beast Tide before. It's just that Guo Zhen didn't say much, just said to let Su Xin reach the 10th Master level as soon as possible. His performance this time will be used by Yan Guo as an example for the younger generation in the new era. It will definitely be rewarded by the Yan Kingdom, and it is not difficult to reach the 10th rank of the Master in a short period of time. When it comes to the 10th grade of the Master, Guo Zhen's expression changed obviously. He knew that it was not him who wanted Su Xin to reach the 10th level of the Master as soon as possible, but Wang Daozhen, the president of Jiangnan University. At the same time, in a hall, Yan Shia knelt on the ground, as if following the grave. In front of her stood a middle-aged man with a stalwart back, who was Yan Shia's father, Lady Yan Shi. His father did not turn around, but said lightly, "Go and bring your sister back. I made a wrong choice at the beginning, she is more suitable for my mantle than you." Lady, as his name suggests, is a lay mage by profession. Among the 4.5 legends, the only hidden professionals are the Demon Lord Bushin Shi 30 and the Witch God Karl. This is enough to show that although the hidden profession is powerful, the high-level view is still personal talent. Don't pick it up, you have to pick it up yourself. Yan Shi's face twitched. Yan Shi ignored his daughter's emotions and just asked her to do it recently. In addition, this thing is extraordinary. Go to Wen Mao, ask him to give you some rare materials, cultivate this thing, and it will be your help in the future. Yan Shao stretched out his right hand, and the willow tree of life appeared in his hand. Give me back. Yan Shi was furious, shouted at his father, and was even more anxious to snatch it. Outside the hall, the gentle old man stood silently. The relationship between father and daughter has always been like this, and he has become accustomed to it. It's just that he knows very well that Yan Xiao is only strict with his children. He is not a merciless person, otherwise the Thunder Emperor Palace and most professional guilds would not follow him so sincerely. Yan Qi has many wives and lovers, but only Yan Jing's biological mother, an ordinary woman, can give birth to an heir for him. After giving birth to the twins Yan Shia and Yan Jing, Yan Xiao originally intended to take them away together, but he couldn't stand Yan Jing's biological mother crying. In the end, only one was chosen to inherit his mantle in the future, leaving the other. The father and daughter parted unhappily. When Yan Shia walked out of the hall, her beautiful eyes were full of anger. Miss, Su Xin is still alive. One but a word from the old man, Wen Mao, next to her made her anger dissipate immediately. Are you lying to me? No, he also participated in the battle to control the beast tide in the border city of Yan Kingdom recently, and he performed well. Now he is world famous. If you don't believe me, just go to a city to find someone, even if it's an ordinary person, as long as you pay attention to the internet, he will definitely know. Who is Su Xin? I'm going to Zhongnan City. I can't beat this bad father, so I'll find a man who can beat him. Yan Shia laughed immediately. This is exactly where the palace master is disappointed with you. Humph. He has another daughter anyway, let him look forward to another. Advertisement. Yan Shia snorted again, and immediately went to Zhongnan City impatiently. Su Xin is back. What Su Xin? It's called Brother Su, no big or small. Maid, are all those posted on the internet true? Did Su Xin really kill millions of alien beasts by himself? How come the version I heard is tens of millions? It also killed a lot of master-level monsters. What I heard is that at that time, the professional legion was on the verge of being rushed by the army of alien beasts, and it was about to collapse. Su Xin, who was supporting at the rear, suddenly put his staff on the ground, slammed his fists and shouted, I'm coming, and then as if entering a land of no one, with the power of one person to kill the army of alien beasts without leaving behind. This version is outdated. Su Xin is the reincarnation of the god of the heavens. He is a collection of outstanding people from the past in the Yan Kingdom. This time, he came to the world to meet the calamity and protect my Yan people for everlasting peace. When Su Xin returned to Zhongnan University, the students gathered spontaneously to greet him. The entrance of the university was even more crowded with media reporters from all over the world, as well as people eating melons. All kinds of cameras shoot constantly. As soon as they entered the school gate, they heard them talking about themselves, and immediately surrounded them. Su Xin really doesn't hate this kind of scene, he really likes big shows. At that time, the professional legion was in jeopardy. Although I was assisting everyone in the rear, I understood that assistance alone could not change the overall situation, so I resolutely rushed into the army of alien beasts. Who would have guessed that these army of alien beasts were like paper, not my enemy, also. Instead of leaving immediately, Su Xin was surrounded by the crowd and started bragging. He is always casual, even if his reputation is too big, he doesn't seem to have any airs. Anyone with a little brains knows that Su Xin is bragging, because what he said is more exaggerated than the rumors on the internet. What an army of tens of millions of alien beasts besieged him, what Uranus-level alien beasts attacked him, and so on. But Xiao Shangning has no brain. Her little face was flushed with excitement, her eyes were already shining with stars, so she looked at Su Xin with Su Xin all over her face. Every time Su Xin uttered a sentence, she was like a slap in the face, loudly saying, it's amazing, it's amazing. That's it, Su Xin came to his villa dormitory under the stars and the moon, and it subsided for a while. Back to the villa dormitory, surprisingly, he found a person sitting in the living room. Is the clan mother okay recently? It was Uranus's Uranus-level beast-eared girl. When she saw Su Xin's arrival, she got up and asked the fox girl next to her. Lin turned her head and whispered, traitor. Humans are not as imagined in their races, and there are people who can be entrusted to them, just like this one beside you. The Uranus-class beast-eared girl is also a white fox. Her name is Yu. When she spoke at this moment, she looked at Su Xin and suddenly fell silent. There was no response. Don't be silent, what's wrong with me? Go away when you find your family, don't pester me. Su Xin then waved at the fox girl Lin. Lao Su is not, Obito. She'll be with me first. Yu nodded and left with the fox girl. After she left, after a while, Su Xin's expression suddenly changed, and when he stretched out his right hand, a green light flew from the door and landed firmly in his palm. He stroked the willow of life in his hands, watching the branches and leaves of the willow of life rubbing against his fingers. Sister. Looking up at this moment, he saw Lin Zhenru standing at the door. Senior sister really shouldn't die, even in such a situation, you can escape from life. He was joking, but his arms sank unexpectedly, and Lin Zhenru suddenly threw himself into his arms. Do not speak, just hug Su Xin tightly. This made Su Xin a little stunned. Lin Zhenru has always been speechless, sometimes black-bellied, sometimes neurotic thinking. Where have I seen her showing her true temperament? However, Su Xin did not feel that the senior sister was hypocritical. Advertisement. He patted Lin Zhenru's junior with his backhand and said, Senior sister, don't think too much. I, Su Xin, don't have any ability, but the ability of Go Ming. In this world, no one can control me. It's all right. Lin Zhenru let go of Su Xin, adjusted her mood, and returned to the past. She took out all Su Xin's storage bags and handed them to him. Although the Willow of Life was divided into two parts and given to Lin Zhenru and Yan Jing respectively, the storage bags were all given to Lin Zhenru. Compared with Yan Jing, he certainly trusted Lin Zhenru more. Su Xin put away the storage bag. I won't allow it in the future, I will be a householder with you. Lin Zhen stared at Su Xin closely and said almost word for word. Su Xin burst into laughter after hearing this. Senior sister cares too much about the past, but also worries about the future, worrying about gains and losses. Do you want me to watch senior sister die? Is this what senior sister is asking for? After he finished speaking, he grabbed Lin Zhenru's waist and said with burning eyes. Don't ask me to do things, senior sister. Seeing this intimate action, Lin Zhenru was stunned for a moment. The same is true for Su Xin, but he was soon relieved. Sha Nan is right 847, Su Xin is by no means a lover. As soon as he was emotional at this moment, he bowed his head domineeringly and kissed Lin Zhenru. No. Lin Zhenru hurriedly dodged. The two of them were shaking their heads. Su Xin approached, and Lin Zhenru dodged. He kisses, she hides. It's like a dance fight. If it were another girl, facing Su Xin's direct behavior, I'm afraid she would have punched him a shame long ago, and Lin Zhenru would have been able to play with Su Xin. Ha ha ha. Su Xin laughed. He grabbed Lin Zhenru's cheek, fixed her head, and then leaned forward forcefully. When Lin Zhenru saw this, he was about to take off his glasses without prescription. Seeing this, Su Xin paled in shock, and quickly said. Senior sister, I want glasses, don't take them off, please, don't take them off. Lin Zhenru suddenly had a strange look on his face. The two separated after a long time. Lin Zhenru wiped the corner of his mouth with disgust. The teacher said that you have been rectified, and then went to the principal's place. The teacher also said, if you can refuse, you can refuse. 1. Only then did Lin Zhenru talk about the business. Reject if you can. These words made Su Xin ponder for a while, and it is hard for Principal Wang to harm himself. Don't worry about it for now, senior sister, come again. He waved his hand, eating the marrow and knowing the flavor. But this time, it was Lin Zhenru who took the initiative to kiss Su Xin on the cheek. Then she patted Su Xin on the head. Tell me, how did you escape? She brought up the subject. Su Xin immediately sat down and said with a smile, although I am not a Uranus-level opponent, in Uranus's eyes, even if I am a so-called evildoer, I will inevitably despise me, sigh. In terms of being able to resurrect, it is too shocking, and there is no need to talk to Lin Zhenru now. Under Su Xin's slight touch-up, the original Uranus Wei Luo fought against him for 300 rounds, and in the end one ignored him and was fled by Su Xin. It's still the younger brother who will blow. After Lin Zhenru heard it, she said something with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 78. Principal Wang's Request, Genius Cemetery, Heaven and Human World Function Mountain. At dusk, the Lin family mansion in Jiangnan City. Su Xin silently looked at Wang Yi who was standing beside him like a servant. Tonight, the Lin family will hold a banquet for him. Originally, he wanted to refuse, but the other party said that he would replace the upgrade book in his hand with Longshuang Tianggu Dan. This makes it easy for Su Xin. Pills such as Longshuang Tianggu pill are of great benefit to the combat profession. They can improve the physique of muscles and bones, and at the same time increase qi and blood power, mental power and so on. The 3 upgrade books in Su Xin's hand are not as valuable as this medicine pill. In the dungeon secret realm, there will be no elixirs that will explode. The existing medicinal herbs are all refined by the alchemist profession. Counting the failure rate, the value of a high-quality finished medicinal pill can be imagined. This kind of item is impossible to buy with money. Su Xin felt that the Lin family had something against him. However, after arriving, he realized that he actually thought a lot. The replacement of the upgrade book with Longshuang Tianggu Dan was indeed needed by a certain junior of the Lin family. The second is to thank Su Xin. After all, Su Xin rescued Wang Yi's fiancée Lin Tong'er on the Golden Trial Island. At this time, in the hall of the mansion, Lin Yue, the head of the Lin family, raised his glass and said some words of thanks. Although Lin Tong'er survived, but her right arm was broken, I am afraid that the price of wanting to regenerate flesh and blood is not small. The sophomore from Jiangnan University was sitting opposite Su Xin at the moment. Her expression was silent, and she didn't say a word. We are all classmates, and we should help each other. Su Xin said something politely, then looked at Wang Yi, who was standing guard next to him, and said, Why didn't you take your seat, classmate Wang? Student Su is joking, there is no reason for a son-in-law to come to the table. An old lady sitting next to the head of the Lin family smiled back at this moment. This child Wang Yi and my son were friends in adversity, but unfortunately died in the secret realm of the copy. Our Lin family adopted him and raised him, it is a great kindness. The old lady was Lin Tong'er's grandmother, and she seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Wang Yi in her words. Speaking, the reason why Lin Tong'er lost an arm was also because of her. If it wasn't for her opposition to Lin Tong'er and Wang Yi's marriage, Lin Tong'er would not have been in a hurry to take Wang Yi to the Golden Trial, and wanted to urgently improve her strength and gain the approval of the old lady. It turned out to be self-defeating, and the old lady hated Wang Yi even more now. Su Xin glanced at Wang Yi. Of course he doesn't care about other people's family affairs. A group of people on the internet are talking about eating soft rice, and they really want to make him a son-in-law, but basically no one wants to. Whether in ancient times or in modern times, being a son-in-law means no status. It's just that modern times will not be so direct. But in a family of professionals in Jiangnan City like the Lin family, the status of the son-in-law was much lower. Wang Yi is my good brother, you can come to me if you have anything in the future. But Su Xin still said something to Wang Yi. Immediately afterwards, they had a drink with Patriarch Lin at the dinner table. Stop. However, at this time, suddenly there was a riot outside the hall. I saw a group of 36 people, wearing cyan robes engraved with thunder patterns, descending from the sky outside the hall door. As soon as these 36 appeared, they immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted, "I'll welcome the young hall master, one." The head of the Lin family stood up abruptly, and when he saw the clothes of the 36 people, his eyes were extremely shocked. Are you from the Thunder Emperor's palace? The old lady beside her was even more frightened. Advertisement Thunder Palace. To some extent, the name of Emperor Lei Yanqi is louder than Emperor Yan Yonggan, because Emperor Yan has not appeared for a long time. And Yanqi has been active. In Yan country, the number of large-scale guilds supported by the Lei Di Palace exceeded the number in one hand, and any guild among them could easily destroy the Lin family. And now, what did the behemoth come to his Lin family to greet, young hall master? Everyone looked at Su Xin, but Su Xin's background is pure and innocent. Such a monster, how could Lady Yanqi be given to Jiangnan University for nothing? Could it be that everyone in the Lin family couldn't help but look at Wang Yi? Even Lin Tong'er raised her face with a shocked look on her face. Xiao Yi, you? The head of the Lin family looked at Wang Yi, who belonged to the Thunder Emperor Palace. For a time, the old lady of the Lin family recalled her various picky and harsh beings and scolding behaviors towards Wang Yi in the past, and a huge regret came to her heart. Oh no, actually Grandma. She wanted to explain something, but suddenly felt as if she was powerless to say anything. Look at Wang Yi again, the corners of his mouth are raised. Then strode out of the hall. Immediately after, 37 people outside the door all knelt down on one knee and shouted, "I will welcome the young hall master." Looking at Wang Yi, who was also kneeling on one knee, everyone in the Lin family seemed to be petrified. Oh, it should be me. Su Xin got up and said, "The old lady of the Lin family, grass. What's the meaning?" A few minutes later, in the courtyard of the Lin family mansion, Su Xin looked at Yan Shia in front of him and asked inexplicably, "How did I become the young master of your Thunder Emperor Palace? You kissed me so strongly that day, of course you want to be my Yan Shiai's man, but isn't he the master of the young palace?" Yan Shiai said shyly with winking eyes. "Ha." Su Xin sneered when he heard the words, then simply stretched out his hand and said, "Give it back to me." He was worrying about how to find the other half of the willow tree that Yan Shiai wanted for life, but the other half took the initiative to send it to the door. When Yan Shiai came to Jiangnan City, he brought Yan Jing back to Lady Hall. But the first thing she looked for was not her sister who had no relationship with her, but Su Xin. As for the scene that Wang Yi performed in the Lin family hall before, probably because his son-in-law has read too much Zhan Shenwen, and now he is being scolded by Mrs. Lin over there. "Didn't you give it to me?" Yan Shiai knew that Su Xin was talking about the willow of life. "If I had died, I would have given it to you, but the young master is still alive today, so of course I have to take it back. Is a big man so stingy? I don't want to argue with you, hurry up." Yan Shiai pursed his lips and then honestly took out the willow of life. "I spent some materials to increase its strength a lot, how do you compensate me?" Su Xin took the other half of the life willow tree in his hand, and was surprised to find that it was already at the level of a master. And those who stayed on Lin Zhenru's side were still only at the golden rank. Su Xin hesitated for a moment, then handed the willow of life to Yan Shiai. "What's the meaning? Help me raise the child." Su Xin is very direct. Of course he was welcome. I had saved Yan Shiai's life before, and there was no psychological burden to take advantage of her. The willow of life really needs a lot of resources to cultivate. But he himself is too, which leads to the fact that the willow of life will definitely not be able to keep up with his own rhythm. "Give it back to me when my grandmaster arrives." Of course, Su Xin set a time. Advertisement Yan Shiai took back the willow tree of life, Kaido. "Okay, since you begged me, then I will help you raise it for a while." "You named it. It seems to be spiritually intelligent. Her name is Lu Shen." After chatting with Yan Shiai for a while, Su Xin then completed the transaction with the Lin family and got the Longshuang Tianggu pill. When Su Xin asked Yan Shiai whether this kind of medicine could be seen everywhere in the Lady Palace, the answer to T is very straightforward. This kind of medicine pill, even the Thunder Emperor Hall, is extremely rare. It requires specific materials, a high-level alchemist, and even the loss of failure. The refining of medicine pills is indeed extremely rare. Su Xin then left the Lin house. However, I heard that Su Xin was going to find President Wang of Jiangnan University, but Yan Shiai insisted on following. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, in a villa on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, Su Xin and the epic powerhouse Wang Daojun were sitting in the courtyard. Yan Shiai stayed in the living room. "Principal, the heart inflammation has disappeared," Su Xin said with a smile. "I'll make it up for you later, this time I asked you to come because I have something to ask you." With Guo Uranus reminding him in front of him, Su Xin was of course prepared, and he said bluntly, "Kaido, the principal said that students will naturally not refuse what they can do. How much do you know about the super large dungeon world? Students want to hear about it. There are 4 super large worlds in total, namely, Monster Continent, Abyss Demon Realm, Wanling Sea, and heaven and human world. The next thing I want to ask you is the heaven and human world. Single quote dot. Wang Daojun continued, there is a secret realm in the world of heaven and man. This secret realm was reserved by the ancient powerhouses in the world of heaven and man. It is called Function Mountain, and those who can enter Function Mountain can only be at the level of Master 10th rank. I will help you to step into the 10th step of the Master as soon as possible. If you are willing to go to Function Mountain, the request of this old man is to obtain a Dao mark for the old man in this secret realm. Dao marks. Su Xin was taken aback, it was the first time he heard this term. That's right, with Dao marks, it is possible to step into the legendary level. As soon as these words came out, Su Xin was silent for a while. If that's the case, then of course he wants it too. Is it dangerous? After a while, Qian Zhao, Su Xin suddenly asked. Very dangerous. As soon as Function Mountain opened, it wasn't just me who went to the 10th rank of the Master of the human world. Intuitively speaking, last time my Yan Kingdom selected 10 outstanding geniuses who could surpass the 10th rank of the Master, and the result was only one survived. 1. Su Xin hurriedly Kaido. Who is the one who survived? Guo Yunyu of the Magic City. Like you, she belongs to an individual outlier among professionals. She is obviously a witch, but she can master aggressive spell skills. Now she is a Uranus first order strength, this year, 31 years old. 1. So much improvement. Uranus in his early 30s. Su Xin couldn't help but be shocked. When will the copy of Function Mountain in this world of heaven and earth be opened? A month later. Is there only one Dao mark? More than anything to watch out for. 1 inch. It's all about strength. Su Xin stopped asking, but he didn't answer right away. But Kaido, principal, students need to think about it and give you an accurate reply in a few days. Well, go to the cabinet. Leaving Wang Daojun's villa, Su Xin walked on the road with a heavy heart. Yan Shia on the side kicked him and asked, what's the matter? Have you heard of Function Mountain in the heaven and human world? Genius Cemetery. Yan Shiai's pretty face was surprised. Then she suddenly realized something and said quickly. Don't go. Chapter 79 I enter the 10th rank of the Master. The Great Desolate Prisoner's Palm is available in the gift package. Su Xin glanced at Yan Shiai, but she didn't expect her reaction to be so big. The nickname, Genius Cemetery, didn't scare him Su Xin. Because I'm R, not a genius. Su Xin didn't stop at this topic, and just returned to Zhongnan University. Yan Shiai left halfway, thinking about it, to see Yan Jing, and the sisters recognized each other. Back to Zhongnan University, Su Xin went to see her teacher for the first time. No wonder the teacher reminded him only vaguely, not daring to say it explicitly, this is a good thing for fear of damaging Principal Wang. From Principal Wang, Su Xin did see some care from the elders for the younger generation, but not much. And his own teacher Guo Zhen is really good to him. If he really got the Dao mark from Principal Wang's mouth and had to hand it over, Su Xin would of course be willing to give it to Guo Zhen. It's a pity that his own teacher couldn't beat Principal Wang. At this time, in Guo Zhen's residence, the latter is sharing some common sense with Su Xin about the world of heaven and man. Each of the 4 super large dungeon worlds is an extremely complete world, and there are powerful races that rule the world. The demon race continent, also known as the demon world, is dominated by the demon race. In the world of heaven and man, it is the heaven and human race. This day, the human race is a bit interesting. From the perspective of appearance, it is not much different from human beings, but it regards itself as the ancestor of human beings in the human world. In the celestial realm, there are not many celestials, they live in palaces built on the clouds, like immortals. Even in the heaven and human world, there are still human aboriginal habitation. Fa Tianxiangdi. The teacher suddenly mentioned a topic, which surprised Su Xin. That's right, the most well-known strength of the celestial clan is that they possess the Dharma body of heaven and earth like, Fa Tianxiangdi, which makes them extremely powerful. Naturally, the powerhouses of the human world have fought against the powerhouses of the celestial clan, but with mostly losers. Hearing Guo Zhen's affirmative answer 850, Su Xin was silent for a moment. Is it him? His highest expectation for the transformation of Buddha on the top is to turn it into an existence like the Fa, heaven, ephemerality, and the like. As a result, what kind of celestial beings were born with them? No, it could also be because I think too much, and the Fa, heaven and earth are definitely different from what I think in my heart. In addition, one of the reasons why the death rate of Function Mountain is so high is that it is full of dangers. The second is that once the Function Mountain is opened, it is not only the 10th level masters of humans and celestial beings who enter it. At that time, the demon world, and the spiritual world will send people there. Even the alien beasts in the endless wilderness have to join in the fun. This is the 10th order of the top masters from all walks of life. And there is no age limit, only the 10th grade of the master is limited. In other words, it is not necessarily a genius, but it is definitely the group of people with the highest combat power in the 10th rank master. Teacher, I've decided, I want to go. After talking with Guo Zhen until late at night, Su Xin made a decision. It's not a good thing to be in a hurry. Guo Zhen shook his head and sighed. Su Xin immediately said confidently, Teacher, don't worry, just take it as knowledge, I can save my life from Uranus, don't you believe me? He really can't say that at the 10th rank of the master, when heroes from all walks of life gather together, he will definitely be able to overwhelm the crowd. But if you want to talk about life-saving ability, there is no one in this world who can be better than him, Su Xin. I'm talking about Principal Wang. Oh, that's fine. The next morning, when Su Xin opened the door, he saw a young man with a short head standing straight and looking at him with a smile. Which one? I'm Guan Heng, my teacher Wang Daojun. 1. It turns out to be Principal Wang's disciple. Please, please, please. Student Su is polite. After Guan Heng entered the living room of the villa, he immediately took out a bunch of good things from the storage bag. Knowing that Su Xin can level up best by absorbing the heart of Tamaki. And this time, Wang Daojun even brought Su Xin a Jade Dragon Heart. Advertisement. The value of this thing is several grades better than the heart of Tamaki. In addition, there are medicinal pills similar to Longshuang Tiangu pill. Looking at the various good things placed on the table, taking out any one of them can make people who are robbing them turn their backs. These should be enough for you to step into the 10th level of the master, but the premise is that you have enough. Master seal. 1. Guan Heng said. When he stretched out his right hand, several task books appeared in his hand. This. Wushu's quest rewards are all capable of being a teacher's seal. It shouldn't be difficult to set it up. At the same time, I will also help you to quickly complete the quest as soon as possible with classmate Su. If I encounter an unexpected situation like the Uranus powerhouse from the Dark God cult again, I will be able to protect classmate Su from leaving safely. Having said that, Guan Heng added, within a month, let student Su reach the 10th rank of the master. This is the death order that the teacher gave me. This Guan Heng is not Uranus, but he was once a famous genius of the Yan kingdom. He has 3 in his 30s this year, and is a 6th order master. He is a hidden professional and spiritual teacher. I have enough master seals on me. Su Xin immediately Kaido. There's nothing to hide about this. Wang Dao really wanted him, and he was willing to take out all kinds of good things, and it was also an opportunity for him to Su Xin. Otherwise, according to the normal mode, he may have to go to the Fox Demon clan again to level up so quickly. You must know that the good things in this world are mostly in the hands of the masters, and others can only trade them if they take them out. Before Guan Heng future this morning, Su Xin has already been contacted. The matter of trading Longshuang Tiangu pill with the Lin family was soon known, and many people contacted Su Xin to trade the skill book and upgrade book in his hand. It's not because they lack these. But Su Xin is now too famous, and his performance is even more enchanting. Those big forces and big guilds naturally don't mind befriending Su Xin through transactions. And they trade, and the value of the things they take out is obviously excess and not equivalent. Su Xin agreed to the deal, which was equivalent to accepting their favor. Su Xin of course welcomes all who come. After all, fame was created by himself, and he was responsible for the disadvantages brought by great fame, and he did not enjoy the benefits brought by no reason. That's it, that's fine. DADF. Hearing this, Guan Heng glanced at Su Xin meaningfully. Has he collected the master seal of the 10th rank of master? It seems that there is not much difference from the rumors. This Su Xin is indeed very evil, and common sense is difficult to figure out. If it's not enough, classmate Su can contact me directly without disturbing classmate Su. 1 inch. Guan Heng left his contact information, and then simply left. After he left, Su Xin immediately entered the room and began to use various upgrade resources to attack the 10th rank master. There are 4 pills such as Longshuang Tiangu pill, a Jade Dragon Heart, several other rare wood upgrade materials. All of the above are rare good things. It took Su Xin 5 days to digest the Jade Dragon Heart alone. And the effect is also very significant, from the 5th rank of the master to the 7th rank of the master. Followed by 4 medicinal pills. It took 7 days to digest it all, but it only rose from the 7th rank of the master to the 8th rank of the master. In the following week, all the other wood type upgrade materials were absorbed, and he successfully went from the 8th level master to the 9th level master. But one step away, Su Xin would not be so polite to Wang Dao. I'm taking his money to help him. He contacted Guan Heng and asked the latter to continue to send some good things for the upgrade. The latter is also quite straightforward. When it came again, it was another batch of good things of great value. This allowed Su Xin to successfully enter the 10th rank of the master a few days later. But he didn't end. Advertisement. Because his, Lu Shen, also needs various upgrade materials. Su Xin was also very direct, saying that, Lu Shen, Sheng was very helpful to him. He asked Principal Wang to give him some more resources. After Wang Daojun learned about it, he did not hesitate to say. When Lu Shen was upgraded to the 5th rank of Grandmaster, Su Xin took the initiative to stop it and accept it as soon as it was good. As usual, through the upgrade of foreign objects, Su Xin will have a status of lowering the upper limit, but with the ability to absorb life, such side effects will be eliminated soon. So he opened the personal panel again. It has been called luxurious. Open black lens bracket Professor, Su Xin. Occupation. Medic, Fighter. Grade. Master 10th grade. Strength. 285,700. Constitution. 636,800. Auxiliary skills. Life recovery, medicine appraisal. Wood-based skills. Many words are omitted. Talent. The heart of life, the same mind. Pet planting. Willow of life master 5. Close black lens bracket. The growth rate of physique is especially exaggerated. Looking at his own personal panel, Su Xin was filled with pride. Although his upgrade speed has always been fast. But after reaching the master level, Su Xin obviously felt that the speed had slowed down. Unexpectedly, at this time, Wang Daojun, an epic tycoon, wanted to ask him, and took the initiative to send him a good upgrade. This greatly reduced the time it took for Su Xin to reach Master 10. If Yamanaka, the god of the human world, has great benefits, it is very likely that after this trip, Su Xin will be able to step into the master level. Quack quack, 18-year-old master class. Looking at all human beings, I am the exclusive one for Su Xin. It is worth mentioning that, from master to grandmaster, and above levels, there is no upgrade book for the corresponding level. In addition, the reason why Su Xin's upgrade through foreign objects is so smooth this time is that the ascension disc that improves the success rate of the upgrade also accounts for a lot. By the way, there are still 5 gift packs. Su Xin thought about this, and immediately opened her favorite package opening environment. Ding, you get strength plus 10,000 and constitution plus 20,000 rewards from the gift pack. Ding, you get the master equipment Fei and Gun Boutique from the gift package. Ding, ding, you got the martial arts skill, Dawang Prisoner's Palm from the gift package. Single quote. The remaining 4 rewards are quite satisfactory, as was the case when the master pack was opened before. But in the last one, the style of painting changed. The Great Desolate Prisoner's Palm. I'm not tired of you saying this. I am too familiar with this skill name. Su Xin is overjoyed. After he has a second occupation, the rewards and benefits offered in the gift package will also include the self-condition of martial fighter. And unlike the predecessors taught, get skills from gift packs, Su Xin is an instant master. The previous blue-silver winding is also. It's just that people are afraid of root entanglement, so Su Xin simply doesn't use it. But this Great Desolate confines the palm of the sky. Not to mention the direct integration, the level of his own level is high, which simply makes him Su Xin overjoyed. At the moment, Su Xin left the villa and found a place where no one was there to try the power of this trick. Chapter 80. The lineup of the world's top masters. The grandson of the Emperor Yan. The disciple of the witch god. So Yan Jing is really your sister. Zhongnan University. In the training room of the hospital, Su Xin and Yan Shia are sitting beside them. On one side, Lin Zhenru was sweating profusely. He had just fought Su Xin, referring to the martial arts competition. Bad fathers are romantic by nature, and there are countless confidants, but the only children born are me, and Yan Jing. Yes, the predecessors of Yan Qi are like me. Huh, don't you have any respect for the strong? Yes, but it must be in person. Huh, 1. He and Yan Qi chatted without a word. Yan Jing has been taken back to Lady Palace. What surprised Yan Qi was that Yan Jing was not very happy when he learned that his biological father was the famous Lady Yan Qi in the human world. But she did not refuse to go to the Thunder Emperor Palace. Comparing me and my sister, who do you think will be more successful in the future? At this time, Yan Qi turned to look at Su Xin, and his tone was very serious. Su Xin was stunned for a moment. Senior sister Lin Zhenru also cast her eyes curiously. After Su Xin was silent for a few seconds, Shen Sheng Kaido, is there a possibility, not very big? Go to hell. Yan Qi was so angry that he punched Su Xin. In fact, if nothing else, the difference between Yan Qi and Yan Jing is quite big. An airport, one looks down and can't see his toes. During this time, Yan Qi stayed at Zhongnan University. Many people regarded her as Yan Jing, and wondered how Yan Jing had become an airport. Yan Qi's strength is the 10th level of gold. Actually, the top geniuses of the Yan Kingdom this year are now at the level of 10th golden rank. The master rank is a big watershed, and both are geniuses, and the speed of strength growth will be opened at this rank. Sister, come again. After chatting with Yan Qi for a while to relieve the boredom, Su Xin shouted at her senior sister. Lin Zhenru nodded. The two immediately continued to learn from each other in the training room. The sun and the moon are rising, and the years are not with me. A few days later, this day, Su Xin followed Wang Daojun to Yanjing, the capital of the Yan Kingdom. Yanjing Airport. Su Xin. This way. Feng Peng from Yanjing University brought some people to pick up the plane. After seeing Su Xin, he couldn't help laughing and shouting. Although this Feng Peng is a necromancer, he is not a gloomy person, on the contrary, he is quite able to deal with it. Haha, good brother. Originally, it was quite unfamiliar to Yanjing, but seeing someone picking up the plane, Su Xin immediately stepped forward with a big laugh, and hugged Feng Peng on his back. Feng Peng brought many classmates from Yanjing University, most of whom had participated in the genius test before, and was very impressed with Su Xin's strength. In fact, there are not so many intrigues among young people. It is only when you get older that you will care about the gains and losses and become intrigued. Wang Daojun ordered Su Xin to go to the Yanjing Hotel at 10 o'clock in the evening, and then left first. Su Xin followed Feng Peng and accepted his hospitality. Not long ago. Advertisement. In a luxury hotel box, young people gathered together and had a good drink. Su Xin, I heard that you are going to Function Mountain in the world of heaven and human, is this true? After 3 rounds of drinking, Wu Yilin, the sword spirit who had been silent for a while, suddenly asked. Wu Yilin is from the Magic University. The reason why he appeared in Yanjing was very simple, he came to send people off. There were still 10 people in the Yan Kingdom when they went to Function Mountain this time, but one of them was Wu Yilin's brother Wu Feiken. Wu Feiken was the chief disciple of Modu University. Chief disciples are generally seniors, which means they are the strongest among the students. His brother is 26 years old this year, and is at the 10th rank of Grandmaster. However, I heard that it was for the sake of Fengshen, and it was deliberately stuck at the 10th rank of the Master, otherwise it would have been the Master rank long ago. The same genius, there are differences. Wu Feiken is a top genius in the true sense. Lin Zhen is 28 years old, but he is only at the 10th rank of the Master. If the former wants to, he can step into the Master before the age of 25. In addition, Wu Feiken is not a hidden profession, he is also a martial artist. Wu Yilin's words directly silenced the cheerful atmosphere of drinking. Everyone couldn't help but look at Su Xin, who was holding a toast. Ah, you also know that my master is 10th grade. Su Xin put down the glass and asked with a smile. I know it, it's crazy, an 18-year-old master of the 10th order. Feng Peng said something faintly. Su Xin laughed and continued. I really want to go to Function Mountain. After all, my principal has spent a lot of money to quickly advance me to the 10th rank of master. When Wu Yilin heard the words, she hesitated, but in the end she stopped. However, he said arrogantly, I will let my brother take care of you. Thank you, Lin. You really, I'm going to cry. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried about you, it's just that I was in the Twilight Temple before, because of you, I also got a lot of benefits, it's just a simple return, understand? Wu Yilin's face was cold, and she replied softly. Keep playing. After some drinking and trouble, Su Xin came to the Yan Jing hotel with Wu Yilin drunk. Taking the elevator, I went straight to the conference room on the highest floor. At this time in the room, there were 23 people in total, and one of them was the president of Yan Jing University. When Su Xin walked into the room, the eyes of everyone in the room could not help but fall on him, completely ignoring Wu Yilin on the side. Wu Yilin saw the people in the room clearly, and her beautiful eyes showed great shock. Except for Zhan Yisho, the president of Yan Jing University, the other 22 people are all famous early risers around the world. Except for a few, Wu Yilin has heard of any of the proud records here. For example, the young man sitting next to his brother Wu Feiken, named Yu Yongbo, from the northern border, a hidden professional, a GU master, once killed 3 people in a dungeon with the strength of the 10th golden rank. Master class. Another example is the blonde-white young man sitting opposite Wu Feiken, named Bowles, from a western country, a hidden professional wizard, and one of the open disciples of the witch god Karl. Basically, the people Wu Yilin recognizes have a proud record of leapfrogging. And are generally hidden professionals. Sister, I have nothing to do with you here, go back first. Wu Feiken is as handsome as jade, with sword eyebrows and star eyes. He is a rare and beautiful man. The appearance of the 2 brothers and sisters is first class. At this time, he said something to his sister. Okay. Wu Yilin glanced at Su Xin, then left obediently. This time, Fengshen and his party had selected 23 people from the human world, including 10 from the Yan Kingdom. In fact, Function Mountain does not have a limit on the number of people. But that's the domain of the Celestial Clan, which requires tickets. And the price of the tickets is expensive, even if it is an epic boss, it will be painful. This is doomed, the number of people who go to Function Mountain from the human realm cannot be many. Behind the 10 people of the Yan Kingdom, not every one of them has an epic rank. Advertisement. Although there are 4.5 legendary level supreme human beings. But it does not mean that the number of epic level bosses is large. There are nearly 10 billion people in the world, and the number of epic level bosses is less than 30. Zero ask for flowers. Looking at how drunk you are, is that old man Wang Daojun forcing you to go to Function Mountain? Zhan Dao, the president of Yan Jing University, can't help but look at Su Xin with a smile. Senior is joking, but it's just to see friends and drink a few more drinks. 1. As soon as Su Xin finished speaking, the ruddy face faded away, and she instantly sobered up. If he wanted to, then no matter how much he drank, he wouldn't get drunk, but that would be meaningless. My sister-in-law often talks about you to me. When I see you today, you are truly extraordinary. Come and sit next to me. Wu Feiken greeted Su Xin with a smile. The latter smiled back and sat down. After leaving, everyone in the room. He didn't pay attention to those who were obviously younger, but a handful of middle-aged men, and even an old man. These people cannot be called geniuses. It is estimated that when he was young, he was suppressed by the so-called genius, and he had no reputation at all, but he was a late bloomer. Compared with young geniuses, such late bloomers may be more terrifying. They have stayed at the 10th rank of the master for too many years, and they are afraid that they have become prosperous in all aspects. 0. There are 3 such people in Yan State. Without exaggeration. Pull out the professionals in the global master rank, and select the top wave of people. Then this wave of people is in front of Su Xin right now. This is the top lineup of the world's top masters. Among the 23 people, 13 were male and 10 were female, and the 10 members of the Yan Kingdom consisted of 7 males and 3 females. Wu Feiken and Su Xin briefly said the above 2 innocuous remarks. After they were familiar with each other, they began to introduce them to him. The first person he introduced, let alone strength. Taiji, who definitely belongs to the 2nd generation, the strongest in the human world, and who is still driving a tank fox in the Fox Demon clan, is completely unattractive in front of him. Because this person's grandfather is Emperor Yan Yonggan. His name is Yong Dao, an ordinary professional fire mage. There seems to be an ancestral emperor's heir between the eyebrows. Yang Wen had never attended a university, but he was younger than Wu Feiken, 3 in his 20s this year. Yang Wen sat upright and seemed to have a stern personality. Seeing Wu Feiken introducing himself, he just nodded at Su Xin as a greeting. The country of Yan is really full of talents. Everyone here is not short of solid elders, but you are the only one who can reach the 10th rank of the master at the age of 18. When Wu Feiken was about to continue his introduction. However, Bowles, a disciple of the witch god, suddenly smiled and took the initiative to chat with Su Xin. He was wearing a wizard's robe unique to the West, his expression was very gentle, and his speech was even more polite. Wu Feiken introduced Bowles in a low voice. Disciple of the witch god. Su Xin looked at each other in surprise. I have long admired the name. It seems that confrontation is absolutely extraordinary. Although the danger is unpredictable, the benefits must be unimaginable. It is no wonder that under the premise of such a high mortality rate, they are still flocking. I am only admired by the world because of my teacher, but you are truly amazing. To be honest, I am very surprised. With such a gift of heaven, how could Yan Kingdom be willing to let you go to Function Mountain? Bowles' tone is still soft, and he is very skilled in the use of modesty and honorifics. But the yin and yang in these threatening words can be seen by anyone. You have such self-awareness, it must make the teacher very pleased. Su Xin replied with a smile. When Bowles heard the words, he still kept a faint smile, but he didn't reply. Chapter 81. The heavenly human race, the upper human race, the lower human race, is the Lord the lower human race. After Su Xin and Bowles exchanged yin and yang strange words, they didn't say anything. And he was Wu Feiken who continued to chat. The configuration of the 10 members of the Yan Kingdom is as follows. Yan Huang's grandson Yang asked, a fire mage. Wu Feiken from the magic capital, martial artist. Uncle Yu Yang from the northern Xinjiang, a hidden profession, a GU master. Zhao Kai from Yan Jing, female, hidden occupation, twin warrior. Pei Qian from Yan Jing, female, middle-aged, magician. Tong Yangyu from Yan Jing, middle-aged, puppet master. Chen Xiaoshang from the Central Plains, a hidden profession, blood warrior. Ji Yu Wanjia from Laodong, middle-aged, trainer. Fu Weiyan from Ziling, female, dual professional, water mage, wind mage. And Su Xin from Zhongnan, a healer and a martial artist. Counting Yang Dao, there are 4 people from Yanjing. Among the 10 people, the proportion of hidden occupations is actually not large. The occupations of the 3 middle-aged men are also intriguing, and they tend to be more powerful as they get older. Su Xin greeted them one by one. However, except for Fu Weiyan from Ziling, the rest of them all behaved somewhat indifferently. Of course Su Xin is not a hot face and a cold butt. After he said the last 2 sentences to that Fu Weiyan, he closed his mouth and stopped talking. As for the other participants of confrontation from the non-Yan kingdom, Su Xin's first, 850, impressed the most with the elderly among the crowd. It was a gray-haired old man, from a small and unremarkable country in the east, and he was 75 years old this year. As for his occupation, Wu Feiken did not know. At this time, Zan Yisho, president of Yanjing University, coughed lightly and said, Feng Shenshen and his party, in addition to the dangers in this trial, the most important thing you need to pay attention to is the participants from other races. Even alien beasts in the endless wilderness will enter Feng Shenshen, and the chaos of the beast tide is only a little bit. There is relief, but it does not end. When I meet Yamanaka, I will never die. Besides, there are people from the demon realm. The demon realm has always wanted to demonize the human realm, and they are also our great enemies of mankind. Finally, the celestials in the celestial world have always treated human beings with contempt, but it is undeniable that they are very strong. The celestials, at the master level, have been able to display their unique laws, heaven and earth, too. After everyone heard it, they naturally agreed. Then the principal of Yanjing mentioned some precautions for Feng Shenshen. But the main content related to Function Mountain was never mentioned. On the second day, everyone is preparing to go to the entrance of the Dungeon of Heaven and Human World. For the Celestial Clan, it would be considered a provocation for a human epic-level powerhouse to enter the Celestial Human World, but because of the opening of Function Mountain, an epic-level powerhouse would be allowed to lead the team. This is naturally done by Zan Yisho. But Wang Daojun will send Su Xin to the entrance. After meeting with everyone last night, Su Xin went to see Wang Daojun again, and the other party gave him several rare-level master-level equipment. The only artifact-level equipment, even for epic-level equipment, is extremely rare, and the level cannot be only master-level. Brother, you must come back. Before leaving, Wu Yilin hugged her brother with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, brother will be back. 1. Wu Feiken caressed his sister's dog's head and whispered softly, but he also had great confidence invisibly. You too. After Wu Yilin separated from her brother, Tsunere said something to Su Xin, then left quickly. Advertisement. Seeing this, Wu Feiken couldn't help but stroke his chin, thoughtfully. With a wave of Principal Zan's hand, he saw a Uranus-class equipment, the Royal Spirit boat, lying high in the sky. Everyone stepped on the Yuling boat, which was as huge as an aircraft carrier, but it was dozens of times faster than Su Xin's escape boat. At the moment, in the high sky of Yanjing, an arc of light appeared, and in a flash, it disappeared into the distant sky in an instant. After a few hours, everyone arrived at the entrance of the copy of the world of heaven and man. Unlike the dungeon of the monster continent, where there is a small town Fangxi, there is nothing here. For a long time, there was not a single professional entering or leaving the dungeon world. And soon, Su Xin understood the reason. Everyone entered the world of this copy. When Su Xin stepped into the world of heaven and man, suddenly, he felt as if he had stepped into a landscape painting scroll. The mountains and rivers in front of you are beautiful and dynamic. This world is full of spiritual energy and immortal energy. There were white clouds in the sky, and above the high end of the white clouds, the outlines of some palaces could be vaguely seen. Entry pass. A shout interrupted Su Xin's thoughts, and then saw a group of people wearing robes and costumes in front of everyone. Are they the Celestials? The group of people in front of them looked completely human, and they thought they were from the Eastern Flame Kingdom. No, in the 4 large-scale dungeon worlds, there are human beings who migrated and thrived. That's how they are. 1. Wu Feiken shook his head and explained briefly. The implication is that there are strong people with a group of people who choose to join the rule of the Celestial clan. There is no doubt about the ability of human beings to reproduce. That is to say, there are human beings who have migrated in the monster race continent world, and this phenomenon exists in the other 3 large-scale dungeon worlds. They chose to follow the Celestials and were given the title of Shangren by the Celestials. What the Shangren speaks is the language of the Celestial race. However, language is not difficult for professionals, just need to use some props to communicate without barriers. The Shangren have arrogant expressions, as if they have a natural sense of superiority to human beings. In the world of heaven and man, the human beings in the human world are called lower human race. Su Xin finds it interesting. Celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. This so-called entry card is issued by the Celestial clan, and the human world must be purchased to enter the Celestial world. Because of the existence of inner ghosts, the specific locations of the entrances and exits from the human world to the heaven and human world cannot be hidden. In fact, Yaozu continent also wanted to follow the example of heaven and human world to play this game, but was convinced by the strong men of human world. But the heaven and human race, the strong men of the human world cannot subdue it by force. Principal Zan took out some entry cards and handed them to the other party with a light expression. After the latter took over, began to check the authenticity. This is also the reason why so few people come to the Celestial clan. If you come here, the heavenly human race may not bother you, but these, Shang human race, may give you a few sticks. Function Mountain is a test place left by the ancestors of heaven and man. If you wait for the next human race to go to your own destruction, I kindly remind you, stay in the human world, this is not the place you should come. After the inspection, an upper human race sneered with thin lips. Su Xin frowned and looked at the speaker. When the man saw this, his face became even more severe, and he shouted, "What kind of expression do you have? Don't be rude." Advertisement. At this moment, a shout sounded. However, a crane chirping suddenly sounded in the sky, followed by a young man riding on a white crane to the ground. Grown-ups. As soon as this person appeared, all the Shangren knelt down on one knee and saluted. The names of the Celestial clan are somewhat similar to those of the White Fox clan, with a single character fate, which means a unique meaning. The name of the person here is Yu, and it is the younger generation of the Celestial clan. 0. The arrogance of the Celestial clan can be seen by the younger generation to meet such epic powerhouses as Zan Yisho. And this Yu also deliberately let the Shangren jump, and then reappeared on his own. From the overall point of view, the real Celestials are not much different from humans. The biggest difference lies in the position between the eyebrows, and they all have pattern marks. The center of Yu's eyebrows has a mark similar to lightning. This is the imprint of heaven and man. Anyone born with this imprint must be a leader in the heaven and human race, which is equivalent to the gold content of hidden professionals. The only difference is that other Celestials can obtain such marks through cultivation. The imprint is formed, which means that the initial master has the unique law of heaven and earth. Junior Yu, I have seen senior. The imperial body got down and cupped his hands at Zan Yisho. Zan Yisho nodded, but said nothing. Immediately after, it was this royal riding a white crane who led the way. The Celestials are so arrogant. Su Xin blinked at Wu Feiken next to him. My human world has a population of 10 billion, which is 1,000 times that of the human world. However, the heaven and human race are the world's darlings in the heaven and human world. They are born with powerful cultivation talents and abilities, and their overall strength is indeed slightly stronger than that of the human world. 1. Wu Feiken smiled and replied. He then added. However, in recent years, the Celestials have allowed the intermarriage of the humans who follow them, and their offspring can awaken their profession because they have human blood, so the Celestials have aggressively recruited humans from the human world to migrate to the Celestial world. The population is already in the hundreds of millions. These people consider themselves to be the Shangren clan and regard the heavenly people as their ancestors. The education they have received since childhood is to respect the heavenly people. If they continue for a long time. Su Xin couldn't help but be a little silent when she heard the words. After a few years, the human world will be orthodox in the heaven and human world. Compared with the arrogance of the celestial race, their method of assimilating humans is more worthy of fear. How does the master level of the celestial clan compare to us? Su Xin then asked again. It's generally stronger than us. Wu Feiken told the truth, however, in terms of the strength of the legendary superpowers, there is not much difference. Before the Emperor Yan came to the Celestial Clan, he even defeated a superpower of the Celestial Clan. Since then, it seems that some agreement has been reached, and Function Mountain has been allowed to enter. 3.5 inches. The Emperor Yan is a real hero. Su Xin sighed with emotion. The two continued to talk, and so did the others, whispering. It doesn't take long. There was a sky-high staircase in front of him. It was a white staircase extending from the ground to the clouds in the sky, and at this moment, there were figures talking on it. This is the sky-climbing ladder of the celestial race. Anyone who steps on the cloud through the sky ladder can live on the cloud palace and gain a certain status. Although the celestials are arrogant, they still have superficial skills, and they did not ask Su Xin and others to forcibly climb the ladder. This climbing ladder is similar to the sky bridge in the Golden Trial, which is a test of willpower and spiritual power. However, if it fails on the way, it is a fall from a high altitude, and there is a high probability of death. After a while, Su Xin saw many people falling one after another. And under that ladder, there are piles of bones, all of them who have failed to climb the ladder in the past. Yu took Su Xin and others over the climbing ladder and went straight to the city above the clouds. This city of clouds is composed of various palaces, vast and magnificent, like a fairy home. The demon world, the spiritual world, and the alien beast race in the human world, the four parties have already arrived. After arriving at Cloud City, Yu turned around and said something to Su Xin and others. Chapter 82 Awakening, Hunting Time. The Cubs of the Dark God Sect. Cloud City Center Palace. When Su Xin walked in, he found an acquaintance. Dark Gods. It was the eyebrowless young man I met in the monster race continent before. The fact that the young man without eyebrows could appear in the Golden Trial meant that he could not have been at the Master rank at that time, at most he had broken through to the Master rank in the Golden Trial. Now that he can appear here, it means that he is already a Master of the 10th Order. This level of upgrade speed is even better than Su Xin. What surprised Su Xin was that the Dark God Sect stood with the participants of the Abyss Demon Realm, and the eyebrowless youth was obviously headed by others. Seeing Su Xin, the eyebrowless youth, Gong Jian, glanced at Su Xin, but there was no reaction. The news that Su Xin was still alive was naturally known to them long ago. Gong Jian saw with his own eyes Su Xin's suicide that day. Now he can still appear here alive, and his strength has stepped from gold to the 10th rank of Master in one fell swoop, and he is even more famous in the world. Resurrection props. Gong Jian guessed in his heart. In addition to the possible resurrection props, the only possibility is that the one who blew himself up that day was Su Xin's avatar. It's not a big secret that Su Xin has a way to clone himself. How are you doing, Senior Wei Luo? Su Xin did not show an angry expression as Gong Jian imagined, but asked him with a smile. Very good. Gong Jian was stunned when he heard the words, and then he bared his teeth and laughed. You recognize. At this time, on the side of the Abyss Demon Realm, the extremely evil-looking young man suddenly opened his mouth and asked Gong Jian. Gong Jian immediately bowed slightly, and whispered a few words with his ears. Oh, self-destruction and resurrection. Kind of interesting. The evil young man came from the demon world, and his name was Magic Xuan. Although he looked like a human, the life breath that Su Xin felt was not of the human race at all. Anyway, in this hall, most of what I see at the moment are human appearances, even the monsters from the monster clan are transformed into human shapes. Among the worlds, the human race is indeed the darling of heaven and earth, and the heaven and human race are actually the human race. Only the alien beast races in the human world have the appearance of alien beasts at the moment, but their size has been deliberately reduced. In the hall, everyone is standing. Only this Mo Xuan is sitting, and he is not sitting on the ground. A member of the Dark God Sect took the initiative to lie down on the ground for him to take a seat. The Dark God cult was founded by the demon lord Muntian Shi, and everyone in its religion can be said to be human traitors and abyss lackeys. However, that demon lord has a high status in the Abyss Demon Realm dungeon world, and is one of the 3 supreme demons in the demon realm. The number of people who came this time was actually as many as 15 people. This seat is asking you something. 1. Seeing Su Xin ignoring his own words, Mo Xuan stared at Su Xin coldly. At this moment, Su Xin suddenly felt as if a pair of invisible big hands were wrapping him, and he was physically fine, but mentally he was under a lot of pressure. But in the end, it's just a small trick. Su Xin moved, and the pressure disappeared immediately. He looked at Mo Xuan and said with a smile. In the Abyss Demon world, what kind of garbage can claim to be the seat? When Mo Xuan heard the words, he slowly stood up. For a moment, many eyes in the hall looked towards this side. That day, the young man of the human race watched this scene with great interest, and did not have the posture of stepping forward to discourage him. He even wanted to fight directly in the hall. Stop, Mo Xuan, Function Mountain is about to open, don't drop your tongue, you can do whatever you want when you arrive at Function Mountain. 1. There are not only these juniors in the hall, there are also epic-level bigwigs and strong men like Zan Yisho. In the Abyss Demon world, the elder suddenly opened his mouth. After Mo Xuan listened, the corners of his mouth drew a cruel and cold arc. Advertisement. I'll make you kneel and beg me to kill you. After saying that, he sat down again. He is not a human at all, and at this moment, he forcibly suppressed the anger that was offended by Su Xin in his heart, but it caused the member of the Dark God Sect who served as the seat to suffer. Su Xin could clearly see that the person who served as the seat turned extremely pale. Taking a closer look, Mo Xuan was tearing off the man's belly piece by piece, while staring at himself with resentment. Haha, silly beep, just showed Su Xin a smile. The little episode here will soon pass. Su began to discuss with Wu Liang the other people in the hall. From the demon clan, 10 also came. It's a pity that Su Xin didn't see the fox demon clan, but there was a heroic girl that made Su Xin very concerned. This girl has 2 dragon horns on her forehead and a pair of golden pupils, which is very likely to be a dragon from the monster race continent. On the other side of the spirit world, there are fewer people, and there are 5 people. The races in the spiritual world are more mixed, but in terms of the environment of heaven and earth, it is even worse than the world of heaven and earth. It can be said to be a paradise for elemental creatures. The spirit world spirit clan is the element body. In layman's terms, it means that heaven and earth are parents. However, the number of this species is very small. At this time, there was a green-haired figure on the side of the spirit clan. Because he was too handsome, he couldn't tell the gender for a while. The spirit clan had no concept of gender. Let's just say he's a teenager. The green-haired boy was staring at Su Xin. In fact, he had been staring at Su Xin since he entered the hall. Su Xin doesn't know the reason. But when he thought of the Liuxian in his body soon, he was a little stunned. Finally, there is the alien race of the human world. The least number, only 3. They are all maintaining the animal shape, and from the look in their eyes, they are also not low in wisdom. Although in recent years, creatures in the dungeon world have signs of freely entering and leaving the human world, but for large dungeon worlds, it is not obvious enough, and there are still strong restrictions. However, the large-scale dungeon worlds are mutually. Although it is a little troublesome to enter and exit, but not entering the human world will be hindered by the rules of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why all the powerful races from all walks of life are gathered here. In the hall, apart from an epic powerhouse from the Celestial Clan, there is only you. But this is the home of the Celestial Clan. There is no limit on the number of people who can enter the Function Mountain, so the number of people who enter the Function Mountain from the Heavenly Human race and the Shangren race is much more than the other parties combined, in the hundreds. Function Mountain is about to open tomorrow, everyone can rest in this hall today. The host, the Celestial Human race, showed neither enthusiasm nor indifference. After saying a word, they entered the inner hall with the epic bosses led by all parties. This seat will definitely call him life rather than death. Looking at the group of human world who were taken away by Yu's arrangement, Mo Xuan stared at Su Xin's back, and the resentment in his eyes became more and more intense. With your strength, you will be able to do it easily. Gong Jian bowed his body and respectfully agreed. After arriving at the arranged accommodation, everyone has a room, and Su Xin did not visit Wu Feiken during this period. It's been such a quiet day. The next day, the scorching sun of the heaven and human world was extraordinarily hot. A majestic mountain like the edge of a sword appeared in front of you. Surrounded by boundless mountains standing in the clouds, the scene in front of you, overlooking from a high altitude, the mountains and rivers are vast, splendid and magnificent, nothing more than this. Here is the entrance to the secret realm of Function Mountain. And at the entrance, there are already a large number of participants from the heavenly human race and the Shang human race gathered here, and the number of people is in the hundreds. This is the absolute home field, and the Celestials have an overwhelming numerical advantage. However, the trials in the secret realm of Function Mountain have nothing to do with the number of people, it all depends on individual talent and strength. When the people gather together. Advertisement. Then I saw a strong man from the Celestial Clan suddenly bowing to Function Mountain. In an instant, both the heavenly human race and the Shang human race were like this. Su Xin and others silently waited for their kneeling ceremony to end. After half a day has passed. Only then did they all get up, talking about some priests used in sacrifice. Boom. At this time, under the mountain peak in front of him, a door of space slowly opened. Function is open, the posterity, enter. The heaven and human race powerhouse immediately shouted. Immediately, the testers from the heavenly human race and the Shang human race filed in and stepped into the Function Mountain trial space one after another. Su Xin and other parties have to take the last turn. When everyone stepped into it, I don't know how many people will survive this time. Zhan Yisho, the principal of Yan Jing, looked at the door of the space that was gradually closing, and sighed in his heart. When Su Xin stepped into the Function Mountain trial space, a ray of breath suddenly entered 853's body. At the moment when the breath enters the body, Su Xin immediately understood that this breath was, exactly the, Dao mark, that Wang Daojun said. But not complete. Instead, it needs, to snatch the Dao marks of others. What kind of genius graveyard is this? This is clearly a GU farm. In fact, the number of Dao marks is limited, not everyone can get a ray of Dao mark, otherwise, there will not be only hundreds of people from the heavenly human race and the Shang human race. There are 9 complete Dao marks. In addition, entering Function Mountain is a random teleportation location. There are also trials and inheritances left by the ancient powerhouses of the Celestial Clan here, which are equally dangerous and unpredictable, but still attract people. Dark God Cult. Su Xin expanded his life perception and found that there was no one else around. He whispered, his eyes were full of Shao-killing intent. He Su Xin crossed into this world. So far, I have only suffered a loss from the Dark God sect. Su Xin is not a generous character, on the contrary, just like that Sha Nan, she is a little cautious. Compared with the trials and inheritance here, Su Xin immediately went to find the cubs of the Dark God cult. I want to slaughter them all. At the same time as Su Xin awakens to the hunting moment. Mo Xuan has already killed a celestial clan. At this time, he was holding a heart that was beating freshly in his hand, and a corpse was lying on the ground in front of him. And beside the corpse, an illusory ghost loomed. Where is it? Mo Xuan asked that ghost. Ghost Shadow slowly stretched out a finger and pointed to the south. Worm, this seat will teach you what cruelty is. Mo Xuan's eyes widened, and he walked towards the south with a grin. And with a move of the ghost's hands, it took the corpse into the shadow. At the same time, there was a tingling sound of chewing in the ghost's body. This is a demon from the Abyss Demon World. It seems to have a special ability to find people. Because in its southern direction. Exactly where Su Xin is. Chapter 83 Little Trash. If I punch down, you still owe me a blood tube. That Mo Xuan is approaching where Su Xin is. In the demon world, the weak cannot survive, and the dog wagging its tail and begging for pity will be kicked from time to time by the roadside. The Abyss Demon World is the real strength is king, the strong is respected. If the weak dare to look directly at the strong, it is the way to die. Unlike the world of heaven and earth, the demon realm is not so arrogant towards the human realm. I don't consider myself superior to humans. If the strong human beings join the demon world, they will still gain a high status, and there are many people in the demon world who are willing to follow. In the devil world, as long as you have the strength, you can play how you want to play. If you see a beauty in the devil world, she is not as strong as you, and you will be fine if you kidnap her directly. Same. It's not uncommon for beauties in the devil world to fall in love with you, you are not as strong as him, and it is common for her to take you as her face. It is such a world where the weak and the strong eat the weak. Mo Xuan thought from the bottom of his heart that Su Xin was by no means his opponent. That's why Su Xin's offensive is so unbearable. If he is offended by the strong and the weak, and he does not give the opponent the corresponding punishment, then returning to the demon world will be a laughing stock. This is also in the Function Mountain trial space. Mo Xuan did not rush to find other people to collect Dao marks, but immediately went to kill Su Xin. On the other hand, Su Xin did the same. But there are some differences. He can't beat Uranus of the Dark God cult now, and he can't beat the Dark God cult's little brat. Pure hate. More interestingly, Su Xin went to find the people of the Dark God cult, and the direction he went was exactly where Mo Xuan was coming. If the two do not change direction halfway, the two will meet soon. At this moment, Su Xin turned on life perception while looking at the surrounding environment. Function Mountain has a large trial space. At least Su Xin's current location is at the foot of a Jianfang Mountain. On the top of the Jianfang Mountain, there is a trial and inheritance of Function Mountain. Su Xin glanced at the top of Jianfang Mountain and hesitated whether to go now or not. After all, the people of the Dark God sector also trying to pass the inheritance. Most likely they all ran that way. Suddenly, Su Xin's expression moved, and for the first time he sensed the breath of life. Have you obtained Dao marks yet? No. The 5 high human race gathered together by some means, and they are now talking to each other. Among the 5, only one obtained the Dao mark. Entering the Function Mountain, not everyone can obtain a trace of Dao marks, and those who obtain Dao marks do not represent any special meaning. Dao marks cannot improve strength, only the upper limit. When an epic level boss gets a complete Dao mark, it is possible to step into the upper limit of a legendary level superpower. This is also the reason why Wang Daojun of Zhongnan University cares so much about Dao marks. However, it is worth mentioning that, of the 4.5 legends in the human world, none of them stepped into the legendary level by relying on Dao marks, they all depended on their own talents, self-oriented, and condensed their own Dao marks. Without any exaggeration, the will of this world manifested, and the 10,000 worlds came to the human world in the form of games. It has only been more than 1,000 years. The 4.5 legends are all top heroes in the human world. Their achievements are basically unrepeatable. Without Dao marks, it does not prevent us from robbing others of Dao marks. Since I have the opportunity to enter Function Mountain with the gift of the superiors, I naturally have to fight for it. Together, it must be the case, in terms of numerical advantage, our human race in the sky is much more than other parties, and it is natural to take advantage of this numerical advantage. Advertisement. Alright. 1. The 5 looked at each other and quickly settled down. And they had just finished speaking. They saw a figure running towards them without stopping or dreading. It's the next. When the 5 of them saw it, their eyes twitched. Human beings in the world of heaven and man have 5 major clans, behind which represent 5 epic-level powerhouses, namely Tian, Wang, Li, Zheng, and Lu. Yes, the Celestials chose the Shangren, and they only chose the people of the Yan Kingdom. In their opinion, the white-skinned barbarians and the black-skinned are dirty, and they don't even have the qualifications to become a human race. The 5 people gathered in front of them are Tian Shi from the Shangren clan. The ancestor of the Tian clan, Tian Dang, was born in the Zhongnan region of the Yan Kingdom. He resolutely chose to join the Celestial clan when he was the First Order Uranus, and was canonized by the Celestial clan. After bringing a group of people to the world of heaven and human, more than 100 years later, the Tian family's population multiplied to a large scale, and he became the ancestor of the Yi clan. Su Xin, whose face was a little dark when he saw the 5 people in front of him who were not his targets. Su Xin's face turned even darker after hearing them shouting the words, lower human race. Kneel down. The lowly seed of the human race, when you meet me, kneeling down is your only chance to survive. Get down on your knees. Then yell, the master spare my life. Otherwise, die. When the 5 Tian clansmen saw Su Xin, they immediately raised their chins, and shouted sternly. Su Xin's eyelids picked up. But it was back to normal in an instant. Before he crossed, there were many two devils in his own country, who were more fierce than anyone else. The nature of the human race is even worse. They have been educated since they were young, and they have been deliberately instilled in the concept of human beings as lowly. They live in the world of heaven and have rarely dealt with the human race in the human world. This deep-rooted discrimination and pride in their hearts it will naturally evolve as it is now. From the point of view of the celestial beings, this is completely the method of using barbarians to control barbarians, raising human beings in the human world. After all, these people are able to freely enter and leave the world, they are people in the human world, and they can awaken their profession. Walk slowly. I didn't intend to let them go in the first place, and now I don't even have the idea. But before Su Xin took the initiative to attack, one of Tian's superior human race took the initiative to attack Su Xin. This person's occupation is Fire Mage. At this moment, when his right arm was raised, a cluster of dragon-shaped flames burst out from his hands. The flames rose high in the wind, and instantly transformed into a giant fire dragon lying high in the sky, roaring and slaughtering towards Su Xin. You don't have to waste your words with this lower human race, just kill it directly. The corner of Tian Qi's mouth sneered. Roar. The sound of the fire dragon's roar became more and more deafening, and it approached Su Xin. However, Su Xin raised his right hand and landed on the head of the fire dragon. With this touch, the fierce fire dragon seemed to have lost half of its power in an instant, and was no longer able to advance, so it was easily intercepted by Su Xin with one hand. This caused some doubts in Su Xin's eyes. Those who can enter Function Mountain should not be too bad. Am I too strong, or is this, Lord of the Human Race, too weak? I want to laugh. Su Xin burst out laughing. With this strength, you dare to fly a dragon and ride your face. His face suddenly turned hideous. Immediately afterwards, Su Xin flickered and moved around, her figure was like a ghost, and it instantly turned into an afterimage and dissipated sporadically. The main body came to Tian Qi like a teleportation. Tian Qi was shocked, but his reaction was not slow. With a bang, a very hot flame burst out, and the flame turned into a shield to protect him. At the same time, the other 4 are also hands. However, before the 4-person move attacked, Su Xin ignored it and slammed away Tian Qi with a punch. At this time, under the blessing of strange power, Su Xin had a power of 4 million kilograms in one punch. Even if he didn't use the martial arts skills, this punch level was not something that a crispy little trash like a mage could resist. Advertisement. Again, I am Su Xin, the god of mistreatment of vegetables. Boom, boom. I saw Su Xin punched. Even if it was an ordinary punch, it also had a horrific meaning of destructiveness. His punch was unstoppable, directly smashing Tian Qi's flame shield, and the remaining fist power sent him directly into the underworld under Tian Qi's horrified gaze. Bang. Tian Qi's splendid explosion turned into a blood mist that bloomed in the sky. Collect the little trash. If I punch you, you still owe me a blood tube. Su Xin clenched his fists and laughed out loud. These 5 Tian clansmen are very weak. At least compared to Su Xin, they are totally underwhelming. Su Xin punches a little trash, showing invincibility. With 3 strikes and 5 out of 2, he slaughtered the 4 Tian clan masters one by one without much use of his own means. Su Xin was stunned. He suddenly became suspicious. This so-called genius cemetery was actually the Function trial of the genius GU farm. For him, it wouldn't be. Would it be the Fish Pond Bureau? Kneel down. Then, look up at me from Guo Shaoxi's perspective. Su Xin's eyes narrowed, and she shouted at the remaining Tian clan. The man's face was completely pale with fright. Treating this bunch of Shangren who have grown crooked, convincing people with virtue as a pure-blooded fool. It's time for a bully like Su Xin to deal with them. Su Xin deliberately left one person for humiliation. Puff. Under great fear, the man immediately fell to his knees and looked up at Su Xin with a terrified face. Shout, sir, spare my life. Shout out. The man paused. Finally, he shouted, please spare my life. With such a low voice, do you still want to live? Qian Li Hao, please spare my life. Ah scream. Su Xin raised her fists. Did you say one more word? 1. He casually found a reason, that is, he punched and killed this person into scum. To offend Su Xin, it is better to offend the king of hell. Su Xin's character is definitely not soft-hearted, he even has to humiliate you before killing you, which is really bad and not a human being. Unfortunately, none of the 5 had any Dao marks on their bodies. And Su Xin took the storage bags from them with ease. Checked it out and there was nothing good in it. It can be seen that these 5 Tian clan members are only slightly powerful, but they do not receive much attention. After killing 5 people, Su Xin continued to move forward. After he walked for about half an hour, his footsteps suddenly crouched down. Find. A bitter and cruel voice sounded in Su Xin's ears. He fixed his eyes. Right in front of him, Mo Xuan was staring at Taji with cruel but excited eyes as if he had found his prey. This made Su Xin a little surprised. The other party obviously knew that he was here. In other words, his ability to find people is even more powerful than his own life perception. Having said that, life perception is indeed not a powerful method. He is not afraid. After all, if the other party is not looking for him, he has to take the initiative to find the other party. At the moment, Su Xin hooked his fingers at Mo Xuan. Chapter 84. The Power to Control Ghosts and Gods. Hidden Occupation Dark Lord. Su Xin's provocative gesture of hooking his fingers was very useful, and Mo Xuan was completely angry. But what surprised Su Xin was that the other party was furious, but did not take the initiative to attack him immediately. All of a sudden, Su Xin was shocked for no reason. A strong sense of crisis came to his heart. Su Xin almost dodged to the side like a conditioned reflex, but it seemed that he was still half a beat, and his right arm was grabbed by the next piece of flesh and blood. He looked at the wound on his right arm, but his expression was thoughtful. Instead of scratches, there were extremely obvious tooth marks on the wound that lacked flesh and blood. That's it. Mo Xuan in front pointed at Su Xin. This seat will stand here, watching you being torn apart a little bit, screaming loudly. Your screams may bring a little joy to this seat. The corners of his mouth drew a cruel and disdainful arc. Crunch, crunch. A numbing sound of chewing sounded from the side. Su Xin looked towards the direction of the sound. The phantom ghost who killed others before the devil is standing there. The weird thing is that Su Xin can't see it with the naked eye at all, and even the sense of life can't feel any breath of life. The opponent is not a living body. It was because of the refining magic of the Fox Demon clan that Su Xin could vaguely sense the existence of the other party through his mental power. But it's not obvious enough. This ability is kind of interesting. Su Xin suddenly laughed. The wound on his right arm healed in an instant and recovered as before. Even with a severed limb, Su Xin can grow back, but it takes time to regenerate flesh and blood. No matter how bad it is, he directly explodes a heart of life, and any serious injury is useless. The sound of chewing gradually subsided. Before disappearing completely, Su Xin launched the attack in a flash, and he slapped and killed the demon Xuan 853 void in front of him with one hand. The great desolate prisoner's finger. Boom. In an instant, the sky and the earth roared, and a huge finger condensed out. The latter showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Su Xin, whom he regarded as a worm, to be able to show such abilities. However, he was still walking around in the courtyard, and he was very confident. Carol. Mo Xuan let out a low sigh. Su Xin then clearly saw a huge ghost, like the Dharma body of this demon, slowly rising from behind it. The giant ghost's arms reached the sky, protecting the demons below, and then with his arms, he safely blocked Su Xin's great desolate prisoner's finger. Bang! The power of the great desolate prisoner's finger erupted, seeing the surrounding land swept into wasteland by the demon Xuan, but the demon Xuan in the center had no influence at all. This seat wants to praise you, just now this move is not bad. Mo Xuan held his chin up, extremely arrogant. And at this time, the invisible ghost suddenly clasped his hands together, and then Su Xin clearly saw a tree extending from the ground. From the tree, a seed bloomed and finally turned into a wooden dragon, moving towards Su Xin. Kill and go. What? Su Xin couldn't hide her surprise. Another ghost controlled by Mo Xuan, after eating his own flesh and blood, was able to use his own moves. What kind of weird ability is this? However, can Senju's wood style be the same as Yamato's wood style? Without a huge amount of life energy to support, isn't wood style a rubbish move? That wooden dragon has nothing to do with divine horses, and its size is only 30 meters. Su Xin stretched out his right hand, and a wooden stick extended directly from his right arm. The wooden stick blossomed and turned into a 100-meter wooden golem in an instant. Advertisement. Wooden golem grabs it with a big hand, DADF, which is to directly tear the opponent's wooden dragon into pieces. Rakshasa. At this time, Mo Xuan spoke again. In an instant. Then he saw that the ground under Su Xin's feet suddenly turned purple and red. The originally hard ground turned into a swamp, and purple pulp bubbles continued to emerge from the ground. Su Xin is about to leave the ground. But the opponent's moves showed a weirdness from beginning to end. He has been hit. I saw Su Xin's body up and down, being embraced by countless purple goblins. These purple brots hold Su Xin tightly. All of a sudden, Su Xin became sluggish, as if he was cursed, and his abilities in all aspects were rapidly declining. Shia. Mo Xuan pointed at Su Xin again. Immediately beside him, a ghost appeared again. This ghost was human-like with a long knife hanging from his waist. At this moment, the long knife was slowly pulled out, the ghost figure of Shia raised his head, and the faint ghost fire in his eyes made people shudder. Swish. Asura's ghost shadow slashed out, as if the space was split, the sword light ignored the distance in space and slashed directly on Su Xin's body. With the strength of the latter, even if it is too late to react, it can also make timely defensive measures. However, Su Xin was caught by the purple kid and forced to enter a weak state. Not to mention that his reaction was slow for half a beat, even if he wanted to use a move to defend at this moment, he was too willing to do so. At this time, Su Xin felt as if she had entered the age of old age. He seems to be the kind of old man who can flash up to his waist if he moves a little too far. Puff. Boom. Tang. The cluster of dark knife light slashed at Su Xin, causing the latter to burst into a fiery shield of flames. It is the defensive equipment, the flame dragon armor, given to Su Xin by Principal Wang. But the flame shield only supported for a moment, then it was cut open, and a huge knife wound that was shocking and deep into the bones appeared in Su Xin's heart. If there is no flame dragon armor, This knife can directly cut Su Shin in half. Asura, I don't want you to kill him directly and cut off his flesh and blood piece by piece, I don't want him to die so happily. Mo Xuan looked at the ghost shadow of Shira displeased. If the latter was sane, he was stunned for a while, and then bowed at Mo Xuan to admit his mistake. Are you a professional? Su Shin suddenly looked at Mo Xuan. What's more funny is that because of the ability of the Rakshasa ghost, Su Shin started to speak like this. Are you, professional, person? Take your breath away when you say a word. Hear this. That Mo Xuan was already arrogant, but he directly expanded his personal panel. Professor. Demon Xuan. Occupation. Dark Lord. Grade. Master 10th grade. Close black lens bracket. Dark Sovereign. Hidden occupation. Can control the power of ghosts and gods. What Su Shin didn't know was that such a profession did not exist in the human world. Mo Xuan is not simply a native of the Abyss demon world, he is a hybrid of human and demon. But because he has human blood, he can also awaken his profession. He even awakened to a type of occupation that the human world never had. This phenomenon is very rare, but it is not the only case of Mo Xuan. Among the human races in the world of heaven and human, there are children born from intermarriage with the heaven and human race, and like the demons, they have awakened to a new profession. The same is true on the demon race continent. Only the spiritual world does not, because the spiritual race is not a flesh and blood creature, and has reproductive isolation from humans. And the powerful point of Mo Xuan is not only the hidden profession of the Dark Monarch. He himself also has the blood of the demon race, and also has the natural ability of the demon race. It's just that this arrogant thinks that Su Shin can be easily killed without any use. It is worth mentioning that. Advertisement. Mo Xuan is not ashamed that he has half human blood. The demon world respects the strong, so it doesn't matter if you are a hybrid or a pure blood. Just look at the strength. The powerful, all existence and all origins are reasonable. They must bear the pursuit of the weak. Suddenly, Su Shin seems to have understood why the demon lord Budianshi is obsessed with demonizing the human world. The offspring born from the union of humans and demons can have such a dazzling performance. Look at Su Shin at this time. He threw the nonsense thoughts in his heart away, and then he instantly burst into a cluster of green light, with wicker phantoms flying around him. Su Shin's weakened state is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole person seemed to be charged, and his face turned rosy again. Rakshasa Ghost's unstoppable coercive weakness. Directly transferred to Lu Shen by Su Shin, the curve is immune to this move. Compared to the 5 supreme human races just now, the strength of this demon Xuan did put a lot of pressure on Su Shin. There is pressure, but not much. Sage mode. Su Shin immediately put his hands together, and even though the purple ghost covered his body, he still entered the immortal state without hindrance. See this scene. The playful expression in Mo Xuan's eyes changed slightly. Without his order, the Asura ghost beside him slashed towards Su Shin again. Boo! The sound of the sword turned into a scream of ghosts, and in an instant, the infinite light of the sword seemed to cover the whole world. The dark sword light reflects the whole world, there is no way to hide. Knives are everywhere. This Asura ghost's combat power is no trivial matter, as powerful as this. And Su Shin's entire body suddenly swelled, and in an instant he turned into a 100-meter wooden golem, a tall figure standing on the ground, overlooking the earth. Bafang Jingwu. Bang bang bang. The wooden golem made by Su Shin stood side by side, and the shadows of the fists were densely packed like a hurricane. His fists constantly clashed with the sharp sword light of the Asura ghost. Every time they collided, the surrounding atmosphere trembled constantly, and the air waves were billowing. The avenues will be destroyed. No, Asura ghost is not tired. Like a ruthless knife-making machine, the difference is that he has changed from the one-handed knife at the beginning to the current two-handed knife. The two monsters, who could not be called human beings, were madly fighting against the waves on the spot, and they fought heartily. And as the two became more and more vocal, Mo Xuan's expression also gradually changed significantly. He has changed from being abusive and arrogant at the beginning to his current gaze that is firm and silent. The strength of the opponent can basically be judged from the moment the opponent makes a move. This worm can actually be indistinguishable from Shira. Mo Xuan thought for a while. Among the ghosts he rules, only the Asura ghost has the strongest single combat power. The defense of the Garo ghost, the weakness of the Rakshasa ghost, and the invisibility and reproduction of the shadowless ghost. Well, what if you can defeat Shira and spare your life? Mo Xuan suddenly laughed. He was still arrogant and confident. At this time, he swiped his right arm toward the void next to him, and it turned into a dark door of space. Immediately after, countless evil spirits poured out from the gate of space. But these evil spirits are not used to deal with Su Shin. This ghost began to fall to the ground, rise up, abruptly to the throne of the monarch. Mo Xuan jumped up and sat down right under the throne built by the group of ghosts, just propping his chin with one hand, as if admiring the battle of trapped beasts. FK. When Su Shin saw this scene, an evil fire was burning in his heart. I originally wanted to use the Asura ghost to master my own skills and moves, but nothing left. Chapter 85. I still like your rebellious look before. Looking at Mo Xuan sitting comfortably on the throne of ghosts. The reason for Su Shin's sudden anger is very simple. That is, it was actually installed by him. Why does it suddenly feel a little familiar? Su Shin felt a little familiar, but for a while, she forgot where she had seen it. Countless evil ghosts were crawling on the ground in front of them, so piled up and added together to form a high platform with a height of 100 meters. On the high platform, dozens of evil ghosts twisted their bodies to form a throne, and were sat on it by the demons. Are you angry? When the superiors face the challenge of the inferiors, shouldn't they think that the superiors will go all out? Show your full strength. Shira's strength is more than that. 1. Feeling Su Shin's anger, Mo Xuan still maintained a comfortable posture with one hand on his cheek. Su Shin frowned. In fact, he is already very proficient in sage mode. In this state, Su Shin absorbs the mighty power of heaven and earth, which will make his own life energy undergo a qualitative change, thereby increasing the power several times. When Su Shin's whole body's life energy is completely transformed, it is his strongest state in sage mode. And it can also continuously replenish and increase the amount of life energy through life absorption. That is, after fighting against the Asura ghost just now, Su Shin's immortal state was only in the warm-up stage. Yet now, all open. Boom. I saw that the size of the wooden golem transformed by Su Shin kept skyrocketing. The bigger the size of the wooden golem, the more life energy Su Shin could use, and the stronger the power of his moves. When Su Shin's body soared from 100 meters to 1000 meters, it stopped. At this time, he looked down, and his eyes were firmly locked on the demon Xuan below. Immediately, one move, the great wilderness prisoner's paradise. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent sound like a Hong Zhong Dalu from the heaven and the earth, and the whole world seemed to be gathered in Su Shin's palm. The giant palm that covered the sky suppressed it from top to bottom, like a meteorite that fell from space. It was unstoppable and destroyed. Galu. Mo Xuan stood up suddenly. He couldn't keep his whole body comfortable any longer. He just felt an electric current from his tailbone shot straight to the sky, and an extremely strong life and death crisis rushed into his heart. The power of that giant palm has not fully shown yet. Mo Xuan felt that his whole body was enveloped by tremendous pressure, and at this moment, there was a sense of being instantly fixed. The terrifying aspect of the great wilderness prisoner's palm is that after making a move, it can automatically absorb the mighty power of heaven and earth to increase its own formidable power. There are 5 types of this move: 1 finger, 2 fingers, to 5 fingers. 5 points out, heaven and earth are prisoners. Under normal circumstances, at Su Shin's level, he would not be able to use the 5 fingers, but he obtained it from the gift package reward, and he was a direct master, skipping the comprehension link. Even if this move is used at this time, it cannot show its true power, but it is definitely not something that the same level can resist. With a loud cry from the demon, the Garo ghost, who was huge and had an incomparably strong defense, suddenly turned into a gloomy light curtain, completely covering the demon Xuan in it. As soon as the shield defense was completed, the giant palm that covered the sky fell. Boom. Crack. The giant palm that covers the sky just came into contact with this shield defense. The latter was easily broken like an eggshell, and the demon below immediately showed a shocked expression. For the first time there was an expression of horror on his face. The ghosts and gods ruled by Mo Xuan are very strong, and their body is not weak. When the giant palm that covered the sky continued to press down, the whole person suddenly roared loudly. Its overall shape immediately began to change. He, who originally looked like a human, turned into a giant man about 5 meters tall in a blink of an eye. This giant man was full of muscles, and his skin was scarlet. What surprised Su Shin the most was that he was in the form of 3 heads and 6 arms. This seat is the Ashura clan of the demon world. Advertisement. Mo Xuan shouted wildly, and the 6 arms immediately held the momentum of the sky, and firmly pressed against the giant palm that covered the sky from the suppression. The size of the two cannot be compared at all, just like an ant to an elephant. But unfortunately, he blocked it. The giant palm that covers the sky pressed down again, and it was the same in midair. Your strongest move is this level. But it's not bad, at least it forced me to use Ashura form. I really want to praise you, ha ha ha. Mo Xuan is laughing, he is laughing wildly. To be honest, he was surprised that Su Shin was able to show such powerful moves. If it weren't for his superior skills, he might have really hated his hands today. But what if in the world? My demon Xuan's strength is above the opponent. This is the truth. Give this seat. Broken. Demon Xuan laughed wildly, his 6 arms moved in unison, like a demon god descended into the world. Bang 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 bang. As he bombarded the giant palm with one punch after another, the latter kept shaking, and then the entire giant palm began to fall apart. After a while, Su Shin's great wilderness prisoner's palm was blasted away by the magic sentence. Seeing this terrifyingly powerful palm being smashed to pieces by himself, Mo Xuan's laughter became louder and harsher. He raised his head abruptly, and when he was about to open his mouth, the whole person froze in place. I saw from the sky above that kilometer. Su Shin landed several palms in succession, that is, the same move was fired in bursts, and in an instant, the same great desolate prisoner's heavenly palms were fired in 10 bursts. This is thanks to the trick of thousands of rivers. With the talent of one body and one mind, Su Shin is able to combine moves together, even fusion is not an exaggeration. Thousands of rivers and thousands of streams plus great wilderness prisoner palm, the latter is the main body, that is the burst of great wilderness prisoner heavenly palm. It's just that the great wilderness prisoner's palm is a powerful move. In the current state of sage mode, 10 bursts are already the upper limit. Certainly, the scariest thing about Su Shin is resilience. Fighting with him for a long time is tantamount to committing suicide. There is only one way to defeat Su Shin: seal it, or press it to death with one move. Otherwise, after Su Xin recovers a little, this great desolate prisoner's palm will be able to fire 10 times again. Even if this move has a high load on itself, will it kill you if it is serious? But what then? Su Xin now has 4 hearts of life. Impossible. The demon below screamed in disbelief. How is this move possible? How is it possible to perform 10 times in a row in an instant? He was stunned with fright. But the coercion of the 10 giant palms that cover the sky has already fallen in front of him. Ah, it's all broken for this seat. There is no escape for him, only reckless struggle. At this moment, Mo Xuan couldn't care about the opponent's unreasonable attack at all, and only had the thought of blocking in his heart. But how could he stop it? Boom, boom. 10 giant palms that cover the sky slammed down together, like a falling meteor, instantly blasting 10 huge deep pits on the ground. At the moment when the giant palm that covered the sky exploded with power, Su Xin could clearly see that the 6 magic arms of this magic period were directly broken into several pieces by the shock. Thousands of meters wooden golem became small in an instant, and gradually returned to Su Xin's original appearance. At this time, his face was pale. But after more than 10 seconds, the rosy color was restored again. Zero asked for flowers, waiting for the remnants of the move to dissipate. In a deep pit of palm prints, Su Xin discovered Mo Xuan. Advertisement. At this time, his 6 arms were all broken, his body was dripping with injuries, shocking, and his breath was even more sluggish to the extreme. But to Su Xin's surprise, this cub is not dead. Su Xin raised his hand and wanted to make up for it. Wait, wait, wait. The weak voice of the demon sounded. I lost. Spare my life, I am willing to follow you. Unexpected expansion. Such a arrogant guy, Su Xin thought there was no such thing as surrender. As predicted, it's not enough to bite someone. Su Xin did not reply for a while. He looked around and found that Mo Xuan, as the Dark Monarch, the 4 ghosts and gods Zhilu, Rakshasa, Shia and Yingui were envoys. These 4 ghosts and gods themselves are not much injured at the moment, but they have not stepped forward to rescue Mo Xuan. Meaning included. That's it, he's just watching a play that has nothing to do with him. Forgive me, respected powerhouse. The rules of the demon world are very straightforward, and it is common for the weak to follow the strong. If Uranus defeated Mo Xuan, then such a matter of course would not make Mo Xuan follow him. But it is the existence of the same level that defeats him. And he wanted to live, too. Therefore, when begging Su Xin to spare his life, Mo Xuan struggled to get up and faced Su Xin. Even though all 6 arms were broken, he stuck his head to the ground as a whole, showing a surrender gesture of kneeling on the ground. Su Xin was stunned for a moment. Mo Xuan still maintains this attitude of surrender, waiting for Su Xin's decision. Su Xin waited for a while. It was found that Mo Xuan was not playing yin, and he didn't mean to take the opportunity to sneak up on him Su Xin. But, Su Xin, are notoriously careful. I saw Su Xin stepped on Mo Xuan's head and smiled. I still like your rebellious look before. Before waiting for Mo Xuan to react, he stepped on Mo Xuan's head with a forceful foot. Spare his life. Spare the enemy's life. Su Xin is not so naive. If he really needs followers, will he lack? Furthermore, it's hard to say whether this demon Xuan is a false surrender or a sincere surrender. Now that he was left alive, he didn't fully control the other party's means to make the other party dare not betray him. If he betrayed him later, then he would not be so stupid. Your monarch died, but you didn't disappear, something special. Su Xin then looked at the remaining 4 ghosts. Especially that Asura ghost. How about with me? He suddenly opened his mouth. I was just trying it out. But Su Xin did not expect that the ghost god Zhilu was the first to kneel towards Su Xin, showing a gesture of surrender. Immediately afterwards, Ying took the initiative to appear, and also bowed down to Su Xin. Rakshasa's body is a purple evil ghost, with a ghost face and fangs, and it is very ferocious. He and Shia looked at each other. Then he knelt down likewise. It is the profession of Dark Monarch, to rule over ghosts and gods, not the devil itself. After Mo Xuan, the monarch of darkness, was defeated by Su Xin. These 4 ghosts and gods did not choose to dissipate, but chose a new master. Seeing this, Su Xin's face did not show much joy. These 4 ghosts are easier to conquer than Lu Bu. Once you are defeated by powerful enemies in the future, they will surely sit back and watch as they do now. Su Xin waved his hand. Let's take it for a while and play. The other 3 ghosts and gods were nothing, but he really admired the sword-wielding Shia and Yu. Chapter 86. The Trial of Failure or Death, the Reward of Complete Dao Marks. After killing Mo Xuan, 2 Dao marks flew out from his body and merged into Su Xin's body. And after getting new Dao marks, Su Xin is even more enlightened. He has to get 49 Dao marks to be considered a complete Dao mark. This shows how difficult it is to collect a complete Dao mark. Those who can come to Function Mountain have a very high level of combat power in the 10th rank of the master. To get the complete Dao marks, kill 48 people in a row. And during the period, it is possible to be targeted by people who are stronger than himself, making the difficulty of collecting Dao marks skyrocketing. By the way, how did he find me? Su Xin suddenly thought of something and asked the 4 ghosts and gods who were kneeling on the ground. Ying immediately took out a hair. This is the hair of Su Xin that Ying had plucked in the Cloud City Hall, but the latter did not find it at the time. Su Xin blinked. Although Wu Ying's combat power is not obvious, but being the 6th child is indeed the real 6th. Su Xin then picked up Mo Xuan's storage bag. Opening it up, there are a lot of props and items inside. He opened a bottle and contained 3 medicinal pills. When his great desolate prisoner's heavenly palm fired 10 times in a row, Mo Xuan had obviously swallowed something, and it should be this medicine pill. It's just that the effect of the medicine has not been fully applied, and it has already failed. Of course, it is also possible that it is a life-saving medicinal pill, not necessarily a medicinal pill that temporarily enhances the actual 857 power like the crazy magic pill. Su Xin picked up one. Then take it. Although one was wasted, I learned that the effect of the medicinal pill was for life-saving use. Grass. No use for Su Xin. He then flipped through the other items and props. There are a lot of master-level equipment, but this demon is really arrogant, and it is not used at the beginning, resulting in not enough time to activate it at the critical moment. Even if Su Xin has the heart of life, the flame dragon armor has always been on his body. Do you know the location of the other people of the Dark God cult? Su Xin then asked Shang Weiying. The latter shook his head after listening. Mo Xuan does have a communication talisman, so he can contact Gong Jian and others, but Su Xin's use will definitely reveal his secrets. This made Su Xin let out a sigh and let the 4 ghosts and gods enter Moxon's soul bag, which is convenient to carry. After doing this, Su Xin looked at the top of Zhanfang Mountain not far away. After weighing and thinking in his heart, he walked towards the top of Zhanfang Mountain. At the same time, yes, in front of the celestial clan Yu, a Shangren bowed his head respectfully, and then he was slapped to death by Yu's palm without any resistance. When this Shangren died, the Dao marks in his body did not merge into Yu's body. Although I knew it for a long time, I didn't expect it to be true. Yu Qing smiled, facing the deceased Shang Ren, although there was a smile in his eyes, but he was absolutely ruthless and indifferent. Function Mountain has its own set of rules, and it is not easy to find bugs. In Function Mountain, there are 4 trials and inheritances. This Zhanfang Mountain is one of them. Su Xin had wasted a lot of time after killing the 5 Shangren and the demon Xuan. At this moment, at the top of Zhanfang Mountain, a lot of people have gathered. This is a trial challenge in the Function Mountain. The loser has only one fate, and that is death. You can be considered the leader of the lower human race, right? Come, let us see your courage. At the top of Zhanfang Mountain, there is a high tower, and the gate is closed at this moment. In front of the high tower gate, some Shangren were sneering at several people. Those who were ridiculed were from the human world, 2 men and 1 woman, Wu Feiken, Zhao Kai, and Tong Yangyu. Advertisement. Zhao Kai and Tong Yangyu are also from Yan Jing. The difference is that the former is 25 years old this year, while the latter is 42 years old. The 3 gathered together, but there were hundreds of Shangren around. If Su Xin was here, it would definitely be a little strange. Why did so many Shangren not besiege Wu Feiken and others? And the reason is simple. Within a certain range of the trial tower, there are rules prohibiting fighting, otherwise the 3 of them will have their heads blossomed. Wu Feiken's current situation is very embarrassing. He was sure that once he left, someone would definitely follow him and take action against him. It is very easy to come to Zhanfang Ai, and it can be reached in any direction, so there are people who lie in ambush in advance. Once you set foot on the top of the mountain, you are protected by rules that prohibit fighting. In addition, Wu Feiken gradually realized something was not quite right. Because there are also other people from the human world here, but they are not from the Yan Kingdom. He vaguely discovered that the Celestials were deliberately targeting the Yan Kingdom. After making eye contact with the other 2, they all saw the solemn expression in the other's eyes. Is this trial really so dangerous? At this moment, a strange beast suddenly hummed. He is one of the 3 alien races from the human world, the Golden Thunder Fire Rhinoceros. This is extremely famous among the alien beast races in the human world. Can use the power of 3 elements: gold, thunder and fire. Why don't you try? With the arrival of the human race, naturally there are also the heaven and human race. After the Golden Thunder and Fire Rhinoceros exchanged glances with this young human race. Then, with a snort in his nostrils, he really dared to walk into the tower. He was the first to enter the tower for trial. At this time, those Shangren didn't care about ridiculing and arousing Wu Feiken and the 3 of them, but looked at the tower together. The tower has 7 floors. Every time a layer is passed, a ray of light blooms. When the 7 rays of light bloom together, it means that the trial has been cleared. 4th way. It didn't take a moment for someone to exclaim, showing a shocked expression. The Golden Thunder Fire Rhino was so powerful that it rushed to the 5th floor in such a short period of time. There are some means. At this moment, the young man from the Celestial clan, who was excited about the Golden Thunder and Fire Rhinoceros, chuckled softly. People have been waiting for a long time. But the 5th ray of light was not seen. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the tower made a rumbling sound, and a figure was teleported out by the tower. With a bang, it fell heavily to the ground. Everyone looked at it. But it was the Golden Thunder Fire Rhinoceros who was covered in scars, and the latter was already dead. Ha ha ha. 1. It made me laugh. I thought there were really 2 brushes, but that's it. Hey, compared to the demon clan in the demon world, the human world is still lacking in the wisdom of the alien beast races. With so many people present, no one went to the trial. Isn't it enough to explain the difficulty of the trial here? Although he is already dead, this Golden Thunder and Fire Rhinoceros can be considered a treasure. Hey, I like it first, but don't rob me. There was a sudden burst of laughter among the celestial human race and the Shang human race, and then they looted the useful exotic animal materials from Jin Leihuo Rhino. Since you know that this trial is dangerous, why are you still wasting time here? Wu Feiken frowned and asked the Shangren next to him loudly. The celestial youth, Yu, who was agitating the Golden Thunder and Rhinoceros, just sneered and didn't answer. Wu Feiken's speaking skills are still too blunt. Advertisement. However, I can tell you a message, that is, those who pass the test will directly obtain a complete Dao mark, how about fighting with your life? Yu suddenly changed his words, and his eyes fell on Wu Feiken, 0. Hearing this, Wu Feiken was naturally shocked. He knows that there are 9 complete Dao marks in total, and can one complete Dao mark be obtained by passing a trial directly? It seems that I can only lie to one. Seeing that Wu Feiken didn't respond, the young man Yu sighed in his heart. After about 10 minutes, a wisp of Dao marks flew out from the tower. Yu knew this early on, but the other Shangren didn't dare to compete with this celestial, so it fell into the hands of the former easily. This Dao mark is Golden Thunder and Fire Rhinoceros. After he dies, the Dao mark will be recovered by the tower, but it will automatically fly out after a period of time. Whoever catches it first will be the one. Wu Feiken immediately understood why there were so many people here. But, not right. Now who will take the initiative to enter the tower to test? It is still a waste of time. The doubt continued. Until a while later, the tower suddenly hummed loudly, directly and forcibly inhaling an upper human race. This scene made Wu Feiken terrified. This kind of trial of failure and death, there is actually a mechanism for forcing people to go to the trial. The third light lit up, and the fourth light did not light up. In the end, just like the Golden Thunder Fire Rhinoceros, the Shangren that was forced into it was teleported out. But the difference is, despite the serious injury, the superior man is still alive. There are 2 modes of trial here. One is to take the initiative to enter. There will be a complete Dao mark reward for customs clearance, but failure means death. The second is passive entry, but there will be no complete Dao mark rewards for clearing the customs, but you will not die if you fail. In the second mode, if you pass through the 5th floor, you will get a trace of Dao marks as a reward. In general, there are 49 Dao marks in this trial, which can be obtained at one time using the first mode. Using the second mode means that a person can only get 1 strand, and some people get it, and then someone else adopts the second mode, and they get 48 strands of Dao marks. From the performance of Jin Leihuo Rhino, getting past the 5th floor is not an easy task. Not only Wu Feiken, even Wang Daojun, who was eager for him to get Dao mark, did not talk to him about the specific matters in Function Mountain even if he asked Su Xin. It is very likely that the non-celestial human race 3.5 and the upper human race testers who come out of Function Mountain will be forced to keep secrets by the human race. That is the home field advantage of the Celestials and the Shangrens. During this time, another person reached the top of Zhanfang Mountain. And shortly after the second forced entry person entered, Su Xin's figure gradually appeared. When he saw so many testers gathered here, his expression was a little surprised. Su Xin. Wu Feiken had sharp eyes, and when he saw Su Xin, he immediately called out to him. When Su Xin heard the sound, she quickly walked to Wu Feiken and asked about the situation. The latter did not hide it, and simply repeated the information that he knew. The trial of failure and death, but the reward is a complete Dao mark. This is just my guess. After all, the complete Dao mark reward was told to me by the Celestial Clan, and there may be fraud. Wu Feiken shook his head. The first and second trial modes were purely determined by him. He also didn't know that the second trial mode would have Dao mark rewards, only that failure would not kill him. Death is not something to be afraid of for Su Xin. He can kill himself if he has nothing to do with himself. But the point is, if he fails the trial, will he directly empty his resurrection coins? After all, he didn't dare to gamble on the trials left by the ancient powerhouses. Chapter 87 The Shock of the Spiritual Race, Clear the Customs, without him, only order dole. After hearing Wu Feiken's words, Su Xin fell silent for a while. Courage. He Su Xin should have no lack of courage. But why fear death at this moment? Carrying 4 resurrection coins, but now he is afraid of the death mechanism of the Tower of Trials, isn't this a bit cowardly? Like to keep KDA not far away. While Su Xin was silent. On the other side, Yu, a young man from the Celestial Clan, was talking to the Shangren clan who had been forced to enter the Tower of Trials. Really can't remember. Lord Weiyu, that's true. After I was teleported out, the memory of the Tower of Trials suddenly disappeared. What kind of experience I went through in it, I can't remember at all. Kaido like the human race. Hearing the words, Yu, like Su Xin, thought silently about his own courage. So far, no one has cleared this Tower of Trials. Perhaps the Celestial Clan once had the strength of a talented and handsome man. But this death mechanism called them back. After all, in Function Mountain, there are 4 places of trial, only this Tower of Trial has a mechanism that failure equals death, the other 3 do not have it, and the reward range is not bad. In addition, Function Mountain is open, and everyone can leave only after the time is over. The duration of the Function trial is not fixed each time, but the minimum is 1 month. This Yu was a little annoyed for a while. He looked at Su Xin suddenly, blinked his eyes, and then said. I heard that there is an 18-year-old tester from the Yan Kingdom of the human world this year. No one can match the appearance of a demon, could it be your excellency? Su Xin heard the words and looked at Yu. Since he is the monstrous evildoer of the Yan kingdom in the human world, why don't you go in and break in? Do you not even have the courage? Wu Feiken was immediately provoked by Jin Lei Huo Rhino, and then he told the story. 30. Su Xin naturally wouldn't be fooled by such a clumsy aggressive approach. Just ignore it. But this Yu didn't seem to have anything to do. Seeing that Su Xin ignored him, he was even more energetic, and he kept screeching and agitating over there. This really annoyed Su Xin. Here in Su Xin, there is no such thing as forbearance for a while, only the more you think about it, the more you get angry. Seeing Su Xin striding towards Yu, when he walked in front of him, he slapped the other person's face directly. Snapped. Very crisp. However, this slap goes down. But suddenly, the Tower of Trials flashed a ray of light, which instantly pierced Su Xin's abdomen with an unrivaled momentum. A huge blood hole appeared in Su Xin's abdomen, shocking. Fighting is prohibited here, and Su Xin will be punished for taking action. Idiot. Yu was slapped by Su Xin, his face suddenly turned blue and red, and his expression was distorted, but seeing Su Xin being punished, his face improved a little, but he still scolded. Snapped. Su Xin held down the abdominal wound, and slapped this Yu with his backhand. Oh, the other party did not dare to fight back. To fight back is to beat each other, and even he is punished together. The Celestial Clan is here, don't they dare to fight back? Su Xin covered the 2 wounds on her body and laughed. Do you dare to leave here with me, I will kill you. Yu looked furious and shouted at Su Xin. Su Xin raised her head and slapped again. He just shut up and said nothing. After all, so many Shangren looked at this side, and he didn't want to be humiliated again. Anyway, on this day, the human race is just like this. If you do something here, you will be punished and seriously injured, but you will not die, but the other party has no courage to suffer serious injuries. His malicious gaze, which was about to eat Su Xin's flesh and blood, really made Su Xin smile. Only pushy trash. Su Xin took out a life-saving elixir from Mo Xuan from the storage bag and took one. The injury was improving, but the speed was average. He stared at the Tower of Trials for a while. Advertisement. Then, under everyone's astonished eyes, he strode into the Tower of Trials. This person. Is there something wrong with his brain? He has the courage to go to death to try and test, why should he seriously injure himself before going in? A dead man, how can he live in this sacred mountain until the end of the trial? Everyone was puzzled, so they could only add sarcasm. The moment Su Xin entered the Tower of Trials, suddenly, a green Yingui figure was teleported out. It's Lu Shen. The Tower of Trials does not allow Su Xin to enter with Lu Shen, and even the release of 4 ghosts and gods will not be allowed. After Lu Shen was teleported out, he jumped onto Wu Feiken's shoulder very spiritually, and then made a humanized gesture of looking forward, full of spirituality. Quote exclamation mark quote. In the crowd, the green-haired boy from the spiritual world suddenly stared at Lu Shen with his eyes fixed, and he never wanted to let go. While looking at Lu Shen, he slowly approached Wu Feiken. At the same time, he even tried to establish a connection with Lu Shen using the unique communication method of his spirit race. Lu Shen's spiritual intelligence is not low, his communication method is indeed effective, but Lu Shen did not respond, just waited for Su Xin to come out on Wu Feiken's shoulder. Wu Feiken looked at the willow sapling on his shoulders and felt new for a while. This Su Xin has a lot of tricks, this should be his pet planting, it looks quite extraordinary. What do you want to do? Unconsciously, the green-haired boy had come to Wu Feiken, who immediately looked at each other vigilantly. This is my spirit world spirit clan. I don't know why they have wandered into your human world, and they should be returned to my spirit world. The green-haired boy looked indifferent, but his eyes were extremely hot. The willow of life is not linked to the word strong at this time, and it is still in the developmental stage. But in the eyes of the spirit world spirit clan, Lu Shen is simply a treasure of the wood spirit clan. He didn't want to absorb Lu Shen, he wanted to worship Lu Shen. Because he can see Lu Shen's supreme appearance after he has grown up completely in the future. How can this kind of supreme existence be controlled by mere humans? If she is a pet, then Su Xin is insulting all the wood spirits in the spirit world. Wait until Su Xin comes out. Wu Feiken was stunned when he heard the words, but he did not react too strongly. It is good. The green-haired boy nodded and continued to try to communicate with Lu Shen, while waiting for the news that Su Xin died in the Tower of Trials. Look at Su Xin again. After he entered the Tower of Trials, the injury on his body quickly recovered as before, which means that in the Tower of Trials, he was not restricted from using the life drain skill. As for Lu Shen being teleported out, it is not a problem. There are rules prohibiting fighting outside, and Lu Shen is also a master rank, so he won't be caught so easily, just wait for him to go out. Multiple testers can enter at the same time in the Tower of Trials. Each tester will be in a different space. At this time, Su Xin was located in a huge open space, surrounded by a gray area, unable to look down on the specific outline. This is the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Just as he was wondering what the trial content was, he saw a figure gradually appearing in front of him. Wait for the figure to come near. Su Xin was shocked to discover that the other party was actually herself. Beat yourself. That's right, it's not the content of the trial that is eye-catching. He punched out. Kill yourself completely. Came to the second floor. At this level, the opponent is also himself, but the number has increased to 2. But the strength has increased. What kind of strength Su Xin showed in the first floor, what kind of strength they are. There is still no pressure on the second floor. Su Xin went all the way like this. 6 selves, everyone can use Sage mode, and everyone can use wood-style moves. Advertisement. This made Su Xin feel very tired. On the 5th floor, he did not use his whole cards, but this floor could not be used. Once it is used, the 7 selves on the 7th floor will be turned into Buddhas on the top. Shall I play with you? He had to hold on to pass the 6th floor and save the strongest move of transforming into a Buddha on the top to the 7th floor in order to pass the level. But the difficulty is great. This is the trial tower left by the ancient powerhouses of the Celestial Clan, and there seems to be a special and powerful formation in it. Has the ability to simulate. Su Xin used the talent of 1 body, 1 heart, and the opponent can also simulate this talent. Every move is a combination of skill moves. And they also have life sucking. If Su Xin wanted to kill the 6 himself in front of him, he had to kill them instantly with 1 move, otherwise the protracted battle would only be consumed forever. Mad, so I'm really that strong. Su Xin was besieged by 6 himself, and it was in this way that he deeply understood his pervert side for the first time. Gradually, Su Xin realized that if he wanted to kill the 6 himself in front of him, he would have to turn into a Buddha at the top, and kill him instantly. But after this move was used, the 7th floor had absolutely no chance of passing. For a while, it was stalemate like this. Suddenly at a certain moment, Su Xin actually let go of his life to absorb this skill, allowing him to accumulate life energy and himself in a crazy 857. Blow up. The trump card he hasn't used yet is the Heart of Life. He insisted on sucking life energy, accumulating it to a terrifying level, and then provoking himself to explode directly. Self-destruction is not a good move. After all, self-destruction takes time to brew, and others can avoid it during this time. However, in this trial, the 6 opponents in front of them would not hide. So, bang. Su Xin is fried. The 6 people in front of them were also blown to pieces. When Su Xin reorganized the body through the Heart of Life and reorganized the body, he came to the 7th floor. This death, not a failure, belongs to Su Xin's own trump card. And after reaching the 7th floor, the 7 selves in front of him did not hesitate to use his self-destruction move on the 6th floor. Grass. Su Xin cursed loudly. 7 of their own self-destruction, the top Buddha can't stand it. In this fixed battle space, he couldn't dodge either. He exploded a Heart of Life again. Fortunately, he only lost 1 Heart of Life on the 6th floor, which meant that he only had 1 on the 7th floor. After the self-destruction, they gathered their bodies again. Snapped. Su Xin clasped her hands together suddenly. Sage art through several thousand hands. The light of the 6th paths is lit up, which means that the man is already breaking through the last level. Outside, when the light of the 6th paths rose, everyone suddenly became extremely quiet. There are many who have entered the Tower of Trials. But basically it belongs to choosing the second mode. And anyone who comes out of the Tower of Trials will lose that memory, so no one knows what the trial content is inside. In addition, it is difficult to compare the first mode or the second mode. After all, those who break into the first mode will only be told a corpse if they fail, and there is no way to study it. Boom. The eyes of the people were completely attracted. I saw that the gate of the Tower of Trials opened, and a figure slowly walked out of it. It is Su Xin. He is alive.